Chapter 1. Luck is also a part of strength. On the night of November 30th, 38th year of Konoha, within a room of an apartment building situated near the western edge of the Hyuga clan's territory in Konoha village, the silvery moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the space. Lying upon the bed was a slender boy with short, white hair, his features exquisitely delicate, and his fair skin glowing under the moon's gentle glow. His serene visage in slumber radiated tranquility. Suddenly, the boy's brow furrowed, and his body convulsed. His eyes burst open, and he sprang upright as if performing a sit-up, letting out a startled cry. Ah! Gasping for breath, Xinyan repeatedly inhaled deeply, gently patting his chest to soothe his racing heart. Damn! I can't believe after preparing for so long, I ended up dead again. How unlucky. I should have been more cautious. Once his emotions settled, Xinyan could not help but let out a sigh. His attention shifted to a deep blue attribute panel that had appeared before him, dense with text. Dream projection concluded. Projection world. So what if I reincarnated as a spider? Projection character, Xinyan Randall. Projection race, Elural Baladorado, giant serpent. Projection status, deceased. Commencing settlement. As a lower-tier species of the abyssal maze, you have slain numerous monsters, reaching the limits of your racial abilities, only to be ultimately hunted down by a passing earth dragon. Your abilities are sufficient to serve as the leader of the giant serpent clan. Overall evaluation. E for a lower-tier species. Your performance is commendable, however, in the vast abyss, it remains rather unremarkable. Settlement rewards. 185 potential points. You may expend potential points to acquire items from the projection world, including but not limited to skills, talents, bloodlines, and items. Skills: Venomous Fangs LV5, Dragon Scales LV2, Dark Vision LV7, Heat Perception LV5, Poison Resistance LV5, Subconscious Awareness LV3. Talents: Curse Be It, an evaluation of only E. Upon seeing the overall evaluation ranking displayed on the panel, Xinyan's expression darkened. The last time he had projected into the world of Demon Slayer, he had survived for several years, only to perish shortly after emerging, yet he had received a great evaluation. This time, however, he found himself relegated to a grade. Indeed, the difficulty of the world is on an entirely different level, so the criteria for evaluation must vary as well. Furrowing his brow, Xinyan scrutinized the array of information on the panel, contemplating the necessary choices he must make. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, view mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to read in another browser. It had been more than a year since he had traversed into the world of Naruto, having arrived at the tender age of 4. Initially, he believed he could rise through the ranks like many other transmigrators, becoming a genin at 4, a chunin at 6, a jonin at 8, and dominating the ninja world by 10. However, reality proved otherwise. Transmigrating into the branch family of the Hyuga clan, he was marked as a caged bird, and his talents were far from ordinary. As a child of Konoha's prestigious family, the children of the Hyuga clan were given the opportunity to study in the clan's academy before enrollment. To his dismay, Xinyan discovered that he was considerably slower in reaction times compared to his peers. During physical training, he was essentially outclassed by his contemporaries within the clan. Yet, upon reflection, this was to be expected before his transmigration. He had been a recluse, merely indulging in the pursuit of cultivation without engaging in regular physical activity. Having quick reflexes would have been abnormal. Fortunately, reflexes could be honed through practice. After enduring a projection experience and over a year of time, he finally managed to bring his reflexes up to a normal level. His pace in acquiring cultural knowledge was remarkably swift, though there was little to boast about, as he housed the soul of an adult within him. The real dilemma lay in the sluggishness of his chakra refinement. Clearly, he had no chance of evolving into a chakra titan, let alone a chakra god. It took him a full half-month to successfully refine chakra for the first time. His overall performance unequivocally marked him as a bottom-tier individual. Initially, Xinyan thought that even with poor talent, His advantage as a foreseer, having watched half of Naruto's plot, would allow him to gradually rise. Yet, to his surprise, he had transmigrated into Konoha in the 37th year. This portion of the plot was minimally detailed in the original work. He only knew of a few notable storylines, rendering his foreseeing advantage in this era extremely feeble. Fortunately, just 2 months into his arrival, on April 1st, a panel resembling a game attribute interface appeared before his eyes. Each day, he automatically earned 1 potential point. Moreover, if he dreamed, he could acquire additional points. When he accumulated 30 potential points, a new line of information emerged on the panel, granting him the abilities of the projection world. He could also expend additional potential points to select an identity within the current world. The first world was the one Xinyan was exceedingly familiar with, the world of Demon Slayer, a series he had even completed reading. Although he had only read it once, he could not claim to remember every detail, yet he retained around 7,080 of the plot. With his foreseer advantage, Xinyan believed he could gain substantial benefits in this world. After enduring for a full month as a ninja, Xinyan chose to start as the son of a wealthy merchant with decent talents. However, to his astonishment, upon his arrival, it seemed the plot had yet to commence. In a vast world, he had no idea where to seek the protagonist's family dwelling in an obscure deep mountain forest. In that world, even the depths of the mountains and cities were fraught with the lurking danger of man-eating demons at night. During the night, aside from practicing breathing techniques and using his Nichiren blade to decapitate demons, there was little chance of defeating them. Fortunately, with the escort of his guards, Xinyan cautiously made his way to Momoyama. He managed to impress the reclusive former Thunder Pillar, Kaneo Tsuyuri, who had retired after losing a leg in middle age, and became his disciple, spending 3 years under his tutelage. However, when he ventured out to participate in the Demon Slayer Core examination, he encountered the strongest of the Upper Moons, Kokushibo, and met his untimely demise on the spot, his luck akin to winning the lottery. Yet perhaps due to dying at the hands of an Upper Moon, his final evaluation was a D. He could choose to bring back one belonging from the world of Demon Slayer without expending points, which included but was not limited to talents, bloodlines, experience, and items. Thus, Xinyan selected the talent that would allow him to practice breathing techniques. He had already mastered the methods for cultivating the thunder breathing techniques, but given the disparity between the two worlds, it was possible that his original body lacked the talent for practicing breathing techniques, making the selection of talent imperative. Additionally, due to his great evaluation, he received an extra reward of 270 potential points. Consequently, he expended 100 potential points to acquire experience in thunder breathing techniques, enabling him to bypass the initial slowest stage of cultivation. After this experience, Xinyan became increasingly cautious and steadfast. Following the conclusion of the projection, he devoted himself to secretly mastering the thunder breathing techniques. However, due to his young age and in order to prevent harm to his body, he remained exceedingly restrained. Months later, Xinyan noticed that a new projection world had appeared. So what if I reincarnated as a spider, still within the realm of anime he was familiar with? This time, he had saved up nearly a year's worth of potential points, combined with the remaining 170 points from previous rewards, allowing him to choose to start as a giant serpent, perched at the pinnacle of lower-tier species. As for why he did not select a human, it was because in that world, the potential of humans was considerably lower compared to monsters, and their advancement was sluggish. Although monsters had racial limitations, they could level up rapidly by continually devouring other monsters. As for why he did not opt for a mid or even upper-tier species, the cost in exchange points was exorbitant, requiring a wait of several years, if not decades. By selecting a lower-tier species, he found himself surrounded by mostly unintelligent lower-tier beings. Entering with human intellect, Xinyan swiftly completed multiple evolutions, with the potency of his skills rivaling that of some mid-tier species monsters. Yet, he was ultimately slain by a passing upper-tier earth dragon. Twice he had met such misfortune, it was utterly ridiculous. This time, having waited so long, cautiously traversing the abyssal maze, who could have predicted that an upper-tier species would pass by? Perhaps out of curiosity, it had pursued him down the street, and eliminated him. Potential points: 185. Gazing at the balance of points displayed on the panel, Sun Yan let out a sigh. With a great evaluation, he could obtain one belonging from his projection character without expending points. The second item would require 100 points, and the third would demand 200 points. Based on his estimations, the cost would double for each subsequent choice. Initially, Sun Yan had been unaware of these intricacies. During the second projection, he deliberately waited for an extended period, selecting a favorable opening. Who could have anticipated this outcome? Although acquiring a level evaluation does not grant a free possession of an item, he can still spend 100 points to make a selection. Moreover, this experience was not entirely devoid of merit. Secondary Consciousness Level 3. A subordinate skill of parallel consciousness. For every 2 levels increased, the secondary soul persona can be manifested purely rational, wholly obedient to the primary soul. Special effect: increases mental attribute growth rate by 20. This represents the most significant gain for Sun Yan in this instance. The soul persona of secondary consciousness will not resemble the primary body to the extent of advanced skills like parallel consciousness, and its cultivation speed may even surpass that of the primary body. However, the advantage of secondary consciousness lies in the unwavering loyalty of the secondary soul persona. It is devoid of emotional impulses and will never contravene the commands of the primary soul. The effect of this skill is akin to the adage from a previous life, drawing a circle with the left hand and a square with the right, enabling dual focus and optimizing the use of time. Furthermore, both primary and secondary personas can simultaneously employ different skills and spells, resulting in a substantial enhancement of combat capability. Indeed, the world of Naruto features a similar concept, such as the shadow clone technique, whereby the created physical clones possess the memories and consciousness of the primary body, even exhibiting independent personalities. In the original work, Naruto's shadow clones even competed with the primary body for access to the restroom when the latter experienced stomach distress. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. The unwavering secondary consciousness is far superior to the shadow clone technique for Sun Yan, as it can persist without depleting chakra or mental energy while also engaging in autonomous cultivation to grow stronger. Moreover, the added capability of accelerated mental attribute growth makes it his unequivocal first choice. Having made his decision, Sun Yan spent 100 points to exchange for the skill. Acquired skill, Secondary Consciousness Level 3. Exchange complete. Potential points, 85. Simultaneously, Sun Yan felt a slight pressure in his head. A voice, devoid of emotional fluctuation, suddenly resonated within him, his reliable companion. Secondary Consciousness from the Abyss Maze. Secondary Consciousness. I shall heed your commands, host. Sun Yan silently instructed, proceed, as before, in accordance with our methods in the Abyss Maze. Secondary Consciousness. Understood. As the exchange concluded, the text on the panel swiftly faded away. Sun Yan distinctly felt his memories from nearly 3 years of life in the Abyss Maze gradually becoming indistinct. This sensation resembled that of personal memories transitioning into vague recollections from an unnamed film he had once seen, leaving only blurred fragments in his mind. Having undergone this experience a second time, Sun Yan had grown accustomed to it. This also served as a form of protection for him. After all, only a fleeting moment had passed. In reality, he had not yet spent 3 years traversing the Naruto world. Having spent 4 years in the world of Demon Slayer, he had also spent 3 years in the Abyss Maze. The memories of reality paled in comparison to those from these 2 projection worlds. Once finished, Sun Yan glanced at the wall clock. It read 10:15 p.m., the exact same time as when he had departed. Retracting his gaze, he reclined once more and began to review his attributes. Name: Hyuga Sun Yan. Attribute: Water. Constitution: 068. Strength: 061. Agility: 052. Mental: 15. Dojitsu Byakugan. Cultivation method: Chakra Refinement Technique Level 0. Thunder Breathing Technique Level 2. Skills: Basic Gentle Fist Level 0. Secondary Consciousness Level 3. Potential points: 85. What will the next world be? How long until it begins? Soon, Sun Yan felt his eyelids growing heavier, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Chapter 2. New World, Naruto. Time passed quietly, swiftly reaching March 1st, 39th year of Konoha. In the span of 4 months, Sun Yan had accumulated an additional 141 potential points, bringing his total to 226 points when combined with the remaining points from before. Yet he still awaited the opening of the new world. However, he remained unperturbed, for even when the new world commenced, he would need potential points to select an identity. To ensure a favorable beginning, Sun Yan aimed to choose the optimal opening this time. In just 11 days, it would be the day for new students to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Sun Yan had already completed his registration in advance. At 6 in the morning, Sun Yan rose early to engage in exercise. To ensure proper physical development, he adhered to a schedule of going to bed before 10:30 p.m. and sleeping before 11 p.m. He would then rise punctually to practice. Between the ages of 4 and 5, attendance at the Hyuga clan's academy was mandatory. All children of appropriate age were required to attend classes, a standard upheld by many prominent clans. This ensures that the majority of scions from prominent families, even those with relatively modest innate talents, can maintain a commendable standard among their peers during their formative years. However, Sun Yan is an exception, burdened with an innate deficiency. Between the ages of 5 and 6, he seldom attended school, and his proficiency in was notably lacking. Until his natural abilities improved, all effort would be in vain. After all, the world of Hokage is one where lineage and talent reign supreme, where the measure lies in proximity to the 6 paths in Kaguya, and in the magnitude of one's enhancements. Nevertheless, through diligent practice over time, his reflexes have significantly improved, and he no longer lags behind his contemporaries. As per tradition, Sun Yan commenced his foundational physical training. He first ran several laps around the streets before returning to the courtyard to practice. Subsequently, he seated himself cross-legged in his room to begin his training in the thunder breathing technique. Sun Yan's breath ebbed and flowed, initially growing louder before gradually becoming more soothing and rhythmic, with increasingly prolonged intervals between each inhalation. As his breathing slowed, a gentle mist of white vapor began to emanate from the tip of his nose. At this juncture, Sun Yan ceased his cultivation, as a slight discomfort began to manifest in his lungs. The breathing technique bore resemblance to the qigong of a past life, serving to invigorate the body's energy. Meanwhile, chakra, as a synthesis of physical and spiritual energy, plays a significant role in enhancing the practice of this breathing method. Previously, when Sun Yan first embarked on mastering the breath of lightning in this realm, the meager chakra within him naturally flowed in sync with his breathing, hastening his training to a certain extent. However, the paltry amount of chakra he possessed was a significant limitation. Furthermore, his innate affinity was water. Although this did not impede his practice of the breath of lightning, had his elemental attribute been lightning, it might have conferred additional benefits. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, as his talent was already so lackluster that he could only focus on steady development. The Second Shinobi World War had nearly reached its conclusion, with the onset of the Third Shinobi World War anticipated around the 43rd year of Konoha. Thus, he had at least 3 to 4 years for growth. His ambition was to become a medical ninja, thereby reducing his chances of engaging directly on the battlefield. With the skill of secondary consciousness level 3, his solitary study equated to that of 2 individuals, making the path to becoming a medical ninja seemingly achievable. As for his talent, he could gradually address this through projection over the coming years. The paramount concern now was to maintain a steady pace. Due to his incomplete physical development, Sun Yan could only dedicate a brief time each day to practicing his breathing techniques. Any harm to his lungs or other vital organs would pose a significant threat. To prolong the duration of his breathing exercises, aside from enhancing his physical condition, the critical strategy was to utilize chakra to continuously protect his lungs during practice. Sun Yan's naturally scant chakra was indeed a considerable hindrance. His parents, being ordinary genin of the Hyuga clan, possessed average talent. After his birth, it seemed he not only failed to inherit their abilities but also bore white hair, and before awakening his Byakugan, his eyes were not the pure white typical of his clan, but rather a bluish-white hue. Initially, he fancied that he might have a connection to the Tsutsuki clan, perhaps a bloodline regression, Yet 2 years of reality had disproved this notion. At his current age, he found himself unable to utilize any methods available in the world of Naruto to enhance his physique or increase his chakra. Upon concluding his breathing training, he ventured into the yard to practice basic sword techniques, committing to a regimen of swinging his sword 1,000 times daily, gradually increasing the count. Although he could not yet wield his sword effectively, it was imperative for him to reacquaint his body with the motions as soon as possible. Before long, it was 8:30. After taking a shower, Sinyan commenced preparing his meal. Fortunately, his parents had left behind some savings and a house before their demise. This ensured that his expenses for at least the next 3 to 5 years were secure, and by that time, he would have become a ninja capable of earning his own living. Upon finishing his meal, Sinyan settled on the living room sofa with a foundational text on medical ninjutsu, which he had borrowed from the ninja school's library using his student ID. Given his current trajectory, pursuing the path of a medical ninja seemed the most prudent choice. Once he attained a certain proficiency in medical ninjutsu, he would likely avoid the battlefield altogether, and even if he were to engage, he would not need to be at the front lines. Moreover, the pursuit of scientific research would foster long-term development. Even if his talent were to improve later on, the cost-effectiveness of learning medical ninjutsu would remain exceedingly high. Although his chakra was currently insufficient to activate his Byakugan, it was merely a matter of time before he would unlock it. With the Byakugan's ability to see through obstacles, his inclination towards becoming a medical ninja would undoubtedly grant him a significant inherent advantage. With the mentality of an adult, complemented by secondary consciousness, he was effectively learning as if two adults were acquiring knowledge simultaneously. Although his innate talent as a ninja was lacking, his capacity for learning was undeniably exceptional. Sinyan opened the book, sharing his visual perception with his secondary consciousness. His primary attention was focused on the left side of the book, while his secondary consciousness fixed its gaze on the right side, allowing him to assimilate knowledge into his mind at an accelerated pace. Just as he was fervently engrossed in the foundational theories of medical ninjutsu, a deep blue panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. The information displayed caused him to cast aside his studies. A new world was unfolding. Would he like to expend 30 potential points to begin the dream projection? The available world, the Naruto universe, timeline, 99 days before the arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki. This is the Naruto universe in ancient times, 99 days before Kaguya Otsutsuki's descent. The likelihood of encountering Kaguya herself is substantially high. Upon viewing the information that had manifested, a jolt of excitement surged through Sinyan. Based on Kaguya's portrayal in the original narrative, it would not be an exaggeration to describe her as somewhat naïve. If he could manage to meet her, gaining her trust should not prove overly difficult. A mere opportunity to exploit her could yield significant rewards for Sinyan. Wait, he needed to steady himself. First, he must gather his thoughts. Shinyan hurriedly rushed to the restroom to splash cold water on his face before resuming his examination of the information displayed on the panel. Chapter 3. Initiating projection before the dream projection commences. A selection of identity is required. 1. Sacred family. You hail from one of the 3 ancient sacred lands, Miamu Mountain, Shigulan, Longdishong, a lineage of spiritual beasts. Innately, you possess natural energy within, alongside intelligence rivaling that of humans, with the potential to attain celestial power, articulate speech, and enjoy an extended lifespan. Additional potential points required, 5,000 to 100,002. Noble family. You emerge from a noble lineage, with a father who wields significant power as a minister or is the most esteemed sovereign. From birth, you are exempt from labor. You need only distinguish yourself among siblings to inherit your father's authority, thus gaining dominion over ordinary lives. Additional potential points required, 20 to 103. Common family. You originate from a humble human family, of lowly status, serving as subjects to the sovereign, engaging in arduous daily labor, and acting as soldiers to defend your homeland. You may have been plagued by hunger since birth, resulting in frail and weakened health. Additional potential points required, 0 to 54. Beast family. You were born in the wild, perhaps abandoned by your parents at birth, struggling to survive in a world where the cycle of eat or be eaten prevails. Additional potential points required, 0.5. Random family. You come from a family that is most likely human, with your identity, race, and health remaining uncertain. Additional potential points required, 1. Indeed, there is no need to consider the first identity option. Becoming a creature from the 3 sacred lands offers the opportunity to cultivate celestial arts, yet this point requirement is simply outrageous. A minimum of 5,000 points? Abandoning that, a common human family from ancient times. Even if Kaguya appears, I would have no chance of contact. Disregard it. What is this? There's even a random family option? Is this a lottery in another world? Just 1 point? If it were a certain factory's lottery, I would surely fall into a pit. Abandon. The only reliable choice appears to be the noble family, requiring 20 to 100 potential points. Indeed, without extraordinary abilities. All are considered ordinary, and the exchange points are on entirely different levels. No. As Xin Yin silently chanted within, the attribute panel vanished from view. Regardless, I already possess 226 potential points. I shall play it safe and wait 4 more days to accumulate to 230 points. Utilizing 30 points for projection, 100 points for noble heritage, and reserving 100 points as a safety net for exchange should suffice. In the world of Naruto, as long as I encounter Kaguya Tsutsuki, I am certain to. In his heart, Shinhiko conducted a calm analysis. As for waiting another 6 months to accumulate an additional 200 potential points, he had decisively abandoned that notion. This was due to the fact that, prior to Kaguya's descent, ancient humanity possessed no chakra within their beings. If he were unable to encounter Kaguya, the abilities acquired in that world would hold almost no value. He might not even utilize 100 points of potential, let alone the additional 200 points for his second exchange. As long as he could meet Kaguya, with Shinhiko's understanding of the narrative, gaining her trust would be a simple endeavor. With Kaguya by his side, Shinhiko would be virtually invincible in that realm, making the pursuit of high evaluations evidently an uncomplicated task. Shinya is not greedy. Acquiring a modicum of Otsutsuki chakra from Kaguya does not seem excessive, does it? Consider Indra and Ashura, the sons of the Sage of Six Paths, who have passed away for centuries. Yet their chakra continues to reincarnate and subtly influences the personalities of their successors. This indicates that the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan profoundly impacts the soul. Since Shinya was already an adult before his traversing, having established his worldview, the effect of such chakra on his character is negligible. Furthermore, reflecting on Kaguya's portrayal in the original work, she exhibited little cunning, and without experiencing betrayal, she would undoubtedly be more easily deceived. This presents an untapped treasure trove. Although he has not fully explored the original Naruto series, he has deliberately filled in the gaps regarding the storylines of the captivating female characters through manga, anime, and other adaptations. According to Shinya's recollections, Kaguya was involved with the Emperor of the Land of Ancestors, giving birth to Hikari and Kumihiko. However, this appears to be an anime original, likely a fabrication. It is worth pondering. Can a being of such a high caliber as the Sage of Six Paths procreate with someone devoid of chakra? It seems implausible. In the manga, Kaguya is depicted as an ascetic, becoming pregnant only after receiving blessings from the masses. Yet, this too feels rather far-fetched. Based on the manner in which Kaguya bore Black Zetsu, she likely employed yin-yang release, consuming a significant amount of chakra to conceive Hikari and Kumihiko. Xinyan retrieved paper and pen, meticulously enumerating the narrative threads related to Kaguya from his memory in Mandarin. Subsequently, he sifted through the valuable elements, preparing himself for the projection ahead. 3 days later, having experienced several dreams, Xinyan accumulated a total of 4 potential points in advance. As night fell, he extracted the notes detailing the Kaguya incident from beneath his bed. After reviewing them once more, he tore them to shreds and flushed them away down the toilet. He then lay back down, closing his eyes. Should he expend 30 potential points to enable dream projection? Indeed, during the identity selection phase, a total of 130 dream potential points were consumed. The projection commenced. As the final line of information materialized, Xinyan succumbed to a profound slumber. Projection complete. Background introduction. In ancient times, the land was vast yet sparsely populated, with low productivity. At the continent's heart lay a grand valley known as Nainaro, to the east of which were 3 human-inhabited nations, the nation of Bai, the nation of Zhu, and the nation of Yu. Among them, the nation of Bai held the greatest power, boasting a population nearing 4,000. The nation of Yu followed, with approximately 1,500 inhabitants, while the nation of Zhu, the weakest, contained 1,000 souls. In the face of the formidable nation of Bai, the nations of Zhu and Yu formed an alliance, maintaining a delicate balance among the 3. At this juncture, the nation of Bai was preoccupied with raiding the small villages to the west, steadily growing in strength. As the newly appointed sovereign of the nation of Yu, you have inherited a few complications from your predecessor. I wish to see the sovereign. Sovereign, Lord Nagi. The sovereign is already retired for the night. Kindly return tomorrow. In the darkness, Xinyan faintly discerned a cacophony of sounds. He abruptly opened his eyes. feeling a slight heaviness upon his chest. To his astonishment, a delicate, fair arm was draped over his shoulder. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a strikingly beautiful young girl peacefully slumbering against his chest. Was it such an exhilarating encounter right from the start? Xinyan had already undergone 2 projections and was quite accustomed to the process. At this moment, a plethora of memories unfolded in his mind like a slideshow. After a brief interval, Xinyan gently pushed aside the girl's head and sat up from the bed. "My lady, what troubles you? Who would dare disturb your rest at such a late hour?" The girl, still drowsy from her slumber, awoke and heard the commotion outside the door. Xinyan descended from his bed, donning his outer garment, and spoke in a calm tone. "You may continue to sleep. I shall step outside for a moment." A torrent of memories surged forth, with Xinyan and his secondary consciousness each contributing half, simultaneously sifting through vital information, greatly accelerating the process. From the memories, he discerned that the former emperor of the Feather Kingdom was tyrannical and debauched, indulging in carnal pleasures with 4 to 50 concubines among a populace of merely 1,500. Yet, his insatiable desires drove him to seize the wives of his subordinate generals, including General Huchi. A fortnight ago, during a period of illness, he audaciously commanded the summoning of his recently adult daughter to the imperial harem. Meanwhile, Xinyan, as a prince, had long harbored thoughts of rebellion. Thus, he conspired with Huchi and others to orchestrate an accident that resulted in the emperor's demise. The prince had initially promised to release General Huchi's wife and daughter upon ascending to the throne. However, not only did he fail to fulfill this pledge, but he also summoned Huchi's daughter to his bedchamber while harboring no intentions of returning Huchi's wife. Truly outrageous. It appeared that Huchi could no longer endure such indignities. Chapter 4. Could the emperor truly foresee the future? Please recommend and collect. Indeed, a father's kindness and a son's filial piety, both are of the same ilk. The prince had previously masked his true nature quite effectively, or perhaps Huchi and his companions were simply too naive. It is imperative to handle this matter with care, lest it disrupt greater affairs. In his heart, Xinyan pondered silently as he approached the door and called out, "Who dares to disturb the peace? Your Majesty, please forgive me. It is Lord Huchi. He insists on seeing you, and I could not prevent him." The maid on duty outside immediately knelt to the ground. "Your Majesty." Lord Huchi, kneeling outside, felt a sudden pang of anxiety as Xinyan emerged with an impassive expression, his countenance revealing a tangle of emotions. "General Huchi, please rise. I am fully aware of your intentions." Xinyan smiled gently and raised his hand, signaling Huchi to rise. He then turned his gaze towards a nearby maid. "Please bring Lady Maibwa here." "General Huchi, you may proceed to the side hall and await her." Huchi, both astonished and elated, could hardly believe that the emperor was finally willing to fulfill his promise. As a vassal, he had betrayed the emperor once before and wished not to commit such an act again, for the kingdom of Yu could not withstand another upheaval caused by a change of emperors. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Huchi said, kneeling once more. He then followed the maid to the side hall. Upon returning to his chamber, Naruto changed his attire under the attentive service of Ai, the daughter of Naki. Gazing into the polished bronze mirror, he beheld the visage of a strikingly handsome young man with fair skin and white hair, yet his expression remained utterly impassive. The reflection bore a striking resemblance to Naruto's adult form within the Naruto realm. It appeared that as long as the projected figure was human, their appearance would be akin to his own in the Naruto world, differing only in age. The projection's age was fixed at 16. And only through the expenditure of potential points could one augment or diminish this foundational age. Secondary consciousness, my physical form. I advise that you acquiesce to Naki's request for the greater good. Upon hearing this, Naruto could not help but internally scoff. Am I the sort of lecherous individual? Of course, I shall release them. Aside from Kaguya, no one else holds significance. His close acquaintances, Generals Nagi and Junichi, command the majority of the military forces of the Land of Wings. At present, I am but an ordinary person devoid of any chakra. I cannot afford to offend them. However, I must devise a prudent solution. Otherwise, having just ascended to the throne, it would be problematic if others perceive me as weak and easily manipulated. After all, Kaguya's arrival is still 99 days away, and during this period, I must maintain stability in the situation. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated Naruto's gaze. Aha! With a method now conceived, he made his way toward the annex. Upon his arrival, he found Nagi's wife, Minami, quietly weeping as she held him. Your Majesty. The two immediately approached to pay their respects upon seeing Naruto enter. No need for excessive formalities. Xinyan took his seat at the head of the table and remarked, It is indeed time to send your wife and daughter, Heki, back home. However, I have been plagued by a recurrent dream of late, which has left me mentally exhausted and nearly caused me to forget significant matters from the past. Upon receiving Sinyan's clear response, Heki was filled with joy and bowed once more. Yet, after listening to Sinyan's explanation, she gazed at him with a hint of confusion, pondering what kind of dream the sovereign had experienced. Sinyan spoke with a solemn expression. I dreamt of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. On the night following 99 days, she was enveloped in a radiant light and descended upon the lands near the ancestral kingdom and the land of feathers. The mention of a celestial maiden descending from the sky left both she and Mabwa visibly astonished. Sinyan nodded solemnly and said, just a moment ago, I experienced the same dream. This is a divine blessing bestowed upon me, to honor the heavenly maiden. I intend to dismiss the women of the harem first thing tomorrow morning. I did not anticipate your arrival this evening. In that case, the responsibility of welcoming the goddess in 99 days shall rest entirely upon your shoulders. As more content loads, please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Yes, Your Majesty, Hachi replied, kneeling on one knee with utmost respect. The people of this era are deeply superstitious, holding a profound reverence for deities and spirits. The sovereign is regarded as the inheritor of heavenly will. Hachi's audacity to confront the former emperor stemmed from the latter's tyranny, as well as the support of the prince, who is recognized as the new inheritor of divine intention. Naturally, there are those who are entirely skeptical and dismissive of such beliefs. However, the majority tend to adopt an attitude of cautious credulity. Sinyan continued, stating that this matter must remain confidential for the time being, and that only 4 individuals could be privy to it. 4? Hiwei was momentarily taken aback. Sinyan declared, General Chuani, I entrust this matter to both of you. You are my most trusted allies, and I have complete confidence in your abilities. However, it is imperative that we maintain absolute confidentiality. Should the citizens of the neighboring nation or our ancestral land become aware of this, and should they offend the celestial maiden, the entire human race could face annihilation. Observing the emperor's grave demeanor, Xin was taken aback, nodding solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Beside them, Mabwa also knelt down, pledging her unwavering discretion. Very well, I trust you to handle this matter. You may return and rest for now. Yes. Xin and his wife bowed and withdrew. And make sure to have General Chuani come tomorrow to retrieve his former concubine. Sinyan called out to Heki, adding, furthermore, in order to express our sorrow for the passing of the former emperor, the taxes to be paid over the next 3 years will be reduced by 1/3. Heki displayed a grateful expression and humbly replied, on behalf of the people of Yuziguo, I extend our heartfelt thanks for the benevolence of your holiness. Heki's response pleased Sinyan, who nodded slightly, signaling for them to depart. Indeed, the people of this era are easily content. The following day, news that sent the entire nation of Yuziguo into a fervor spread across the land. Thus, with the assistance of Heki and Junyi, Sinyan firmly established himself in the position of emperor. Yoshihiko has meticulously prepared everything within his capacity. Every night, soldiers take turns to vigilantly observe the starry sky. Time flies, and the moment of Kaguya's arrival approaches quietly. On this night, the stars shimmer brilliantly, adorning the heavens with their myriad lights. Yin was closing his eyes, examining his attributes within the confines of the palace. Potential points, 135. Having spent 99 days in this realm, he had gained an additional 35 points due to his dreams. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Sinyan heard a commotion outside the door. He abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly exited the chamber. Your Majesty, your prophecy has come to pass. Just now, a luminous object resembling a star streaked across the sky in the northwest direction, in accordance with your instructions. Lord Junichi has taken the initiative to set out in search of it, said Ishii with a tone of deep reverence. With a surge of determination, Nabahiko swiftly dashed back to his room, retrieving a flat stone slab, roughly the size of a basketball, from beneath his bed. He then hurried outside. Your Majesty, this is... Hoki, witnessing Nabahiko emerge with the stone slab in his arms, couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Hold on to this and lead the way, Nabahiko exclaimed, placing the slab into Hoki's embrace while adjusting his appearance as he walked. Understood. Hoki, cradling the weighty stone, sprinted off in a northwesterly direction, moving even faster than Nabahiko himself despite the burden. Chapter 5. My home is spacious and secure. From the world of Naruto, Dream Projection. Please acknowledge the source, Xinjianpan Novel Network Xinjianpan. Under his guidance, Nobuhiko traversed the slopes of the northwest, hastening towards a grove of bamboo. Your Majesty, look ahead. In truth, there was no need for Hiki's reminder, for Nobuhiko had already caught sight of it. Before him, a radiant orb of white light emerged amidst the bamboo thicket, strikingly prominent against the dim moonlight. Junichi and the others were gathered around the waning glow. A woman clad in white, her skin as fair as snow, materialized. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her calves, resembling a celestial maiden from myth. In this era, a woman's paler complexion was deemed more beautiful and noble. Kaguya's appearance left the soldiers utterly awestruck. Your Majesty. Upon witnessing Nobuhiko's arrival, Junichi and the others knelt on one knee in reverence, refraining from raising their gaze towards Kaguya. Rise. Shinai waved his hand, yet his gaze remained fixated on the woman before him. Kaguya Otsutsuki. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. A surge of elation coursed through his heart, though he endeavored to suppress his excitement. Observing Kaguya's expression of utter bewilderment, he casually inquired, "From where do you hail?" Kaguya, however, continued to appear lost in thought. "How audacious!" exclaimed a nearby soldier, noticing her unresponsive demeanor. "The Emperor is addressing you." Sinian's expression darkened as he shot him a glare, causing the soldier to instantly fall silent and withdraw. "If you have nowhere to go, you might as well accompany me home. My house is spacious and secure." With a gentle and soothing tone, Nobuhiko spoke. A warm smile gracing his face as he gradually approached Kaguya, extending his hand. It was unclear which aspect of Nobuhiko's words resonated with Kaguya, but she finally regained her composure. Gazing upon his striking features, characterized by white hair and pale eyes, her gaze flickered slightly as she scrutinized him. After a moment of silence, Kaguya slowly raised her right hand, hesitating before the palm extended before her. Sinian grasped Kaguya's hand, feeling its icy coolness and softness. "Let us proceed," he said gently as he led her slowly away from the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, on the side, Hoki, following Sinian's prior instructions, placed the stone tablet in the spot where Kaguya had just appeared and swiftly began to dig a pit in the ground. A flicker of flames. Someone approaches. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be from the land of the ancestors. Sinian had yet to step out of the bamboo grove when he noticed a line of over 10 individuals with torches swiftly approaching from the low hill to his right. "You stay here and proceed according to the plan. Do not engage in conflict." Sinian gazed at the nearby Heki and whispered his instructions. "Understood," Juni replied, escorting Sinian along with 3 soldiers. Heki and the others remained behind, awaiting the arrival of the soldiers from the ancestral country. "It should be fine to hurry," Sinian remarked, removing his black coat and draping it over Kaguya's shoulders, then taking her hand to quicken their pace. Kaguya remained silent, allowing Sinian to lead her as they swiftly ran toward the other side of the hillside. "I am called Sinian, and what is your name?" As they raced onward, Sinian's breath quickened, and he finally slowed as they approached the wooden fence of the village ahead. Although he had known it for some time, they had not discussed deepening their relationship. "My name is Kaguya," she replied, her eyes regaining a glimmer of vitality. Soon, Sinian led Kaguya into the territory of the Feather Nation. "From now on, you will exclusively attend to Lady Kaguya. All her desires must be fulfilled, and she shall reside in the annex." Nobuhiko summoned 2 maidservants and instructed them. "Yes, my lord. Kaguya, you may retire for the time being. We shall discuss any matters tomorrow. Rest assured, this place is secure, and I shall ensure your safety." Sinian gazed intently at Kaguya, speaking earnestly. At his words, a flicker of enigmatic brilliance passed through Kaguya's eyes. Sensing Sinian's sincerity, she quietly nodded and, led by her maid, proceeded towards the side hall. Upon reaching the corner, she paused and turned back to glance at Sinian. Upon witnessing this, Nobuhiko revealed a faint smile. After Kaguya departed, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This Kaguya-heim, undeniably powerful yet excessively innocent. At long last, the moment has arrived. From the beginning of the Naruto Dream Projection, please credit the source, Xinjianpan Novel Network. Sinian suppressed the excitement in his heart and returned to the bed in the main hall. Recently, after clearing the small villages in the west, there have been subtle signs of probing towards the east from the neighboring nation. Unlike the agricultural-focused nations of Zhu and Yu, the neighboring nation is notably belligerent. Sinian initially harbored considerable apprehension regarding the potential for the nation of Bai to launch an offensive against the nations of Zhu and Yu after completing the cleansing of the small villages in the west. However, with the emergence of Kaguya, the threat posed by Bai has dissipated entirely. Only the foolish dog, akin to the Emperor of Zu in the original narrative, remains oblivious. Despite being fully aware of Kaguya's extraordinary powers, he abandoned her upon the slightest intimidation after she had slain a few soldiers from by. He even dispatched pursuers to hunt her down. Is that not a sign of utter folly? Shortly thereafter, Naki returned with the remaining soldiers and reported the situation to Xinyan, revealing that the soldiers of Zu had brought back a meteorite inscribed with unknown characters. After Xinyan bestowed his praises upon the crowd, granting them grains and a modest portion of precious spices, he instructed them to disperse. The individuals who ventured forth that night were indeed trustworthy. However, his actions were merely a precautionary measure to temporarily divert the attention of both their nation and the ancestral nation, allowing him to buy some time. This way, he could devote himself to nurturing his bond with Kaguya. That night stretched endlessly, as Xinyan found himself exhilarated and unable to succumb to slumber. At the break of dawn, Xinyan made his way to the open space outside the main hall to practice his martial arts. On one hand, it was his customary routine. On the other, he sought to gauge Kaguya's response. Xinyan practiced at a leisurely pace, gradually honing his focus. When he finally regained his awareness, he noticed Kaguya standing quietly on the corridor, gazing at him. "Kaguya, what brings you up so early? Have you rested well?" Xinyan accepted the cloth handed to him by the maid, gently wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached Kaguya's side. Kaguya nodded in acknowledgement. Xinyan was not taken aback by her reaction. He reassured himself that familiarity would come with time. However, it appeared that Kaguya was not well versed in the gentle fist technique he employed. This was understandable, as the gentle fist she practiced belonged to a level akin to the divine void strike. The version that Xinyan employs is a diluted and inferior one, which is understandable given its long-standing history. After exchanging a few words, Kaguya appeared to lack interest in the conversation, her gaze fixed upon the sky. Xinyan, however, remained unperturbed by this. As they continued to converse casually, he accompanied her in gazing at the heavens. Whenever an intriguing topic arose, Kaguya would turn her head to look at him. Although her words were few, the atmosphere was far from awkward. Before they knew it, lunchtime had arrived. To treat Kaguya, Xinyan had instructed his men to hunt in the nearby woods, resulting in the capture of 2 young deer. Some of the meat was stir-fried, while the rest was roasted. As he beheld the aromatic dishes of venison on the dining table, Xinyan could not help but swallow hard. It had been a while since he had enjoyed such a meal. The scarcity of meat was not due to the difficulty of sourcing it, as the surrounding forests were teeming with wildlife. The true challenge lay in the rarity of spices. Most of the spices from the Land of Wings had been allocated to him, yet they were still insufficient for extravagant use. The earthy scent of the wild deer was quite pronounced, and even the young ones bore a gamey aroma that Xinyan found intolerable. Thus, a generous amount of spices was required to mask the unpleasant odor. Try this. It is truly delicious. With a small knife, Nabahiko meticulously sliced the deer meat into petite morsels before delicately transferring them onto Kaguya's plate, subsequently sprinkling a yellow powder reminiscent of chili seasoning atop the meat. Observing Kaguya's dazed gaze fixed upon the morsels, he recalled that the Tsutsuki clan likely did not require sustenance, save for their chakra needs. With this thought, he gently patted her arm and picked up a piece of venison, bringing it to his lips. Nabahiko squinted his eyes in delight, relishing the flavor. Indeed, it was quite delectable. Having abstained from meat for several days, the taste was truly exquisite. You should try it too. After finishing, he raised a piece of deer meat to Kaguya's lips. Kaguya, captivated by Nabahiko's fair and handsome visage, momentarily lost herself in thought before finally parting her lips to take a gentle bite, chewing thoughtfully. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with realization. Her lips parted wider as she eagerly bit into the entire piece of deer meat, her chewing becoming more fervent. Once she finished, Kaguya imitated Nabahiko's actions, grasping the chopsticks. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to pick up the meat, she lifted her gaze, fixing a steady stare upon Nabahiko. Observing the situation, Nabahiko resignedly settled behind Kaguya, guiding her hands and mastering the art of using chopsticks. Thus, 3 months elapsed quietly. During this period, emissaries from both the Kingdom of Biji and the Kingdom of Zu consecutively arrived in the Land of Yu, inquiring about the celestial meteorite. Rumors circulated that Nabahiko had wed a remarkably beautiful primary consort, yet he skillfully deflected such claims. The Kingdom of Zu maintained a relatively normal stance, whereas the representatives from the Kingdom of Biji exhibited a more hostile demeanor, their words laced with evident threats. However, Nabahiko remained largely unfazed by this. That night, As frost chilled the air and dew settled heavily, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. On the grass outside the main hall, Kaguya stood still, gazing skyward, seemingly captivated by the breathtaking view. At that moment, a pair of strong, fair hands enveloped her from behind, draping a black cloak over her shoulders. Kaguya merely turned her face slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Nobuhiko before returning her gaze to the starry sky. After all, each day unfolded in this manner. The moonlight tonight was truly exquisite. Sinyan and Kaguya stood side by side, their voices barely above a whisper, delicate and gentle, as if they feared to startle the bashful stars above. For 3 months, Sinyan had accompanied Kaguya in gazing at the night sky, seldom breaking the silence that enveloped them. Kaguya turned her gaze towards him. Is there a place that feels like home for you? Being away from home, you must miss it dearly. I've heard that if one is sufficiently earnest in their heart and makes a wish upon a star, it will eventually come true. Kaguya, what is your wish? Sinyan softly inquired, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. Kaguya raised her gaze once more to the starry expanse. After a lengthy pause, she finally turned back to him. I wish for everlasting peace, devoid of war. In that moment, Kaguya's voice was imbued with an extraordinary tenderness, tinged with a hint of timidity. Moved by her sincerity, Sinyan felt a subtle tremor within his heart. Though our acquaintance spans merely 3 months, it evokes a sense of profound familiarity. As if there were countless sentiments yet to be expressed, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Sinyan approached Huigue, tightening the cloak draped over her shoulders. As long as you desire it, I shall remain by your side, whether gazing at the starry sky or witnessing the peace you yearn for. I will never depart. Sinyan gently grasped Kaguya's hand, cradling it within his palms. I am merely an ordinary human, destined to live perhaps only a few fleeting decades. Yet you may remain untouched by the ravages of time, impervious to death. My life, in your eternal existence, is but a brief moment. Nevertheless, I wish to entrust these years to you. When you look back one day and deem this a meaningful experience, that alone will suffice for me. Regardless of your worries and fears, I hope that in this instant, your heart can find warmth. Upon hearing Sinyan's heartfelt words, Kaguya's gaze softened further, shimmering with unshed tears. Thus, Sinyan held Kaguya's hand, quietly remaining by her side. The night sky gradually faded into a deep blue. And as the first glimmers of dawn broke on the distant horizon, it heralded the passage of a night. This stargazing continued for 5 nights. By the 6th evening, Sinyan could no longer endure. He succumbed to his bed early. The relentless nights had taken a toll, leading to his illness a high fever. In a haze, he sensed a warm, smooth body slip beneath the covers beside him. Startled, he realized the sensation against his back felt too real to be a dream. Turning around, he discovered Kaguya nestled behind him. Kaguya, what are you doing? Sinyan, still dazed from the fever, struggled to focus, though his headache persisted. Ai said as the main wife. This is my duty, Kaguya whispered softly, observing Sinyan's pained expression as her cool hand rested upon his forehead. The soothing chill brought him some relief. Soon after, he felt a warm current flowing from Kaguya's fingertips into his head. A profound sense of comfort alleviated much of his suffering, and before long, he drifted into slumber. As the morning sun filtered through the wooden window, gently caressing Sinyan's face, he gradually awoke from his deep sleep. The pain is gone. Upon waking, Sinyan realized his fever had subsided. The previous night had been agonizing, akin to being cleaved by a blade. Wait, this is not a dream. Inhaling the familiar fragrance enveloping him in the covers, Sinyan's gaze sharpened. He vaguely remembered Kaguya's presence last night, her hand brushing against his forehead. A cool breath entering his body before he fell asleep. Recalling this, Sinyan swiftly sat up, crossing his legs as he began to meditate and refine his chakra. Within 10 minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of delight illuminating his face. Indeed, it was chakra. Kaguya had infused her chakra into his body last night. Mentality. 1. 65 Refinement Technique. Chakra Refinement Technique LV3 on the panel. The proficiency of the Chakra Refinement Technique, which had been at LV0, had skyrocketed to LV3. Just moments ago, the speed of chakra refinement felt as if he were aboard a swift aircraft. His mental attributes had also seen an increase of nearly 0. 1. Sinyan descended from the bed and surveyed the room, eventually approaching a wooden stool beside a potted plant. With a sharp crack, he concentrated his chakra into his hand. Seizing a corner of the stool, with a forceful squeeze, cracks immediately appeared, and with a gentle twist, he effortlessly broke off a corner of the stool. Such power! Is this the essence of the Tsutsuki clan's chakra? Sinyan gazed in astonishment at the sheer destructive power of this chakra. He had merely channeled a small amount of chakra into his hand, and he had not exerted any particular force. Most importantly, he was certain that in the realm of Hokage, utilizing an equivalent amount of chakra would never yield such results. The quality was entirely on a different level. Alas, it was simply too little in quantity. In his heart, Shinhiko pondered quietly. Although Kaguya had not bestowed upon him a substantial amount of chakra, once her chakra merged with his being, he acquired the ability to refine chakra. Although Sinyan is unaware of how this body, endowed with Kaguya's chakra prowess, compares to his original form in the world of Naruto, it is undoubtedly superior. After acclimating to the changes in his physique, Sinyan stepped out of the room, ready to practice Gentle Fist. With the presence of chakra, even in the absence of the Byakugan, the potency of Gentle Fist should not be underestimated. Yako, where has Kaguya gone? Sinyan stepped out of the room and noticed the maid tidying up the corridor. He inquired, "Have you seen His Majesty?" The maid respectfully replied, "Lady Kaguya is currently dining in the side hall." "Ah, I see," he acknowledged. Sinyan nodded slightly, opting for silence. He then began to practice his soft punches in the open space. Thud, thud, thud. This time, bolstered by chakra, Sinyan's movements transformed from sluggish to swift, and the force of his strikes increased significantly, generating successive gusts of wind with each punch. Time seemed to stretch on until Chuani hurriedly approached the corridor, appearing to be in urgent need. Chapter 7. The Oncoming Crisis, Your Excellency. Chuani knelt on one knee. Shinyan paused his actions and addressed Chuani. "There is no need for excessive formality. What is the matter?" "My lord, a messenger from the minister of the Suzaka Kingdom has arrived, bearing news concerning Lady Kaguya." Chuani's expression darkened. Since Kaguya's arrival in the Kingdom of Feather, she had remained by the Emperor's side, clearly indicating that news of her presence had been leaked. Upon hearing those words, Sinyan raised an eyebrow. The ministers of Suzaku and Xuanwu from the nation of Bai had already proven to be rather detestable in the original narrative, and it seemed they were still harboring intentions towards the nation of Yu. However, with Kaguya present, and Sinyan himself having recently acquired chakra, he felt no fear. It was true that he had just begun to harness his chakra, necessitating a period of acclimatization and strengthening. Thus, he opted for a cautious approach for the time being. This time, it was not the ministers of Suzaku and Xuanwu who had come together, or else he could have dealt with them decisively. How audacious for such a diminutive territory to arrogate the titles of Sahin Xuanwu. After all, having promised Kaguya to jointly safeguard peace, it was imperative to demonstrate his capabilities. Furthermore, the ratings of the projection were directly correlated with his actions, which was the crux of the matter. If he could subdue the bellicose nation of Bai and simultaneously unify the surrounding states, it would evidently aid in enhancing the ratings. "Please entertain the envoys with fine food and drink, and inform them that I have been unwell recently, simply to placate them," Sinyan instructed. Chunjun expressed his concern. "Your Excellency, if we continue to feign illness, I fear that next time it will indeed be the ministers of Suzaku and Xuanwu who arrive. The military strength of the nation of Bai exceeds ours by more than threefold. Sinyan waved his hand and said, "Rest assured, simply follow my instructions, and I shall find a way to deal with them." Upon witnessing the confident expression on Sinyan's face, Chuani refrained from further comments. As a loyal subject, it is his duty to serve his lord unto death. After Chuani departed, Sinyan readied himself to continue his martial training. Yet Kaguya approached him from the end of the corridor. This time, before Sinyan could utter a word, Kaguya spoke first. "Your body." Nobuyuki smiled and said, "It's all better now. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself." With that, he took Kaguya's hand and placed it against his forehead. Kaguya showed no sign of resistance, her cool hand resting gently on Nobuyuki's forehead. The sensation from last night was truly remarkable. It felt as if a wondrous power had entered my body, and today it seems to have grown even stronger. With a smile, Nobuhiko remarked, "That is chakra." Kaguya showed no intention of concealment. As she explored Nobuhiko's body with her hands, moving from his chest down to his lower abdomen, ultimately pausing, "Chakra has grown stronger within you." Her tone wavered slightly, and she gazed at Nobuhiko with astonishment. "Chakra? What is that?" Nobuhiko inquired, his expression filled with confusion as he looked at Kaguya. Upon hearing his words, Kaguya's gaze flickered momentarily, and after a brief silence, she turned her eyes towards the northwestern sky. Upon witnessing this, Nobuhiko smiled and waved his hand, saying, "If you do not wish to speak, there is no need to force it. I shall refrain from inquiring further." "Chakra. originates from the divine tree, Kaguya explained, turning her gaze with a complex expression. The divine tree, indeed. Nobuhiko recognized the importance of knowing when to stop and did not press on with further questions. This world possesses mature fruits of the divine tree, and should he obtain one, it would undoubtedly propel him to greatness. However, with his current ordinary human form, it was likely that such ascension would be quite literal. Moreover, the divine tree and Kaguya are one and the same, leaving no opportunity for others to seize the fruits. To have acquired Kaguya's chakra was already a significant gain, enhancing his mental fortitude at the very least. If he could also acquire some of the Otsutsuki's secret techniques from Kaguya, it would be an extraordinary windfall. The chakra makes my body feel so invigorated. Might you grant me a little more? Just a small amount would suffice. I believe it could extend my life for a few more years, allowing me to spend more time with you. On Shinhiko's face blossomed a gentle smile as he locked eyes with Kaguya. Feeling the intensity of Shinhiko's gaze and his sincere emotions, Kaguya blinked, then silently nodded, extending her hand to rest upon Shinhiko's chest. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Wow, why do I feel a sense of guilt for deceiving a woman? Will I be punished by the heavens? As the chakra flowed into his body like a gentle stream, a wave of guilt surged within Shinhiko. Kaguya is rather easy to deceive. Isn't she? That's enough. No more needed. As Shinhiko beheld Kaguya gazing at him with her pure and unblemished eyes, continuously channeling chakra into him, he felt that it was sufficient for the time being and bade her to cease. However, the moment she halted, a sharp pain pierced through his chest, eliciting a cry of anguish, followed by a sudden darkness enveloping his vision. In a state of semi-consciousness, Shinhiko sensed a softness at the back of his head, and, overwhelmed by a wave of bodily fatigue, he could not suppress a soft groan. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Kaguya's face, marked by a look of concern. A knee pillow. Nobuhiko regained his composure and reached upwards, gently caressing Kaguya's cheek. Her delicate gaze was truly heart-wrenching. Glancing at the pitch-black sky outside, Nobuhiko inquired, "Have I worried you? How long have I been asleep?" Kaguya softly clasped his hand, her voice laced with concern. "It has been 2 days." Upon hearing this, Yoshihiko was slightly taken aback. At that moment, he sensed that, in addition to the lingering soreness in his body, his chakra appeared to have diminished significantly. "Perhaps I have bestowed upon you an excess of chakra," Kaguya remarked, her expression tinged with remorse. Having frequently engaged in dialogue with Yoshihiko, Kaguya's fluency in speech had greatly improved. Upon witnessing the scene, Xinyan smiled and remarked, "It is not your fault. It is my carelessness." He never anticipated that the cause of his fainting spell was due to Kaguya's excessive generosity. At the border between the Kingdom of Ancestors and the Kingdom of Feather, a dense forest sprawled majestically. At that moment, a group of over 100 individuals was encamped deep within the shade of the trees. The tents were brightly lit, and shadows danced within. "Are you certain that the Emperor of the Kingdom of Feather remains in a deep slumber?" In the center of the tent, behind a low table, sat a gaunt man with shifty eyes and a rather unsavory appearance, who now regarded the kneeling soldier from the Kingdom of Feather with a fierce glint in his eyes. "Indeed, Minister Juke, my brother serves directly at the Emperor's side. He informed me last night that, as of today, the Emperor has been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights, the soldier affirmed. Upon hearing this, Minister Juke inquired further, "I have heard that your Emperor has what a breathtakingly beautiful consort, a goddess from the heavens. Is that true?" "Absolutely. Lady Kaguya is as if she has stepped out of a myth. Her skin is as white as snow, a beauty unattainable by mere mortals." The soldier's confirmation ignited a fervent gleam in Minister Juchue's eyes, and he instinctively licked his lips. Beside him, the robust and fearsome Minister Xuanwu spoke in a deep, commanding voice, "You may return now. Begin circulating the rumor within your ranks that the Emperor suffers from an incurable ailment. In 4 days, Minister Zhke and I will embark on a diplomatic mission to the Kingdom of Feather, and by evening, we shall feign our return. Under the cover of night, we will stage a diversion to the west, and you shall open the gates. Upon successful execution, a quarter of the territory of the Kingdom of Feather shall be entrusted to your rule. Now hasten back." "Yes. Thank you, Minister Juke. Thank you, Minister Xuanwu." The soldier was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Once the soldier departed, a sinister smile flickered across Minister Xuanwu's face. As per our usual arrangement, eliminate all ages, old and young alike. Kaguya shall be mine. The spoils will be divided equally. Minister Shike exchanged a knowing smile with Minister Xuanwu. Chapter 8. Preemptive strike, please. Your Majesty, forgive us. Your Majesty, we were merely misled by rumors. Xinyan sat regally upon the throne in the grand hall, flanked on either side by He and Junyi, each accompanied by a contingent of soldiers. 5 commoners from the Kingdom of Feather knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads in fervent supplication. I am gravely ill and shall not linger long in this world. Speak, who has instigated you to spread these rumors? Xinyan lowered his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion as he looked below. Your Majesty, we are doomed. We should not have heeded the rumors. Indeed, Your Majesty, it was not we who spread them. Xinyan's brows gradually knitted together as he gestured to the soldiers beside him, declaring, since they are unwilling to speak the truth, drag them away and execute them all. Yes, the soldiers on either side stepped forward, seizing the 5 individuals and dragging them towards the exit. Your Majesty, please spare us. We truly do not know anything. No, please. Your Majesty. I know. It is Sato. It is Sato. Xinyan's expression darkened slightly as he raised his hand and commanded, wait. The soldiers immediately halted, dragging the 5 individuals back. It's Sato. He provided each of us with half a liter of wheat, instructing us to disseminate your. One of the soldiers accompanying him changed color upon hearing this. Xinyan spoke in a low voice. Take them away, confine them for 10 days before releasing them. Go and bring Sato here. Yes. The 4 soldiers immediately departed from the hall. The 5 individuals spared from execution repeatedly bowed, expressing their gratitude for the emperor's mercy. Is it the people of that nation who spread the rumor of my grave illness, hoping to incite internal strife within Yu's domain? In his heart, Xinyan pondered silently. The nearby small nations had been nearly obliterated by the forces of the rival nation. The ancestral nation exhibited no intentions of expansion, and with the turmoil in the Feather Nation, the ancestral nation was unable to remain untouched. Thus, it could only be the doing of the rival nation. I never anticipated that before I could take the initiative against them, they would already be so eager to meet their demise. Though there existed a significant disparity in military strength, Xinyan held the trump card of Kaguya, rendering defeat impossible. Despite having recently acquired chakra, he had adapted to the breathing techniques and swordsmanship during this period of projection. While his proficiency paled in comparison to his skills in the world of Demon Slayer, he could effortlessly handle a dozen commoners. This was akin to a particularly skilled genin in the world of Naruto being able to confront several armed adults. With a body enhanced by chakra, even a child would possess speed and strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Of course, this was contingent on having sufficient chakra. Soon, the soldiers bound Sato atop the grand hall. After enduring a series of tortures and threats, Sato finally confessed. Take him down, execute him. Yes, Sato, covered in wounds, cried out, Your Majesty, you promised to spare my life. Your Majesty. Silence. A soldier struck Sato at the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The ministers of Suzaku and Xuanwu from the rival nation command 2/3 of the military strength within their borders. Their forces are more than twice ours. If we engage in a head-on conflict, we fear. Naki's expression turned grave. It is best to avoid war. We can resolve this through negotiation. Whether they seek riches, beauty, or even land, let us concede to them, as long as we can avoid combat. Xinyan rubbed his temples, displaying a clear sign of a headache. Upon hearing he was momentarily startled, yet chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Junyi wore an expression of utter disbelief. Cede our land. Your Majesty, how can this be allowed? If it comes to that, we must fight back. With the support of our ancestral nation, victory is not beyond reach. No, if war breaks out, our nation may face annihilation. I cannot let my country perish on my watch. Xinyan wore a solemn expression, exuding an air of resolute determination. Before turning his gaze towards the soldiers nearby, you may withdraw for now. I must confer with General Heki and General Junichi regarding the matter of territorial concession. Today's affairs must remain confidential. Understood. The soldiers departed the grand hall, their hearts heavy with frustration at the perceived weakness of the sovereign. Your Majesty, are you truly prepared? Heki approached to inquire as the soldiers exited. Having spent time together, he believed that although the sovereign possessed a kind demeanor, he was not feeble enough to display such vulnerability as witnessed moments ago. Humph. Junichi, standing nearby, let out an indignant snort. resolved to resist even at the cost of punishment. Sun Yan did not respond. Instead, he rose and exited the grand hall, surveying his surroundings before returning and closing the door. With a light tone, he remarked, "What if the people from the kingdom of Bai do not arrive the day after tomorrow?" Jun's expression changed abruptly, his voice dropping an octave as he inquired, "Your Majesty, do you mean?" The emissaries from the kingdom of Bai had ventured to the kingdom of Zhu last month, seizing the Crescent Lake, and the kingdom of Zhu dared not resist. Our kingdom of Yu is not significantly stronger than the kingdom of Zhu. Even if today's events were to reach the ears of Zhu Ke and Xuanwu, they would perceive that, in the face of overwhelming military might, we would acquiesce. However, to mitigate their fears, it would be prudent to provide them with more assurance. I believe that, aside from Sato, there are others within our ranks who would willingly convey this intelligence. Your Majesty, are you planning to wait until they infiltrate the internal affairs of the kingdom of Yu before taking action? Naki's face displayed astonishment. He had not anticipated such boldness and resolve from their sovereign. Remember two phrases. First, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Sun Yan spoke slowly. Secondly, peace achieved through struggle endures, while peace sought through compromise perishes. He advised to prepare well in the coming days. With that, Sun Yan departed the grand hall, heading to the chambers to assist Kaguya in replenishing her magic. Heki and Junichi exchanged glances, deeply contemplating the emperor's words. Capture the leader before capturing the thief. Peace achieved through struggle endures, while peace sought through compromise perishes. As Sun Yan had anticipated, the representatives from the opposing nation arrived as scheduled. The adversaries were so foolish that it offered him no sense of accomplishment. However, since they were present, they must be dealt with accordingly. In the conference room, Heki and Junichi stood silently behind Sun Yan, their expressions composed. Opposite them sat the Suzaka minister and the Xuanwu minister from the rival nation. The Xuanwu minister unfurled an ancient map, pointing to the bamboo forest in the northwest. Your Majesty, this is an ancient map discovered by our nation. It indicates that the bamboo forest and the nearby farmlands to the northwest of the Feather Nation were once our territory. We demand their return. Otherwise, we will be compelled to reclaim them by force. With this declaration, the Xuanwu minister confidently took a seat beside Sun Yan, clearly uninterested in employing any new tactics. At that moment, he only wished to savor Sun Yan's expression of reluctant defiance, reminiscent of that weak emperor of the ancestors. The soldiers of the opposing nation had slain citizens of the ancestor nation, yet their emperor was still obliged to apologize and offer compensation. The Suzaki minister, noticing Sun Yan's silence as he gazed at the map, leisurely approached him and said, "I have heard that your Majesty has taken the celestial maiden as his primary consort. Might we be fortunate enough to behold her beauty?" "Of course." Sun Yan replied with a smile. "No?" The Suzaka minister's smile faltered mid-sentence, his expression frozen in disbelief. As he thought he had misheard, Sun Yan rose to his feet, and upon receiving the signal, Heki and Junichi approached him. "Your Majesty, you must think this through. Our army is positioned on the mountain, and all you need to do now is..." Minister Shike believed Sun Yan was merely posturing and instinctively resorted to threats. "Ah, my hand. How dare you? You are finished." "I will." Minister Shike cried out in agony, clutching his bloodied wrist. For his hand had fallen onto the table. With a swift motion, Sun Yan silenced him with a blade to the throat, and he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. "Ah, ah." The two guards behind them met a similar fate at the hands of Heki and Junichi. Meanwhile, a cacophony of screams emerged from outside the conference room. Though tranquility soon enveloped the space once more. "Your Majesty, what are you doing? You must consider the consequences of opposing the kingdom of Bai." "I." The Xuanwu minister, witnessing Sun Yan's impassive approach with a dagger in hand, recoiled in terror. He had never anticipated that the sovereign of the kingdom of Yu would be a madman, ruthlessly eliminating Minister Shike. How could he dare to defy the might of the kingdom of Bai? With a sudden motion, Heki seized the limp Xuanwu minister by the collar, forcing him back into his seat, while Junichi placed paper and ink before him. "Order the soldiers of the kingdom of Bai to enter in batches," stating that the kingdom of Yu wishes to receive them with all its might. The Xuanwu minister's face paled, his expression a portrait of fear as he gazed at the sovereign of the kingdom of Yu. Chapter 9. Unification and Return Under the Duress of Death and Suffering. The Xuanwu minister ultimately acquiesced to pen a letter, allowing their soldiers to march forth to their demise. However, by the fourth batch, the soldiers of the kingdom of Bai detected an anomaly. Under the Xuanwu minister's command, numerous soldiers fell victim to a rain of arrows, caught in hesitation. Under Sun Yan's leadership, The soldiers of the Kingdom of Yu nearly annihilated the 1,000-strong army of the Kingdom of Bai. Of course, Kaguya's assistance was indispensable. Upon victory, Xinyan, bloodied and weary, stood beside Kaguya, letting out a soft sigh. I never intended to mar your hands. Slowly regaining her composure, Kaguya regarded Xinyan. Are you not afraid of my power? Moments ago, when Kaguya unleashed the might of her Byakugan, many were reduced to mere fragments. Though the targets were soldiers of the Kingdom of Bai, the scene was horrifically bloody, instilling fear in the hearts of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Yu as well. All present withdrew in trepidation from Kaguya, save for Xinyan, who dared to approach her. Naruto gazed into the depths of Kaguya's eyes, perceiving the worry that lay hidden within. He wiped the blood from his hands onto his clothing and then gently clasped her hand. You are my wife. My feelings for you are solely love and trust. Xinyan's response instantly softened Kaguya's gaze. Feeling the hand in his palm gradually relax, Xinyan continued, wherever there are people, conflict is inevitable. To achieve peace, the use of force is an indispensable means. Nevertheless, I still believe that love can bring about harmony. A decade later, within a magnificent palace towering 20 meters high, Xinyan lay weakly in Kaguya's embrace, his eyes hazy. Over the course of 10 years, Xinyan had united this land, establishing the unified nation of the Flame Empire, a feat accomplished with Kaguya's assistance. In pursuit of peace and to minimize casualties, shortly after Xinyan vanquished the armies of the opposing nation, Kaguya consumed the fruit of the divine tree, gaining the power of creation. All nations that stood against Xinyan were transformed into white Zetsu within the infinite Tsukuyomi. While the original narrative does not disclose the number of lives Kaguya took, Xinyan was certain that this time, the toll was significantly lower, with the vast majority of civilians surviving. After all, where is there war without loss of life? What Xinyan never anticipated was that after Kaguya consumed the divine tree's fruit and awakened her Rinnegan, she infused his body with an abundance of Tsutsuki chakra. It was this chakra that ultimately sealed his fate, whether due to his physique or genetic factors. Kaguya's chakra awakened Xinyan's Byakugan, but also inflicted upon him a terminal illness akin to bloodline disease. His body rapidly deteriorated. If Kaguya ceased her infusion of chakra, Xinyan would perish instantly. Continuing the infusion merely offered a fleeting respite. Today marked the day of Xinyan's impending demise. Kaguya, let us unite once more. Xinyan lifted his gaze, beholding the exquisite visage of Kaguya, and gently extended his hand to caress her abdomen, infusing her body with chakra. If there were to be any lament, it would be the frailty of this corporeal form. Despite the chakra cultivation reaching a certain zenith, it proved impossible to further amplify its potency, ultimately preventing him from consummating the final step with Kaguya. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, rendering him incapable of breaching her defenses. However, Kaguya later conceived the notion of merging their chakras and employing yin-yang release to conceive a child. It has succeeded. Tears streamed incessantly down Kaguya's cheeks, cascading onto Xinyan's face. With all his strength, Naruto raised his hand to gently wipe away Kaguya's tears. Do not be sorrowful. I have merely ventured into another realm. Perhaps one day, we shall meet again. Initially, his intentions were solely to gain advantages from Kaguya. Yet a decade of close companionship had fostered genuine feelings within him. Despite the awareness that this might merely be a figment of his imagination, Naruto yearned to offer Kaguya some solace in his final moments. Suddenly, an enveloping darkness engulfed him. In his daze, he thought he heard Kaguya calling out, Naruto. An infinite void of darkness descended upon him, and as he felt a heavy lethargy accompanied by a profound sense of falling. The sensation abruptly vanished when he opened his eyes in bed. Gazing around at the strangely familiar yet foreign room, Naruto mused, have I truly spent 10 years here? Kaguya. It feels astonishingly real. If his initial foray into this projection was approached with a playful mindset, his second experience was marked by utmost seriousness. This time, he felt as if his life with Kaguya was indeed reality. Yet, he understood that this perception stemmed from the excessive time spent within the dreamlike projection. A brief respite would restore clarity. Is it beginning to fade? As Naruto commenced his recollections, memories from the past decade began to blur, like an extraordinarily vivid dream. Recollections would become hazy and indistinct after some time, akin to viewing flowers through a fog. Nonetheless, certain pivotal moments remained etched in his mind. Perhaps because his subconscious resisted their erasure. For instance, he vividly remembered Kaguya's first declaration of her desire to bear their offspring. Xinyan sat in a daze for quite some time before gradually regaining his composure. His gaze eventually shifted to the information displayed before him. Dream projection concluded. Projection World, Naruto Timeline. Ancient Era Projected Character. Emperor of the Flame Empire, Xinyan. Projected Race. Human Projected Status. Deceased, due to illness. Commencing evaluation. As an ordinary human, you acquired the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan, yet succumbed to illness as a consequence. Countless humans perished because of you. Nevertheless, a greater number survived due to your actions. You altered Kaguya's perception of humanity, and with her assistance, established the first unified human nation, reformed the systems, and advanced productivity. Overall evaluation. B. You achieved the pinnacle of what a common human could attain in the ancient era. You are the first human to obtain chakra. Your contributions have far-reaching implications. Your deeds are recorded in history, and you shall be immortalized in the annals of time. Evaluation complete. Reward. Potential points 43.99. You may expend potential points to acquire assets from the projection world, including but not limited to skills, talents, bloodlines, and items. Skills. Talents. For 1,399 points? Such an abundance. The disparity between a B-grade evaluation and a D-grade evaluation is merely 2 tiers. Yet the difference in potential point rewards is astonishing. Did I incur a loss of 100 million during my first projection? Xinyan gazed at the ratings and reward points displayed on the panel, momentarily bewildered. The second projection was beyond his control, after all. The points required to exchange for a mid-tier race within the abyssal labyrinth were simply insufficient at a mere few thousand. However, had he accumulated more points during the initial phase, he might have chosen a superior starting point, potentially avoiding an untimely demise upon his emergence from the mountains. Yet, there was no point in dwelling on the past. What mattered was to glean experience and lessons from it. Xinyan no longer pondered excessively. The initial oversight had ultimately enriched his experience, otherwise he would not have approached the subsequent projections with such caution. Dream Potential, 44.99, along with the remaining 100 points, made Xinyan feel a newfound sense of affluence. The time for reaping rewards was now upon him. Xinyan began to scrutinize the data displayed on the panel. First and foremost was Kaguya's chakra. As he gazed at the words Kaguya's chakra on the screen, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. One of the 2 methods to awaken the Rinnegan involved the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan from the moon combined with the high-purity Byakugan of the Hyuga clan on Earth. Now, Xinyan had fulfilled half of the requisite conditions. However, the illness caused by Kaguya's chakra left him in a state of hesitation. Although the emperor he had traversed into was an ordinary person, upon acquiring chakra, his physical constitution was significantly stronger than that of his current youthful body. Moreover, the further acquisition of Kaguya's chakra had rendered him gravely ill. While a brief lifespan in the projected world was one thing, he had no desire for an untimely demise in the real world. Thus, he found himself ensnared in profound conflict. In the midst of his contemplation, his gaze remained fixated on the Kaguya's chakra section. To be prudent is to evade all avoidable risks and prepare thoroughly for what is feasible at the present stage. Yet often, achieving absolute certainty in any endeavor is an implausible expectation. Opportunities are fleeting and time waits for no one. A confidence level of 98% would indeed be commendable, given that my projected body has been that of a mortal lineage for generations. It is only natural for it to undergo mutations upon suddenly receiving a substantial influx of Kaguya's chakra. As a member of the Hyuga clan, I am a descendant of the Tsutsuki clan left behind by the village of Y, which Kaguya herself created through Inyang release. Logically, my current body should not exhibit any rejection towards Kaguya's chakra. The Hyuga clan's acquisition of the Tsutsuki chakra would undoubtedly have a decisive impact on my talents and strength. Just as Xinyan weighed the pros and cons in his mind while staring at the options before him, a new line of information emerged beneath the selections. The immense life energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy contained within Kaguya's chakra, if received all at once, could potentially have adverse effects on the host body. Should the host body store Kaguya's chakra for gradual release in proportion to the host growth, facilitating continuous integration? This would require an additional expenditure of 999 potential points. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Xinyan pondered the possibilities. Kaguya's chakra, a refined essence of the Otsutsuki clan, intertwined with the chakra of the divine tree, possessed the power to elevate life at every level, from the soul to the body. As Xinyan utilized his first complementary exchange opportunity, and expended an additional 999 points, he sealed the acquired Kaguya chakra within himself. A surge of warmth erupted from his lower abdomen, radiating throughout every corner of his being, enveloping him in a comforting glow. Simultaneously, the chakra within him seemed to react chemically with this newfound warmth. Such a modest infusion had magnified his chakra by 6 or 7 times, though this might also be attributed to the inherently limited quantity of chakra he possessed. Once the warmth subsided, Sinyan turned his gaze back to the options on the panel. Next, the only items left for exchange were the Byakugan and experience in practicing Gentle Fist. The current host already possessed the Byakugan, which, when compared to that of the first emperor, exhibited superior purity. Should he proceed with the exchange? Indeed, the inherent talent of my original form is truly disheartening. You have acquired the ocular technique, Byakugan of the first emperor. You have obtained the skill, Gentle Fist of the first emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, Sinyan immediately exchanged 100 points for the Byakugan, followed by an additional 200 points to acquire the Gentle Fist technique from that world. In that realm, he had already activated the Byakugan. Although his physical condition was frail, he diligently practiced the Gentle Fist. Now, his original self could enhance his proficiency in the technique through self-training. However, after the change of body, starting anew was hardly advantageous. A decade's worth of mastery could not be easily relinquished, especially since he had also received the divine technique of the Sky Strike from Kaguya. After experiencing the previous 2 projections, Sinyan was acutely aware that with a complete bodily transformation, the notion of muscle memory was rendered moot. While the mind may grasp the knowledge, the body would not necessarily comply. This realization was also why he opted to abandon the Sun Will Blade upon his return from the Demon Slayer world, choosing instead to hone his abilities in breathing techniques, drawing from his innate talent and training experience. At this moment, after completing the exchange, Sinyan felt a refreshing sensation emanating from his eyes. As he concentrated his chakra into his eyeballs, veins began to throb prominently around the corners of his eyes. Indeed, due to the presence of the cage bird, a slight visual blind spot existed behind the first thoracic vertebra, yet its impact was minimal. Sinyan meticulously regulated the output of his chakra, adjusting the scope of his vision with precision. In the realm of projection, he maintained the range of his Byakugan within a mere 3 meters to conserve chakra, rarely extending it further. The Byakugan possessed the remarkable ability to automatically adjust its perspective distance, and Sinyan had sensed the necessity of activating it even before he had sufficient chakra. Otherwise, if the Byakugan could not freely control distance, the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist technique would effectively resemble a fierce melee battle fought through an 8-fold magnification. At that moment, Sinyan was hastily acclimating to the state of his physical form following the activation of his Byakugan. Suddenly, a flush crept across his face. He hastily reduced his chakra output and subsequently deactivated the Byakugan, for when he had expanded his vision to 2/3 of its capacity, he had inadvertently glimpsed a clan member across the street in the midst of bathing. It's not a black and white image. This is decidedly inconvenient. Indeed, one should not recklessly open their eyes. Sinyan recalled the character Niji from the original work, who, after his transformation, became a lecherous figure. Loading more content. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. However, the ordinary members of the Hyuga clan do not typically activate their Byakugan outside of battle. In combat, the purpose of their vision is primarily to observe the flow of chakra within the meridians and to locate various acupoints on the body, enabling precise strikes with the Gentle Fist technique. A normal person would hardly control the Byakugan to the extent of penetrating clothing. After all, in high-speed movements, a wide-ranging perspective is far more convenient. Of course, such a view lacks any aesthetic appeal and can even be somewhat repulsive. The sensation of an increased chakra capacity is truly delightful. After experiencing the changes in his body, Sinyan began to examine his data for a more intuitive understanding. Name: Hyuga Sinyan attributes: Water, Lightning, Yin, Yang Constitution, 0, 81 Strength, 0, 83 Agility, 0, 79 Spirit, 1, 96 Dojutsu, Byakugan LV5 Cultivation Method, Chakra Refinement Technique LV5, Lightning Breathing Technique LV2 Skills, Basic Gentle Fist LV5, Secondary Awareness LV3 Potential Points, 3,200. The difference between being at the bottom and being a genius truly lies in a mere hanging thread. Observing his enhanced attributes, Sinyan couldn't help but exclaim. Originally possessing only the water attribute, he had now also acquired lightning, yin, and yang attributes. If he were to continue fusing some of Kaguya's chakra, he would inevitably attain a full set of innate attributes. Theoretically, any ninja could utilize ninjutsu of all attributes. Apart from the innate attributes, all others can be acquired through postnatal training, although it tends to yield comparatively lesser results. This illustrates the disparity between innate attributes and those obtained through training. And now, Sinyan was indeed a genius with 4 attributes. Such a development would make the effects of his diligent training increasingly apparent. Contemplating this, Sinyan felt an overwhelming eagerness to attempt accelerating the practice of the lightning breathing technique with his lightning chakra. With the infusion of lightning chakra, his training progress would significantly accelerate, finally providing an opportunity for his sword techniques to manifest in the world of Naruto. Everything was looking up. However, Sinyan refrained from immediate action and instead dragged out a large box from beneath his bed. Inside lay the savings left by his parents, as well as a highly valuable chakra testing paper he had purchased. From the outset, he had no intention of adhering to the traditional path of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Thus, he had early on acquired 2 sheets of chakra testing paper to assess his attributes. The result had revealed only a single water attribute. Now, Sinyan decided to test once more. As he infused his chakra into the paper, it rapidly transformed. Observing that one half of the testing paper was soaked while the other half wrinkled, Sinyan's eyes brightened. Indeed, the chakra testing paper could not directly reveal innate yin and yang attributes. Possessing dual innate attributes was already commendable. Anything more outstanding would attract too much attention. Initially, it was prudent to maintain a level above average, ensuring neither disappointment nor excessive expectations. Perfect. Upon completing the test, Sinyan began refining his chakra. As he anticipated, the speed of refinement was incomparable to his previous experiences. Shortly thereafter, he commenced his practice of the breathing technique. Finally, he indulged in a refreshing sleep. Chapter 11. Yen Li's Journey. A week swiftly passed, leading up to the day before the ninja school commenced. Every day, Isin leads a life increasingly fulfilling than before. His mornings commence with physical training, followed by sword practice, and then the art of gentle fist. Subsequently, he engages in the 3-body technique acquired from his studies. In the afternoon, he practices breath control, and as twilight descends, he begins to refine his chakra. The Hyuga clan is not devoid of ninjutsu. Rather, the synergy between the Byakugan and the gentle fist proves exceedingly advantageous. With the ability to defend using the heavenly spin and engage in close combat with the 8 trigrams 64 palms, they also possess the ability to attack from a distance with the 8 trigrams air palm. However, these techniques are primarily reserved for the main family. As for the branch family, they are limited to learning only the foundational techniques of the gentle fist and some aspects of the 8 trigrams palm. Nonetheless, even with these constraints, the ninjas of the Hyuga branch can wield significant advantages in close combat due to their Byakugan. Generally, members of the Hyuga branch are tasked with reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance during missions and conflicts. This has resulted in a scarcity of exceptionally skilled ninjas emerging from the clan since the establishment of the main and branch family system. Those in the branch family with talent often have no opportunity to master advanced gentle fist techniques aside from their own understanding. The main family, on the other hand, seldom engages in battles and has guardians to ensure their safety during missions. Over generations, the Hyuga clan has maintained its prestigious status through the remarkably high awakening rate of the Byakugan and its strategic significance. After all, aside from purity issues, as long as one possesses sufficient chakra, the Byakugan can be activated. Their innate talent has already positioned them at a starting point that most ordinary ninjas can only aspire to reach. However, as the conflicts escalate to celestial levels, where even the shadow ranks are mere units of measurement, how can the Hyuga clan, lacking even the top-tier shadow ranks, hope to compete? In his quest for survival, Nabahiko recognizes the importance of diverse skills. The breath of thunder, one of the 5 fundamental breathing techniques in the world of Demon Slayer, offers a significant enhancement in speed akin to the breath of wind, while also possessing remarkable explosive power, albeit with somewhat diminished endurance. However, this issue of endurance can be ameliorated through rigorous physical training to increase chakra levels. Initially, this posed a considerable challenge for Nabahiko. Yet after acquiring Kaguya's chakra, even in minuscule amounts, he anticipates a substantial improvement in his stamina over the years. Early ninjas generally exhibit high attack power but low defense and frail health, making it prudent to eliminate foes with utmost speed rather than bolstering defensive capabilities. Furthermore, speed allows for strategic retreats when faced with insurmountable opponents. A quintessential example is Minato Namikaze, who could evade those who could not match his prowess and outmaneuver those who sought to pursue him. As his innate qualities flourished, Nobuhiko's training progressed at an unprecedented pace, leading him to crave the thrill of cultivation. Yet, with school commencing the following day, he must balance his scholarly pursuits with his fervor for scientific exploration, which remains one of his aspirations. To attain the Rinnegan, the first method involves amassing a considerable quantity of Byakugan, a feat currently beyond his reach. However, through the second method, he has already acquired the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan. What remains is a high purity of Byakugan. He dares not resort to the reckless act of forcibly extracting Byakugan from clan members, nor is it feasible in the short term. Additionally, the purity of the Byakugan possessed by the current clan members poses another dilemma. Nevertheless, should he devise a means to procure some cellular tissue for research, there might be a potential solution. Given the historical patterns, the emergence of the projected world is likely still 4 to 5 months away, a period that he intends to utilize for both training and study. With over 3,000 potential points remaining, he anticipates selecting a more advantageous starting point next time, potentially reaping even greater rewards, perhaps even achieving an A-rank evaluation. At noon, Nobuhiko indulged in 3 substantial bowls of ramen at Ichiraku, intending to return to his training. However, he recalled that he had been informed 2 days prior to report to the clan shrine at 3 o'clock on the afternoon before school commenced. Thus, he made his way to the grand estate located at the heart of the clan's territory. Upon arriving at a stately residence characterized by white walls and dark tiles, the gatekeeper, a Ch-Nin, frowned but ushered him inside. Although he was not tardy, he was the last of the school-aged children to arrive. After a winding journey through 2 long corridors, the Ch-Nin led him to the backyard, where 7 or 8 children had already gathered, all members of the Hyuga clan preparing for school the following day. Among them stood a girl with twin ponytails, while the other clan members, regardless of gender, appeared notably reserved, standing rigidly. As the sole girl without any head covering, her smooth forehead symbolized her noble status within the Hyuga clan. Upon seeing Nobuhiko enter the area, she puffed up her adorably round face and exclaimed, "Nobuhiko, you're so slow." The girl was Hinata Mio, the eldest daughter of a Hyuga elder, and currently the only member of the main family in Nobuhiko's generation. The main family of the Hyuga clan is divided into 2 branches, the clan leader's lineage and the elder's lineage, with only one individual inheriting the family name each generation. The decision of who inherits the clan's legacy is determined by the preceding head. For instance, brothers Hayashi and Hisashi Hyuga were assigned roles at birth by their father. The current clan leader, Hyuga Saito, Hayashi was chosen to inherit the main family, while Hisashi was designated for the branch family, marked with the caged bird seal. In the future, Hayashi's 2 daughters, Hinata and Hanabi, were initially both members of the main family. After deliberation, it was determined that Hanabi would inherit the main family while Hinata would take on the branch family role. The reason Hinata was not marked with the caged bird seal later was due to her marriage to Naruto. The current clan leader, Hyuga Saito, along with his son Hayashi and the current elder, Hyuga Shinichi, along with his daughter Mio, represent the entirety of the Hyuga clan's main family, with the branch family serving primarily to support these 4 main members. As for the branch family, they lack the status of elders, existing primarily as servants to the main family. Based on Nobuhiko's understanding of the original Naruto storyline, there exists a character named Hyuga Kyo, who evidently hails from the elder's lineage. His desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with Hinata Mio is not born from any perverse intentions, but rather a pragmatic approach to ensure a smoother existence in the future, given that the branch family exists to serve the main family, and he is still quite weak. Thus, it is essential to foster a good rapport with Hinata Mio, the nearest figure of influence. Fortunately, Hinata Mio possesses a kind-hearted and innocent nature, making her easy to get along with. "My apologies, Miss Mio, I lost track of time while training," Sinyan respectfully stated as he positioned himself among the ranks. Aware of the presence of others from the separate faction nearby, he refrained from exhibiting any intimacy with Hinata Mio. Observing this, Hinata Mio understood the gravity of the situation and chose not to comment further. Not even daring to come to the academy, yet claiming to have lost track of time in training? A boy beside Sinyan sneered, revealing himself to be Hinata Kamen, a prodigious ninja among his peers of the Hyuga clan. Indeed, just putting on a show. Several other boys echoed his sentiments. After all, aside from his academic performance, Sinyan consistently ranked at the bottom in every other aspect. His only merits lay in his handsome appearance and his charming words that captivated the girls, leaving him lacking in substantial abilities. Not every generation of the main family would welcome the birth of a girl. Yet each generation produced an abundance of remarkable boys from the branch family. Competition began from a tender age. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable your browser's reading mode, night mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. This is a pivotal opportunity to alter one's destiny. Sinyan lowered his head slightly, standing with his hands at his sides, adopting a posture that suggested he was observing his nose, and his nose was contemplating his heart. Remaining indifferent to the sounds around him, the boys, having encountered a soft rebuff, merely glared at Sinyan without uttering another word. After what seemed like an eternity, approximately half an hour passed before a high-ranking ninja arrived in the corridor, proclaiming in a clear voice, "The baptism is about to commence. You will enter the ancestral hall in turn. Starting with Miss Mio, please follow me." Baptism? What nonsense is this? Does the Hyuga clan still uphold such a tradition? Sinyan raised an eyebrow. In less than 3 minutes, the high-ranking ninja returned with Hyuga Mio to the courtyard. Soon, it was Sinyan's turn. Under the guidance of the ninja, Sinyan was led to the innermost chamber. There, in the center of the room, stood an ancient wooden altar, upon which lay a grimy stone slab. 2 middle-aged men were kneeling on either side of the altar. They were none other than the clan leader, Hyuga Chido, and the elder, Hyuga Shinichi. "I have met the esteemed clan leader and the venerable Shinichi." Sinyan respectfully bowed. Hinata Shinichi pointed at the stone tablet before him and instructed, "Place your hand upon it." Although Sinyan was bewildered, he complied and knelt before the stone tablet. Upon seeing the inscriptions upon its surface, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? The characters inscribed read, "Yen Li was here." The characters Yen and Li were rather indistinct, having been partially worn away. Sinyan was here. This was the very stone tablet he had left behind on the day of the lunar eclipse, intended to bewilder the nations of his adversaries and ancestors while gratifying his own wicked sense of humor. How could this be possible? Chapter 12. Have I altered the past, or have I forged history? The new keyboard novel network updates the latest chapters of Dream Projection from Naruto promptly. Sinyan suppressed the shock within him and placed his hand upon the stone slab. The moment his hand made contact with the surface, a voice rich with deep emotion and longing resonated within his heart. In Shinhiko's mind, a vague image began to surface. Kaguya leaned against the window, cradling the stone tablet in her arms, gently caressing the 2 characters Shinhiko inscribed upon it. These were the only 2 Chinese characters that Shinhiko had taught Kaguya. Simultaneously, Shinhiko felt a warm chakra emanating from the stone tablet, flowing through his hand and entering his body. A subtle tension arose around his eyes, and his Byakugan involuntarily activated. Hyuga Katanda and Hyuga Shinichi exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of bewilderment in each other's eyes. Upon observing the expressions of the 2 individuals, Nobuhiko promptly withdrew his hand, feigning a look of bewilderment. Hinata Chinda cast a glance at the file placed beside him, then activated his Byakugan, his gaze piercing as it bore down on Nobuhiko's pale blue eyes. He held a vague recollection of Nobuhiko, after all. He was the sole member of the Hyuga clan with white hair and light blue eyes. Previously, a high-ranking ninja from their clan had reported this peculiarity, speculating that Nobuhiko might possess some extraordinary talent. However, subsequent examinations revealed that he was likely merely a manifestation of the Hyuga clan's bloodline deterioration. Today, upon reviewing the file, Hinata Chinda recalled this matter. The intensity of his gaze instilled in Nobuhiko a profound sense of pressure, as though he were laid bare before him. Sinyan lowered his head and respectfully greeted, "Patriarch." At that moment, his thoughts raced. Maintaining the facade of ignorance was the wisest course of action. After all, he had always been inconspicuous due to his lackluster talent. There was no need to worry about the trace of Kaguya's chakra within the stone tablet. If it were detectable, they would have discovered it long ago. Moreover, he had already tested the chakra sealed within the potential points, and even the Byakugan could not find any trace of it. Little did Sinyan anticipate that everything was, in fact, true. He had always considered the projected world as a mere dream or some parallel realm, yet this time, the projected world of Hokage turned out to be his own reality, thrusting him back into the past and altering the future. Otherwise, the matter of the stone tablet would be entirely inexplicable, especially since he had inscribed his name in Chinese characters. There could be no coincidence. Very well, the baptism is complete. You may leave now, Hinata Katanda said, closing his Byakugan and nodding slightly at Sinyan. Hinata Shinichi smiled faintly and advised, "Focus on your training, and do not divulge what transpires here." "Yes, Patriarch." Lord Shinichi. Xinyan bowed once more and slowly rose to depart. After Xinyan left, Hinata Katanda furrowed his brow and turned to Hinata Shinichi. I initially believed that our ancestor left this prophecy stone for the clan members to undergo baptism merely to uphold an ancient tradition. I never imagined the prophecy would prove true. Hinata Shinichi nodded. I was equally taken aback. Has a person with the special Byakugan, destined to lead the Hinata clan to its zenith, finally emerged? Hinata Katanda remarked, according to the records, this child possesses very little talent. However, if he activated the Byakugan through the prophecy stone, that warrants further consideration. Unfortunately, the prophecy does not seem to manifest in the branch family members. What difference does it make? The branch family cannot defy the main family. No matter how strong they are, they must obediently comply. Hinata Shinichi replied calmly. Moreover, do you truly believe in the content of the prophecy? Reaching the pinnacle is no easy feat. Hinata Katanda sighed. Indeed, the true pinnacle has only been achieved by the legendary first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. As for the prophecy, we cannot dismiss it entirely. Yet we must not fully trust it either. Let us keep a watchful eye on that child and provide him with some resources. I share the same sentiment. Hinata Shinichi agreed. If he possesses any unique talent, time will reveal the truth, as long as the caged bird remains. Patriarch, Lord Shinichi. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser to read. At this moment, the leading Jonin escorted Xinyan out and brought Hinata Hamura to the corridor. That is unnecessary. The baptism is complete, Hinata Katanda said solemnly. Understood. The Jonin immediately bowed and prepared to escort Hinata Hamura away. Hinata Hamura looked utterly bewildered. Although he had heard from his parents that this was merely an ancient ritual of the Hinata clan, more form than substance. Why did it end when it was his turn? Despite his confusion, Hinata Hamura had no choice but to follow the Jonin out once again. The branch family had no right to question the main family. Returning to the backyard, Hinata Hamura saw Hinata Ryo chatting amiably with Xinyan, laughing incessantly. A surge of anger ignited within him. Particularly vexing was Xinyan's distracted responses, which seemed indifferent. Hinata Hamura considered himself the most outstanding among his peers, convinced that Hinata Ryo would ultimately choose to be with him. Such an insignificant figure as Xinyan is utterly unworthy of approaching the esteemed ladies of the clan. Humph. Hinata Hayashi let out a cold snort, intentionally passing by Xinyan, seeking to jostle his shoulder. However, Xinyan, with his back turned, happened to slightly shift to the side, allowing them to brush past each other. At that moment, Xinyan was entirely preoccupied, his mind incessantly analyzing the events that had just transpired. It appeared that the stone tablet I left had reached Kaguya first, then passed down through generations, treasured by the Hyuga clan. Yet, the clan leader and the elders seemed disinclined to delve deeper. Judging by their demeanor, they likely regarded it merely as a tradition to be preserved. After all, as long as I feign ignorance, it suffices. However, does this signify that I have altered the past? Or have I birthed a new history? The realm of dream projections undeniably exists, which implies that if I truly return to the past, my other actions should also be documented. With this thought, Xinyan became even more distracted. When the Jonin informed them they could leave, Xinyan promptly declined Hinata Miyo's invitation to train together and made his way out of the clan leader's grand residence. His destination was the library of the Ninja Academy. At 6:30 in the evening, Xinyan had spent over 2 hours in the library. As the students on duty gradually departed, and the supervising teacher prepared to leave for the day, Xinyan utilized his student ID to borrow an ancient anthology and a history of the warring states. That night, Xinyan pored over the texts until dawn, ultimately uncovering fragments of information within the ancient anthology. It recounted how the Emperor of the Flame Empire, shortly after ascending as the Son of Heaven of the Feather Kingdom, prophesied the arrival of a celestial maiden to the mortal realm. With the maiden's assistance, he unified the continent, bestowing happiness and stability upon the people. However, the records did not mention the Emperor's name. Rather, it referred to him as the Holy Son of the Feather Kingdom prior to the unification. It is all indeed true. Xinyan has finally come to a realization. However, knowing this information is of little use, unless the next projection world is still that of Naruto. He cannot leverage the advantage of returning to the past to gain benefits while strategizing for the future, since he has already acquired the crucial chakra of Kaguya, which has altered his innate abilities. All that remains is to proceed with cautious and steady cultivation. At this moment, Sinian's expression suddenly shifted slightly as he contemplated. Previously, I thought it was merely a dream realm, and Kaguya had never been pregnant. It was only at the end that I remembered to inform her about Yumira and Yui. This implies that she might still be sealed, just as in the original storyline. Nevertheless, even with my reminder, without my presence by her side, the outcome is unlikely to change. Xinyan contemplated Kaguya's tendency to keep everything bottled up inside, realizing that it would be quite challenging for her to reveal the truth to Yumira and Yui. Moreover, it would be utterly unjustifiable to harm her own child for something that had not even transpired. Overall, given the current vulnerable phase, the overarching narrative had not shifted, which could be interpreted as a positive development. Unless, of course, another projection of the Naruto world were to manifest. Alas, the clock read 4:20 in the morning, and he had to report to the Ninja Academy the following day. Cursing under his breath, he glanced at the wall clock and hurriedly washed up before retreating to bed, seizing the fleeting moments for slumber. Chapter 13. New students enroll, great figures assemble. A plea for recommendations. The next morning, Xinyan rose with a sense of lethargy. This time, he had managed to sleep until 7, forgoing any physical training and merely practicing the thunder-breathing technique for a brief period. Just before his departure, Xinyan noticed the black goggles resting on the table, causing his lips to twitch slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he finally tore off the bandage that had been wrapped around his forehead and donned the black goggles, which effectively concealed the cursed seal of the caged bird. Shinichi proceeded to organize his backpack before stepping out of his home. By 7:30, he arrived at the ninja school. The entrance was bustling with activity. Some children, like Shinichi, arrived alone, while the majority were accompanied by their parents, sharing laughter and conversation along the way. With his striking white short hair and finely featured visage, Shinichi stood out remarkably, attracting the attention of several bold girls who approached him for conversation. The grassy playground in front of the teaching building was already filled with first-year newcomers. Hundreds of students chattered incessantly. As the school SCH-9 instructors gradually arrived to maintain order, the noise in the area began to subside. Shinya cast a fleeting glance before making his way to the rear of the crowd. At the forefront, Hinata Mio, her hair styled in twin ponytails, occasionally rose on her tiptoes, scanning the area as if searching for someone. Her exquisite and adorable visage was particularly striking, while her pure, crystalline eyes and smooth forehead revealed her noble lineage. Upon spotting Shinya, who appeared listless, her eyes sparkled with delight as she waved her petite hand enthusiastically. Shinya, over here. Come quickly. I've saved you a spot. Her call drew the attention of all the students towards him. Here he comes, Mio-sama, Shinya thought resignedly as he approached, realizing he had brought this upon himself. I told you, during school, you should call me by my name. All right, Mio. Shinya glanced around and, seeing no members of the Hinata clan nearby, nodded in acquiescence. It wasn't that he was being standoffish. Rather, the clan's numerous outdated customs were quite tedious. Previously, in the clan's academy, he had been reprimanded by a branch family jonin for addressing Hinata Mio directly, accused of lacking an understanding of social hierarchy. At his current age, even if he wished to disregard her status, he certainly lacked the capability to do so. The Hokage is coming. A voice rang out among the students, stirring excitement. It's the third Hokage, my idol. As the anticipation grew, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in his ceremonial Hokage robes, approached the stage. Now in his middle ages, he exuded a sense of calmness and authority. Yet, Shinya found himself growing drowsy during the lengthy speech, which revolved around the will of fire and bonds. He spoke of the village as a large family, where everyone cared for one another. Ugh. Having been well educated by his family, Shinya could hardly bring himself to believe such nonsense. It was the year 39 of Konoha. In a few short years, these new students would find themselves on the battlefield, facing death. How ironic. Where Konoha flourished, the flames of conflict persisted, sustained by the sacrifices of the younger generation to illuminate the older. Was there no end to this cycle? If war broke out, perhaps it would be the likes of the third Hokage and Danzo who would be at the front lines. At that point, Shinya might genuinely consider the will of fire. Despite his disdain for the lofty ideals espoused, he clapped his hands vigorously, reddening them in admiration. After the third Hokage had repeated "let me add one more thing" 5 times, his speech finally concluded after over an hour. Following the assembly, Shinya consulted the list posted and made his way to a classroom at the end of the first-floor corridor. He, along with Hinata Mio and Hinata Hayashi, had been assigned to Class A of the first grade, often regarded as the elite class. The classroom resembled a tiered lecture hall, albeit on a smaller scale, with long desks shared by 3 students. In his mind, Shinya had hoped to sit by the window in the second-to-last row. However, the seats had already been predetermined by the Chunin instructor, Sakamoto Yosuke, leaving him with no choice. His assigned seat was in the middle of the second row on the left, as the window seat was already occupied. Upon seeing his desk mate with striking white hair, donning a black mask that obscured most of his face save for his lifeless, fish-like eyes, Shinya was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi Hitaki? His eyes brightened at the sight of this remarkable individual. Entering the academy at 4 years old, graduating at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin by 12. Kakashi was undoubtedly a paragon of genius. The current ninja school operated on a 4-year system, and due to the prolonged unrest in the ninja world, the demand for ninjas was high. While the official enrollment age was 6, many, like Kakashi, entered early due to exceptional talent, the most only a year ahead at 5. Noticing Shinya's gaze, Kakashi glanced at him with a seemingly dazed expression, as if just awakening. "Hello, I'm Hinata Shinya. I look forward to working with you." In response to Shinya's warm smile, Kakashi slightly nodded, saying, "I'm Kakashi Hitaki." Just as they exchanged introductions, a gentle voice chimed in from beside them. "Are you my deskmates? I'm Rin Noera. Please take care of me." Shinichi turned around and beheld a charming girl with short brown hair and deep brown eyes standing in the aisle. She was smiling at the two of them. Prominently displayed on either side of her cheeks were 2 striking violet patterns. As she spoke, Rin Noera took a seat beside Shinichi. "Hello, my name is Hinata Shinichi. I look forward to your guidance." Sinyan smiled and said. Suddenly, he remembered that since Lin and Cha-Cha were present, it must also imply that Runta was there as well. Shinobu turned his head to survey the surroundings and finally spotted Obito in the second-to-last row by the aisle. At this moment, Obito was biting his collar, gazing enviously at Kakashi and Shinobu, clearly desiring to share a desk with Rin. It appeared that Obito had known Rin even before their school days. However, Shinobu found little concern for the pre-darkness Obito and deemed it unnecessary to intervene. As he looked around, he recognized several familiar faces: Kurenai Yuhi, Asumasara Tobi, Shino Aburame, Ginma Shiranui, Aoba Yamashiro, and many others from the golden generation following the Leaf Village. Once everyone settled down, they began self-introductions under the leadership of Yosuke Sakamoto. At this moment, Shinobu realized that the 2 individuals seated in front of him were Hinata Mio and Hinata Hayashi, with precisely 38 students in the class. It was fitting that Mio and Hayashi shared a desk. As Shinhiko observed the two, Hinata Mio drew a distinct line in the center of the table, ominously warning Hinata Hireman not to cross it. Behind Shinhiko sat 3 individuals: Yuhi Kurenai, Shizune, and Saratobi Asuma. Had it not been for the enhancements gained from the projection world, he would be akin to a mere bronze contender amidst diamonds. With the first class being a self-study session, the classroom immediately buzzed with activity after Sakamoto Yosuke's departure. Meanwhile, Shinhiko engaged in a lively conversation with Noera Rin. His interest was not born of any ulterior motives, but rather a recollection of her commendable medical skills from the original narrative, leaving him to ponder whether she had already charted her developmental path. Through their dialogue, Shinhiko learned that Rin frequently visited the school library to borrow books related to medical ninjutsu. Additionally, Konoha Hospital offered open classes monthly, welcoming anyone to audit. Upon discovering this, Shinhiko's eyes lit up with excitement. Before long, Hinata Mio turned to join the conversation, while Hinata Hireman suddenly shot a menacing glare at Shinhiko. Upon witnessing the scene, Sinyan chose to ignore it entirely. To be candid, as a traverser possessing the soul of an adult, he found no interest in a 6- or 7-year-old girl. No matter how adorable she might be, the notion of romance was far from his mind. However, one could not overlook the fact that such cuteness in childhood might blossom into something equally delightful in adulthood. Present disinterest did not preclude future affection. After all, it would be wise to foster a cordial relationship now, for who could say when it might prove advantageous later. Moreover, surrounded by children in this environment, he could not simply refrain from conversation altogether. Some peers, blessed with extraordinary talents, strutted about with an air of superiority. Hinata Hayashi was one such individual. It was a rare fortune to have someone like Hinata Mio, who not only possessed exceptional talent, but also held a respectable status and shared a good rapport with him. Although the issue of talent had been resolved, the curse of the caged bird remained insurmountable unless he awakened the rebirth eye. Despite his lack of intention to pursue a life of dependency, it was only prudent to keep a contingency plan in mind. Furthermore, The activation of the rebirth eye necessitated a high purity of the Byakugan, which Hinata Miyo had achieved at the tender age of 4, indicating her unparalleled talent and bloodline purity. Should he embark on experiments in the future, it would be imperative to obtain samples from her. With this thought in mind, Sun Yan's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 14. The simple yet profound life of strengthening 3 months slipped by quietly. The life at the Ninja Academy proved to be quite fulfilling for Sun Yan. He diligently absorbed knowledge and skills pertaining to ninjutsu while concurrently self-studying medical ninjutsu. Each month, he accompanied Noera Rin to public lectures at the Konoha Hospital. He seized every moment of free time to hone his abilities. The only regret was that the new projection world had yet to open. Nevertheless, witnessing his gradual strengthening filled him with immense satisfaction. As Friday afternoon's final class approached, time slipped away, yet the homeroom teacher, Sakamoto Yosuke, had not yet arrived. The classroom buzzed with noise, prompting Sun Yan to consider a brief nap. Intending for Kakashi to rouse him upon the teacher's arrival, perhaps he could even dream, thereby increasing his potential points. Having been moved by Sun Yan's earnestness, Kakashi now enjoyed a relatively amicable relationship with him, which afforded Sun Yan a free training partner. Although his bond with Hinata Miyo was stronger, her status as a branch family heiress precluded him from seeking her as a training companion. Since the last baptism, the jounin teaching the class seemed to regard him with a modicum more respect, frequently calling upon him during lessons. Sun Yan had transitioned from being a mere novice to a competent performer, neither disappointing nor overly impressing others, exactly as he had strategized. Moreover, his physical prowess, devoid of the lightning-breathing technique's acceleration, was indeed merely above average when compared to the prodigies of the Hyuga clan. There was no need for pretense. He could simply perform to the best of his abilities. After all, the decade spent in the projection world had left his body in a frail state. While his proficiency in gentle fist techniques was adequate, it was not remarkable. Additionally, the minor skills of Kaguya were formidable in Sun Yan's eyes. Although he comprehended the skill of Divine Void Strike intellectually, his body was not yet capable of executing it. At the very least, he needed to maintain an above-average performance until graduation. Time passed, and eventually, Kakashi shook him awake. Sun Yan's eyes opened to see Sakamoto Yosuke standing at the podium. His expression stern as he addressed the class. I merely stepped out to attend to a matter, yet could none of you manage to remain quiet? We are the loudest class in the entire first-floor corridor. The instant the teacher's ire echoed through the room, silence descended upon the students. Sakamoto then exited the classroom, beckoning with a smile to someone outside the corridor. Maki, please come in. Shortly thereafter, a girl with long hair styled in a princess cut approached the podium, bowing gracefully to the class. Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Maki. I look forward to your guidance. The exquisite beauty and gentle, sweet voice of Uchiha Maki instantly captivated the male students, eliciting gasps of admiration. Wow, she's so cute. She seems so gentle, exactly my type. Like a princess stepped out of a manga. I think I'm in love. Dream on. She hails from the prestigious Uchiha clan. How can her hair be so beautiful? The female students, too, were envious of Maki's luxurious hair, which was long, straight, and lustrous. Sun Yan could not help but steal a few glances. Maki had just returned to Konoha and was still unfamiliar with the school and the village, so everyone should strive to get along with her. If any students had the time, they could help her become acquainted with the school and its surroundings. As Sakamoto Yosuke finished speaking, a boy immediately raised both hands high in the air. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Teacher. Me. I am willing. Don't fight with me. Let me finish speaking. Only for girls. Sakamoto Yosuke replied with irritation. The boys were indeed quite genuine, showing interest in the opposite sex at such an early age. However, he himself had a girlfriend at the tender age of 7 in ninja school, tasted the fruits of love on his 16th birthday, and married at 18. Thus, he felt it was inappropriate to comment further. Ignoring the boys' lamentations, Sakamoto Yosuke scanned the empty seats in the classroom and continued, Maki, you can sit there, next to Miyo. Yes. Uchiha Maki obediently nodded and took her seat beside Hinata Miyo. This arrangement placed Hinata Miyo at the center of the desk, closer to Hinata Hayashi's position, effectively erasing the previously drawn line of separation. With a beaming face, Hinata Hayashi shifted his textbooks to the right. However, after Hinata Miyo erased the line, she promptly drew another. declaring that crossing it was prohibited. Understood, Mio-sama. Hinata Hayashi's expression fell. Watching Uchiha Maki converse gently with Hinata Mio, Xinyan felt a sense of peculiarity. Wasn't the Uchiha clan known for their prideful nature? There was one exception in the class, Obito, and now another? Nevertheless, Xinyan dismissed the thought. Apart from training, he held little interest in anything else. His immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Engaging in romantic relationships now would merely result in having more girls to mourn his grave later, as there was little time left in the class. Sakamoto Yosuke chose not to conduct a lesson, but rather allowed them to study independently until the bell rang. By the way, students, next Thursday, the first comprehensive examination of the semester for the first year will take place. It will include both written and practical tests, so please prepare accordingly. The results will be recorded as part of the final examination scores. Additionally, if the scores are too poor, there may be a risk of repeating the year. With the class time dwindling, Sakamoto Yosuke directly allowed the students to study and, just before the bell rang, delivered a surprise. On a way, I nearly fainted in math class. I can't even remember the name of my math teacher. Sakamoto Yosuke ignored the collective outcry and departed the classroom. Xinyan began to pack his bag, preparing to return home. Is it an exam? He had no issues with the written test. He was confident of securing at least the second place, if not the first. However, the practical assessment constituted 70% of the overall score. After all, the practical test was a fundamental physical combat encounter where the use of weapons was prohibited. And naturally, sword techniques could not be employed, nor could he utilize his Byakugan. If I managed to score well in the written exam and maintain a mediocre level in the practical assessment, my overall score should be slightly above average. That would suffice. As he stepped outside the school gates, his gaze brightened upon spotting Kakashi, who was leisurely strolling with his backpack. Kakashi, let us go. I invite you to have some dumplings. Xinyan dashed over to Kakashi and enthusiastically patted him on the shoulder. No, thank you, Xinyan. I wish to return and train. Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Oh, come on. It won't take much time to eat some dumplings. Please, I'll accompany you for practice afterward. Hearing that Kakashi intended to train, Xinyan's smile grew even warmer as he seized Kakashi's arm and pulled him towards Dushi Street. A hint of helplessness flickered in Kakashi's eyes. Yet he did not resist. He found it perplexing that, while the other boys in their class generally disdained him, Xinyan remained so fervent in his friendliness despite Kakashi's aloof demeanor. For the first time, Kakashi reflected that having a friend, albeit a bothersome one, might not be such a bad thing after all. Chapter 15. The first encounter with White Fang in a secluded wooden cabin. A series of rapid sounds echoed through the air. Two boys were engaged in a fierce body combat session around a wooden post. Following the conclusion of the gathering, Xinyan had requested to visit Kakashi's home. It was said that one should not bite the hand that feeds. Kakashi, unable to withstand Xinyan's persistent pleas, ultimately relented and brought him home. Naturally, Xinyan's intention was to have Kakashi as his sparring partner. This marked the first time in over 3 months of their acquaintance that Xinyan had visited Kakashi's residence. Wait a moment. Kakashi. Xinyan was struck by Kakashi's whip kick, causing him to stagger backward. Despite having crossed his arms in front of his chest in anticipation, he still felt a slight tightness in his chest from the impact. Kakashi, upon hearing this, halted his advance. Observing Xinyan shake his numb arms, his gaze flickered subtly, and beneath his mask, his lips moved slightly, as if feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Kakashi, you truly are impressive, Xinyan remarked, sitting down on the grass of the courtyard with a smile directed at Kakashi. Undoubtedly, he was a top-tier genius as depicted in the original narrative. Although Xinyan was 2 years older and possessed greater physical strength than Kakashi, the disparity in technique was quite apparent. While he had brought back combat experience from the world of Demon Slayer through potential points, the primary reliance in that realm was on breathing techniques and swordsmanship. His current physique was not yet adept at employing the thunder-breathing technique with ease. Naturally, he refrained from utilizing the Byakugan for pure physical training. It is worth mentioning that his combat experience against peers was exceedingly limited. The only battle experience from the Demon Slayer world stemmed from being thoroughly overpowered by his teacher, Sanada Jirimaru. In the Abyssal Maze, he was not even human. When he projected himself as the first emperor, his battle experience was also scant due to illness. How was the clone faring? At this moment, Xinyan silently pondered, initiating a dialogue with his secondary consciousness. Secondary consciousness. In facing Kakashi's kick just now, if you had followed the direction of his force and sidestepped to grasp his calf, You could have not only absorbed much of the impact, but also potentially unbalanced him. Additionally, he utilizes his left leg more frequently and with greater speed. Evasion would be a more prudent choice than blocking. Furthermore, his right fist's power and speed are evidently reserved, indicating a concern for your safety. You need not rely on the Byakugan in conjunction with gentle fist, nor accelerate with breathing techniques. It is not guaranteed that you would prevail against him. Is that so? Indeed, it appears to be the case. In the depths of his mind, Nobuhiko began to ponder and reflect. After all, Kakashi was a prodigy in his own right, and his sparring partner was none other than the esteemed Hatake Tsukumo, one of the legendary Sannin. In contrast, Nobuhiko's training partner was merely an ordinary J-nin from the High Ga clan, and his instruction was akin to a single teacher managing a group of students, with recent attention being particularly bestowed upon him. Due to his previously perceived lack of talent, Nobuhiko was often overlooked in the academy, naturally missing out on the privilege of personalized instruction. Furthermore, he had spent nearly a year away from his studies. The world of Naruto is one that heavily emphasizes lineage and innate ability, those with closer ties to the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya, and thus nearer to their chakra origins, wield greater power. It is a rare opportunity for him to encounter a challenging sparring partner like Kakashi, as combat serves as the most effective means of adaptation. Kakashi, let us continue. Xinyan stood up once more, casually brushing off the dust from his trousers as he approached Kakashi. Very well. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Typically, training with his father felt like a relentless struggle. It was rare to find someone genuinely willing to train alongside him. Although Xinyan's taijutsu skills were somewhat inferior, Kakashi understood that the Byakugan was the greatest asset of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, he could clearly sense Xinyan's continuous improvement. Suddenly, a flurry of intense combat sounds erupted. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, immersion mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. This time, Kakashi noticed that Xinyan began to employ a guerrilla warfare tactic. Although Kakashi ultimately emerged victorious, he found himself quite exhausted. Panting heavily, Xinyan leaned on his knees in a half squat. Kakashi, too, was sweating profusely from his forehead. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the sound of the wooden railing being pushed open. Kakashi, do we have guests today? A deep and gentle voice resonated. Xinyan turned to see a tall, handsome man entering the room, appearing to be in his 30s. He had long, silvery white hair tied back in a ponytail and was clad in a shinobi's armor, with a sheathed ninja sword approximately half a meter in length slung across his back. Unlike other elite ninjas, he wore a short-sleeved garment reminiscent of the Hokage's ceremonial robe on his left shoulder. This was Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, a man known as the White Fang of Konoha. In the present Konoha, his prowess and status surpassed even those of the legendary Sannin, marking him as the preeminent shinobi among them. However, this formidable ninja, revered by both villagers and fellow shinobi, tragically took his own life after abandoning a mission to save his comrades, leading to substantial losses for the village and incurring the wrath of many. It is indeed ironic that such a heroic figure, who once contributed immensely to the village, met his end in this manner. Had he not succumbed to despair, Konoha might have fared better during the Third Great Ninja War, as a top-tier ninja can often sway the balance of victory. Father. Upon witnessing Tsukumo's return home, Kakashi's eyes brightened with unmistakable joy. He was about to step forward when he noticed Xinyan beside him, causing his demeanor to become considerably more composed. You have returned, he stated. This is Xinyan. He is my friend. Are you Lord Tsukumo? Xinyan inquired. Greetings. I am Hinata Xinyan, a close friend of Kakashi's. We sit together in class. Xinyan respectfully inquired, I wonder whose swordsmanship is superior, Hakuba or Sangdao Sayalang. Are you Xinyan? I often hear Kakashi speak of you. Thank you for your care towards him. Hatake Tsukumo's face bore a gentle smile. He understood his son's character well, cold on the outside, yet warm within, and quite sharp-tongued. It was a blessing that he could avoid conflicts with his classmates and even make friends to bring home. After all, as a father, he felt somewhat inadequate. Thus, knowing Kakashi had companions alleviated some of his guilt. You are too kind. It is Kakashi who frequently looks after me, assisting me in enhancing my practical skills in martial arts. Although Nobuhiko responded politely to Kakashi, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards him. To his surprise, this fellow, who feigned indifference, frequently mentioned him behind his back. Kakashi's eyes flickered as he observed the expression on Nobuhiko's face, and he muttered softly, "It's merely occasional." As it happened, "I have a few days off. Would you like me to accompany you?" Shikaka glanced at Nobuhiko and then turned to Kakashi. "It is my honor." Nobuhiko beamed with joy. Since Kakashi had mentioned that Shikaku often went on missions, he was rarely at home. Initially, Nobuhiko had not set his sights on Guy, but now, unexpectedly, such a delightful opportunity had arisen. Shin'ei has been advancing in the art of swordsmanship, and the advantage of receiving guidance from Konoha's most elite sword-wielding ninja is undeniably apparent. Thus, the trio practiced diligently until the sun set. Under the invitation of Tsukumo, Nobuhiko decided to remain and share a dinner with them. Upon learning about Nobuhiko's tragic past, having lost his parents during a wartime mission shortly after his birth, Tsukumo's demeanor towards him softened considerably, fostering a warm atmosphere. In the subsequent days, Nobuhiko visited Kakashi's home each evening to practice together. Although Kakashi often appeared disinterested, he never turned down Nobuhiko's company. Moreover, the frequency with which Kakashi initiated conversations with Nobuhiko at school noticeably increased. After discovering Nobuhiko's interest in swordsmanship, Tsukumo took the opportunity to teach him the fundamentals of the Konoha-style techniques, which proved to be immensely beneficial for Nobuhiko. Chapter 16, Tests and Rumors Afternoon. At the ninja school on the northern playground, the written examinations concluded yesterday, and as expected, Nobuhiko secured the top position. Notably, he achieved a perfect score in the subject of Will of Fire, the Ninja's Awakening. Currently, the first-year practical tests were underway. Next up, Uchiha Ibido versus Hyuga Nobuhiko. Sakamoto Yosuke announced loudly from the list. As the two approached the center of the playground, a chorus of excited screams erupted from the girls. Nobuhiko, go for it. Nobuhiko, defeat Ibido. Nobuhiko, you are the best. In comparison to Ibido, Nobuhiko's popularity soared, completely eclipsing his rival. Hailing from a prominent family himself, the gentle and handsome Nobuhiko was undoubtedly more captivating to the girls than the mischievous Ibido. Particularly, Nobuhiko maintained a positive persona, making him seem exceptionally approachable. Additionally, due to his frequent calls to answer questions in class, many girls were aware of his academic prowess and often sought his help with difficult topics after lessons. Some were genuinely interested in him, while others were drawn by his desk mate, Kakashi. Although Nobuhiko felt somewhat overwhelmed, he maintained a cheerful demeanor to uphold his image, reluctantly engaging with their attention. Ibido, give him a good beating. Ibido, don't hold back. Defeat him. After the girls shouted their encouragement, several boys joined in. Not necessarily close to Ibido, but disliking Nobuhiko's spotlight, Sakamoto Yosuke stepped into the arena, signaling for silence before addressing the two combatants. Prepare for the sealing of the combat. Both Ibido and Nobuhiko extended their right hands to form the necessary seals. Nobuhiko, I want to go easy on you because Ibido's gaze was intense as he looked at Nobuhiko, his seriousness evident. Though his eyes couldn't help but dart towards the crowd where Noera Rin stood. It was infuriating that Rin, whom he had known first, was cheering for Nobuhiko. He found this intolerable. He felt the need to prove his superiority through strength. Well then, I look forward to your guidance. Xinyan nodded with a calm expression. In the class, only Kakashi, Hinata Mio, and Hinata Hayashi posed a challenge he could not easily overcome. The content is still loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Individuals like Asuma Saratobi and Hiruzen Saratobi were formidable. Yet Xinyan could hold his own against them in a fair fight. However, Ibido was clearly in a different league. During this time, he had engaged in numerous close-quarter combats with Kakashi, significantly enhancing his practical combat experience. Furthermore, SHM had provided him with specialized guidance. Prepare yourself. Sensing Xinyan's indifference, Ibido felt slighted. In a fit of impulsiveness, he raised his fist and charged forward. Fool. Observing Ibido's reckless advance, Kakashi couldn't help but mutter under his breath. During this period, due to Rin, Ibido had persistently sought him out. Although Kakashi was confident he would not be at a disadvantage, he had certainly taken note of Ibido's tenacity. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ibido's combat prowess to be so lacking. As Ibido swung his fist towards Xinyan's cheek, Xinyan deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. In that instant, he grasped Ibido's wrist with his left hand, while simultaneously delivering a strike to his chest with his right hand. followed by a swift kick to his heel with his right leg. Thud. Obito was sent soaring, crashing to the ground. As Obito's rear hit the earth, Sinyan quickly extended his left foot to cushion the back of his head, preventing it from colliding with the ground. Wow. Sinyan is incredibly impressive. Sinyan executed a swift and decisive move to eliminate Dato, instantly provoking a chorus of shrieks from the girls. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Hinata Hayao merely scoffed. Humph. Such a level of martial arts might suffice against a laggard like Dato, but if it were me. The victor is none other than Hinata Sinyan. Both parties established the reconciliation seal. Sakamoto Yosuke stepped into the arena to declare the outcome. I simply lost my balance for a moment. Dato, feeling the weight of Lin's gaze, could not help but retort defiantly, yet he reluctantly performed the reconciliation seal with Sinyan. Upon returning to the team, Nabahiko was greeted with a beaming smile from Hinata Mio, who exclaimed, "Well done, Nabahiko." At that moment, Sakamoto Yosuke in the arena announced, "Next up, Hinata Kaminari versus Marino Ibiki." As Hinata Kaminari passed by Nabahiko, he softly remarked, "I hope you can endure until our match." Upon hearing this, Shinhiko smiled silently. Just kidding. How could that be possible? Hinata Hireman expressed his dissatisfaction with Shinhiko's reaction and unleashed a combination of attacks, directing all his frustration onto Marino Ibiki, knocking him to the ground. The next bout featured Kakashi Hitaki against Asuma Saratobi. With a command from Yosuke Sakamoto, the observing Chunin instructors could not resist commenting on the match. Who is truly stronger, the son of White Fang or the son of the third Hokage? Kakashi's reputation as a prodigy had already echoed throughout Konoha. After all, he enrolled at the age of 4, setting the record for the youngest student since the founding of the Ninja Academy. Especially notable was the fact that he also broke the record for the entrance exam. In contrast, Asuma Saratobi, known as the Ninja Hero, was the youngest son of the third Hokage, making their clash highly anticipated. "Kakashi, I look forward to your guidance," Asuma declared, assuming a defensive posture, appearing as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Likewise, Kakashi responded with a slight nod, his deadpan eyes betraying no hint of emotion. This nonchalance caused Asuma's brow to furrow in irritation. Observing Asuma's inaction, Kakashi took the initiative to attack. The outcome was evident, although Asuma was no slouch. Kakashi's prowess was superior. It was apparent to all that while Kakashi had not won effortlessly, the victory was achieved with relative ease. The disparity was glaringly obvious. Battles among the students rarely extended due to their limited stamina, and soon the third round commenced. Shinhiko faced off against Nara Shikamaru. Once again, it was Shinhiko's turn to compete. Confronted by Nara, who had also secured 2 consecutive victories with apparent ease, Shinhiko understood that conceding this round might be prudent. Winning this match would propel him into the top 10, but he preferred to leave room for gradual improvement, rising steadily until graduation, ensuring he did not become cannon fodder. Ultimately, after a protracted struggle, Shinhiko succumbed to Nara. Upon returning to his team, he passed by Hinata Hireman, who seemed about to speak, prompting him to say first, "Apologies. I couldn't hold on." Seeing Shinhiko utter such words with a grin, Hinata Hireman nearly choked on his frustration, standing frozen in disbelief. The final examination results aligned closely with Shinhiko's expectations. Kakashi secured first place, Hinata Mio second, and Hinata Hireman third. The fourth place was somewhat surprising. It was Uchiha Maki, who had just transferred the previous week. After the exams concluded, the students returned to the classroom, where Yosuke Sakamoto remarked before the end of class, "Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Students, tomorrow is Saturday. Now, I will call out the names of those students. Please take your report cards home for your parents to sign and bring them back on Monday. Yamada Iken, Vegeta Go. Most of the names Yosuke Sakamoto called out belonged to students on the verge of failing their written knowledge assessments, a clear issue of attitude. Knowing the backgrounds of his students, he refrained from asking those orphans to take their report cards home, instead requiring them to attend school on Saturday and Sunday for tutoring. Such a responsible teacher is indeed commendable. Hearing the lamentations of some students, Shinhiko raised an eyebrow. These individuals were unaware that the third Great Ninja War would ignite in a few short years, at which point they would have no choice regarding their participation on the battlefield. After school, as was customary, Shinhiko followed Kakashi home. "Shinhiko, let's train together." Hinata Mio exclaimed, sprinting after him. Upon witnessing Shinhiko affectionately draping his arm around Kakashi's shoulders as they departed, she stood frozen in place. Hinata Hireman immediately approached, saying, "Miss Mio, with Shinhiko's level being so low, he doesn't deserve my company." Humph. Hinata Mio shook her head and left, sullen. The weekend passed in a blur of training for Shinhiko. Unfortunately, Kakashi's father, Sakumo, was away on a mission, making it impossible for him to seek guidance. Monday arrived, and Kakashi exhibited unusual behavior, appearing burdened by unspoken concerns. Regardless of Shinhiko's attempts to engage him, Kakashi seemed devoid of energy, though he was typically aloof. He had never treated Shinhiko in such a manner. Recently, Shinhiko had sensed that his breathing technique training had reached an impasse, just a step away from mastering sword techniques. Thus, he focused solely on his training, refraining from probing further. Until Thursday arrived. Kakashi was absent from school that entire morning. After inquiring with the teacher, Shinhiko learned that Kakashi had taken a sick leave, initially planning to visit him after school. Shinhiko was taken aback by the severity of the situation when overhearing his classmates' gossip during lunch. "Hey, Shota, did you hear? Lord Sakumo's Jonin team failed their mission." "Would White Fang's missions ever fail? You don't know the whole story, do you? I heard they aborted the mission to rescue a comrade, which seems to have caused significant losses for the village and the feudal lord." As Xinyan listened to his classmates' conversation, he leisurely chewed his food, yet his brow gradually furrowed. Although he was aware that Hakuba would face criticism for abandoning his mission to save a comrade, he had not anticipated the timing. He was taken aback by how swiftly it had transpired. Indeed, it seemed that the suppression of Hakuba's reputation was a calculated move to secure the position of the fourth Hokage. However, the higher-ups would never have imagined that Hakuba would take his own life. In his heart, Xinyan silently cursed. While the words spoken were pleasant, embodying the will of fire, the reality was starkly different. When someone sacrifices a mission for the sake of a comrade, they are met with reproach instead of understanding. To Xinyan, the will of fire, as articulated by the first Hokage, though riddled with flaws, stemmed from noble intentions. Unfortunately, it has been interpreted by successive inheritors to serve as a tool for those in power. The legendary White Fang, who embodied this will of fire, was subjected to such unjust treatment. If he were to imagine himself in a similar predicament, injured during a mission, he would undoubtedly wish for his comrades to come to his aid. In the past, as an observer of the anime, Xinyan could not fathom why the White Fang would take his own life over such a minor setback. However, through his time spent with Kakashi and the White Fang, he has come to understand the essence of the man. He was a ninja who adhered to the code of the samurai and believed deeply in the will of fire. Perhaps he valued honor above life itself. Although Xinyan harbored a certain disdain for the so-called will of fire espoused by Konoha, he undeniably held great respect for White Fang. During this period, under White Fang's mentorship, his swordsmanship had significantly improved. From both a pragmatic and a relational standpoint, Xinyan felt compelled to take action. He recognized that he could not influence the decisions of the higher-ups. The rapid dissemination of the news regarding the losses incurred by the village due to White Fang's termination of the mission was undoubtedly sanctioned by the higher echelons, with likely hidden agendas at play. If I cannot sway the upper echelons, I fear I may also find it difficult to influence White Fang. Thus, the only course left for me is to employ a more roundabout strategy and seek out Kakashi. Resolving his thoughts, Xinyan hastily devoured the contents of his bento box, consuming every last morsel with fervor. With determination, he set his plan into motion. Xinyan directly approached his homeroom teacher, Sakamoto Yosuke, to request leave. Subsequently, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed from the school without hesitation. Meanwhile, approximately 3,000 meters from the west gate of Kanahegakure, a densely vegetated hill, rising several dozen meters, stood unnoticed by many. Little did anyone suspect that the headquarters of the route, led by the Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo, was established 50 meters beneath this very hill. In the dimly lit underground, vast wooden structures sprawled out. At the heart of this subterranean realm lay a cross-shaped wooden bridge, with 4 torii-shaped gates at its entrance, connecting the surrounding edifices. At this moment, a middle-aged man, bearing a cane and with his right eye bandaged, emerged in a somber demeanor. He was none other than the leader of the route, Shimura Danzo. Shortly after his appearance, 8 ninjas clad in black robes and donning animal masks materialized before him. They knelt on one knee, paying their respects. "Lord Danzo, as per your instructions, we have disseminated the news in the village regarding White Fang's abandonment of his mission, which has resulted in significant losses for the village. However, Yamada Teru is unwilling to publicly criticize White Fang, asserting his readiness to take responsibility for the failure of this mission. Upon hearing the response from the Umbu ninja, Danzo narrowed his left eye slightly and spoke in a grave tone, it seems. He remains unaware of the extent of the losses the village has suffered due to his association with White Fang. Lord Danzo, should we continue to apply pressure on him? Inquired an Umbu to his left. No need, replied Danzo, his tone calm and expression indifferent. I shall personally pay him a visit. The Umbu, taken aback by his words, felt a chill run down their spines. Lord Danzo, if we proceed this way, will the third Hokage hold us accountable? A hesitant Umbu raised his head to question. At that moment, another Umbu beside him could no longer restrain himself and interjected, Lord Danzo. Lord Sakamoto has rendered tremendous service to the village. To treat him thusly for a single mission failure seems somewhat. Danzo shot him a glance, causing the Umbu to immediately fall silent. Do you truly believe the third will remain oblivious to this matter? Danzo scoffed lightly, a cold snort emanating from his nose. His words sent a tremor through the hearts of the Umbu, their faces beneath the masks revealing astonishment as they grasped the implication. They promptly lowered their heads, refraining from further inquiries. In recent years, there had been murmurs within the village advocating for the election of the fourth Hokage, with White Fang positioned as the most formidable contender. His reputation and achievements surpassed even those of the legendary three. Among the trio, Jiraiya had explicitly expressed his disinterest in vying for the fourth Hokage position, while Tsunade had long since departed the village. Only Orochimaru, equally renowned for his accomplishments, could rival White Fang. However, White Fang's standing among the Genin was even more esteemed. Though no public voting had yet taken place, more than half of the clan leaders among the village's shinobi expressed their support for White Fang. It now appeared that, in order to enhance Orochimaru's chances of becoming the fourth Hokage, the significant losses resulting from the mission failure were merely a fade. The true objective was to undermine White Fang's reputation. If this instance did not suffice, there would surely be another. Yet, none anticipated that the orchestrator behind the scenes would be the usually affable third Hokage. How terrifying. After Shinyen took leave from school, he headed straight to Kakashi's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered that the main gate had been locked from the outside. Yoshihiko stood in the courtyard, calling out toward the room for quite some time. Yet no one responded. Were they not home? Where could they possibly have gone? Shinyen appeared utterly bewildered. In such circumstances, with Kakashi absent from home, it was plausible that he had been summoned by the higher-ups for accountability. Yet, where could Kakashi possibly be? Contemplating this, Shinyen made another trip to the 10th training ground, where he had previously trained alongside Kakashi, but to no avail. Ultimately, he scoured the vicinity of the dumpling shop, Ichiraka Ramen, and the barbecue restaurant, yet found no sign of Kakashi. By evening, after searching much of Konoha, he still had not located him. He returned to Kakashi's residence, but still, there was no one there. Reluctantly, he resolved to continue the search the following day. As the sky darkened swiftly, Shinyen could only head home for the night. The next day, on his way to school, Yoshihiko discovered that people were engaged in discussions surrounding White Fang. Simultaneously, the Jonin who had been rescued by White Fang publicly condemned him for prioritizing his rescue over the mission, thereby inflicting significant losses upon the village. What the hell? He's truly a dog. Shinyen listened intently throughout the journey, noting that even the students were engaged in discussion. Upon arriving in the classroom, he was surprised to find Kakashi present. However, Kakashi was slumped over the desk, his expression vacant. Although Kakashi typically exhibited a lackadaisical demeanor, he now appeared utterly devoid of vitality, his gaze shrouded in gloom. Kakashi, you have arrived. Shinyen hastily took his seat and inquired, where were you yesterday? I came to your house looking for you, but you were not there. Kakashi remained utterly still, showing no reaction to Shinyen's words. Although Kakashi typically exuded a cool demeanor, he would usually silently regard Shinyen when engaged in conversation, even if he refrained from responding. However, on this occasion, no matter what Shinyen said, Kakashi offered no response. Nabahiko can empathize with the feelings of a 4-year-old child suddenly confronted with such circumstances. As a prodigy himself, who has always been in the limelight, he can understand how his father, once revered as a heroic figure in the village, has now become the target of public scorn and disapproval. It is entirely natural for one's mental state to shatter under such pressure. However, this cannot be allowed to continue. Shinyen pondered throughout the night, determined to alter the tragic fate of White Fang, with Kakashi being the key to this transformation. However, before he could voice his thoughts, The school bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Yosuke Sakamoto, entered the classroom. Faced with this situation, Sinyan had no choice but to defer his plans. Chapter 18. The first encounter with Orochimaru. The morning swiftly passed. Due to the brevity of the recess, Sinyan resolved to discuss matters with Kakashi during the lunch break. However, as soon as the class concluded, Kakashi was summoned to the teacher's office by the homeroom teacher. The moment they departed, the students began to murmur about the events surrounding White Fang. Upon witnessing this, Nobuhiko hastily tucked the bento box back beneath the table and proceeded towards the exit. Nobuhiko, let us share a bento, suddenly called out Hinata Mio, turning back to address him. Without turning his head, Nobuhiko quickly exclaimed, I'm sorry. I have matters to attend to. Let's reschedule. Faced with Nobuhiko's relentless trio of rejections, Hinata Mio's companion, Hinata Kamen, seethed with frustration, nearly crushing his chopsticks in anger. Yoshihiko followed the two individuals to the office, waiting patiently outside. When Kakashi emerged, he immediately seized his hand and exclaimed, Kakashi, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Bang! As Yoshihiko seized Kakashi, the latter transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Shadow Clone. Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he could not afford to lament Kakashi's extraordinary talent, and instead entered the office to request leave from his homeroom teacher. Due to Sinyan's exemplary conduct as a model student, Sakamoto Yosuke approved his leave for 2 consecutive afternoons. After taking his leave, Nobuhiko hurried directly to Kakashi's home. This time, Kakashi was finally at home. However, much like his shadow clone, he sat under the tree in the yard, his eyes glazed over, resembling a lifeless puppet. Kakashi. Upon seeing Kakashi at home, Shinhiko felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he was present, matters would be manageable. Kakashi, displaying a hint of reaction, lifted his gaze to meet Shinhiko's. Where is Uncle Tsukumo? Shinhiko inquired, crouching slightly. Due to his rapport with Kakashi, Tsukumo had permitted Shinhiko to speak more informally in private. The alteration in address signified an enhancement of their relationship, and Shinhiko naturally did not hold back. Noting Kakashi's silence, Shinhiko furrowed his brow and continued, Kakashi, regardless of the external opinions regarding Lord Tsukumo, as his son, you ought not to respond in this manner. Lord Tsukumo relinquished his mission to save a comrade. Yet he is chastised by that very comrade. Do you not feel a sense of indignation? Your demeanor reflects not only your own sorrow, but also Lord Tsukumo's. He cares for you deeply, especially during his most trying times when he requires your support. Presenting such a despondent and listless attitude, who are you trying to impress? A single remark from Nobuhiko finally elicited a subtle shift in Kakashi's gaze. What does this have to do with you? Kakashi's response caused Nobuhiko's expression to darken. Yoshihiko seized Kakashi's collar with fervor, his eyes locked onto him with intensity. In response, Kakashi exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from Yoshihiko's grasp. Observing Kakashi's awkward demeanor ignited a fire within Yoshihiko, prompting him to unleash a punch towards Kakashi's cheek. Although he exerted only a fraction of his strength, the blow caused Kakashi to bleed from the corner of his mouth and topple to the ground. Say it again. Yoshihiko once again grasped Kakashi by the collar, rebuking him sharply. With a swift motion, Kakashi freed himself from Yoshihiko's grip and took a step back. Upon witnessing the situation, Sinyan advanced directly. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Although Kakashi was 2 years younger than Sinyan, his martial arts skills were indeed formidable. However, Sinyan was determined to teach this young brat a lesson before ensuring he listened attentively. Thus, he employed a breathing technique to enhance his physique and speed, launching an unexpected assault on Kakashi, followed by a series of rapid, powerful strikes reminiscent of military boxing. Bang! Shinyan felled Kakashi to the ground, and this time, he did not rise again. I tell you, Kakashi, as a friend, I believe I have been more than reasonable. Lord SHM is your father, not mine. You understand him better than I do and should know how deeply he values the spirit of the samurai. He regards the village and honor as more precious than life itself. Now he has lost his honor and faces reproach from the villagers. And you are of utmost importance to him. Everyone may misinterpret and criticize him, but you alone must not. Sinyan grasped Kakashi's collar and reproached him. Have you ever considered the implications of your behavior? Your pervasive negativity could deeply wound his spirit. If Lord Shuo-Mo succumbs to despair, it would spell a tremendous loss for Konoha. The one who would suffer the most is you. If even those closest to him fail to comprehend his plight, what will happen if he loses hope and resorts to extreme measures? In the world of ninjas, those who disregard the rules and abandon their missions are deemed worthless. The words of Yukihira ignited a flicker of anger upon Kakashi's visage, prompting him to struggle vehemently. Yet, those who dared to criticize Lord Smo were the most despicable of individuals. How many glorious achievements had he accomplished for the Hidden Leaf? How many shinobi had he rescued? Can a single failure in a mission truly negate all his contributions? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. With a firm grip, Nobuhiko pinned Kakashi against the trunk of a tree, gazing intently into his eyes as he declared, "Those who do not value their comrades are, in my eyes, inferior to even the most useless of beings. If you are so unwilling to accept this, then muster your resolve and become stronger. Only by attaining the power to vanquish all foes, while simultaneously balancing your missions and your allies, can we prevent the recurrence of today's predicament." His words caused Kakashi to cease his struggles. Only by attaining the power to vanquish all foes, while simultaneously balancing your missions and your allies, can we prevent the recurrence of today's predicament? It seemed that Shumo was not at home. Just as Nobuhiko prepared to exert more pressure, a gravelly yet magnetic voice broke through the tension. Sinyan felt a shiver run down his spine. He turned to see a man standing not far away. Clad in a bright yellow kimono, his complexion slightly pallid. The man's face was gaunt, his bangs falling over his right eye. And his elongated eyes were adorned with black eyeliner and purple eyeshadow, with pupils that were disturbingly golden and slit-like. Dangling from his ears were aquamarine, hook-shaped earrings. Shinobu released Kakashi, lowering his eyelids in a respectful gesture towards Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru," he addressed. Kakashi stepped forward, bowing with deference. "Lord Orochimaru, my father has been summoned by the third Hokage and should return shortly." At this, Orochimaru nodded slightly. Sinyan stood cautiously in place, noticing Orochimaru's stillness. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. He slightly raised his head and caught a glimpse of Orochimaru, who was observing him with keen interest, causing a sudden jolt of unease within him, as if his innermost thoughts were being laid bare. Suddenly, Sinyan felt a chilling touch on his cheek, causing him to shudder. It was Orochimaru's hand. Gently lifting Sinyan's chin, Orochimaru smiled faintly and remarked, "I find your gaze quite appealing. Do I even possess a gaze?" Sinyan's heart raced, observing Sinyan's bewildered expression. Orochimaru released his grip and regarded his pale blue eyes, speaking softly, "What you just said is quite perilous, yet also intriguing. There is no need to inform Shumo of my visit." With a glance at Kakashi, Orochimaru uttered these words and then turned away, departing without further ado. Shinobu was momentarily taken aback. Although he yearned to delve into the mysteries of the reincarnation eye, his curiosity had long been piqued by Orochimaru. However, the abrupt introduction to Orochimaru left him momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and turned his attention back to Kakashi. "Kakashi, give this some serious thought. Since you have not been attending school lately, I advise you to closely observe Lord Shuma's demeanor. The calmer he appears, the more perilous he may truly be. If you do not take your own father seriously, no one will be able to assist you." After Shinhiko uttered those words, he turned and walked away. Some things he said were certainly not as impactful as what Kakashi could convey. Chapter 19. When pushed to the brink, one can utter anything. Those who do not value their comrades are inferior to trash. As long as one possesses the strength to eliminate all foes, one can balance both mission and comrades at any time, thus preventing situations like today from arising. Kakashi stood there, dazed, the echo of Shinhiko's words resonating in his mind. If anyone understood, it was undoubtedly him, the one who knew his father best. In retrospect, Shinhiko's words sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. The Konoha-style swordsmanship was originally conceived by his ancestor, a warrior. Along with the generations of refined and inherited techniques, the spirit of the samurai was also passed down. His father held the village's interests and the honor of the samurai above life itself. Yet, this time, he lost both. Reflecting on the past few days, where his father had consistently smiled and reassured him, Kakashi felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Just yesterday, he and his father had spent the afternoon by their mother's grave, with his father speaking the entire time, remembering his own lackluster demeanor over these days. What Shinhiko said is not without possibility. Kakashi could hardly bear the thought of his revered father being subjected to such immense scrutiny, let alone the prospect of his father's subsequent despondency. The notion of losing his father was beyond his imagination. For a fleeting moment, Kakashi stood frozen, his limbs icy. "Kakashi, what are you doing standing at the door?" After what felt like an eternity, a gentle voice reached Kakashi's ears. Startled, he looked up to see Shumo standing before him, and he opened his mouth to speak. Yet, overwhelmed by anxiety, no sound emerged. "Father, you're back. Did you get into a fight?" Observing the bruises on Kakashi's face, Shumo's brow furrowed. No. Kakashi shook his head. I'll go prepare dinner. Shumo, noting Kakashi's pallid complexion and hoarse voice, felt a pang of concern and smiled gently. No need. I'll cook tonight. After dinner, you should go to school. It's important to get along well with your classmates. Kakashi's heart fluttered at Shumo's insistence to cook. Since Shumo frequently went on missions, Kakashi had learned to cook for himself from the age of 3. His culinary skills had now surpassed those of the rarely present Shumo. Thus, even when Shumo was home, it was Kakashi who typically prepared the meals. He relished this role, as it allowed him to bask in his father's praise. Shumo's face bore an unmistakable weariness, his eyes tinged with bloodshot hues. For the first time, Kakashi observed the once towering figure of his father seemed to have aged significantly in just a matter of days. Father. As they entered the house, Kakashi intended to assist in the kitchen, but Shumo insisted he sit at the dining table instead. Soon, Shumo had prepared 4 or 5 dishes in one go. He placed a slightly overcooked fish on his own plate while offering Kakashi a more presentable one. Eat up, Shumo smiled. It probably pales in comparison to what you make. No, I think it's quite good. Kakashi took a bite of the admittedly mediocre dish, smiled, though his voice was somewhat dry and hoarse. He soon fell silent. Typically, father and son shared few words during their meals. Just being in Shumo's presence was enough for Kakashi. However, this time, he found the atmosphere particularly stifling. Kakashi had sensed Shumo's forced cheeriness yesterday, and even he, who was not adept at reading emotions, could perceive the underlying tension. Today, even the J-nin whom Shumo had saved had emerged to criticize him, and yet Shumo's demeanor remained unperturbed. Remembering Shinhiko's words, Kakashi's expression darkened further. Kakashi, what's wrong? Is it that bad? Shumo inquired, puzzled. Father. Kakashi set down his utensils, gazing at Shumo with a complex expression, as though he wished to speak, but remained hesitant. Observing this, Shumo reached out to ruffle Kakashi's hair, forcing a smile. It's all right, Kakashi. Don't pay heed to the rumors outside. I will handle this matter and ensure the village and the daimyo receive an explanation. You must be hurting, father. Kakashi thought of many comforting words, recalling Shinhiko's earlier sentiments, but when it came time to voice them, they transformed. Shumo's forced smile faltered. Kakashi continued. You mention mother whenever you are in good spirits or troubled. Yesterday, when we visited her grave, your expression betrayed you. Shumo fell silent. He anticipated his emotions would reveal themselves so easily. Perhaps, deep down, he didn't wish to wear a facade before his child. He simply wanted to shield Kakashi from the negativity permeating the outside world. This child possesses tremendous talent. He will undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha. Shumo wished not to let his circumstances affect Kakashi. When summoned by the Hokage, Shumo faced no reprimands, only comfort and understanding. Yet, he was acutely aware of the significant impact this failed mission had on the village. The Hokage's compassion and the villagers' and comrades' reproaches weighed heavily on him. Yet, even if time could rewind and he were given another chance, knowing that those he had saved would blame him, he would still choose to abandon the mission to save a life. As an elite J-nin of Konoha, such a grave error necessitated consequences. Thus, Shumo had made his decision. He was both a ninja and a warrior. As a warrior, no matter the unforgivable mistakes made, one could always attain forgiveness through seppuku. As long as one performed seppuku, death would be Shumo's atonement. Kakashi, if one day you face a choice between a mission and a comrade, which would you choose? Shumo suddenly felt a desire to know Kakashi's answer. Kakashi paused, momentarily taken aback, and fell into silence. Previously, his answer would have undoubtedly prioritized the mission. However, after hearing Shinhiko's words, Kakashi contemplated a new perspective. I would not forsake either. After a long silence, Kakashi finally articulated his response. Shumo's gaze shifted, a blend of surprise and the realization that Kakashi's answer was somewhat expected. Yet, often, it was challenging to achieve both outcomes. A situation necessitating a choice would inevitably arise. I understand, Shumo nodded, refraining from commenting on Kakashi's answer. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. At least Kakashi had not chosen to abandon his comrades for the sake of the mission. If I had to choose one, I would select my comrades. Kakashi added. He thought of Shinhiko and realized that for Shinhiko's sake, he might, like his father, forsake a mission. Shumo was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, Kakashi undeniably possessed all the qualities necessary to become an exceptional ninja. Moreover, he was a child who adhered to rules diligently. Yet, it was this very adherence that concerned Shumo. One's individual strength was limited. Teamwork was crucial for a ninja. However, Kakashi's somewhat introverted nature hindered his ability to connect with others. It was evident that his relationships with peers would not be particularly harmonious, presenting a significant risk. Thus, Kakashi bringing Shinhiko home had already surprised Shumo. Now, to hear Kakashi provide such an answer filled Shumo with a sense of pride. He realized he had underestimated his son's potential. Simultaneously, hearing his son, whom he cherished, express sentiments akin to his own brought him solace. At the very least, Kakashi could comprehend him. In a fleeting moment, Shuo Mao's concealed emotions nearly overwhelmed him. Those who break the rules are deemed worthless. Yet, those who disregard their comrades are even lesser than worthless. Kakashi approached Shuo Mao, grasping his large hand tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he implored, "Father, I will silence everyone with the undeniable truth. Those who disregard their comrades are even lesser than worthless." Shuo Mao was taken aback by Kakashi's profound awareness at such a tender age of 4. "Kakashi," he endeavored to suppress his tears, asserting, "Your contributions to the village are no less significant than anyone else's. Can one mistake truly negate everything? Even if it does, I shall redeem your honor. Will you witness that moment with me? Please?" A flicker of anguish crossed Shuo Mao's gaze. Loading more content. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this passage, it signifies a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Please, do not feel guilt. For if you do, I might become someone who, as long as I complete the mission, can casually abandon any comrade. You are my pride. You have committed no wrong. Kakashi felt that the words he had just spoken held the weight of an entire month's worth of thoughts. Yet, he was genuinely fearful that the ominous words of Shin Yin might come to fruition. Whatever decision you make, please do not leave me behind. I am willing to share in your suffering. Kakashi. Shuo Mao embraced Kakashi tightly, not wishing for him to see the moisture in his own eyes. The torment and guilt of the past few days had already consumed him entirely. Kakashi's understanding was a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. For a moment, Shuo Mao wavered. Should he choose to end his own life as atonement, Kakashi might inevitably stray down a dark path. That was something Shuo Mao could not bear to witness. Kakashi, has someone said something to you? After regaining composure, Shuo Mao realized. Given Kakashi's usual demeanor, even if he harbored a multitude of thoughts, some of them were beyond what a boy of his age could articulate. It was Shin Yin. He told me that you might choose an extreme path due to this incident. Kakashi spoke truthfully, and Shuo Mao's earlier reactions confirmed Shin Yan's words. I concur with his sentiments. What I just conveyed were my genuine thoughts. Shuo Mao paused, pondering whether it was that child. Father, please grant my request. Kakashi earnestly insisted once more. A tumult of conflict surged within Shuo Mao. He contemplated the notion of self-harm, not only as a means of atonement, but also to eradicate the negative discourse that might hinder Kakashi's growth. After all, he had promised his wife to care for Kakashi diligently. The emotional turmoil that Kakashi had been experiencing these past few days was alarming. To avoid dragging Kakashi down with him, Shuo Mao had contemplated extreme measures. Yet, upon hearing Kakashi's heartfelt words, Shuo Mao felt a renewed resolve. He should indeed continue living. The Second Great War had only concluded a few years prior. By surviving, he could better amend this grievous mistake. Kakashi, I promise you. Upon receiving Shuo Mao's affirmative response, Kakashi observed his father's struggle and the rapid descent into despondency, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, his father had merely been putting on a facade. Yoshihiro is indeed correct. At this moment, reflecting on the words he had previously spoken to Yoshihiro, Kakashi felt a wave of regret. Kakashi, what troubles you? Shimo inquired, observing the myriad expressions flitting across Kakashi's face. Subsequently, Kakashi recounted the events of the past few days, as well as the recent occurrences, to Shimo. Many complexities dissipated with the act of communication. This marked the first time in Kakashi's life that the father and son engaged in an open-hearted conversation. Chapter 20. A false alarm. Kakashi, I am well now. You should hurry to school. Their dialogue continued well into the afternoon. Yes, father, Kakashi replied, slightly bowing. I shall strive alongside you from now on. With that, he returned to his room to gather his school supplies. As he passed Shimo's room, he noticed him lost in thought, gazing at a photograph of his mother. At that moment, Kakashi remembered something important. He hurried to his father's study and discovered 3 knives on the shelf, each with an ancient design and varying lengths. The long blade was a katana, the shorter one a tanto, and the smallest resembled a dagger, known as a wakizashi. These three weapons were passed down from the ancestors of the Hitaki clan. The katana was used for combat, the tanto for piercing armor, and the wakizashi was intended for seppuku. Although he had believed Shumo's words, Kakashi still decided to take the wakizashi with him. As he approached the door, he paused, glancing back at the remaining two knives. After a moment's hesitation, he returned to retrieve them as well. After all, Shumo had mentioned that he would inherit all four of the Hitaki clan's blades. There was no issue in taking the three, aside from the chakra blade, White Fang. Kakashi quietly made his way past Shumo's room and returned to his own. After surveying the room, which could be fully observed at a glance, he tucked the three knives beneath his bed. Sighing deeply, Kakashi sat on the floor, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Had he not mustered the courage to be honest with his father, a dreadful fate might have unfolded. Alas, I spoke so harshly to Yoshihiro, will he? Kakashi pondered with a frown. The thought of not wanting to attend school crossed his mind. Yet after sitting for a while, he rose and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Father, I am leaving. He called out to Shumo in the room before departing. Wait. Shumo halted Kakashi as he prepared to leave. Ninja Academy. First year, Class A. The lesson was mathematics. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading modes, novel modes, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to continue reading. Xinyan rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He pondered whether Kakashi would be capable. Judging by his taciturn demeanor, it seemed unlikely. However, Xinyan was not one to give up easily. He planned to visit again after school. With the passing of White Fang, Konoha had suffered a significant loss of elite combat strength. This was not a time for divine beings to clash. White Fang, a formidable force even among the elite, could sway the outcome of a battle. As long as he survived, Konoha's situation in the Third Ninja World War would undoubtedly improve, provided the circumstances were not excessively dire. The chances of these freshly graduated ninjas entering the battlefield would diminish. Even if they were to engage, they would likely not be at the forefront, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. Moreover, Xinyan maintained a decent rapport with them. It seemed that Orochimaru also shared a strong bond with White Fang. He had visited immediately upon hearing of the incident. At that moment, a voice echoed from the classroom door. Sorry, I'm late. Kakashi stood at the entrance. It's all right. Come in, the mathematics teacher replied with a smile. The news of White Fang's situation had spread throughout Konoha. Yet, each individual carried their own scale of judgment. It was impossible to negate White Fang's achievements due to a single mission's failure, even if they remained silent. Kakashi returned to his seat and retrieved his mathematics textbook from his bag. He sneaked a glance at Xinyan, who was staring at him intently, prompting Kakashi to quickly lower his head. Observing Kakashi's awkward demeanor, Xinyan furrowed his brow. As soon as the class ended, Xinyan intended to inquire about Shuamo's circumstances. However, he was taken aback when the mathematics teacher extended the lesson, continuing into a third period. Class representative Yosuke Sakamoto had already appeared at the door, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the lecture. Once the teacher became aware, he stepped out to exchange a few words with Sakamoto, then departed with his textbook. Classmates, your theory teacher is unwell. For the next 2 periods, we will join classes A and C for outdoor equipment, throwing, and practical exercises, Sakamoto announced, eliciting a wave of cheers from the students. Oh, this is wonderful. Hooray. If only the mathematics teacher were also ill. Sakamoto cast a glance at the quietly seated Kakashi and declared, silence. Xinyan, Kakashi, Obito, Asuma, and Gunma. You 5 come with me to fetch the equipment and targets. The rest of you gather at the north playground. On their way to the storeroom, Xinyan glanced at Kakashi beside him and quietly said, come with me. He led Kakashi to an empty classroom around the corner. However, before Xinyan could speak, Kakashi suddenly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Xinyan, thank you. And I apologize. I spoke too harshly. Please forgive me. With a raised eyebrow, Nobuyuki inquired, how did you handle the matter concerning Uncle Shomao? Kakashi promptly proceeded to elucidate the situation to Nobuyuki. After listening, Yoshihiko fell into deep contemplation. Given Kakashi's prowess in verbal persuasion, was White Fang truly so easily swayed? Indeed. Is familial affection of paramount importance? It appears that in the original narrative, White Fang's suicide was largely motivated by a desire not to impact Kakashi. Yet, all of this seems rather too fortuitous. Xinyan felt the need to confirm once more to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Kakashi, could you please reiterate the details? What was Uncle Shuamo's expression when you spoke those words? And what was he doing when you left? Although Kakashi found Sinyan's inquiries perplexing, he began to recollect and replied, "At that time, my father. When I departed, he was speaking to my mother's photograph. In the end, he mentioned that he wanted to sincerely apologize to you. Additionally, he gave me a substantial amount of money, suggesting we go out for barbecue together that evening. He told me I could return home a bit later, as he needed to step out for a while." Suddenly, Sinyan's expression changed dramatically. "Wait, he gave you a lot of money and allowed you to come home late? My goodness. Hurry, come with me to your house." With that, Sinyan hurriedly pulled Kakashi along as they raced towards his home. "Sinyan, what is the matter?" Kakashi inquired, bewildered. Sinyan immediately spoke in a low voice. "Are you a fool? Perhaps Uncle Shuangma is deceiving you. Hurry, climb over the wall." As soon as he finished speaking, Sinyan leaped into action, using his feet to propel himself off the school wall and effortlessly landed on the top. Seeing this, Kakashi hastily followed suit. Once the two returned to Kakashi's backyard, they spotted White Fang kneeling on the porch, clad in a loose-fitting samurai outfit. Before him lay a wooden table upon which rested 3 blades of varying lengths. Alongside a basin of clear water, he scooped a handful of water and meticulously cleaned the blade intended for seppuku. "Father, Uncle Shuangmo." Kakashi and Sinyan rushed forward, each grasping one of his arms. "Father, didn't you promise me? Why are you deceiving me?" Kakashi exclaimed anxiously. Sinyan hurriedly advised, "Uncle Tsukumo, please, do not act impulsively." Tsukumo Hatake stared blankly at the 2 children grasping his arms, slowly lowering the sword he held, and remarked, "I am merely cleaning the blade passed down from my ancestors." Shinichi, Kakashi. Tsukumo observed the two with expressions of skepticism, gazing at Kakashi and stating, "Kakashi, although these 3 blades are forged from ordinary materials and are ill-suited for a ninja's combat, they are ancestral heirlooms. To place them beneath the bed is somewhat disrespectful to our forebears." "Then why did you tell Kakashi to return later?" Shinichi inquired. Tsukumo sighed. "My actions have brought grave misfortune upon our village and nation. I must take responsibility for this. I intend to depart tonight for the Land of Fire to plead my case before the daimyo. He previously endorsed me as the 4th Hokage. I have betrayed his trust. So, you do not wish to end your life?" Kakashi interjected. Tsukumo shook his head. "Father." Kakashi embraced Tsukumo tightly, while Shinichi released his grip, realizing he had overthought the situation. However, it was better to err on the side of caution than to underestimate the gravity of the circumstances. A false alarm, indeed. Chapter 21. The Transformation of White Fang's Mindset. "Shinichi, thank you," Tsukumo said as he loosened his embrace of Kakashi and turned his gaze toward Shinichi. "It is truly wonderful for Kakashi to have a friend like you. You are too kind." "As long as you do not consider me intrusive," Shinichi replied, scratching his head and offering a shy smile. Despite White Fang's formidable prowess, he remained rather naive in political matters. It could be asserted that most individuals within the Hokage realm falter in political acumen. In fact, he had already articulated the reason himself, because the daimyo favored him as the 4th Hokage, and many of the village's elite shinobi supported him as well. His sole misstep was belonging not to the direct lineage of the 3rd Hokage. While his high prestige and military achievements posed a threat to the interests of the Hokage's faction, Danzo had long coveted the position of Hokage, and he was acutely aware that he was far from being a viable candidate. Thus, he sought to consolidate his own standing instead. The elevation of Orochimaru to Hokage aligned far more closely with Danzo's interest than that of Tsukumo. As for the 3rd Hokage, he would remain a passive observer, ensuring that he himself would not suffer any losses while allowing the situation to unfold as it may. "Kakashi, step outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with Shinichi." "Yes, father." Kakashi hesitated briefly, but ultimately complied and left the courtyard. Tsukumo regarded Shinichi with admiration, feeling a sense of relief that Kakashi had a friend of such caliber. This child, despite being merely 6 years old, possessed a maturity that far surpassed that of his peers. He diligently applied himself to his training and exhibited considerable talent. According to Kakashi, he only demonstrated above-average performance at school, clearly concealing his true abilities and shunning the limelight. With a companion like him, Kakashi would undoubtedly be positively influenced. Once Tsukumo regained his composure, he began to clarify his thoughts on certain matters. With a perplexed expression, Nabahiko gazed at Hakuba. "Shikamori," Tsukumo inquired, "Nabahiko, why do you believe that I might contemplate suicide?" "Because, faith." Nabahiko hesitated for a moment before continuing, "A person with unwavering belief Once they begin to doubt their faith, or even lose it entirely, may find themselves devoid of the courage to continue living. In truth, he wished to articulate that Hakuba's political acumen was lacking and his psyche fragile. Despite having the support of a powerful lord, he was inexplicably forced to withdraw. Yet, admitting this would reflect a deficiency in emotional intelligence. Faith? The depths of anguish and struggle surfaced in Hakuba's gaze. Uncle Tsukumo, your actions are not misguided. Shinobu gazed intently at Hakuba. The will of fire is fundamentally about valuing bonds and cherishing companions. More content is loading. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Your choice to prioritize your companions is not erroneous, and neither is the belief in the will of fire that you uphold. However, Hakuba fell into silence. He wished to assert that he too desired to believe in his own correctness. Yet, the reality starkly contradicted his thoughts. Even those companions whom he had rescued turned against him with accusations. Although the Hokage is quite forgiving, his demeanor remains rather ambiguous. With a cold sneer, Sinyan remarked, "In comparison to the merits you have earned for the village and the countless villagers you have saved, the losses incurred this time pale in significance. It is my suspicion that someone is deliberately steering public opinion in a negative direction. Otherwise, given your esteemed position in the village, undertaking such a significant task, even in the event of failure, it would not be so widely disseminated in just a few days, becoming common knowledge among all." Shuo Mao remained silent for a moment, gazing deeply into Sinyan's eyes, and said softly, "Do you realize that what you are saying is quite perilous?" Sinyan, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "What does it matter to speak perilous words to someone who is utterly safe?" Upon hearing this, Shuomo was momentarily taken aback. He tilted his head slightly upwards, gazing at the heavens. Subsequently, he gradually closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, as if the weight of the world had descended upon him. "To think that I have yet to perceive these matters as clearly as you do." Once he regained his composure, Shuomo contemplated extensively. After all, although he had successfully completed numerous S-level missions in the past, unforeseen circumstances had occasionally arisen. Yet this time, Uncle Shuomo, deep down, you are fully aware. You simply refuse to acknowledge it at the outset, which is why you wish to evade the truth. Sinyan replied, and Shuomo sighed, lost in thought. "Sinyan, you should go to school." Goodbye, Uncle Shuomo." Sinyan bid farewell to Shuomo. Perhaps Baya hoped to hear a different answer from him, yet reality proved to be unforgiving. There was indeed a sentiment that Sinyan refrained from expressing. The will of fire is not misguided, however. One must consider whether it is merely utilized as a tool for personal gain. The principal distinction between the third Hokage and Danzo, compared to the first and second, lies in their insufficient abilities and lack of strength, yet they overthink their ambitions. After confirming that it was merely a false alarm, Sinyan and Kakashi hurried back to school. Naturally, their blatant act of skipping class by climbing over the wall did not escape the admonitions of Sakamoto Yosuke. However, given that Kakashi was the top student in overall performance, and Sinyan was known for his diligent efforts, Sakamoto Yosuke chose not to impose any hardships upon them. He offered a few token remarks before allowing them to rejoin their peers. Time in outdoor classes always flew by swiftly, and ultimately, Kakashi secured first place in both practical combat and ninja tool throwing. As soon as class ended, Kakashi invited Sinyan to enjoy some barbecue, an offer Sinyan readily accepted. He intended to demonstrate to Kakashi the true appetite of the Hyuga clan. After their meal, it was a rare occasion that the two did not engage in training, opting instead to explore the night market of Konoha. It was not until 8:30 in the evening that they each returned home, having successfully resolved a significant matter. Sinyan sat cross-legged on the bed, his heart brimming with joy. The bonds of kinship can sometimes surpass all else. Although White Fang has lost his honor and faith, he still has Kakashi. Everything will be all right. Once it becomes clear that White Fang has no chance of competing for the position of the fourth Hokage, public opinion will likely dissipate swiftly, and this matter will fade into obscurity. In his heart, Nabahiko contemplated quietly, ceasing further thoughts. At present, the only narrative he could influence might be this one. In the coming years, it was paramount to stabilize his development. After summarizing the events of the day, he began to assess his attributes, sensing a bottleneck. Name: Hyuga Nabahiko. Attributes: Water, Lightning, Yin, Yang. Constitution, Strength, Agility. Spirit Eye Technique: Byakugan LV5. Cultivation Technique. Chakra Refinement Technique LV6. Thunder Breathing Technique LV4. Skills: Basic Gentle Fist LV6, Secondary Consciousness LV3, First Form, Thunder Flash LV0. Second Form, Rice Spirit LV0 Potential Points, 3,361 in 3 months. Naruto had made considerable progress in all 4 attributes. While his mental strength was tantalizingly close to reaching double that of a normal adult, just 0.1 away. It is noteworthy that the human cellular count in this world is approximately 130 trillion, nearly double that of his previous life. The mental energy here is evidently far superior to that of his former existence. The precociousness of human thought and physiology in this realm, aside from environmental factors, is also related to accelerated development. Indeed, the impact of Kaguya's chakra on the body is exceedingly pronounced, even in a state devoid of chakra. His constitution was nearing that of a typical adult in this world. Daily assessments of his attributes and observing his gradual progress was Naruto's favorite pastime. His basic Gentle Fist improved by 1 level. The chakra refinement technique also ascended by 1 level. Most impressively, the proficiency of the thunder breathing technique increased by 2 levels. Just 3 levels shy of the standard he achieved in the Demon Slayer world. The speed of his progress in mastering the breathing techniques was swift, as he had toiled for nearly 4 years to reach level 7 in that realm. At this current pace of training, he felt confident that he could attain level 7 within a year or 2. Enhancements to his physical quality and the increase in chakra allowed Naruto to extend his practice of the thunder breathing technique. Moreover, the thunder breathing technique gradually augmented his constitution, strength, and agility, creating a beneficial cycle. If he could master the total concentration, constant before graduation, combined with the inherent abilities of the Naruto world, he would no longer fear encountering Jonin. The breathing techniques, known collectively as total concentration breathing, were developed by the Demon Slayer Corps to empower humans against demons. They primarily enhance pulmonary function through a unique rhythm of breathing, allowing the blood to absorb vast amounts of oxygen, which dramatically elevates the user's physical capabilities for a brief period, matching that of demons. The thunder breathing technique is among the fastest and most powerful of all breathing styles. Apart from the sun breathing technique, demanding exceptional physical conditioning from the user, thus rendering it exceptionally difficult to master. Its strikes are executed with astonishing speed, creating thunderous sounds in their wake. Total concentration. Constant refers to the ability to maintain focused breathing even in a state of sleep. In simpler terms, utilizing the breathing technique increases physical strain, which most individuals cannot sustain. However, total concentration, constant transforms this active skill into a passive state, allowing the user to maintain the benefits of the breathing technique continuously. This was something Naruto had not achieved even in the Demon Slayer world. Nevertheless, in this realm, with the protection offered by chakra, he could begin practicing the breathing technique early without concern for harming his lungs. If he continued at this pace, mastering total concentration, constant would be an inevitable outcome. Thunder breathing. First form, Thunder Flash Thunder breathing. Second form, Rice Spirit. These were the only 2 techniques Naruto had mastered over 4 years, with the first form serving as the foundation for subsequent sword techniques, thus warranting his focused study. Concentrating on perfection, specializing in a single technique could yield formidable results. With his current physical attributes, augmented by the breathing technique, he was nearing the capability to unleash the power of certain sword techniques. With this thought, Naruto soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 22. Would you care to learn swordsmanship with me? The failure of White Fang's mission had caused immense losses to the village, a matter that quickly spread throughout the community. The voices blaming White Fang grew increasingly fervent. However, when he went to the daimyo to plead for forgiveness and later returned to the village to request a transfer, abandoning his role as a ninja, the villagers were thrown into a panic. The third Hokage and several jonin earnestly persuaded him, ultimately leading White Fang to reconsider his decision. Soon, the rumors were quelled, as if they had never existed. Yet, it was this very turn of events that left Kakashi Hatake feeling truly disheartened. After this incident, White Fang had essentially forfeited his qualification to contend for the title of 4th Hokage. The 3rd Hokage granted him an extended leave to recuperate mentally. The idea of a transfer had originated from Naruto, aimed at making White Fang fully recognize the reality and the true nature of those around him. It became evident that the village was not incapable of managing the situation. This incident had not escalated to the level of widespread condemnation. As a steadfast inheritor of the Will of Fire, Kakashi felt a sense of despondency. When the Will of Fire is warped by personal intentions, everything loses its essence. Of course, For Nobuhiko, encouraging White Fang to be more discerning was beneficial. As for other matters, his capacity to act was rather limited. Nevertheless, this incident had significantly impacted Kakashi. In the courtyard of the Hitaki residence, Nobuhiko and Kakashi were engaged in a sparring match, wielding wooden short blades approximately 40 centimeters in length. Kakashi, no longer clad in his Jonin armor, was instead dressed in relaxed home attire, calmly seated on the porch while leisurely sipping tea. This setback was undeniably substantial for White Fang. Given that the Second Shinobi World War had concluded, the third Hokage was still at the pinnacle of his power. And the legendary Sannin had already gained renown throughout the ninja world. The new generation of ninjas was not lacking in talented individuals. Even if he took a few years off, it would not have a particularly significant impact on the village. Should he face another dilemma in the future, he would still choose his comrades. For now, however, he needed to take time to reflect. While it was termed a vacation, Kakashi was not genuinely neglecting his duties. Since he had promised to train alongside Kakashi, he had no intention of breaking that vow. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with missions, spending minimal time at home. Even during his wife's difficult labor, he had been away on a mission, unable to be by her side. He did not even have the chance to see him for the last time. In order for Kakashi to become an exceptional ninja and a true powerhouse in the future, he resolved to dedicate his time off to mentoring Kakashi. Furthermore, Sannin, this child is a true genius in every sense of the word. He must be guided correctly. As he observed Sannin skillfully overpowering Kakashi with his swordsmanship, Shimo pondered silently. At that moment, Kakashi, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Sannin in the courtyard, suddenly leaped backward, positioning his ninja blade horizontally in front of him, while his body gradually lowered its center of gravity. Sannin, be careful. Upon hearing this, Nobuhiko's expression shifted slightly. Before him, Kakashi's wooden short blade was suddenly infused with an immense amount of chakra, emanating a formidable presence. Konoha's sword technique. With a swift movement of his right foot, Kakashi left a 2-centimeter deep imprint on the grass. In the blink of an eye, he accelerated towards Nobuhiko, moving at twice his previous speed. A seemingly simple downward slash placed an overwhelming pressure upon Nobuhiko. How swift! Although Nobuhiko utilized his Byakugan to observe all of Kakashi's movements, he could only manage to parry. He infused chakra into the wooden short sword in his hand, meeting Kakashi's wooden blade head-on. With a crack, the two wooden swords collided, shattering simultaneously. However, while Nobuhiko's wooden sword disintegrated into fragments, Kakashi's simply broke in half. Both figures exhibited a momentary stiffening, but Nobuhiko's reaction was swifter. Coupled with the analysis from their secondary consciousness, he instantly discerned Kakashi's unstable footing. Sannin delivered a swift kick to the area just above Kakashi's right knee. Approximately 10 centimeters away, Kakashi staggered backward, ultimately losing his balance and collapsing onto the grass. Gazing at the half-broken wooden sword in his hand, Kakashi tossed it behind him. With a clang, he unsheathed his chakra blade, White Fang. The silver blade shimmered with a chilling gleam under the sunlight. Hey, Kakashi, what are you doing? Do you intend to kill me? As Kakashi rose and charged at him wielding White Fang, Sannin's expression shifted, and he let out a startled cry. He waved his hands repeatedly, signaling Kakashi to refrain from acting impulsively. Kakashi paused momentarily, rooted in place. He cast a glance at White Fang, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. Got a bit carried away. With a sigh of relief, Sannin noticed Kakashi had halted, and he promptly closed his Byakugan, settling down cross-legged on the ground. Nearly a month had passed since the rumors subsided, following the last encounter, where Kakashi discovered that Sannin had been concealing his true strength. He approached their subsequent battles with utmost seriousness, always feeling that Sannin underestimated him. Since that revelation, Kakashi had been relentless in his pursuit of rivalry. However, with Shimo's personal guidance, Sannin was more than willing to visit Kakashi's home despite his persistent challenges. In their recent skirmish, Sannin had refrained from employing breathing techniques to enhance his physique and explosive power, revealing almost all of his capabilities. After all, his breathing techniques were currently his trump card. Although he could utilize them alongside his swordsmanship, doing so would leave him with some discomfort in his lungs. Thus, he would only resort to them when absolutely necessary. After all, Kakashi was merely 4 years old, while Sannin had trained far longer. According to Shimo, aside from their lack of experience in life and death battles, both he and Kakashi were stronger than the average Chunin. One could not deny that Kakashi was indeed extraordinary. That guy Kakashi must have been secretly training hard while I was away. Sannin could distinctly perceive Kakashi's progress. Indeed, the presence of a rival facilitates growth. As Sinyan collapsed onto the ground, visibly exhausted, the corners of Kakashi's mouth subtly lifted beneath his mask, indicating that this time, Sinyan had not held back. Kakashi withdrew his white fang and sprawled out on the grass in a starfish position. At that moment, Shuahao approached and remarked, "Kakashi, you are still quite young. Your body has not yet fully developed, and you must not overexert yourself in physical training. The Hataki-style swordsmanship demands a high level of physical fitness and consumes a considerable amount of chakra. For you at this stage, it remains somewhat arduous." Kakashi gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his cheeks. Observing Kakashi's nearly incapacitated state, Sinyan mused, no wonder in the original narrative, White Fang commanded respect across the ninja world with Hataki-style swordsmanship. While Kakashi abandoned the family technique after acquiring the Sharingan, it turns out it was due to insufficient chakra and physical stamina. It was reasonable to conclude that with Kakashi's constant training alongside little Liu Bei, his physique would indeed be strained. Particularly, with the Sharingan being perpetually activated. It incessantly drained his chakra and energy. As more content loaded, Shuahao glanced towards Sinyan after finishing his comments about Kakashi. Sinyan immediately straightened his posture. After each battle with Kakashi, Shumo would provide commentary on their performance, and Sinyan felt he gained much from it. After all, he was one of the elite ninjas of Konoha. The current 3 legendary ninjas had yet to reach the pinnacle of their powers as depicted in the original work. In the presence of the White Fang, they appeared as mere juniors. By the latter stages of the Second Shinobi World War, the White Fang single-handedly eliminated 2 top ninjas from the Sand Village. Indeed, it was the parents of the Scorpion of the Red Sand, who had intended to launch a surprise attack on Konoha while the battle stalemated, only to meet their demise. The father of Scorpion was a formidable contender for the position of the 4th Kazekage, while his mother was also among the elite jonin of the Sand Village. The distinction between suppressing a Kaga-level ninja and eliminating one is profound. I never anticipated that the Byakugan would exhibit such a high degree of compatibility with swordsmanship. It is indeed a pity that you practice Gentle Fist. Shumo gazed intently at Sinyan, unabashedly expressing his admiration, as he did not regard Sinyan as an outsider. His words were quite candid. Clearly, like me, you possess a naturally large reserve of chakra, and your physical prowess surpasses that of Kakashi by a significant margin. It is evident that you still had some strength left after the recent skirmish. You must have been concerned about undermining Kakashi's confidence, correct? Kakashi, who had originally been lying on the ground, suddenly sat up, his lifeless eyes widening in surprise as he fixed a piercing gaze on Sinyan. In truth, I am equally exhausted. Sinyan scratched his head, taken aback by Shumo's high regard for him. However, understanding without stating the obvious is key. Did you not notice how close Kakashi was to drawing White Fang to confront me? Shumo smiled gently, looking directly at Sinyan. Would you be interested in learning swordsmanship alongside Kakashi? Certainly. Sinyan nodded. Had he not been learning all along? Shumo recognized that Sinyan had not fully grasped his intention and clarified, I am referring to the Hataki style of swordsmanship. Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. However, it took merely a second for him to compose himself, and he immediately bowed deeply to Shomo, exclaiming, Yes. Teacher Shomo. Shomo was slightly surprised. Although he had not anticipated Sinyan's refusal, his reaction was indeed amusing. You may first study alongside Kakashi, Shomo stated with a smile. I understand you prefer to avoid the spotlight, so we can discuss your apprenticeship after your graduation. When there are others present, you need not address me as teacher. Yes, Teacher Shomo. I will certainly get along well with junior brother Kakashi. Sinyan replied enthusiastically, his face alight with joy. He had not expected such a fortunate turn of events after saving White Fang, and the thoughtfulness of it all was truly remarkable. What a tremendous gain. Chapter 23, 2 New Worlds. In the North Playground of the Ninja School, Class A of the first year was engaged in outdoor lessons, practicing the art of throwing ninja tools. Sinyan and Kakashi distanced themselves from the group to engage in a conversation. Kakashi, have you truly considered this? Are you certain you wish to apply for early graduation? Listening to Kakashi's response beside him, Nobuhiko once again sought confirmation. Despite several attempts to dissuade him, Kakashi remained resolute in his desire to graduate early. Indeed, Kakashi nodded. In the original narrative, Kakashi's request for early graduation seemed to be intertwined with the death of White Fang. However, with the plot having evolved, Nobuhiko felt that circumstances might also shift. Yet, upon observing the earnestness in Kakashi's gaze, Nobuhiko quickly arrived at an understanding. Kakashi was eager to prove himself through action at an earlier juncture. Nobuhiko, with your capabilities, Passing the early graduation examination would be exceedingly simple. Shall we undertake it together? Kakashi's eyes sparkled with hope. If there was anyone in the academy he truly cared about, it was undoubtedly Nobuhiko. Yet, Kakashi remained oblivious to this sentiment. Sinyan, possessing remarkable talent and formidable strength, appears to squander his potential by remaining at the Ninja Academy. Even his father holds him in high esteem and has taken him as a student. Kakashi believes that if they were to graduate early together and train under their father's guidance, their abilities would undoubtedly advance at a much swifter pace. Sinyan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head in refusal, stating, "I prefer to graduate steadily and methodically. Graduating early would draw too much attention, which does not align with my character." Given his ability to project dreams, remaining in the Ninja Academy to accumulate potential points seemed the most prudent course of action. He intended to enter the new world at an opportune moment to reap its benefits. Despite exhibiting remarkable talent, graduating early would attract the notice of higher-ups and bring unwanted attention. Moreover, it would likely make him a target for ninjas from other villages. In just a few years, the Third Ninja World War would erupt, and Konoha was far from being a harmonious family. The waters here ran deep, and he felt utterly incapable of navigating them. He was still too weak. The notion of nurturing his growth remained paramount. Although White Fang's swordsmanship was formidable, Sinyan's primary objective was to awaken the Rinnegan. An early graduation would curtail his freedom. There was still much to learn regarding medical ninjutsu. Currently, both of his secondary consciousnesses were diligently absorbing medical knowledge. Remaining at the Ninja Academy was indeed necessary for stability. Very well. Kakashi's tone revealed a clear sense of disappointment, yet he did not press Sinyan further. He continued, "I will not apply for early graduation for the time being. I plan to wait until the first year is complete." Upon hearing this, Nobuyuki nodded. After all, in the original narrative, Kakashi thrived without the protection of White Fang. With White Fang present now, his safety was further assured, alleviating any concerns. The next group consisted of Nobuyuki, Kakashi, Hiken, Obito, and Asuma. Sakamoto Waisuke, who was recording the students' weapons throwing scores, called out Nobuyuki's name. "Let us proceed." Nobuyuki and Kakashi stepped forward to commence their evaluation. The day swiftly passed. After school, it was rare for Nobuyuki not to accompany Kakashi home for training. Instead, he ventured alone to the 10th training ground. He aimed to refine his swordsmanship. However, as he firmly grasped the solid wooden sword, he was suddenly taken aback. A line of text appeared before his eyes. "A new world has opened. Would you like to spend 30 potential points to begin a dream projection?" On the deep blue panel, new world information emerged, presenting two options. Current selectable worlds, World of Totems and Sword Art Online. The World of Totems and Sword Art Online. Two projection worlds. Sinyan gazed at the text displayed on the panel, his heart racing. He was quite familiar with both worlds. The projected world currently presented was one whose overarching narrative he largely understood, which was indeed quite fortunate. In the depths of his mind, Sinyan contemplated. Even in the prophetic narratives of Demon Slayer and Abyssal Labyrinth, he had met with a most unfortunate demise. Nevertheless, the advantages gained were not insignificant. Should he embark on a quest from the very beginning, Sinyan mused that he could steadily progress and reap rewards as well. However, possessing an edge in intelligence made many endeavors flow with greater ease. Indeed, as in previous realms, the higher one's level of power, the more outrageous the exchange points required for a new identity. As Sinyan's focus sharpened, an increasing wealth of information began to reveal itself. Current selectable world, Totem World Timeline. Unknown before the dream projection commences, you must make an identity selection. 1. Silver Lantern Master Family. You hail from the esteemed Silver Lantern Master lineage, known for wielding extraordinary powers. Both of your parents are Silver Lantern Masters, with a long-standing heritage and substantial knowledge and resources. From birth, you possess a high probability of the innate ability to activate silver and ignite the Silver Lantern, due to your unique qualifications and bloodline. Your physical and intellectual prowess surpasses that of mere mortals. Your starting point is a domain that ordinary individuals can only gaze upon, utterly unreachable. Additional potential point cost, 30. 000 600 0002. Noble family. You originate from a noble household. Your parents are nobles, and your family enjoys advantageous connections and resources. You are likely to encounter the extraordinary echelon of Silver Lantern Masters. Within you may lie the dormant potential to become a Silver Lantern Master, offering you a chance to transcend the mundane. Even without such a gift, your noble status places you at the pinnacle of what common people strive to attain. Additional potential point cost 10, 000, 100, 0003. Ordinary family. You come from a family of ordinary humans. Both of your parents are commonplace individuals. Your familial circumstances may range from affluent to modest to impoverished, yet you remain, regardless, an ordinary person. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. If your martial arts talent is commendable and you exhibit sufficient diligence, perhaps you could ascend to nobility or even serve as a vassal to a Silver Lantern Master family. Additional potential point cost 0 to 504. Mythical creature family. You are born of a legendary mythical creature lineage. Your parents possess formidable strength, equivalent to at least a Type 2 Silver Lantern Master. From your first breath, you are endowed with an immensely powerful bloodline, placing your starting point at heights unattainable for many Silver Lantern Masters throughout their lifetimes. With such potent bloodline power, you can achieve greatness with minimal effort. However, growth demands time. Throughout your life, barring extraordinary opportunities, it may prove difficult to surpass the limits set by your parents' race, as dictated by the constraints of your lineage. The primal law of survival of the fittest is vividly manifested here. Additional potential point cost 10, 000, 500, 0005. Random family. Your identity remains unknown. Your talents undisclosed, and your race uncertain. You could be human, a mythical creature, or even a beast. If fortune favors you, perhaps you are destined to be a chosen one from birth. Additional potential point cost 100. Sin Yan's thoughts raced as he contemplated the substantial exchange points before him. Yet he felt no disappointment. Without the innate talent of a Silver Lantern Master, there were no benefits to be gained in the totem world. A 6th-tier Silver Lantern Master could entirely resist or unleash nuclear-level power at will. The absence of 7th-tier Silver Lantern Masters was due to the world's intensity issues. Furthermore, this realm bore a peculiar connection to the civilizations of wizards and sorcerers. A minimum of 10,000 points was required, and even that felt precarious. He could not afford to squander an opportunity to project into a high-level world. Now, having acquired Kaguya's chakra and improved his innate abilities, he felt less urgency. While he could not access the totem world for the time being, the second world, Sword Art Online, had significantly lower point requirements. However, as Sinyan gazed at the words above, he fell into deep contemplation, considering various aspects. Chapter 24. Unexpected insights. The current selectable worlds were as follows. Sword Art Online Timeline. The day of the public beta launch of the SAO game before Dream Projection. You must select an identity. 1. Protagonist. You are the male lead in this world, often referred to as the Chosen One. Your name is Kirito, a fervent online gamer. You possess black eyes and hair, typically wielding a one-handed sword or dual blades. You are endowed with remarkable reflexes and insight. As a closed beta tester, you have a comprehensive understanding of the death game SAO. Additional potential point cost 20,002. Heroine. You are the female lead in this world, also known as the Chosen One. Your name is Asuna. Although a novice in gaming, you adapt swiftly. And accompanying the male lead, Kirito, you will find clearing the game not too challenging. Additional potential point cost 20,003. Supporting character. You are a supporting character in this world, gender random. Your name is unknown. Following the protagonist, you have a certain probability of achieving effortless success. Additional potential point cost 3000-10,004. Beta tester. You are one of the beta testers in the SAO game. Your name is unknown. However, as a beta tester, you possess an intimate knowledge of Sword Art Online. Though lacking the protagonist's aura, you can still thrive in the game. With your foresight, you might even clear the game ahead of the protagonist, perhaps. Additional potential point cost 20 to 505. Random. You are one among the thousands of players in this world. Your name and gender are unknown. You might be a newcomer to SAO or an experienced beta tester. Additional potential point cost 0 to 10.6. Game administrator. The creator of the death game SAO, using the administrator account, Heathcliff, established the Blood Oath Knights, known as the strongest man in the SAO game. He is akin to a deity, ultimately perishing alongside the protagonist aura. Your presence may alter the outcome. Additional potential point cost 30,000. The information on the panel was not overly complex, and Sinyan quickly perused it. What truly surprised him was that identity selection could directly specify particular characters. He could choose to become either the male or female lead. However, as far as he knew, the world of Sword Art Online did not possess extraordinary powers. The characters in the game were merely a set of data. Could they truly benefit him? Gazing at his remaining potential points, Sinyan began to deliberate on his choice. Both protagonists required 20,000 points, while the game administrator required 30,000, which he dismissed entirely. Even if he possessed such potential points, he would rather invest them in the totem world for greater rewards. The supporting character position also commenced at 3,000 points. He opted to forego that. Although he could afford the 3,000 points, he was unwilling to place all his hopes in that option. The ultimate evaluation was tied to the world's difficulty and his actions therein. While he was familiar with the plot, individuals like Kaiba Akihiko presented a bug-like anomaly. Aside from the protagonists, most others seemed to benefit effortlessly. After eliminating 4 options, Sinyan found his choices limited to either the random selection or the beta tester. Preferring to avoid gambling, he opted for the beta tester role. Moreover, he intended to initiate the projection immediately. Approximately 4 months had elapsed since the last new world appeared, which was not significantly different from previous intervals. Based on his past experiences, if he did not commence dream projection, new worlds would not refresh. This time, 2 new worlds had emerged simultaneously. He pondered whether they had refreshed together or individually, a detail of paramount importance. Each projection world harbored infinite possibilities. Yet the potential points were finite, necessitating difficult choices. High-difficulty worlds like the Totem world offered greater rewards, but also posed increased challenges. Conversely, the Sword Art Online world, which allowed for easier victories, clearly offered lesser rewards. Thus, Sinyan contemplated earning some potential points from the Sword Art Online world. More crucially, he sought to confirm his suspicions. If the worlds refreshed individually, it would align perfectly with his interests. Otherwise, he might have to reluctantly sacrifice his projection opportunity into the Totem world. With only over 3,000 potential points, and the requirement of 10,000 points to attain the talent of a Silver Lantern Master in the Totem world, he found himself in a precarious position. Even if he waited until the Third Great Ninja War erupted, without engaging in new dream projections, he could only expect a modest increase of around 2,000 points over the span of 3 to 4 years through natural accumulation and dream growth. This would utterly fail to meet the high-level world projection requirements. Sometimes, the initial choice is profoundly significant. The last time he acquired Kaguya's chakra, the choice of identity was also a crucial factor. After 3 projections, aside from the one with Kaguya, Sinyan felt his luck had been notably poor. He was unwilling to leave things to chance. To enhance his combat prowess, selecting a world with lower initial identity requirements would facilitate the attainment of higher evaluations. Worlds that offered substantial benefits were his foremost preference. At this stage, what suited him best was indeed the optimal choice. Regardless, his immediate focus was to refresh the Sword Art Online world and ascertain whether the next world would emerge thereafter. Upon contemplating this, Nobuhiko returned home and began to reminisce about the narrative he was acquainted with. He meticulously scribed his thoughts onto paper, only to subsequently shred it into tiny fragments and flush it away. Soon after, he reclined on his bed, redirecting his focus towards the attribute panel once more. Should he expend 30 potential points to initiate the dream projection? Indeed, in the identity selection, a total of 50 dream potential points have been consumed. The projection commences. As the final line of information materialized, Nobuhiko succumbed to a profound slumber. Projection completed. Background introduction. In 2022, the electronic machinery manufacturer Argus developed the Nerve Gear, a device worn upon the head that could manipulate human neural connections to access a virtual world, thus ushering in the age of complete virtual reality. As a player within the Vermorp Sword Art Online, SAO, Kirito, alongside 10,000 other players, had just logged in to relish the game when the administrator delivered a chilling announcement. The sole means of logging out of this game was to clear it, and any failure to do so would result in demise in the real world. Kirito, amidst this chaos, was compelled to accept this grim reality earlier than his fellow players, plunging into a seemingly endless battle. As a closed beta tester, he possessed the advantage of foresight, enabling him to adapt more swiftly. Sinyan felt a sudden haze enveloping his vision, as if his consciousness had traversed a spatial passage. His body inexplicably experienced a sensation of weightlessness. Abruptly, his surroundings were engulfed in darkness. HM? What is happening? Shinyin opened his eyes once more, realizing that his consciousness had returned to his own room. The dream projection had concluded. Projection World. Sword Art Online Timeline. The day of the game's public beta test. Projected character. Internal tester, Xinyan. Projected race. Human. Projected state. Brain death. Commencing settlement. Comprehensive evaluation. None. Dream potential. 3,316. Damn it. Shinichi, upon reflection, was taken aback when he examined the circumstances surrounding the character's demise. It turned out that the cause of death was the mere act of unplugging the network cable. In the realm of Sword Art Online, the virtual helmets worn by players are designed such that prior to completing the game, any interruption of power or network connectivity or an attempt to forcibly remove the helmet would result in the built-in battery incinerating the player's brain. Regrettably, Shinichi found himself among those unfortunate souls. What ill fortune is my luck at odds with anything beyond the Naruto realm? Xinyan felt powerless to complain. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It was merely a waste of 50 points. Now, all that remained was to see if the new world could be refreshed in a few months. Chapter 25, Stealthy Tutoring. Targeted by Kakashi in the courtyard of the Hitaki residence, Shumo donned casual home attire, sipping tea with one hand while gently caressing the chakra blade, White Fang, with the other. Although this blade had been passed on to Kakashi, it could not be taken to school. At that moment, Kakashi entered the courtyard, expressionless and carrying his backpack. Father, Kakashi greeted Shumo before heading straight to the backyard. Wait, Shumo called out, inquiring, why isn't Xinyan here today? He was called away by Hinata-me, Kakashi replied in a flat tone. However, Shumo detected a hint of resentment in his son's voice. The young lady from the Hyuga clan? Shumo murmured, gazing at Kakashi. Kakashi, do you have any close female friends at school? No. Kakashi shook his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. I'm not interested in girls. They're quite bothersome. Shumo paused, but considering that Kakashi was only 4 years old, he felt no cause for concern. Since Xinyan isn't here today, I shall teach you some more advanced sword techniques. When he returns, you can unexpectedly defeat him and show him the consequences of slacking off. Observing Kakashi's lackluster demeanor, Shumo made a rare attempt at humor. Rising, he removed his casual attire to reveal a black training suit underneath. Really? Kakashi's previously vacant eyes brightened at the mention of Xinyan. But this time, I shall be quite strict. Shumo tossed the sheathed White Fang to Kakashi. Despite his words, he moved to stand beneath a tree, casually snapping off a branch and positioning himself opposite Kakashi. All right, please guide me. Kakashi slowly drew out the White Fang, his expression turning serious. Though Shumo wielded merely a branch, Kakashi felt no sense of being underestimated. Previously, when he and Xinyan had teamed up, they had failed to last even 3 seconds against Shumo, who had not been fully serious. Even when Shumo had held back significantly, Kakashi and Xinyan had been exhausted to the point of collapse, unable to even graze his clothing. Now that Kakashi faced Shumo alone, the pressure was undoubtedly greater. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please close reading modes, novel modes, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Yet, the mere thought of potentially defeating Xinyan filled Kakashi with exhilaration. Kakashi, adjust your mindset, focus, and avoid distractions. The Hitaki sword style emphasizes strength, speed, and explosiveness, making it unsuitable for prolonged battles. Before you strike, your mind must be steady. Also, you need to correct your habit of overexerting yourself during downward strikes. Otherwise, if you encounter a jounin proficient in dual wielding, your White Fang may snap if you apply force from below. Although Kakashi's expression changed only slightly, Shumo recognized his thoughts were on Xinyan and promptly reminded him. Yes, father. Kakashi refocused his gaze on Shumo. He acknowledged that he was inferior to Xinyan in both physical abilities and chakra volume, being 2 years younger, since he could not compete with Xinyan in strength or endurance. Kakashi could only strive to improve his speed and explosiveness. Come on, Shumo nodded at Kakashi, urging him to initiate the attack. However, this time, Kakashi stood still for at least 30 seconds. He sheathed his ninja blade and began to gather chakra towards it. This was the most universal draw and strike technique of the Hitaki style, possessing formidable power and explosiveness. However, it required high control over chakra during the build-up, necessitating complete concentration. In the past, Kakashi had rarely executed this move perfectly due to his mindset issues, especially since Xinyan had mastered this technique in less than a month. Kakashi's success rate had diminished further. Observing the aura emanating from Kakashi, Shumo's eyes revealed a hint of approval. Indeed, Spending time with Xinyan had made Kakashi considerably more composed and altered his mindset. Though Kakashi was only 4, his exceptional talent prevented Shumo from viewing him as merely a child. Likewise, he regarded Xinyan as possessing a mature mindset. A faint, sharp sound pierced the air as a silver crescent of sword light sliced through. Kakashi's white fang slashed upward with lightning speed. Even an average Chunin would find it hard to withstand. White fang slightly tilted, effortlessly evading Kakashi's strike. Seeing this, Kakashi instinctively flipped his wrist and executed a downward slash toward Shumo. With a crisp crack, Shumo swung the branch and struck Kakashi's wrist. The sharp sound echoed as a distinct red mark appeared on Kakashi's wrist. Although Kakashi winced in pain, he firmly gripped White Fang, refusing to let go. Shumo nodded inwardly and remarked, "Kakashi, while the Hataki sword style does not emphasize defense, one should not approach every attack with reckless abandon. If an attack fails, there is no need to rush into another. Especially when facing a slightly stronger opponent, frequent attacks might lead to mistakes and expose vulnerabilities." "Yes, father, I understand," Kakashi responded, appearing eager to learn. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, scrutinized a scroll in his hands, his brow furrowing with concern. Creak. The office door swung open abruptly. The only person who could enter without knocking was Danzo. Sarutobi looked up, his expression darkening as he pushed the scroll forward. "Danzo, you may examine it yourself." Danzo glanced at the contents of the scroll, his eyes narrowing. It seems the daimyo is still not giving up, placing considerable importance on Shumo by assigning him as a personal guard. Sarutobi replied in a somber tone, "Initially, we intended to grant Shumo a break, but the village is in urgent need of personnel. With his departure, our elite jonin will dwindle." Danzo calmly stated, "With Orochimaru present, that should suffice. If necessary, we can summon Jiraiya back. Shumo's exit is beneficial. It means no one can threaten Orochimaru." Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Orochimaru is indeed one of the most suitable candidates for the fourth Hokage, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude is somewhat uncertain. Initially, he assigned Orochimaru to monitor Danzo's route to prevent any underhanded maneuvers. However, it now seems that Orochimaru is secretly colluding with Danzo. This has shaken Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve to pass on the Hokage title to Orochimaru. Is there truly no one else aside from Orochimaru? Jiraiya shows no desire to compete. Tsunade has yet to make an appearance, and surely, you do not have high hopes for Jiraiya's apprentice? Upon sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's ambiguous stance, Danzo felt a jolt of alarm. Having finally dislodged White Fang, he cannot afford any mishaps. Danzo tentatively remarked, "While Minato Namikaze is indeed exceptional, he has only recently been promoted to Elite J-Nin. As for the others, you surely do not hold them in high regard? I must deliberate carefully on the fourth candidate." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, unwilling to divulge further to Danzo. Damn Hiruzen, he must be intent on clinging to the Hokage position forever. Danzo cursed inwardly. "What brings you to me, Danzo?" Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen change the subject, Danzo ceased his inquiries. After all, he would eventually find a way to unseat him from the Hokage position. "Here is the list of personnel I recommend for training at Root. Please take a look." Danzo produced a scroll from his robe. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the scroll, glanced at it, and furrowed his brow. "These newcomers from the last session are inadequate, but the others may suffice." Danzo nodded and continued, "I have heard that Shumo's son, Kakashi, is exceptionally gifted. The teachers at the Ninja Academy believe he has far surpassed the standards for early graduation. Continuing to keep him at the academy would be a waste of his talents. It would be better to have him trained at my root, thus preventing him from repeating Shumo's mistakes." "Absolutely not. I have already selected AJ Nin to instruct Kakashi." Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly refused. Danzo felt a surge of anger, his gaze narrowing, yet recognizing Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolute attitude, he knew further discussion would be futile. "You will regret this, Hiruzen." With that, Danzo departed from the Hokage's office. Chapter 26. Must one truly sacrifice their appearance? In mid-August, after diligently instructing Xinyan and Kakashi for several months, White Fang finally left the village to become a personal bodyguard for the daimyo in the Land of Fire. At the back mountain of the Ninja Academy, dense trees surrounded the area. A small figure crouched, leaning slightly forward, gripping the hilt of a ninja blade at their waist. With a flash of blue electricity, The sound of thunder erupted. Suddenly, a tree, as thick as a person could embrace, came crashing down. Sinyan gasped heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow. Striving to regulate his breathing rhythm, he traced 2 semicircles in the air with the ninja blade in his hand, then swiftly rotated it several times around his wrist before sheathing it. This act was not merely for display. A significant reason behind it was to enhance the dexterity of his fingers and wrists, as well as to become acquainted with the nuances of the blade. After all, each sword possesses its own distinct characteristics. For instance, the one in Sinyan's grasp was a modest acquisition, procured for 10,000 taels. The 5th level of the thunder-breathing technique, first form, lightning flash at level 2, and the second form, rise spirit at level 1. All contributed to the rapid improvement of his swordsmanship proficiency. Sinyan arrived at the side of the mighty tree he had felled, gently caressing the smooth and even cut. The edges slightly charred. He murmured to himself. The thunder flash technique had become second nature to him. However, combining it into a chain of attacks remained a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, with such explosive speed and power, even a Chunin would struggle to react without adequate preparation. In a confrontation utilizing the Byakugan and Gentle Fist, Sinyan recognized that he currently stood no chance against an ordinary Chunin. After all, his opponents would not easily allow him to close the distance. The long-range offensive techniques inherent in the Gentle Fist were exclusively mastered by the main family, a privilege he had yet to earn. As for the heavenly technique of Kaiten, it remained an esoteric secret. Before acquiring Kaguya's chakra and transforming his innate abilities, he had no choice but to rely primarily on Gentle Fist. However, Sinyan found the conventional developmental path of the Hyuga clan to be beneath his aspirations, unless he were to awaken the Rinnegan. While the Byakugan could detect foes from afar, there would inevitably be moments necessitating direct confrontation. Clearly, swordsmanship was a more fitting pursuit for him, compared to the world of Demon Slayer, where I could wield sword techniques after using chakra to protect my vital organs at this age. It was evident that the physical prowess of the inhabitants of the Naruto universe played a significant role when executing the first form of thunder breathing, the thunder flash. Sinyan infused his technique with lightning chakra, significantly enhancing both the power and speed of his swordsmanship. However, this increase also resulted in a heightened expenditure of chakra. Among his peers, his chakra reserves were undeniably exceptional, yet the potency of sword techniques escalated with chakra usage. The factors influencing Sinyan's ability to wield the sword techniques of thunder breathing were twofold: whether his stamina could keep pace and the consumption of chakra. In the world of Demon Slayer, thunder breathing was inherently an explosive sword technique. Yet, in the Naruto realm, the infusion of chakra transformed it into a sustained explosive technique. If my stamina could match the demand, with ample chakra at my disposal, the explosive speed enhancement from thunder breathing could potentially yield effects akin to the lightning release chakra mode of the hidden cloud village. Shinichi sat cross-legged on the ground, rhythmically adjusting his breath with a unique cadence, while simultaneously contemplating the other extraordinary applications of the thunder breathing technique. Both physical strength and chakra require enhancement of one's constitution to experience corresponding growth. With Kaguya's chakra present, Shinichi's potential for growth is undoubtedly substantial. However, to achieve a greater amplification in the short term, he must delve into the secret arts native to the world of the Hokage. Yet, this is not something he can attain in a brief period. The increase in total chakra is one aspect. If he can enhance his control over chakra, utilizing each fragment with precision and efficacy, it would effectively equate to an increase in chakra. It appears that the study of medical ninjutsu cannot be neglected either. Although time is relatively ample, the situation remains quite dire financially. Sinyan could not help but exclaim that cultivation also requires financial investment. The ninja blade he recently purchased, while functional, is of mediocre quality. If one were to consider the majority of standard weapons within the ninja realm, they are essentially insulators and semiconductors when it comes to chakra. In contrast, weapons forged from chakra metal are akin to superconductors. Common materials exhibit poor chakra conductivity, with average hardness and toughness. If Sinyan possessed a ninja blade similar to the White Fang's, he felt that the potency of his swordsmanship would increase exponentially, particularly as his mastery of the thunder-breathing technique deepens, making the quality of his weapon increasingly significant. Unfortunately, chakra metal is exorbitantly priced, often exceeding $1 million, an amount beyond his means. Moreover, acquiring medical ninjutsu also demands substantial funding, as Sinyan aspires to conduct his experiments. Even the basic set of necessary apparatus will be quite costly. Petri dishes, test tubes, dissection needles, tripods, asbestos nets, and beakers are relatively inexpensive. Yet a microscope remains financially unattainable for him at present. Additionally, to accurately record data, a high-performance computer is also essential. Although he can occasionally access the school laboratory and the public research facility at Konoha Hospital, the equipment there cannot be taken outside. More crucially, many of the experiments Sinyan intends to conduct are of a sensitive nature. While he is not yet at the level to engage in genetic research, it is prudent to prepare in advance. In the world of totems, possessing the capability to independently conduct scientific research is a significant advantage for aspiring Silver Lantern masters. If only a wealthy benefactor would sponsor him. This thought led him to immediately think of Kakashi. Alas, the Hitaki family is not particularly affluent. Despite the White Fang's legendary status and his numerous S-rank and A-rank missions, most of these accolades were earned during wartime, translating into prestige rather than direct monetary compensation. While such achievements elevate one's reputation and political standing, they do not serve as currency. The Hitaki residence is not much larger than Sinyan's own home. Though Tsukumo Hitaki is regarded as the clan leader, the Hitaki clan consists solely of Kakashi and himself. Excluding Kakashi from his thoughts, Sinyan then considered Hinata Mio, the esteemed daughter of the main family elder. Just a glance at the opulence of the clan leader and elder's mansion reveals their immense wealth. Must he truly sacrifice his appearance for financial gain? In his heart, Sinyan could not help but hesitate for a few moments. The funds I require are substantial, and it is certain that Mayu cannot provide enough. If I borrow too much, it will inevitably attract the attention of the elders. It is prudent to avoid drawing excessive scrutiny within the clan for the time being. With this thought, the figure of one person emerged in Sinyan's mind, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, with his profound obsession for research, undoubtedly possesses an abundance of experimental apparatus. If only I could become his disciple, I would not only gain access to his laboratory, but also benefit from his vast knowledge and experimental achievements. Alas, after contemplating for a moment, Sinyan ultimately decided to relinquish the idea. With the connection to Baya, the prospect of becoming Orochimaru's disciple was not entirely implausible. However, such an endeavor would necessitate displaying a talent that far surpasses that of his peers. At the very least, he would need to graduate early, akin to Kakashi. If he were to attract the attention of the third Hokage and Danzo, it would be an overwhelming predicament. Presently, the time for development was exceedingly precious, and Sinyan was unwilling to take such risks. The experiments could not be rushed. The paramount focus now lay in mastering breathing techniques and swordsmanship, while not neglecting medical ninjutsu. It would be far more prudent to showcase his exceptional talent only when graduation became unavoidable. Regrettably, the currency in the projection world was not universally accepted. Otherwise, Sinyan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to amass a fortune. Everything was aimed at enhancing his strength for survival. Within the dream projection realm, he could perish at will. But in reality, he possessed but a single life. There remained approximately 3 months until the anticipated refresh of the 4-month-long instance. Chapter 27. Diaphragmatic Breathing, Breakthrough Imminent. September brought with it a lingering warmth. Sinyan rose early once again, feeling the oppressive heat that seemed to demand the presence of air conditioning. After taking a shower, he couldn't help but exclaim at the stifling weather. In a world where technology had already birthed refrigerators, televisions, and computers, how could air conditioning remain elusive? Although chakra could enhance a ninja's physical constitution, granting them a greater tolerance to heat and cold than ordinary folk, the effect was not remarkably pronounced. Much like in the past life, enduring winter without heating, relying solely on one's noble spirit, was insufficient to withstand the chill. Ninja academies did not observe summer breaks. Only at the conclusion of the academic year was there a nearly month-long festival for the new year. Typically, Sinyan would return to wash after finishing his morning exercises. But today, he had no intention of venturing outside. His chakra refining technique had reached level 7, and the mental discipline of the thunder breathing technique had achieved level 6, hinting at a potential breakthrough in his previously stagnant mental attributes. Thus, in recent days, Sinyan dedicated substantial time to honing his breathing technique and refining chakra. His chakra refining speed had increased by nearly 1/3, and the progress in mastering the breathing technique exceeded his expectations, reaching level 6. What was initially projected to take 1 or 2 years to attain level 7 now appeared attainable even before advancing to the 2nd grade. Composed of mental energy and physical energy, chakra's upper limit would gradually increase with each substantial expenditure and subsequent refinement. This sensation became particularly pronounced after Sinyan acquired Kaguya's chakra. Conversely, practicing the thunder breathing technique continuously drained both stamina and chakra. The enhancement of physical and mental attributes fostered a mutually beneficial relationship. Under the strain of Sinyan's rigorous training, he felt on the verge of breaking through his limitations. With time, Kaguya's chakra would gradually merge with his own, ensuring eventual progress. However, Sinyan yearned for strength more swiftly, as the advancement of his secondary consciousness had stagnated for some time. The higher the skills level, the greater the enhancement to his mental capacity. Upon reaching level 4, he would gain an additional secondary consciousness, effectively doubling his learning speed. Currently, he could simultaneously absorb knowledge from 2 disparate fields and contemplate 2 unrelated matters. The benefits of acquiring another secondary consciousness were undeniably significant, especially since he was not a medical student prior to his transmigration and had to start from scratch in learning medical ninjutsu. Fortunately, with the aid of extraordinary chakra, formidable mental strength, and a secondary consciousness, his learning process progressed rapidly. This was, however, a result of Sinyan's careful concealment of his abilities. He was primarily auditing at the Konoha hospital and wished to avoid displaying excessive talent too early. After showering and dressing, Sinyan settled cross-legged on his bed to practice the thunder breathing technique. He began with a series of deep breaths, swiftly entering a meditative state. Inhale, exhale. Sinyan's abdomen gently rises and falls, with intervals gradually lengthening. As he adjusts his breathing rhythm, his breaths become deep and languorous, reminiscent of diaphragmatic breathing. Typically, individuals employ thoracic breathing, characterized by the upward and downward movement of the ribs and a slight expansion of the chest, with each breath taking approximately 3 to 5 seconds. A complete respiratory cycle encompasses both inhalation and exhalation. Under normal circumstances, the rhythm and depth of breathing are relatively regular, with adult respiratory rates ranging from 12 to 20 breaths per minute, while children typically breathe around 30 times per minute. Diaphragmatic breathing involves inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. A single cycle of breathing is ideally managed within approximately 15 seconds, a deep inhalation, expanding the abdomen, for 3 to 5 seconds, holding the breath for 1 second, followed by a slow exhalation, contracting the abdomen, for 3 to 5 seconds, and again holding the breath for 1 second. Practicing diaphragmatic breathing can significantly enhance lung capacity and improve cardiopulmonary function. However, for beginners who lack proficiency in the technique, there may be sensations of breathlessness and hypoxic discomfort. The prerequisite for mastering the thunder breathing technique is the adeptness in diaphragmatic breathing, which is considerably more challenging than the conventional method. In a state of tranquility, Shinhiko employs a breathing technique with a frequency of once every 20 seconds, equating to 3 breaths per minute. However, during rapid movement and intense combat, he is unable to maintain this rhythm, resulting in an increase to 4 breaths per minute. As for the total concentration breathing method, he estimates that he can manage only 2 breaths per minute, or even as few as 1. The act of inhalation is more conducive to the concentration and explosive release of power compared to exhalation. For a considerable duration, he will be unable to achieve this level, as it is also contingent upon the development of one's physique. Some individuals are inherently endowed with robust cardiopulmonary capabilities and substantial lung capacity, which can be considered a natural talent. Sinyan let out a deep sigh, ceasing his practice of breath control, and returned to a normal diaphragmatic breathing state. It was essential to halt the exercise whenever he felt a slight tightness in his chest. Indeed, it was quite exhausting. He could hardly endure more than an hour of static training. Sinyan wiped the sweat from his brow, picked up a book from the room, and made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After completing his meal, he sat on the sofa, savoring his food while engrossed in his reading. This was the most relaxed moment of his day. Once he finished eating, Sinyan resumed his chakra refinement. Yet, he still encountered no breakthrough, indicating that he needed to exert more effort. After halting his chakra refinement, Sinyan continued to see no signs of progress, and the data on the panel displayed little change. Alas, it seems that today is my turn for duty. Sinyan gazed at the wall clock, realizing that it was already 7:30, and only then remembered that it was his turn to clean. He hurried back to his room, shouldered his backpack, donned his goggles, and sprinted towards the ninja academy. By the time he arrived in the classroom, Kakashi and another boy, Kotaro Morikawa, had nearly finished sweeping the floor. Classes commenced at 8, and the duty students were typically expected to arrive by 7. Sinyan was over half an hour late, due to the cleaning duties. The earlier arrivals were outside engaging in activities. Sinyan, you're so slow. Kakashi and I are about to finish the sweeping for you, Kotaro remarked, unable to contain his teasing upon seeing Sinyan's tardy arrival. Sinyan gazed at the composed Kakashi and the hands-on-hips Kuda, chuckling as he said, "My apologies for being late today. I shall take out the trash. During lunch break, I will treat you both to some soda." "You know what's good," Kuda replied with a grin. "I want orange-flavored." "No problem. I'll help you set the chairs down." Sinyan smiled, nodding, and began removing the overturned chairs from the tables he had cleaned. As Sinyan approached the front row, Kakashi and Kuda, having finished sweeping, joined in to assist. Upon reaching the first seat on the left, Kuda suddenly leaned closer to Sinyan and whispered, "Sinyan, do you like classmate Mio?" Why the sudden question? Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. Kuda then eyed him with a hint of suspicion. "You don't have a crush on classmate Maki, do you?" "Of course not." Sinyan shook his head. "It would be foolish to pursue romance instead of honing one's skills." "That's good. Wait, you don't like someone as cute and gentle as classmate Maki?" Kuda's expression softened initially, but soon he seemed displeased with Sinyan's attitude. Indeed, compared to the top student Kakashi, it was Sinyan's gentle demeanor and striking appearance that posed the greatest challenge to Kuda. With one less formidable rival, he felt reassured. "Now I can relax. Rin should be paired with Kakashi, Mia with you, and Maki is mine," Kuda declared joyfully. Observing Kuda's daydreaming, Sinyan cautioned, "Classmate Maki hails from the Uchiha clan. They do not intermarry with outsiders. Did you not know? Classmate Maki's mother is also from an outsider clan. I heard she is a noble from the land of fire. I still have a chance." Kuda replied dismissively, speaking softly to Sinyan. Suddenly, as Kuda spoke, he inadvertently snagged the strap of Uchiha Maki's backpack, causing its contents to tumble to the ground. "Oh no," Kuda exclaimed, flustered, as he hurriedly crouched down to gather the scattered items. "At this rate, everyone will know it was a mess," Sinyan remarked with irritation, also kneeling to neatly place the belongings back into the desk. "You've saved me. If classmate Maki finds out and gets angry, it would be disastrous." Kuda lamented. "It's all right. Classmate Maki has such a good nature, she won't blame you. And here's a little notebook. Hold on to it." As he spoke, Sinyan picked up a small black notebook that had fallen into the corner and handed it to Kuda. "What is this?" Kuda asked, taking the notebook and brushing off the dust from its cover before flipping it open, exclaiming, "This is a diary. Classmate Maki works so hard. She has her schedule packed even after class. She wakes up at 5:30 in the morning to train and doesn't sleep until 11 at night. Wait, why are there so many torn pages?" "Hey, don't go snooping into someone else's business," Sinyan retorted, glancing into the corner where he spotted 3 pages that seemed to have fallen from the diary. He picked them up and, without thinking, stole a glance at the contents, which made his expression shift slightly. June 4th, the Uchiha clan is utterly dreadful. June 9th, ugh, these boys in class are so annoying. They're ridiculously childish. At that moment, Kakashi's somewhat peculiar voice echoed from behind Sinyan. "Huh?" He startled, gripping the small piece of paper in his palm. When he turned around, he found Uchiha Maki standing by the aisle, dressed in a pink dress. Kuda hurriedly dropped Maki's diary, his demeanor flustered, while continuously signaling Sinyan with his eyes. Sinyan rose to his feet, his thoughts racing. "Koda-kun, Sinyan-kun, what are you up to?" Uchiha Maki maintained her gentle demeanor. However, Sinyan noticed that a significant portion of her gaze was fixated on her diary. "I sincerely apologize, Maki-san," Sinyan hastily explained, "while we were tidying up. We accidentally knocked your bag over, so we were helping to rearrange it." "I see. It's quite all right. I can manage it myself." Uchiha Maki replied with a smile as she approached her desk and picked up the diary. Although her actions appeared casual, Sinyan observed that her knuckles were somewhat pale, indicating that her emotions were far from as carefree as she projected. "I truly apologize, Maki-san," Koda bowed in contrition. "It's no trouble at all." Uchiha Maki replied with a smile, waving her hands dismissively. Yet, as Koda prepared to leave, she suddenly spoke up. Koda-kun, you haven't peeked at my diary, have you?" "Me? Of course not." Koda stiffened, turning around to deny it in a flustered manner. "Damn it." Sinyan cursed inwardly. Such a reaction was all too telling. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Maki's smile remained, but her eyes grew cold. Koda immediately bowed deeply in apology. "I am sorry. I just accidentally opened it and glanced at it. Just a glance. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. I discovered your schedule after school, Maki-san. I truly did not mean to." Observing Koda's reaction, Uchiha Maki furrowed her brow slightly, then relaxed her expression, smiling as she said, "Kota-kun, you are being overly dramatic. I was merely joking. Is that so? I thought you might dislike me." Kota exclaimed, visibly relieved. At that moment, Uchiha Maki turned her gaze towards Xinyan. "Xinyan-kun, what about you? Surely you haven't." Xinyan immediately shook his head and then spread his arms wide, signifying that he had nothing to offer. Just moments before, when Uchiha Maki was inquiring about Kota, he had hastily stuffed the pages he had encountered into his pocket. "I can attest that Xinyan handed me the diary directly upon picking it up from the ground," Kota explained. At this moment, Kakashi, who was nearby, added, "I can vouch for that as well." In truth, Kakashi had seen Xinyan collect the paper from the ground. However, as a true friend, he could not betray him at such a time. After all, it was evident that Xinyan had not opened the diary to read it. Ding ding ding, the school bell rang, and the students began to surge into the classroom like a swarm. Uchiha Maki cast a fleeting glance at Xinyan before returning to her seat to organize her backpack. Just a few minutes into the mathematics lesson, a delicate little hand suddenly appeared in front of his desk. A small paper ball was skillfully tossed into the midst of Xinyan's math textbook. He watched as Uchiha Maki swiftly retracted her hand. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, and with a furtive glance, he observed the mathematics teacher using a stool as a ruler to sketch diagrams on the blackboard. "Xinyan, have you seen anything that fell from my notebook?" As he gazed at the note's contents, Xinyan's expression subtly shifted. Those 3 sheets of paper were still nestled in his pocket, though now they had been crumpled into a ball. He could not simply discard them on the ground as a ruse for Uchiha Maki to discover. With this thought in mind, Xinyan resolved to feign ignorance. He had no desire to invite trouble. "What are you referring to?" "I only noticed the notebook and handed it directly to Kota." "Did you lose something?" Xinyan retorted, questioning that if Uchiha Maki intended to play the role of a demure girl, she would certainly not dare to speak openly before being explicitly exposed. He was certain that she would not dare to inquire further. "Have you seen that?" He glanced at the 3 above, momentarily taken aback. Why is she deviating from the expected script? "What are you talking about? What have you seen?" As Nabahiko continued to feign ignorance, he suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere in the classroom at the moment he handed the note to Uchiha Maki. Why was it so eerily quiet? Xinyan turned to glance, only to see the mathematics teacher standing by the corridor, one hand clutching a piece of chalk and the other grasping a small stool. "You too. How dare you disregard my authority, passing notes right under my nose? Now, go stand in the corridor." With a fierce expression, the mathematics teacher ordered Xinyan and Maki to step outside. As the teacher's fury escalated, the top 2 students in mathematics were made to leave the classroom. Several students who had been engaged in mischief immediately ceased their antics, feigning earnestness in their studies. Upon exiting the classroom, Uchiha Maki's gaze fell, her fair complexion blushing a deep crimson. Once they stood against the wall in the corridor, she suddenly lifted her head and cast a profound glance at Xinyan. Chapter 29, Zenii. In the evening, as school let out, Kota rushed to Kakashi and Xinyan, his features contorted in distress as he clutched his stomach. "Well, Xinyan, did you poison the soda? My stomach hurts so much." Xinyan said irritably, "Who told you to drink 3 bottles of ice soda? I can't take it anymore. I must go to the restroom. You and Kakashi can take out the trash." Shout-I, crossing his legs, ran out of the classroom with a contorted expression. Upon witnessing the scene, Nabahiko clutched the trash bin and addressed Kakashi. "Shall we be on our way?" Kakashi nodded in agreement. The 2 exited the classroom, only to be greeted by the sight of Uchiha Maki and Hyuga Mio, who were burdened with a hefty stack of assignments from various subjects. Uchiha Maki, known for her amiable disposition and excellent communication skills, alongside her commendable academic performance, had been elected class president during the 2nd class meeting. She often found herself assisting the teacher with various tasks. As for Hyuga Mio, she enjoyed a good rapport with Maki and was likely there to lend a helping hand. "Nabahiko, are you on duty today?" Hyuga Mio inquired, turning around upon hearing the commotion. Upon recognizing Nabahiko, she hurried over, clutching a pile of assignment books, feigning ignorance. "Indeed." Nabahiko replied with a warm smile. Hyuga Mio, with her bright, fluttering eyes, asked eagerly, "Today, would you like to train with me? My father has offered to personally guide me in the gentle fist technique, and I inquired if you could observe." Upon hearing his words, Nabahiko was momentarily taken aback. Were it a typical young lady in her position, she would likely have been incensed after being rebuffed so many times. Yet, Hinata Mio not only remained unperturbed but also showed such concern for him. Truly, she is a little angel. This, of course, is also tied to the diligent efforts made in their communication when they were merely 3 or 4 years old. Sinyan nodded and said, "All right. It's settled then. I shall await the conclusion of your duty." Hinata Mio, her face alight with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped, gently swayed her twin ponytails as she happily clutched her homework and dashed towards the corner of the corridor in pursuit of Uchiha Maki. Beside them, Kakashi's gaze faltered. His lips slightly parted beneath his mask as he regarded Sinyan with a look of bewilderment. They had arranged earlier that morning to train together after school. Sinyan gazed at Kakashi beside him, chuckling as he patted Kakashi's shoulder, suggesting they postpone for another time. Suddenly, a startled exclamation echoed from around the corner of the corridor. "More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Kindly exit reading modes and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Before them lay Uchiha Maki, sprawled on the ground with her scattered notebooks. Two older boys, seemingly around 10 years of age, appeared before her. The fan-shaped emblem on their clothing indicated they too belonged to the Uchiha clan. One of the boys, with a scowl on his face, reprimanded, "Are you blind? Watch where you're going." "I'm sorry," Uchiha Maki mumbled, her head bowed as she collected her fallen books. I didn't catch that. What did you say?" the shorter, pudgier boy inquired. Witnessing the scene, Hinata Mio placed the notebooks on the windowsill before rushing to assist Uchiha Maki, enveloping her protectively behind him as he glared at the boys, growling, "What are you doing? You were the ones who bumped into her." Hinata clan. The two older boys' expressions shifted upon noticing Hinata Mio's distinctive white eyes and the smooth forehead devoid of the caged birthmark. They were acutely aware of whom they should not provoke. However, they did not back down. "This is a matter within the Uchiha clan. It is not for outsiders to meddle," the stout boy retorted defiantly, although he would not dare confront a member of the Hinata clan directly. Invoking the name of the Uchiha clan was a different story. "We are merely teaching a lesson to this outsider who has sullied the noble Uchiha bloodline. Does the Hinata clan intend to interfere in our internal affairs?" The other boy threatened, his words laced with menace. Sinyan observed the unfolding situation with a slight frown. They left no impression on him. They were evidently mere cannon fodder. Despite being a freshman, he was familiar with the talented individuals across all grades. As each class had its well-informed gossipmonger who grasped the intricacies of school happenings. Noticing the commotion, Sinyan patted Kakashi's shoulder, exchanging a knowing glance. Kakashi, already displeased with Sinyan for abandoning him, clenched his fists and approached with an unfriendly demeanor. "You are the son of White Fang, the prodigy Kakashi," one of the boys exclaimed. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Do you want to fight in school? We're not afraid of you." Despite their bravado, the two boys faltered as Kakashi advanced. Though significantly shorter, his aura was formidable. "Just the two of you cannot possibly represent the Uchiha clan. I've never heard of conflicts between students escalating to clan disputes. Kakashi is not in a good mood today. If you wish to avoid a beating, it would be prudent to leave promptly." With a smile gracing his face, Yoshihiko approached and offered a kind reminder. Upon hearing this, Kakashi could not help but roll his eyes. "Don't get too cocky, we run." Two upperclassmen were preparing to make harsh remarks. However, Yoshihiko gave Kakashi a gentle push from behind, causing him to lunge forward, which startled the two boys into fleeing in terror. Although White Fang had fallen from grace, he remained one of the most formidable figures in Konoha. Furthermore, Kakashi was recognized as the most exceptional genius since the establishment of the Ninja Academy, consistently breaking records in every discipline. "Maki, are you all right?" Hinata Mio inquired with concern, gazing at Uchiha Maki, who remained silent and downcast. Observing the two boys retreating in disarray, she wrinkled her nose and exclaimed in anger, "These two are utterly outrageous." Upon hearing this, Nabahiko's lips twitched slightly. If one were to speak of the most formidable bullies among their own, it would undoubtedly be the Hyuga clan. Of course, considering the usual demeanor of Hyuga Rei, she certainly had the standing to make such a claim. "I am perfectly fine. Go on and deliver the assignment notebook to the teacher," Maki Uchiha said calmly, brushing off the dust that had settled on her pink dress. Sinyan noticed her tightly clenched fists, indicating that such occurrences were far from novel for her. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans, both esteemed families, placed an excessive emphasis on the purity of their bloodlines, rarely engaging in intermarriage with outsiders. However, judging by Uchiha Maki's performance, her talents were not to be underestimated. Yet she endured such treatment within her own clan. The skill level of the two individuals from earlier, despite being upperclassmen, was no match for the quartet present, all of whom possessed capabilities sufficient for early graduation. It would have been a trivial endeavor for one to take on two adversaries. It left Sinyan perplexed as to why Uchiha Maki chose to swallow her pride. Through the powerful network of gossip among students, Sinyan was aware that her father was merely an ordinary chunin of the Uchiha clan, who had sustained injuries during the Second Great Ninja War and had not returned to the village for several years. Her mother, on the other hand, hailed from a noble family in the Land of Fire, with distant ties to the feudal lord. Yet, despite such exceptional resources, the Uchiha clan failed to appreciate them, demonstrating a woeful lack of political acumen. While Sinyan had already conjured up a dramatic domestic scenario in her mind, she had no interest in becoming embroiled in it. Hinata Mio and Uchiha Maki proceeded to the third-floor staff office to submit their assignments, while Sinyan took the trash can to dispose of the rubbish. Sinyan descended from the back mountain of the school, carrying an empty trash bin. It remains a mystery which little genius conceived the idea of placing the waste pit atop the hill. As Sinyan walked, he muttered to himself, "That detestable Kakashi is truly authentic." The moment he learned that I would not train with him tonight, he cast me aside without hesitation. Material conditions dictate consciousness. How true this proves to be. After spending so much time with children, I too have become rather childish. In his heart, Shinyan mused that during his elementary school days, regardless of the activity, both boys and girls preferred to walk in pairs. Naturally, he found campus life quite intriguing. Before his journey through time, he had often fantasized about returning to elementary school. However, the current elementary school experience differed slightly from the idyllic vision he had conjured in his mind. As Sinyan was about to descend the mountain, a row of barbed wire behind the school caught his eye. Just as he was about to emerge from the dense thicket, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound. Thud, thud, thud. Was it the sound of stakes being driven into the ground? Sinyan halted in his tracks, straining to listen. Could it be? No, surely not. How thrilling. No, what am I thinking? This is a ninja school. How could it be? He gave his head a light slap, dismissing the fanciful notion from his mind. Nevertheless, a strong curiosity compelled him to set aside his trash can and venture towards the nearby bushes. As the sounds grew increasingly closer, Sinyan paused midway, suddenly realizing, why should I go over there when I have my Byakugan? Indeed, it was stealthy art of reconnaissance. Shinyan activated his Byakugan and was suddenly confronted with an astonishing scene. Uchiha Maki was furiously unleashing his power against a massive tree. Die, all of you. Die. Sinyan gazed upon her charming profile, coupled with her fierce demeanor, and suddenly recalled an animated dragon roaring. Chapter 30. The Upgrade of Secondary Consciousness. I am truly not a pervert. From Naruto, Dream Projection. Please acknowledge the source, Zenji Pan Novel Network. Goodness. Her true nature is so savage. Truly, she is of the Uchiha clan. Sinyan gazed at Uchiha Maki, who relentlessly pounded her fist against the tree trunk, and mused to himself. The bark was marred with numerous dents from her strikes. Moreover, the adjacent tree bore scars as well, clearly indicating that she was not the first to engage in such a display of strength. Devilishly muscular Maki. In his heart, Nabahiko secretly bestowed a nickname upon Uchiha Maki. He gently set down the underbrush, preparing to depart silently. However, before he could make a sound, Uchiha Maki, who was striking the tree, paused her actions and turned her gaze toward the nearby thicket, saying, "Come out, Nabahiko, classmate." Sinyan was taken aback. How was he discovered? Gazing into the crimson eyes of Uchiha Maki, which bore the single tomo of the Sharingan, he felt a chill in his heart. Maki, if I said I was merely passing by to take out the trash, would you believe me? Sinyan smiled and said, "Of course I believe you." However, Uchiha Maki fixed a disdainful gaze upon him. At that moment, the gentle demeanor of Uchiha Maki, who typically embodied the image of a sweet, obedient girl in class, had completely vanished. There was no trace left of the vulnerability she had displayed earlier in front of those two upperclassmen. Sinyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Why was she deviating from the expected script? I discovered my ability to sense chakra at the age of 4, perceiving the subtle differences in everyone's chakra. When I was 5, after witnessing my brother being bullied, I awakened my Sharingan. As a result, my mother sent my brother and me back to the Uchiha clan. In my fervent desire to integrate into this wretched clan and to prevent my brother from being tormented, I repeatedly endured and feigned the persona that everyone adored. Yet, there were still those who remained dissatisfied, constantly nitpicking and creating trouble. Uchiha Maki proclaimed as she approached Sinyan. Before Shinkichi could utter a single question, Uchiha Maki had already commenced her role as the self-destructing truck. This was unmistakably reminiscent of a scene in a television drama where the antagonist is poised to eliminate the protagonist. After a moment of silence, Nabahiko said, In truth, you need not disguise yourself, simply be yourself. It was evident that Uchiha Maki, much like him, was concealing her remarkable talents, reluctant to draw too much attention. However, the Uchiha clan differed from the Hyuga clan in significant ways. After all, the Uchiha were deeply devoted to strength and revered the powerful. Furthermore, unlike the Hyuga, they did not impose the caged bird seal upon their kin. Be myself? I always believed you and I were kindred spirits. It seems I was mistaken. The contents of my diary, you indeed found them, did you not? Uchiha Maki gazed at Nabehiko with a smile. Their eyes locked, the distance between their faces barely 20 centimeters. Well, I admit it, I did pick it up. But I can keep it a secret. Sinyan candidly responded, you have shared so much with me. And it is evident that you do not perceive me as one who speaks frivolously. However, Uchiha Maki's tone shifted, her crimson irises narrowing slightly. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Sinyan felt a sudden dizziness, his vision becoming blurred and his gaze lost in confusion. It was an illusion technique. Having been prepared, Sinyan swiftly reacted, relying on his formidable mental strength. However, sensing no malice from Uchiha Maki, and recognizing that the technique she employed was not of an offensive nature, he refrained from immediately dispelling the illusion. More importantly, Sinyan made a delightful discovery. During Uchiha Maki's casting of the illusion, he noted signs of a long stagnant mental barrier beginning to break, as well as indications that his secondary consciousness, which had remained at level 3, was poised for a breakthrough. Could it be that illusions stimulate my mental growth? Uchiha Maki had no intention of genuinely harming her classmate. Thus she utilized an illusion that bore no real lethal force. She had always donned a fade, feeling weary from the pretense. Now, with Sinyan uncovering her secret, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over her. Yet, she felt compelled to issue a warning to Sinyan, hoping to instill a sense of fear. Nevertheless, she soon realized that Sinyan's chakra was even more potent than she had initially perceived. Moreover, to maintain the illusion, her chakra was depleting rapidly. What was happening? How could his chakra be so formidable? Secondary consciousness. Shall I interfere with your chakra to dispel the illusion? Secondary consciousness. I sense no malice from the opponent. Not for now. I can resolve it myself, Sinyan silently affirmed. Secondary consciousness. Understood. Secondary consciousness. I sense a secondary soul personality is about to emerge. With a sudden pallor, Uchiha Maki staggered back several steps, gazing in astonishment at Hinata Sinyan. This was her first display of true strength. In her eyes, she believed she could rival even the top student Kakashi. However, after casting the illusion for such a brief period, she found herself utterly drained. Sinyan inhaled sharply, a wave of profound comfort emanating from the depths of his soul, revealing an expression of exhilaration. He had broken through. The attributes panel now reflected a transformation in his mental attribute data, finally surpassing the critical threshold of 2.0 simultaneously. His secondary consciousness ascended from level 3 to level 4. The secondary soul personality had been born. Secondary consciousness 2. I am at your command, host. Standing by. Sinyan silently acknowledged this. Secondary consciousness 2. Yes. Upon regaining his composure, Sinyan turned his gaze toward Uchiha Maki, only to find her regarding him with a peculiar expression. As he stepped forward, Uchiha Maki, now wary, warned him, do not approach. Sinyan began to explain, but Uchiha Maki retreated further, exclaiming, if you come any closer, I will not hold back. Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Maki, observing the confusion on his face, felt a surge of caution. This individual was unexpectedly powerful. Having fallen under her illusion, and upon breaking free, he emitted such an unusual sound. Could he be some sort of deviant? Uchiha Maki felt she had inadvertently entangled herself with someone formidable. Wait, do not misunderstand. I merely wish for you to cast another illusion on me. Sinyan's face was alight with uncontainable excitement. The skill of secondary consciousness inherently accelerated mental growth by 20. If her illusions could indeed stimulate his mental enhancement, his prowess would soar at an even greater pace. The Uchiha clan were masters of illusion, and Uchiha Maki exhibited remarkable talent. If he could cultivate a favorable relationship with her, as she continuously grew stronger and her illusions became more potent, he would have a vital means to swiftly overcome any future mental barriers. What a treasure! A master of illusion training. Uchiha Maki regarded Sinyan with disdain, thinking he is undeniably handsome, yet turns out to be a weirdo. Wait, you must not misconstrue my intentions. I am not a deviant. Neither is there an issue with the XP system. I merely wish for your assistance in my cultivation. Sinyan explained excitedly. Chapter 31. The Unspeakable Deal. Stay away. If you come any closer, I will scream. Uchiha Maki stepped back, adopting a defensive stance. Considering the surroundings, she felt that a one-on-one confrontation might not be favorable against Xinyan. Just the sheer magnitude of his chakra, which she could perceive, was several times greater than her own. This pervert had indeed been deliberately feigning weakness all along. Could it be that he had already discerned my true nature and was intentionally luring me into a trap today? Uchiha Maki's heart raced with alarm. Am I truly destined to meet my end here today? Xinyan gazed at the ever-shifting expression of Uchiha Maki, instantly aware that she was likely indulging in her own imaginings. Initially, he presumed her to be a precociously cunning girl, feigning innocence like a little white rabbit. However, it soon became apparent that she possessed a hint of adolescent quirkiness. Stop daydreaming. I harbor no interest in you. Having awakened your eyes at such an early stage, and possessing an exceptionally rare perceptive ability, you stand to be cherished by the Uchiha clan should you fully reveal your talents. At that point, no one shall dare to trouble you, nor will anyone bully your younger brother. Surely, that is what matters most to you. It was evident that you felt a lack of belonging within the Uchiha clan. As long as you receive recognition and superior treatment, what more could you desire? Thus, there exists no necessity to conceal your true self. To express his sincerity, Xinyan offered a gentle reminder to Uchiha Maki. Were he to possess the status of the Hyuga main family, he would not need to tread so cautiously in hiding. He could then harness the vast resources of the Hyuga clan to expedite his training. As a member of the branch family, he felt like a caged bird, with the sword of Damocles hanging ominously above him. Until he could address this predicament, he preferred to remain inconspicuous. Is this sufficient? Uchiha Maki inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Xinyan remarked, Of course, you can certainly give it a try. Although Uchiha Maki exhibits far greater maturity than her peers, she remains merely a child. She understands the art of disguise, yet fails to realize that overthinking can sometimes be detrimental. It is essential to analyze each issue on a case-by-case basis. Xinyan continued, the Uchiha clan is entirely different from the Hyuga. The Uchiha do not bear any curse marks akin to those of caged birds. The more exceptional your performance, the more you will be valued by the higher echelons of the clan. They will only seek to cultivate and support you. Although your mother is of foreign descent, she possesses a distinguished lineage. This is something that will inevitably be recognized by others. Uchiha Maki's cherubic face scrunched up adorably, reminiscent of an elderly woman deep in thought. As she contemplated Xinyan's words, I believe what you say, Uchiha Maki affirmed with a nod, though her gaze remained tinged with evident suspicion. What did you mean by that? You don't have any peculiar inclinations, do you? Even if you have aided me, I shall not be at your beck and call. With an air of irritation, Nobuhiko remarked, when I requested your assistance in my training, I meant it quite literally. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I desire for you to cast illusions upon me, allowing me to unravel them myself. This approach will fortify my defenses against illusions and amplify my mental fortitude. Upon hearing Nobuhiko's explanation, Uchiha Maki remained somewhat skeptical. How can you substantiate that? Upon hearing this, Nobuhiko smiled faintly and remarked, Is not my strength the most compelling evidence? You possess the Sharingan, yet I was still able to unravel your genjutsu. Does this not validate my assertion? Uchiha Maki fell silent for a moment before retorting. That is only because I did not wish to harm you. I refrained from employing my most formidable illusions. Xinyan's eyes brightened with intrigue. You possess even more formidable illusions? At such a young age, mastering 2 forms of illusion demonstrates an extraordinary aptitude, clearly signaling a promising potential for further development. Unlocking the rebirth eye is a long-term endeavor, yet enhancing mental fortitude holds equal significance. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you see this passage, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Kindly disable reading modes, such as browser reading, immersive, or novel modes, and turn off ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. For each additional secondary consciousness, Xinyan effectively doubles his capacity for thought and learning. Furthermore, he has acquired the training method for the shadow clone technique from Kakashi. However, to prevent excessive fatigue, he has yet to employ shadow clones for intensive training. That day, Kakashi used shadow clones merely as a means to substitute for class due to his own displeasure. Ordinarily, he would attend in person. Of course, Uchiha Maki responded with unwavering confidence. You aren't merely boasting, are you? Xinyan replied with skepticism. Uchiha Maki felt underestimated and retorted defiantly, If you don't believe me, I shall demonstrate right now. Just be warned, should you incur any injury, do not hold it against me. In his heart, Nobuhiko chuckled softly. The bait had been taken. He boldly stepped forward, his gaze fixated on Uchiha Maki's eyes. Upon such close observation, Nobuhiko realized her features were as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Her skin is smooth and fair as mutton-fat jade, appearing so tender that it seemed one could almost draw water from it. Don't come so close. Uchiha Maki instinctively extended her hand, gently pushing against Nobuhiko's chest. Though he may be a pervert, he is undeniably handsome, Uchiha Maki mused. He activated his Sharingan once more, casting an illusion upon Nobuhiko. Indeed, Shinyin discovered that his mental prowess had once again increased, albeit by a mere 0.001. Excluding factors such as excessive attempts and diminishing returns, does this not imply that with just a few dozen or even hundreds more attempts, he could achieve another breakthrough? Even if there are obstacles, that is a concern for another time. Why have you stopped? He remarked, still reveling in the aftermath of escaping the illusion. What's wrong? You look so pale. He suddenly noticed that Uchiha Maki's complexion had turned ashen, her body swaying unsteadily as she leaned forward. Are you all right? Shin Yin hastily caught her in his arms. I'm running low on chakra and need to rest for a moment, Uchiha Maki said weakly, leaning against him. You truly did not deceive me. Hey, if you're going to sleep, don't do it here. Shin Yin gently shook her shoulders, observing her drowsy demeanor. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes behind them. Shinichi was taken aback, turning to find Hinata Mio gazing at him in astonishment, alongside Uchiha Maki cradled in his arms. Shinichi, Maki, what is this? Seeing the profound shock etched on Hinata Mio's face, Shinichi, along with his two subordinate consciousnesses, swiftly concocted an explanation within mere seconds. No, Mio. Please do not misunderstand. I heard some commotion while taking out the trash, so I came to investigate. Maki was here practicing her martial arts. Just look at the surrounding trees, all damaged by her training. Sinyan elucidated. How could this happen? Hinata Mio pointed at the sight of the two entwined together. It is because Maki has been experiencing anemia. She did not consume any food before engaging in strenuous activity, leading to excessive depletion of chakra and stamina, which rendered her faint. He continued, I merely sought to assist her to the infirmary. Did you not notice she was on the verge of losing consciousness? Hinata Mio, upon observing the pallid complexion of Uchiha Maki, suddenly grasped the situation. Ah, so it is hunger that ails her. I recall a time during training when I neglected to eat, and I felt as though I were nearly starving. Ultimately, I consumed 18 bowls of rice to recover. Let us hasten to escort Maki to the infirmary. With that, Hinata Mio swiftly stepped forward, lifting Uchiha Maki from Sinyan's embrace, effortlessly cradling her in a princess hold. Sinyan stood frozen in place. Chapter 32, The Chosen One in the World of Hokage. The latest chapters of Dream Projection from Naruto are updated first on the new keyboard novel network. In the afternoon, at the Ninja Academy. Deep within the forest of the back mountain. Ah, yes. Maintain the rhythm, inhale slowly. Do not exert too much force, good hold on. Deeper, a little deeper. Exhale slowly, breathe out. With one hand firmly gripping the stopwatch, Yukihiko placed the other upon the chest of Uchiha Mashiki, guiding her through the practice of diaphragmatic breathing. The challenge of achieving a mere 4 breaths per minute proved daunting, even for the average adult unaccustomed to such training, let alone for a child of 6 or 7. This was particularly true following their recent vigorous exercise. Ever since Yukihiko unearthed Uchiha Mashiki's true self, an unspoken camaraderie had blossomed between them. Uchiha Mashiki continuously stimulated Yukihiko's mental fortitude through illusionary techniques, while he, in turn, aided her in her training. The date was January 15th, 40 years into the era of Konoha. Nearly half a year had elapsed since he had completed the Sword Art Online dungeon. Yet the emergence of a new projection world remained elusive. Nevertheless, Yukihiko continued to await its arrival. The final examinations for the first year at the Ninja Academy had concluded, with Kakashi achieving the highest marks in the school and applying for early graduation, successfully ascending to the rank of genin. Not only did his performance shatter the Academy's records, but he also set a new benchmark for the youngest age at which one could become a genin, just 5 years old. Unexpectedly, the student who closely trailed Kakashi in results was none other than Uchiha Mashiki. Together, they had mercilessly bested the graduating 4th graders. Following Yukihiko's enlightenment, Uchiha Mashiki resolved to abandon her previous facade. She showcased a talent that rivaled Kakashi's, garnering significant attention from the Uchiha clan, with her treatment now dramatically improved. The clan leader, Uchiha Takuma, publicly acknowledged Uchiha Mashiki's prowess and confirmed her mother's affiliation with the Uchiha lineage. Consequently, The feudal lord dispatched representatives to escort Uchiha Mashiki to the Land of Fire to visit her mother. Those who had once bullied her among her clansmen no longer dared to provoke her. However, even with the privilege of personalized guidance from elite jonin, Uchiha Mashiki still preferred to train alongside Yukihiko. Sinyan acquired a wealth of non-Uchiha secret ninjutsu from Uchiha Maki, along with a collection of miscellaneous texts preserved by the Uchiha clan. These texts encompass a myriad of subjects, including mythological legends, cultural geography, and medical ninjutsu. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading modes, including reader mode and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Many topics remain beyond the reach of someone at Sinyan's level. However, given Uchiha Maki's esteemed position within the Uchiha clan, she can effortlessly access these resources, such as the privilege of genius. Sinyan, not one to be stingy, although unable to impart the thunder-breathing technique to Uchiha Maki, was nonetheless able to teach her the unique technique of diaphragmatic breathing. This technique had also been shared with Kakashi. In truth, diaphragmatic breathing is not an esoteric practice within the world of ninjas. It is quite common. However, Sinyan's method of channeling chakra in synchrony with the rhythm of breathing, mimicking the effects of thunder breathing, is uniquely his own. While it may not achieve the extraordinary effects of the breathing technique, it is capable of instantaneously enhancing both explosive power and speed. Maintain this chakra rhythm, and let's go again, Sinyan instructed Uchiha Maki. Another round. Uchiha Maki's legs faltered, and she promptly sat down on the grass, disregarding her white stockings. Although she still upheld her previous image of a demure girl in front of others, she dropped the facade in Sinyan's presence. Could it be? Is there truly someone who cannot endure even 2 rounds? Sinyan remarked sarcastically. You. Uchiha Maki's face flushed with indignation as she stood up, puffing out her chest. She grasped Sinyan's hand and declared, let's do this again. All right, maintain this rhythm. And just hold on for 3 more minutes. Sinyan encouraged him. This was quite simple. When others treated him sincerely, he would not respond with insincerity. Thus, he held Uchiha Maki to exceedingly high standards. Just as Sinyan was timing Uchiha Maki, his gaze suddenly shifted, and his hand, resting on her chest, instinctively tightened. Ouch! Uchiha Maki exclaimed, clutching her modest chest and stepping back a few paces, glaring at Sinyan in anger. What are you doing, Sinyan? Training is one thing, but that was utterly inappropriate. I apologize. I suddenly remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us resume our practice tomorrow. With that, Sinyan swiftly took his leave. Observing his hasty retreat, Uchiha Maki felt her fair cheeks flush slightly, and she muttered under her breath, pervert. Sinyan could no longer ponder how Uchiha Maki might feel, for the words that appeared before his eyes filled his heart with unrestrained joy. Ability to refresh individually. He had guessed correctly. A new projection world had emerged. A new realm had opened. Would he consume 30 potential points to commence the dream projection? The current available choices were 1. Holy Land family. You hail from one of the 3 ancient Holy Land families, Mayaboka Mountain, Shibakuzen, Rigakud, that have been passed down through generations. Your very being is imbued with natural energy, and you possess wisdom that rivals that of humanity, potentially acquiring sage power and longevity. Additional potential point cost, 5,000 to 200,000. 2. Senju clan. You were born into the Senju clan, one of the 2 foremost ninja clans of the Warring States period. The Senju clan is descended from Ashura, the son of the Sage of 6 Paths, and their bloodline harbors the power of the Sage body. Members of this clan naturally possess a large amount of chakra and robust vitality, predominantly exhibiting water, earth, and yang attributes. Additional potential point cost, 1,000 to 200,000. 3. Uchiha clan. You are born into the Uchiha clan, one of the 2 premier ninja clans of the Warring States period. The Uchiha clan descends from Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of 6 Paths, and their bloodline contains the power of the Sage Si, possessing the Sharingan. Members of this clan have inherently strong mental energy, and upon awakening the Sharingan, their strength is significantly enhanced, predominantly exhibiting fire and Yin attributes. Additional potential point cost, 1,000 to 200,000. 4. Hyuga clan. You are born into the esteemed Hyuga clan of the Warring States period. The Hyuga clan is a descendant of the Tsutsuki clan, inheriting their bloodline and possessing the Byakugan, excelling in gentle fist techniques. Additional potential point cost, 1,000 to 50,000. 5. Uzumaki clan. You are born into the renowned Uzumaki clan, a first-rate ninja clan of the Warring States period. The Uzumaki clan shares a distant blood relationship with the Senju clan of Konoha and maintains a profound bond with them. Their bloodline also contains the power of the sage body. The Uzumaki are known for their proficiency in sealing techniques, boasting a long-standing history, albeit being a small clan. Most clan members possess a large amount of chakra and substantial vitality, with red hair as their distinctive feature. Additional potential point cost, 1,000 to 50,000. 6. Kaguya, Take Clan. 7. Kisame Clan. 8. Yatsuki Clan. 15. Random, you are born into any family of the Warring States period. You might belong to a powerful ninja clan, an aristocratic family, or an ordinary civilian household. Your name, gender, and bloodline remain unknown. Additional potential point cost, 0 to 1,500. Another projection of the Naruto world. The recurrence of such a projection world was astonishing. As Sinyan gazed at the information on the panel, a smile graced his face. However, he soon fell into contemplation. The original narrative only provided cursory details about the Senju and Uchiha clans during the late Warring States period, leaving little to be gleaned about the others. The advantage of foresight was not as pronounced. It seemed he would need to investigate further. For the sake of the reincarnation Sinyan was certain he would choose the Hyuga clan. This was the most prudent option. Chapter 33, Commencing Preselection, Steady as a Rock. Seeking recommendations. The advanced techniques of Gentle Fist, mastered by the current main family, were crucial during the Warring States period, where ninja clans vied for supremacy. In the pursuit of war, each clan would undoubtedly strive to enhance the strength of their members, likely eschewing the current methods. Nonetheless, it was wise to remain cautious. Sinyan resolved to embrace an identity of noble lineage. As for other ninja clans, opting for the Uzumaki or Senju families could potentially grant access to a rudimentary sage body. Perhaps even the opportunity to learn the formidable sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. However, given his limited potential points, it was evident that he would be unable to select any remarkable talents. Amidst the tumultuous era of the Warring States, there was a risk that before he could secure his position and hone his skills, he might be thrust onto the battlefield and meet his demise. Moreover, the most significant concern for Sinyan was the bloodline disease. This was not merely a game where one could indiscriminately allocate bloodlines without conflict. Opting for the Hyuga clan may not be the most illustrious choice, yet it certainly promised stability. Additionally, Sinyan harbored a hypothesis that compelled him to choose the Hyuga, as it might lead to discovering a method to resolve the caged bird curse mark without relying on the Rinnegan. In the latter part of the Warring States period, it would coincide with the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This implied that even if he projected himself into the Hyuga clan, he could still have the chance to acquire the cells of elite ninja from clans such as Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. If this journey indeed transported him back in time, it would mean his dear son, Kurojitsu, would also be present. Reflecting on his previous 4 dream projections, aside from the encounter with Kaguya in ancient times, Sinyan had faced considerable misfortune in the other 3 instances. He sensed something amiss. Was his luck truly so abysmally poor? Nevertheless, the experience with Kaguya had been relatively smooth, allowing him to reap the benefits available to him, although the fruit of the divine tree was beyond his reach at that time. Could it be that he was destined for the world of the Hokage? Suddenly, a thought emerged in Sinyan's mind, yet he promptly dismissed it. Recognizing the unreliability of luck, he resolved to rely on action and preparation to mitigate the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Dream potential, 3521. Over the course of approximately 6 months, he had accrued an additional 200 points of dream potential. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read it in another browser. He could indeed select a rather commendable opening. I wonder if I could choose Madara or Hashirama. Upon returning home, this thought suddenly crossed Sinyan's mind. However, Madara and Hashirama are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra's chakra. Even if he were granted a choice, it was highly likely that he could not afford the requisite potential points. Nevertheless, he might encounter situations that could be tailored to individuals in the future. Since it is possible for duplicate instances to occur, it is evident that worlds such as Demon Slayer, Abyssal Maze, Sword Art Online, and Totem, even if refreshed, should be capable of reappearing. With this in mind, Sinyan decided to conduct a preliminary selection. Would you like to consume 30 potential points for a dream projection? Yes. Identity selection in progress. Insufficient potential points. Identity selection failed. Terminating projection. Projection has been terminated. Potential points have been refunded. Would you like to consume 30 potential points for a dream projection? No. Xinyan silently recited a phrase in his heart, as the blue panel displayed the message indicating the termination of the projection. This was a new feature that emerged following the last instance where two projection worlds were refreshed simultaneously, allowing him to conduct a preliminary selection. As long as the projection had not commenced, no points would be deducted. Furthermore, it enabled him to browse through the available characters within the corresponding range of points. This aspect was of great significance to Xinyan. When encountering unfamiliar projection worlds, understanding the attributes, states, and specific identities of the projected characters would greatly assist him in his subsequent actions. After observing the points of Hashirama and Madara, Xinyan ceased to ponder further. Each of these individuals had, through their own efforts, elevated the exchange points of the Senju and Uchiha clans by several tiers. The useful information obtainable from the books available in the ninja school library was rather limited. Xinyan took out a pen and paper, meticulously enumerating the intelligence he possessed. Although there were certain pieces of information regarding the Hinata clan that he lacked the authority to access, Mio was able to. As long as he refrained from clandestinely learning the family's gentle fist techniques, it would not matter if he was discovered. He was acutely aware that such authority merely served to underscore the elevated status of the main family. However, the information pertaining to his ancestors was of paramount importance to Xinyan, who was on the verge of returning to the past. Intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan could be obtained through Maki. This resolution would address two major clans. As for the Senju clan, records from the Uchiha should also contain relevant information, given the prolonged standoff between the two during the Warring States period. Contemplating this, Xinyan took the sheet filled with Chinese characters to the restroom and reduced it to ashes. In an almost ethereal sense, he felt a voice within him suggesting that incinerating the document was more prudent than tearing it into shreds. The likelihood of retrieving the fragmented pieces from the foul-smelling sewer, only to decipher his own handwriting resembling that of a wriggling earthworm, was virtually non-existent. Subsequently, Xinyan commenced a pre-selection process, thoroughly reviewing all potential identities among the ninja clans. Although he had already affirmed his projection into the Hinata clan, this method allowed him to gain insights into the general data of others, thus understanding their origins and backgrounds. These individuals could potentially be encountered or even opposed during the latter part of the Warring States timeline. With such a valuable opportunity for acquiring intelligence, Xinyan was keen to make the most of it. With the assistance of his two subordinate consciousnesses, Xinyan efficiently reviewed the available projection identities 4 times. Number 1, Number 2. Have you memorized them? Xinyan silently queried. Subordinate consciousness 1, affirmative. Subordinate consciousness 2, affirmative. Repeat it back to me, Xinyan instructed. Subordinate consciousness 1. Subordinate consciousness 2. The two subordinate souls began to take turns reciting the information from memory. In certain aspects, their capacity to remember surpassed his own, given their solely rational thought processes. Although Xinyan himself had also committed the details to memory, he felt it prudent to confirm and ensure there were no discrepancies. The once westward-leaning sun had long since vanished. As the luminous moonlight streamed into Xinyan's room, he realized how swiftly time had passed. Feeling his stomach rumble, he mused to himself. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to access it in a different browser. One cannot bite the hand that feeds, nor be soft-handed when receiving favors. It seems I must invite Mio and Maki for a meal, he thought. It felt as though days had passed since he last saw Kakashi. Should he also extend an invitation to him? Perhaps not. Xinyan glanced at his somewhat deflated wallet, considering Hinata Mio's hearty appetite, and ultimately decided against inviting Kakashi. A month later, with 3 days remaining until the commencement of the new school term, Xinyan commenced the projection at home. Does this consume 30 points of potential for dream projection? Indeed. Identity selection in progress. A total of 3,500 dream potential points have been expended. The projection begins. With the final line of information appearing, Xinyan succumbed to a deep slumber. Projection complete. Background introduction. During the Warring States period, the ninja clans vied for supremacy, with the major clans holding dominion over various territories. Among them, the Senju and Uchiha clans boasted the greatest strength and population. The Hyuga clan was slightly inferior. followed by the Uzumaki clan. Other mid-tier ninja clans either banded together for warmth or allied with the larger clans. For over a century, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have been at odds over the title of the strongest ocular clan. In recent years, as an increasing number of prodigious ninjas emerged from the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan began to show signs of decline in their ongoing conflict. As the second son of the Hyuga clan's patriarch, Hyuga Tenmin, your status is esteemed, yet your talents are rather unremarkable. The Warring States period represents the most tumultuous time in the world of Naruto. Here, bloodshed could erupt monthly, if not daily. Various ninja clans engage in warfare over territory, reputation, or even trivial matters. The frequency of war has resulted in an average lifespan for ninjas of less than 30 years. It is commonplace for underage ninjas to be sent to the battlefield, often witnessing 5- or 6-year-old children engaging in life-and-death struggles against their foes. Chapter 34, Verifying Hypotheses. The relationship between soul and body, the Land of Fire. The most formidable nation in the world of Naruto, home to the greatest number of powerful ninja clans. The central region, rich in resources, is occupied by the 3 top clans, Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga. Additionally, there are mid-tier clans such as the Yamashiro, Nara, and Akimichi, forming a defensive alliance. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire is nominally the ruler of the entire nation. However, these ninja clans act like feudal lords, each governing their own territories with commoners engaged in production. The ninjas need only to enhance their strength and protect their lands through continuous battles, seizing more territory in the process. However, exceptions exist. As a prominent ninja clan residing in the eastern coastal region of the Land of Fire, the Kaguya clan is inherently warlike. They frequently engage in conflicts with neighboring clans for unknown reasons, resulting in strained relations with all ninja clans. Fortunately, due to the Kaguya clan's considerable strength and their blood ties to the powerful Hyuga clan, they have not faced a concerted attack from their neighbors. Recently, however, the Kaguya clan has clashed with the Uchiha clan. During the early to mid-Warring States period, the Uchiha clan was the most powerful ninja clan, firmly suppressing the Senju clan. At the height of their power, the Uchiha clan boasted over 10 awakened Sharingan users among their ranks. Yet, due to an excessive obsession with the power of the Sharingan and the reckless use of the forbidden technique Izanagi, they ultimately experienced internal strife. Had it not been for the emergence of the formidable Uchiha Chihiro, who developed Izanami to quell the discord, the Uchiha clan might have faced irreparable decline. Nevertheless, the internal conflict severely diminished their strength, and now they find themselves at odds with both the Senju and Hyuga clans. In a bid to reverse their strategic disadvantage, the Uchiha clan resolved to forge an alliance with the equally powerful Uzumaki clan. The current clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, dispatched emissaries bearing lavish gifts to the Land of Water, seeking to betroth his eldest son, Uchiha Madara, to the daughter of the Uzumaki clan's leader, Uzumaki Mido. While the Uzumaki clan appreciated the Uchiha strength, they placed greater emphasis on their blood ties with the Senju clan. Just as the Uzumaki leader, Uzumaki Q, found himself in a quandary, news arrived that the Uchiha emissaries had been annihilated by the Kaguya clan. Enraged, the Uchiha clan declared war on the Kaguya clan, drawing the Hyuga clan into the fray. Numerous skirmishes erupted, with the situation spiraling towards chaos. The Hyuga clan's territory, the war zone hospital. As the scale of conflict escalated, casualties surged dramatically. However, the Hyuga clan, with a population in the thousands, has managed to withstand a century of hostilities against the Uchiha clan, demonstrating considerable resilience. The so-called war zone hospital is merely a temporary outpost constructed from a series of tents. The entire Hyuga clan possesses no more than 50 medical ninjas and ordinary physicians adept in healing arts. Once war breaks out, this number is woefully insufficient. In the Warring States period, ninjas take pride in their ability to engage in battle. Medical personnel work tirelessly amidst the acrid scent of blood and the anguished cries of the wounded. In the farthest bed, a boy appearing to be 13 or 14 years old lies soundly asleep. Both the medical staff and the injured regard this boy, who seems so out of place in this grim environment, with a mix of disdain and helplessness. Within the Hyuga clan, it is rare for a 14-year-old to have never set foot on the battlefield. Even these medical ninjas have typically seen combat at least once or twice, having endured the trials of war. Yet this boy, Hyuga Ryota, the second son of clan leader Hyuga Tenmin, has consistently hidden behind the title of a medical ninja, never having participated in a single battle. Nevertheless, due to the valor displayed by clan leader Hyuga Tenmin and his eldest son, Hyuga Masato, the clan members harbor little resentment. At this moment, the boy in the last bed suddenly opened his eyes. Where is this? Sinyan rose from his bed, surveying the space around him. A multitude of memories cascaded through his mind like a series of slides. This time, however, he was accompanied by a secondary consciousness. With both consciousnesses working in tandem to sift through the memories, thereby doubling the speed of assimilation. Within mere minutes, Sinyan had thoroughly organized Ryota Hinata's memories. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to continue reading. Name: Ryota Hinata, Sinyan. Attributes: Earth, Yang Physique, Strength, Agility, Spirit Eye Technique, Byakugan LV2 Cultivation Method, Chakra Refinement Technique LV1 Skills, Basic Gentle Fist LV1. Secondary Consciousness LV4 Potential Points, 51. Indeed, in certain circumstances, choosing a favorable identity at the outset proves more crucial than selecting exceptional talents. However, this talent truly leaves much to be desired. Sinyan gazed at his current attributes, contemplating silently. Spending over 3,000 points at the outset was a significant investment. Furthermore, the pre-selection feature allowed him to understand the specific distinctions between identity choices. The reason why character selection often demanded thousands of potential points was that identity and talent choices were calculated separately. A promising beginning hinged upon the importance of both identity and talent. Sinyan allocated his over 3,000 potential points primarily towards the selection of his identity. Additionally, he expended 400 points to reduce his age by 2 years. Although it was quite common for children to enter the battlefield during the Warring States period, exceptions undoubtedly existed, particularly for the offspring of clan leaders. This was especially true when a remarkably capable eldest son was present. Sinyan had encountered the figure of Hinata Masato during the preliminary selections, who boasted a staggering 40,000 exchange points. Moreover, the clan leader Hinata Tenjin represented the pinnacle of identity selection. Rather than opting for an unpredictable genius who might perish on the battlefield at any moment, it would be wiser to choose a useless individual of higher standing to remain safely in the rear. After all, several thousand points would not yield an exceptional talent. This conviction was further solidified in Sinyan's mind following the incident in Sword Art Online. Fortuitously, through his connection with Mio, he learned of the Hinata clan's traditions during the Warring States period, which allowed him to lower his age by 2 years. Otherwise, the clan's mandate requiring 16-year-olds to enter battle would have posed a significant inconvenience. Sinyan pondered quietly within, considering that if he did not adjust his age and projected himself as a 16-year-old, he might very well find himself on the battlefield upon his emergence. Hinata Ryota, much like his brother Hinata Masato, was renowned within the Hinata clan, albeit for differing reasons of talent, one exceedingly gifted, the other tragically lacking. Upon assuming this body, Sinyan distinctly sensed that Ryota's chakra was even less than that of his original form. For a 14-year-old ninja, possessing such a meager amount of chakra was indeed preposterous. However, Sinyan remained unconcerned, for he had a 2-year buffer period. Moreover, his primary aim in this projection was to acquire the Byakugan. His noble status would facilitate easier access to the Hinata clan's treasury. Additionally, Sinyan harbored a hypothesis he wished to verify during this opportunity. Chakra, being a product of both physical and spiritual energy, would see its potential enhanced should either aspect improve. Notably, chakra originates from the God Tree. The ability of ninjas to refine chakra stems from the influence of chakra on the bodies of the first generation. Sinyan's soul, having been purified by Kaguya's chakra, was significant. Even after the death of the Sage of Six Paths, his soul persisted for millennia, aiding Naruto and Sasuke by bestowing chakra during their climactic battle. His 2 sons, Indra and Ashura, also reincarnated through chakra for centuries. If chakra can sustain the soul, spiritual energy, then conversely, the soul should also nourish chakra. The strength of the Sage of Six Paths chakra was evident in his soul's longevity. If his soul were not potent, it could not easily command such vast chakra reserves. Thus, Sinyan believed that his soul could project a character of inferior talent, particularly with shared origins and bloodlines, which should yield even more pronounced results. The alert on the system panel indicating that his soul's talent far exceeded the current talent level, along with the increasing compatibility between the soul and the character, confirmed Sinyan's suspicions. Indeed, this was the chosen world of the Hokage. Chapter 35, The Art of Corpse Examination and Grave Digging. Ryota, There are so many injured. You must come and lend a hand. A girl approached, noticing Sinyan lost in thought as he sat on the bed, and spoke to him with a hint of annoyance. Sinyan lifted his head, gazing at the enchanting young girl before him, who radiated an aura of youthful vitality. His eyes narrowed slightly, not due to her astonishingly mature physique that belied her age, but rather because there was no caged bird curse mark upon her forehead. Sinyan swiftly delved into the memories of Hinata Ryota. Subconscious thought 1. The essence reveals that, despite the distinctions between the main and branch families of the Hinata clan, there exists no curse of the caged bird. Subconscious thought 2. The young lady before you is Hinata Kitono, the eldest daughter of the branch elder Hinata Oso. Possessing exceptional talent, proficient in gentle fist techniques, standing approximately 170 centimeters tall, with dimensions around 96. No need for such detail, Sinyan silently interrupted thought 2. Ryota, are you listening to me? The girl leaned forward, drawing closer to Sinyan. Sinyan felt that the visibility within his line of sight had significantly diminished. Something obscured his vision. I apologize. I was lost in thought, but I will assist you shortly. Sinyan leaned back slightly, recalling the speaking style of Hinata Ryota. And with a tone devoid of emotion, he remarked, within the clan, Hinata Ryota could scarcely be considered a scion of privilege, at best. His lamentable lack of talent rendered him the subject of derision among his kin, leading to a sense of despair and a fractured relationship with most clan members. Thus, when confronted with the wounded, Hinata Ryota chose to turn a blind eye save for Hinata Kinano, for whom he harbored a secret affection. In stark contrast to Ryota, Hinata Kinano possessed extraordinary talent. Her proficiency in gentle fist techniques ranked among the finest within the clan, and according to Konoha's classification standards, her prowess was comparable to that of A.J. Nin. Additionally, she excelled in medical ninjutsu. On the battlefield, she served as a valiant soldier, while off the battlefield, she transformed into a healer dedicated to saving lives. Remarkably, she was merely 16 years old. Yoshihiko followed Hinata Konoha into the adjacent tent during the Warring States period. Although prominent clans had medical ninjas and what could be termed hospitals, they were nowhere near the comprehensive medical system established in later generations under Tsunade's leadership in Konoha. Clans such as Hyuga, Senju, and Uchiha fared better, but for the lesser ninja clans, even a slight injury often signaled imminent death. Many injuries inflicted by ninjas could not be cured by ordinary physicians, necessitating treatment that incorporated chakra. In accordance with Hinata Kitono's request, Yoshihiko initially employed medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding of the injured. Subsequently, while his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, he assisted in suturing and dressing the wounds. Additionally, he undertook various tasks such as carrying stretchers, boiling water, and transporting medical supplies. At that moment, the clan members began to realize that, despite Hinata Ryota's lack of talent and his often eccentric and self-deprecating demeanor, he was at least a competent medical ninja. Some of the injured clan members reflected on their previous treatment of him and acknowledged that they may have been overly harsh. Meanwhile, the clan leader, Hinata Tenyuan, who had just returned from the battlefield, heard of these developments and offered his commendation. However, he was somewhat troubled to observe that Yoshihiko's gaze remained fixated on Hinata Kitono. He understood that his younger son only displayed enthusiasm in her presence. Tenyuan had originally intended for Kitono to be with his eldest son, Masato, believing that their combined genius would yield even more exceptional offspring. Yet, it became evident that Ryota harbored profound feelings for Kitono as well. Hinata Tenyuan wrestled with his guilt, stemming from his failure to protect Ryota's mother, who had suffered grave injuries during her pregnancy. He believed that this misfortune significantly contributed to Ryota's lack of talent. His wife had tragically passed away due to complications during childbirth, leaving him with her dying wish to care for Ryota. Tenyuan found himself in a dilemma. The potential loss of Kitono might lead Ryota to further despair, leaving him to ponder the best course of action. As Hashiomi assisted, he observed Hinata Kono's ongoing surgical procedure. He was taken aback by the caliber of medical ninjutsu from the Warring States period. No, it must be attributed to her exceptional skills surpassing those of her peers. In Sinyan's mind, Tsunade emerged. During the era of the shinobi villages, medical ninjas in the ninja world were categorized into two types, Tsunade and the other medical ninjas. Hinata Kitono likely falls into this category as well. A prodigy, she is undoubtedly a readily available instructor in medical ninjutsu. Sinyan gazed at Hinata Konoha with an increasingly fervent intensity. Although he had engaged in self-study in Konoha, attending public lectures at the Konoha hospital each month, the disparity in knowledge was unmistakable when compared to the personalized instruction and profound guidance from a skilled medical ninjutsu master. He aspired to independently explore the realm of the Rinnegan, necessitating a level of research proficiency that could not be lacking. At this juncture, the Hyuga clan had yet to be bound by the caged bird seal, which meant he had the opportunity to acquire an abundance of Byakugan. Whether undertaking genetic experiments or directly utilizing a multitude of Byakugan for research, the possibilities were indeed within reach. Before long, my innate talents, medical ninjutsu and elemental techniques will be the primary focus of my training henceforth. Sinyan felt the warm current surging from every part of his body, as his chakra rapidly strengthened, decisively solidifying his forthcoming plans. Name, Hyuga Ryota, Sinyan. Attributes, water, thunder, earth, yin, yang physique, strength, agility. Spirit Dojutsu, Byakugan LV4 cultivation method, chakra refinement technique LV6 skills, basic gentle fist LV1, secondary consciousness LV4 potential points, 51 regrettably, within the dream projection. Potential points could neither grow naturally nor increase through dreams. Otherwise, enduring for decades would yield substantial rewards. After once again reviewing his attribute changes, Sinyan sighed inwardly. However, being able to alter his abysmal talent was already quite commendable. Time passed quietly. Nearly 2 years had elapsed since Sinyan projected himself into the Hyuga clan. Hyuga clan grounds. To the north of the clan grounds, near the back mountain, resided but a single clan member, Hyuga Ryota. His family's basement was a non-secret laboratory, though the space was modest. It was filled with an array of experimental apparatuses and an assortment of bottles brimming with vibrant liquids. Sinyan stood before the experimental table, unwrapping the storage scroll bound around his arm and extracting a fist-sized glass vial. Through the emerald liquid, 2 eyeballs, tethered by tendons, were visible within. Subsequently, Sinyan grasped a syringe and punctured the softened eyeball, drawing back to allow a milky white substance to surge into the syringe. The eyeball, akin to an inflated balloon from which air has been released, deflated instantaneously, leaving only a thin layer of skin clinging together. Sinyan then extracted the essence from the other white eye. Following this, he poured the full syringe of milky liquid into a test tube containing a cerulean liquid. As the 2 liquids merged, a violent reaction ensued, calming within mere seconds. Ultimately, only a drop of semi-transparent light blue liquid remained in the test tube. Observing that the white eye revealed no discernible changes, Sinyan carefully placed the solitary drop beneath the microscope. Alas, another failure. Cursing under his breath, he gazed at the inert white eye essence and sighed. 7 sets of experiments had already failed. Only 15 white eyes remained. Yoshihiko shut his Byakugan, carefully storing away the items that could not be exposed to light within a storage scroll before departing from the laboratory. Thanks to the clan rules of the Hyuga family, it was strictly forbidden for any clan member to activate their Byakugan without just cause. Sinyan established his laboratory directly within the clan's territory. With the presence of the Byakugan, the notions of concealment and barriers became rather futile, prompting him to forego hiding altogether. As for the Hyuga clan's rules, Sinyan understood them quite well. If one could casually activate their Byakugan within the clan, it would not be uncommon for the matriarch to be confronted unexpectedly, or for friends to greet one another with their Byakugan activated. Such a scenario would likely incite internal chaos. In the heat of battle, however, when the Byakugan was genuinely activated, such trivialities would be overlooked, for in life-or-death confrontations, no one would dare exploit such a critical advantage. Currently, within a kilometer of Sinyan's residence, there was no one to be found, a situation rendered reasonable by Hyuga Ryota's notoriously eccentric temperament. Regardless, Sinyan conducted his experiments with his Byakugan activated. Should anyone enter his line of sight within that kilometer, he would promptly cease his experiments and tidy up. Since he had affixed his secondary consciousness to his shadow clone and developed a unique combination transformation technique to suppress nausea, he had effectively concealed his identity. As my projection commenced, Sinyan instructed clones 1 and 2 to diligently practice various ninjutsu, water, earth, lightning. Any technique that could facilitate speed and escape was to be learned. This continued until 6 months prior when 2 infamous ninjas, known as the King of Pots and Chinxiang, emerged during the Warring States period. These 2 were notorious for targeting the bloodline clans and those adept in ocular techniques, engaging in a full-service operation of corpse desecration and eye extraction. The conflicts between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans did not escalate, which was somewhat attributable to these events. Chapter 36, A Pinnacle Conspiracy, Initiating the Layout. Sinyan emerged from the basement and cast a glance at the wall clock. The time read 4:20 in the afternoon. In just 10 minutes, Hinata Katono would arrive to teach him medical ninjutsu and gentle fist techniques. It is worth noting that the technological advancements within the world of ninjas are rather peculiar. Initially, Sinyan harbored concerns about his transition into this realm. If microscopes had yet to be invented, how could he possibly conduct his research? Although the Byakugan grants the ability to see through objects, it cannot serve as a substitute for a microscope. Subsequently, through his investigations, he learned that both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha had only recently reached adulthood, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. It is likely that they would attain their peak strength in their 30s, subsequently uniting to establish Konoha and bring an end to the tumultuous warring states period. This implies that Sinyan's current life in Konoha is separated by a span of 40 years and over 50 years from his own era. Ultimately, Sinyan discovered that the technological level in this world is not significantly inferior to that of his time. In other words, one could argue that there has been little to no advancement in technology over the subsequent 50 years. Perhaps it is time to reconsider his approach. Sinyan sat in the corridor, sipping tea while contemplating the reasons behind his series of failures. The individuals known as Vest 1, the King of Pots, and Vest 2. The Agarwood collectively accumulated 22 pairs of Byakugan and 6 pairs of Sharingan on the battlefield. However, it was evident that most of these individuals were likely of the Chunin rank. After all, at the age of 16, one must participate in battle, and the majority of ordinary clansmen at this age typically reach only the Chunin level. As for the Byakugan wielders of Jonin caliber, many were nearing their 30s. Achieving Jonin status at such an age clearly indicated that the purity of their Byakugan would not be exceptionally high. Perhaps my experimental approach is not flawed. It is merely the quality of the sample that is inadequate. Moreover, the one guiding him, Hinata Katono, undoubtedly stands as the most exceptional talent within the clan today. Although merely 18 years old, Sinyan felt she likely possessed the strength of an elite Jonin. When Sinyan engaged in practice with her, it felt akin to facing a white tooth. Meanwhile, the clan leader, Hinata Tianyuan, stands as a paragon among the elite of the shadows. Initially, Sinyan harbored a degree of disdain for the Hinata clan. However, upon arriving in the Warring States period, he realized the simplicity of his previous notions. It is not that the Hinata clan lacks strength. Rather, it is the subsequent generation's excessive antics that obscure their prowess. The gentle fist technique encompasses a total of 64 palms within the Bagua palm method. Remarkably, the prodigy Hyuga of later generations independently comprehended the Bagua's 120 palms. Yet, in the present day, the clan leader Hinata Tianyuan can unleash 512 palms of the Bagua when exerting his full strength. The might of his technique is so formidable that it once shattered Uchiha Taijima's Susanoo in a direct confrontation. After careful consideration, Nobuhiko realized the truth of the matter. Currently, the Hyuga clan stands alongside the Uchiha and Senju clans as one of the 3 foremost ninja clans of the Warring States period. If they lacked genuine prowess, how could they have contended with the Uchiha for over a century? As descendants of the Tsutsuki clan, the Hyuga have consistently practiced intermarriage within their lineage to preserve the purity of their bloodline, which, in theory, should render them formidable. However, in later generations, the Hyuga clan pales in comparison to the Uchiha. During the Warring States period, every member of the Hyuga clan was entitled to learn all techniques of the gentle fist. There was no option to abstain. Even the clan leader, Hyuga Tenmin, frequently demonstrated the gentle fist in the clan's academy. Furthermore, the clan's treasure trove was accessible to all clan members, ensuring that even those lacking in talent for the gentle fist could acquire some ninjutsu or swordsmanship. In essence, they sought every possible avenue to empower their kin. In stark contrast, the later generations of the Hyuga clan witnessed only a handful of main family members in each generation, while the hundreds, if not thousands, of branch family members were deprived of access to advanced gentle fist techniques. Additionally, they were bound by the caged bird curse seal, which hampered even their Byakugan abilities. The Warring States period Hyuga clan resembled the leadership of the first and second Hokage in Konoha, aspiring for internal strength, whereas the later generations mirrored the third Hokage and Danzo's administration, fearful of the emergence of powerful ninjas that might threaten their dominion. It seems necessary to devise a means to collect cells from Hyuga Tenmin, Hyuga Masato, and Hyuga Katono. Given that Hyuga Katono and Nobuhiko spend their days in close proximity, acquiring some cells from her should not pose much difficulty. However, the other two, Hyuga Tenmin and Hyuga Masato, both possess strength at the level of shadows, which complicates matters. Alas, if only Orochimaru could assist in the research. Nobuhiko sighed inwardly. Acknowledging that his time studying medical ninjutsu has been brief, having spent nearly 2 years learning from the prodigious Hyuga Katono, who primarily focuses on the gentle fist and has not devoted herself to the intricacies of medical ninjutsu. Xinyan felt that he could only continue to study patiently. If all else fails, he would exchange the disdain he had earned and wait for an opportunity to acquire Orochimaru's techniques for free in the future. Of course, he decided to put forth his own effort first. Just as Xinyan was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. "Ryota, have you been waiting long?" A beautiful young woman clad in a white kimono approached and seated herself beside Xinyan. Her tall figure, even in loose attire, could not conceal her alluring curves. Such a graceful presence. As Hinata Katono settled beside him, Xinyan shook his head slightly, replying, "No, I was just contemplating something." Xinyan felt a delicate fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, casting a glance at Hinata Kono's half-damp long hair, clearly indicating that she had bathed before arriving. "What are you pondering?" Hinata Kono inquired with a cheerful smile. Xinyan retrieved 2 scrolls from his bosom and handed them to Hinata Katono. "Recently, I have systematically compiled fundamental knowledge regarding medical ninjutsu, believing that it would greatly assist newcomers in their initiation. The Hyuga clan, accustomed to close combat, faces a higher probability of injury. If the clan could cultivate more medical ninjas, the success rate of healing the wounded would significantly increase. Thanks to the advantage of the Byakugan." Observing Xinyan's earnest demeanor, Hinata Katono's expression grew serious. She unfurled the scrolls for examination, given her proficiency in medical ninjutsu. She recognized the immense value of this systematically compiled knowledge. "This is a tremendous help," Hinata Katono exclaimed, enveloping Xinyan in a heartfelt embrace. In an instant, Shinhiko felt his entire head enveloped by a soft sensation, a distinct fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. "This garment is truly exquisite. Is this what they refer to as the pinnacle of craftsmanship?" Hinata Katono released Shinhiko and gazed at his uniquely white hair, her expression growing increasingly gentle. Due to her mother's severe injuries before giving birth, he was born with inherent shortcomings, which resulted in a lamentable lack of talent from the very beginning. This fact is no secret within the entire Hinata clan. Despite being the son of the clan leader, his lack of aptitude and his unusual appearance rendered his life far from easy, especially in this era of tumultuous warfare that reveres strength. However, Hinata Katono had always regarded Ryota as a younger brother, hence when the clan leader hinted at her regarding him, she found herself hesitating, fearing she might send him the wrong signals. Yet, after 2 years of daily companionship, she realized that the previously reclusive and eccentric Ryota had undergone a transformation. While he remained taciturn around others, he was remarkably at ease in her presence, without the entanglements she had initially feared. This relationship brought her a profound sense of comfort. It seems that Ryota merely lacked proper guidance. Despite his shortcomings, he possesses remarkable intelligence and astuteness. His aptitude for medical ninjutsu surpasses even mine, and he is destined to become a pillar of strength in the future. Regaining her composure, Hinata Katono declared, "I shall present this scroll to the elder. In truth, Ryota, I have another matter to discuss with you. For the upcoming battle against the Uchiha clan, you must venture to the battlefield." "I understand," Shinhiko nodded. Over the past 2 years, he had diligently studied medical ninjutsu and various escape techniques, while not neglecting his swordsmanship training. Particularly, his soul's rejuvenation had significantly altered his aptitude. His chakra levels remained ample, and his physical prowess had greatly improved. Furthermore, he had been practicing the thunder-breathing technique, and within these 2 years, he had advanced to level 7, reaching a commendable standard in the world of Demon Slayer. It is worth noting that during an era when Senju Tobarama had yet to develop the shadow clone technique, possessing the ability to create shadow clones was akin to having an extraordinary advantage. Using 7 or 8 shadow clones simultaneously posed no challenge for him. Although his current talent does not match that of his original body in Konoha, it surpasses that of the vast majority of his clan members. His strength is likely greater than that of an ordinary Genin. The true measure of his prowess, however, shall be revealed in actual combat. Throughout this time, he had consistently trained alongside the prodigious Hinata Katono in the gentle fist technique. Shinya felt that Hinata Katono's current strength, while not on par with that of Byakuya, was undoubtedly superior to that of the 3 legendary ninjas of the same period. He had never been her match. Thus he remained unaware of the extent of his own power. "Ryota, I shall protect you." Noticing Shinya's silence, Hinata Katono assumed he was fearful and gently offered her comforting words. "I will also safeguard you from now on." Sensing the profound sincerity in her voice, Shinya smiled faintly. Hinata Katono patted her trembling chest and earnestly declared, "I have now attained the rank of elite jonin." Shinhiko remarked, "He is an elite jonin." Due to the ambiguous delineation of power during the Warring States period, Shinhiko devised his own theoretical framework to categorize the abilities of various tiers of ninjas. This classification has recently gained traction within his clan. However, the propagator of this idea is not him, but Hinata Katono, who endorses this system. Regardless, his persona is that of a reclusive, eccentric individual with peculiar behavior, displaying a more vibrant demeanor only in the presence of Hinata Katono. Some of his odd notions are evidently quite reasonable. To be candid, Shinhiko finds Hinata Katono to be genuinely comforting. Her character bears a striking resemblance to Hinata Mio, and they share a similar appearance, resembling each other to a notable degree. Consequently, in her presence, Shinhiko occasionally sheds some of his pretenses, behaving more casually. Conversely, the sentiment is reciprocated. "Ryota, you are utterly unremarkable." Hinata Katono chuckled as she playfully pinched Shinhiko's cheek, feeling a twinge of envy towards his flawless complexion, which surpassed her own. Sinyan rubbed his aching cheek and couldn't help but complain, "I am already an adult. Please do not treat me like a child. Moreover, I have repeatedly asked you to call me Sinyan." Yes, Hinata Katono chuckled, producing a somewhat awkward sound. This was a title that Ryota had given himself a few months prior. Many powerful individuals possess titles. Hinata Katono believed he might be yearning to become a formidable figure, so she willingly indulged his desire by attempting to use his title. Previously, she had even bestowed the title of Battlefield Rose upon Uchiha Madara, the eldest son of the Uchiha clan's leader. Listening to Hinata Katono's imperfect pronunciation of Chinese, Sinyan couldn't help but smile. On one hand, despite their similar appearances, he wished to use his own name. On the other hand, and more importantly, he wanted to inadvertently disseminate this title through Hinata Katono. As Kurizetsu was lurking in this era, he was undoubtedly keeping a close eye on Madara and Hashirama. Since his involvement with Kaguya occurred in the past rather than a parallel world, Kurizetsu likely knew quite a bit about him. The Chinxian disguise he adopted was also a guise for Kurizetsu's actions. With the assistance of this good son, the significance of this projection itself diminished. Even if the ultimate evaluation of this projection did not meet expectations, Sinyan could still reap substantial benefits. He could easily ensure that Kurizetsu would find him in Konoha over 50 years later. Whether Kurizetsu acknowledged him as a father was inconsequential. As long as he wished to rescue Kaguya, he would surely comply. Thus, the Byakugan and Sharingan that Sinyan obtained would not need to be brought back through exchange, saving him a considerable sum of potential points. Chapter 37. The frantic Kaguya clan. Fog Peak Mountain is situated in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, with an elevation of merely 200 meters. Beyond it lies an endless expanse of ocean. Fog Peak Mountain is rich in a precious ore when mixed into weapons. It enhances chakra conductivity. The Kaguya clan, a first-rate ninja clan during the Warring States period, resided in the town of Fog Peak at the foot of the mountain. Due to their proficiency in taijutsu and reverence for their own Shikatsu Miyaku, the Kaguya clan did not extensively utilize these ores for weapon manufacturing. Conversely, the Kaguya clan sold the ore to the equally taijutsu-renowned Hyuga clan. As for other ninja clans, the Kaguya clan would only sell it sparingly at exorbitant prices. After all, not all members of the Kaguya clan were solely muscle-bound. At the heart of Fog Peak Town stands a grand residence, the abode of the Kaguya clan's leader. In the back courtyard, in the innermost room, for middle-aged men surrounded a bed. Lying on the bed was a robust man in his 40s, his muscles rippling like forged steel. However, his expression was somewhat listless. If those from opposing ninja clans witnessed this, they would surely be taken aback. For lying on the bed was none other than Kaguya Yado, the leader of the Kaguya clan. There are hundreds of ninja clans, great and small, during the Warring States period. Among them, Kaguya Yado, Senja Hashirama, Uchiha Taijima, Hyuga Tenshin, and Uzumaki Kaika are recognized as the 5 most formidable clan leaders of the era. This is why the Kaguya clan dared to challenge the Uchiha clan. As long as they did not suffer losses at the level of top-tier ninjas, despite being fewer in number and having less mid to high-end combat power than the Uchiha clan, they would not find themselves in a one-sided predicament, especially considering that the entire Kaguya clan was fearless and fought like madmen. They adhered to the philosophy of 1 for 1 is not a loss, 1 for 2 is a profit. Thus, most ninja clans were reluctant to provoke the Kaguya clan. However, this time, the Kaguya clan had gotten themselves into serious trouble. "Lord Yado, how are you feeling?" the elder asked quietly, leaning closer to the bed. Kaguya Yado struggled to sit up, leaning against the edge of the bed, and weakly inquired, What is the situation on the front lines? With the assistance of the Hyuga clan, we can fully withstand the Uchiha clan's assault, the elder explained. Kaguya Yato frowned and pressed further. And what of the Uzumaki clan? The army has already departed from the land of whirlpools. The second elder stepped forward, his expression grave. The elder waved his hand, but the Uzumaki clan is formidable. Their numbers are far fewer than ours. Against the Shikatsumiyaku, their sealing techniques will have little effect. Upon hearing this, Kaguya Yato's expression did not relax. He continued to inquire. And the Senju clan? The elder hesitated momentarily. The second elder spoke in a deep voice. They are also advancing towards Fog Peak Mountain, led by Senju Hashirama. We'll fight them head-on. Even if the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans unite, we shall not fear. The third and fourth elders exclaimed passionately. Kaguya Yato gestured for silence. About to speak, when he suddenly erupted into a violent cough. Lord Yato, are you all right? The four elders hurriedly gathered around, their faces filled with concern. Though they were combative, they understood that the Kaguya clan's ability to stand up to top-tier ninja clans relied on Kaguya Yato. As Yato coughed violently, blood oozed from between his fingers, dripping onto the pristine sheets. Quick! Fetch the bone-consolidating grass. The elder commanded urgently to the second elder beside him. No need. Kaguya Yato raised his hand to stop the second elder, then casually wiped his bloodied hand on the sheets. The bone-consolidating grass is too precious. We should save it for the next generation. The elder urged, we haven't used up what we previously seized from the Uchiha clan. And we've acquired quite a bit from the Uzumaki clan this time as well. The blood disease has progressed to a stage where the bone-consolidating grass is no longer effective. Kaguya Yato shook his head, interrupting the elder's words. Lord Yato, this. The elder's expression changed dramatically at Yato's words. The Kaguya clan had been able to compete with the Uchiha clan at the onset of the Warring States period. However, their strength derived from the Shikatsumiyaku, which also led to their demise. Every clan member who awakened the Shikatsumiyaku would experience a comprehensive enhancement in strength. Yet, the stronger one became, the more severe the blood disease would manifest. This was an inescapable truth. The drug that effectively delays the onset of bloodline disease is the bone-condensing grass. To the ordinary members of the ninjutsu clan, it is merely a challenging herb to cultivate, but for the Kaguya clan, it is a life-saving elixir. The Kaguya clan's ancestral lands were not originally situated in the Misty Peak Mountains. Their prolonged occupation of this place for over a century was not due to the precious minerals found here, but rather the abundant growth of bone-condensing grass on the mountainside. However, due to indiscriminate harvesting over the years, the bone-condensing grass has been completely depleted. As one of the 5 most powerful clans during the Warring States period, the Kaguya clan is the only one devoid of any medical ninjutsu inheritance. The cultivation of bone-condensing grass is inherently difficult. And with no medical ninjas or even ordinary physicians knowledgeable in healing within the Kaguya clan, they are utterly incapable of cultivating it themselves. The Kaguya clan finds excitement in bloodshed and pain, and it is rare for their members to return unscathed from battle. The pathogenic genes of the corpsebone pulse, which lie dormant within their bloodline, subtly affect their sanity, causing many clan members to succumb to madness in combat. They continue to fight relentlessly, even when grievously injured, until death. Only the bone-condensing grass can suppress the symptoms during an outbreak. In the early Warring States period, bone-condensing grass was not scarce, and the Kaguya clan relied on it to keep the bloodline disease at bay, even surpassing the Hyuga clan in strength and competing with the Uchiha clan. However, by the late Warring States period, the number of clans possessing bone-condensing grass within their territories had dwindled. The high incidence of bloodline disease among the Kaguya clan can be attributed not only to hereditary pathogenic genes but also to their own habits. After extracting vertebrae and inflicting wounds, they neglect to clean the blood and simply reinsert the bones into their bodies, making it increasingly difficult to avoid complications over time. What are you all looking so grim for? Observing the somber expressions of the 4 elders, Kaguya Yato remarked with a light-hearted demeanor, "More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading modes, novel modes, and ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read." At the age of 43, I am among the few long-lived members in the history of the Kaguya clan. With that, Kaguya Yato rose from his bed. A fervent battle spirit ignited in his eyes, dispelling the lethargy he had just exhibited. There are only Kaguya who die in battle, not from illness. This fight will ensure that everyone remembers the might of the Kaguya clan. Feeling the intensity radiating from Kaguya Yato, the first elder, third elder and fourth elder exhibited a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes, their expressions gradually becoming frenzied. Annihilate them. Perish together with them. We shall fight to the end. Although the second elder remained composed, his demeanor was no longer as calm as before. Emotional fervor is a characteristic of the Kaguya clan. Second elder. While you may be the most frenzied in battle, you have always been the most level-headed among us, Kaguya Yanto said, patting the second elder's shoulder. Should we face defeat this time, you must lead our clan to retreat from the land of fire and seek refuge in the land of water. The second elder's expression changed at these words. He could allow others to lead the clan away, but he wished to fight alongside them. Kaguya Yanto shook his head. The land of water is also home to formidable ninja clans. Aside from us, you are the strongest member of the Kaguya clan. Your affliction is far less severe than ours. We need a strong leader to establish the Kaguya clan elsewhere. Please, we implore you. The other three elders begged. For the combative Kaguya clan, retreating requires even more resolve than fighting to the death. Faced with the pleas of the clan leader and the three elders, the second elder reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chapter 38. Encounter of Li Gui and Li Kui. Approximately 50 miles west of Misty Peak, there lies a vast gorge. This location serves as the inevitable path for the Uchiha clan's assault on the Kaguya clan. The Hyuga clan, as allies of the Kaguya clan, has long awaited their arrival. Under the protection of Hinata Katono, Nobuhiko stood upon the precipice. At the tender age of 16, he was compelled to join the battlefield. Even as a medical ninja and the second son of the clan leader, he was not exempt from this fate. Of course, being on the battlefield did not necessarily entail active combat. For instance, at this moment, merely observing the conflict under Hinata Katono's safeguard sufficed to fulfill his obligation. The battles of the Warring States period were indeed. Yoshiko gazed into the distance at the approaching throng of hundreds of ninjas, a formidable army from the Uchiha clan. In the heart of the valley, the Hyuga clan had already established their formation, yet they refrained from setting traps at the entrance. During the Warring States period, a battle involving hundreds of ninjas constituted a significant conflict. The two sides seemed to have agreed upon a venue for their skirmish, engaging in open confrontation without resorting to underhanded tactics. Naturally, the clamor of such a clash among hundreds of ninjas would rival that of a chaotic melee involving tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers, particularly the battles between clan leaders, akin to those of Hokage level, would be beyond the reach of even the most skilled jounin. This occasion would undoubtedly provide a glimpse into the true might of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and the techniques that followed. Shinyin gazed upon the towering figure at the forefront of the crowd, the esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tinyuan. Over the past 2 years, he had mastered the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. However, the subsequent techniques were, in truth, not documented within the clan's records. To be precise, they were beyond the realm of inscription. Mastery of these techniques relied solely on personal enlightenment, dependent entirely on innate talent. Hyuga Kono, who had imparted the gentle fist to him, had already attained the ability to wield the 8 trigrams, 128 palms, yet she was unable to teach him further. With his current talent, if Yoshihiko were to specialize in gentle fist, combined with 2 secondary consciousnesses and the use of shadow clone technique, he would inevitably attain mastery. However, he did not choose the Hyuga clan for the purpose of gentle fist. Rather, his primary objective lies in the realm of scientific research. Leveraging his status, over the past 2 years, he has perused the entire compendium of the Hyuga clan's texts under the guise of researching medical ninjutsu. Yet he has found no trace of the caged bird seal. No one within the Hyuga clan has been subjected to the caged bird curse. Therefore, he must continue to pursue the goal of the Rinnegan. In comparison to the battles of the past 2 years, this current conflict seems trivial. Such a grand melee involving over 1,000 ninjas. This time, the harvest is bound to be substantial. Shinobu gazed at the Uchiha clansmen gradually entering the valley, and he immediately activated his Byakugan. Among the crowd, he spotted a tall young man clad in layered crimson armor, his long hair cascading down. Even amidst hundreds of people, his commanding presence was impossible to overshadow. It was none other than the 18-year-old Uchiha Bido. The individual beside him must be Uchiha Izuna. And that gaunt man, could he be the mightiest of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Taijima? Sennin focused intently on observing the formidable members of the Uchiha clan. Under the scrutiny of his Byakugan, he noted that there were dozens of individuals possessing chakra and ocular power comparable to that of Madara. Although Madara had yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, he was undoubtedly a seasoned elite shinobi, hardly inferior to Sennin, and at the very least, held the rank of J-Nin. Despite the clan's population being merely in the hundreds, There were still several dozens of Jonin among them, an astonishing ratio indeed. It was evident that the Uchiha clan had mobilized their finest for this occasion. The Kaguya clan, capable of simultaneously provoking the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, was undeniably formidable. In his heart, Nobuhiko pondered silently. This time, the Hyuga clan acted out of alliance and kinship, temporarily obstructing the Uchiha clan. Of course, this was also related to the ongoing rivalry between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans for the title of the strongest ocular jutsu family. Fear not, I shall protect you. Noticing Nobuhiko's silence and grave expression, Hinata Katono beside him grasped his hand, offering gentle comfort. With you here, I am certainly unafraid. Nobuhiko glanced at Hinata Katono, offering a slight smile before turning his attention back to the battlefield. At that moment, the Uchiha clan's forces had approached within 200 meters of the Hyuga clan. An invisible aura of murderous intent permeated the area. The gentle breeze carried a chilling atmosphere as the tension steadily escalated. The leaders of both clans proceeded towards the center. It seems we are entering the trash talk phase, Nobuhiko mused as he observed the subtle movements of their lips. Hinata Tenjin, I advise you to yield the path. You wouldn't want your clansmen to suffer needless sacrifices, would you? Uchiha Taijima replied in a somber tone. Upon hearing this, Hinata Tenjin coolly responded, Taijima, after such a long time, have you exhausted your ocular power to the point of blindness? Resorting to verbal sparring now? Today's Kaguya clan will be tomorrow's Hyuga clan. Uchiha Taijima's expression grew cold. Hinata Tenjin smirked. It appears you are indeed destined for blindness. The future of the Hyuga clan is not for you to dictate. With a contemptuous huff, Uchiha Taijima turned and walked away. The two returned to their respective ranks, issuing commands to the ninjas around them to be wary of Shinko and Guwang. Meanwhile, hidden underground, Kurizetsu was momentarily taken aback. Who is Shinko? And who is Guwang? He was well aware of the renowned ninjas of the Warring States period, yet he had never heard of these two. After waiting for centuries, Kurizetsu finally encountered the reincarnators of Indra and Ashura, both of whom possessed exceptional talents. Only when both reincarnators exhibited outstanding abilities could Indra and Ashura's chakra be fully unleashed, allowing the sage's eye and body to evolve to their utmost limits. In the preceding generations, either the reincarnator of Indra failed to impress, or the reincarnator of Ashura was lacking, or one of them perished prematurely. Various unforeseen events plagued the lineage. Consequently, Kurizetsu had to bide his time patiently. He possessed no talent for cultivation. As a pure manifestation of yin-yang release, he lacked any chakra. However, this also rendered his concealment abilities extraordinarily potent. Even when standing before sensory ninjas, they could not perceive him. The current reincarnator of Indra was Uchiha Madara, while the reincarnator of Ashura was Senja Hashirama. Both were the pinnacle geniuses of their respective clans. Kurizetsu felt he had finally awaited the opportunity to awaken the Rinnegan. Thus, ever since Uchiha Madara awakened the Sharingan in his youth, Kurizetsu had closely monitored him, spending most of his time lurking within the Uchiha clan's territory. Just as Kurizetsu contemplated the identity of Shinko, the war erupted. Hinata Tenjin and Uchiha Taijima clashed, instinctively moving away from the battlefield. The rest of the clansmen were embroiled in chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. Yet amidst this bloody stalemate, Kurizetsu witnessed a bizarre scene. A shadowy figure emerged from the ground, deftly approaching the corpses of Uchiha and Hyuga clansmen, skillfully extracting their eyeballs. Subsequently, the figure placed the eyeballs into a glass vial filled with green liquid, which was then stored within a scroll. The series of actions were executed with remarkable proficiency, indicating the individual was no novice. The crucial revelation for Kurizetsu was that this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Shinko, you wretched scoundrel, die. The battling Uchiha and Hyuga clansmen noticed the shadow's actions and instantly ceased their combat, converging towards it. The shadow, however, utilized earth release to vanish underground. Kurizetsu was left baffled. This dark figure was unmistakably identical to him in human form. Could it be that Shinko is actually me? Have I been exposed? Impossible. Even you and Yui cannot sense my presence. I have remained concealed for years. How could this be? Could it be that my mother left me a brother during my creation? Meanwhile, on another side of the battlefield, a surge of furious voices erupted. Guwang, you old dog. Don't run. Chapter 39. This is the correct approach for the Hyuga clan. At this moment, witnessing the perilous situation of the two brothers, the two elders of the Uchiha clan charged towards Hinata Masato from either side. Observing this, the Uchiha brothers retreated under command. seizing the opportunity to launch an assault while the two elders distracted Hinata Masato. Despite facing 4 opponents, each wielding the formidable 3-tomo Sharingan, Hinata Masato engaged in a fierce battle, enduring over 100 exchanges without yielding an inch. Just as a flaw appeared in the defenses of the 4th elder, Hinata Masato surged forward, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. The 4th elder cried out in pain, spewing blood as he was sent flying. Subsequently, Hinata Masato repelled the 3rd elder and the Uchiha brothers, sneering disdainfully, "The Uchiha clan is nothing but this." The 3rd and 4th elders, enraged by the sight of their injured kin and Hinata Masato's derision, rushed forward in fury. With a series of rapid strikes, the 3rd elder unleashed the 8 trigrams, 128 palms, but fell victim to Hinata Masato's overwhelming prowess. However, having exerted himself to the utmost, Hinata Masato's chakra visibly waned. In a flash, Uchiha Azuna interposed himself with a ninja blade, shielding the 3rd elder from further harm. Fire release, great fireball technique. Just as Hinata Masato prepared to strike the now vulnerable Uchiha Azuna, Uchiha Madara, having successfully extricated the 4th elder, swiftly completed his hand seals. At close range, he unleashed a massive fireball, its diameter nearly 3 meters, controlled with precision to enhance its speed despite a reduction in raw power. Following the fireball, Madara hurled a flurry of shuriken. Uchiha Azuna, unmatched in shuriken throwing technique, cast 8 shuriken backward without even glancing, creating a deadly barrage that covered all of Hinata Masato's possible escape routes. 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. Faced with the rapidly approaching fireball, Hinata Masato ceased his pursuit and assumed the initial stance of the 8 trigrams palm. He pivoted on his right foot, spinning like a top, while chakra surged from his body, forming a spherical chakra shield around him. The fireball and shuriken were effectively neutralized. When he finally halted his rotation, the chakra shield dissipated. Meanwhile, the 4th elder, having regained his composure, joined forces with Madara and Azuna to launch a counterattack. The 3rd elder, however, was being evacuated from the battlefield by fellow Uchiha clan members. Fire release, ashen haze technique. The 4th elder initiated the assault, exhaling a torrent of scalding ash that enveloped Hinata Masato. Simultaneously, Madara and Azuna completed their hand seals. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Wind release, divine whirlwind. Madara's fire technique ignited a vast inferno, engulfing the area of high-temperature ash, while Azuna conjured a massive whirlwind, amplifying the fire's potency and expanding its reach. The flames and scorching ash not only consumed Hinata Masato but also surged toward the retreating members of the Hinata clan. Those unable to evade were swiftly engulfed by the flames, reduced to charred remains in an instant. This is the reality of war. On the cliffside, Shigenori, observing through the Byakugan, felt a chill within. Before ascending to the throne of the Empire of Flames, he too had stained his hands with blood. Yet, the brutality of warfare among commoners pales in comparison to the savagery of battles waged by shinobi. If he does not strive to grow stronger, he may one day find himself a mere corpse upon the battlefield. It seems that, at this juncture, Uchiha Madara has yet to unleash his full potential. Sinyan's primary focus was initially on Uchiha Madara, but eventually, his attention shifted to Hyuga Masato. With his status as a member of the main family, Sinyan not only benefited from Hinata Katono's meticulous guidance, but also had unrestricted access to all the family tomes at any given moment. He had attended classes conducted by Hyuga Tenmon on 2 occasions. It must be acknowledged that his elder brother's prowess was remarkably formidable. Hyuga Masato wielded the gentle fist with impressive proficiency, exhibiting both offensive and defensive capabilities. He truly deserved the title of the 2nd strongest within the current Hyuga clan. However, through the observation of his Byakugan, Sinyan discerned that Masato's combat style was somewhat unrefined. The recent outburst had already depleted a considerable amount of his chakra, and the consecutive use of Kaiten had further drained his reserves. It was evident that the Uchiha clansmen surrounding him had begun to prepare for a war of attrition, aiming to exhaust his chakra. Meanwhile, Hyuga Masato adopted a no-holds-barred approach. Regardless of the strength of the attacking Uchiha, he unleashed his full power without the slightest intention of conserving chakra. How reckless! Sinyan mused, feeling a surge of excitement as he witnessed Masato's bold combat style. To see the future legend of the ninja world, the dancing Hokage battlefield Rose Uchiha Madara, being suppressed was indeed thrilling. This was the rightful way for the Hyuga clan to engage in battle. Reflecting on the Hyuga clan during the Konoha era, Sinyan couldn't help but laugh. As a top-tier ninja clan during the Warring States period, The prestigious Hyuga family of Konoha had become feeble in later generations. The clan's foremost expert, Hyuga Hisashi, was likely only at the level of an ordinary jonin, if not below that. Had Hyuga Niji been born in the Warring States with his innate talent, he would at least rival Hyuga Tenmon, if not surpass Masato. In later generations, members of the main family rarely ventured into battle. When they did, it was typically as leading ninjas, heavily protected by the branch families. As long as the branch family ninjas were still alive, the main family members faced minimal danger. However, these branch family members, who fought so fervently, were even denied the privilege of learning the complete gentle fist techniques. Conversely, it was the main family members, who seldom engaged in combat, that controlled the most valuable resources and the highest-tier training methods. Looking back at the Warring States period, the ninjas of the main family were always at the forefront of battle. There are indeed some sealing techniques within the family's treasury, yet the cage bird seal is absent. According to my research, the Uzumaki clan also lacks similar seals. When exactly was this cage bird developed? Just as Sinyan was deep in thought, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted on the battlefield. At the northernmost edge of the conflict, a colossal blue chakra giant, approximately 10 meters tall, rose from the ground. The giant was merely a skeletal form at first, but as the blue chakra intensified, veins and muscles composed of chakra began to manifest on its surface. Soon, its size expanded further, reaching a staggering 30 meters. Susanoo, the ultimate technique of the Meijiki Sharingan, had manifested. Hyuga Tenmon, perish. Uchiha Taijima, enduring the agonizing pain in his eyes, wielded Susanoo with forceful precision, swinging a weapon resembling a ninja sword, over 20 meters in length, in a sweeping motion downward. His attack was directed not only at Hyuga Tenmon but also aimed at the Hyuga ninjas behind him. Not on my watch, Hyuga Tenmon shouted, his expression grave. Although evasion was the optimal strategy, the clan members behind him were in peril. If this strike were to land among the crowd, it would surely result in dozens of casualties. 8 trigrams, 4 palms of the sky. As more content continued to load, Hyuga Tenmon unleashed 4 enhanced versions of the 8 trigrams air palm into the air. While it could not fully obstruct the earth-splitting strike, the immense recoil caused the weapon in Susanoo's grasp to shift upward by a meter. The ninjas behind Hyuga Tenmon felt as if the attack had barely grazed their heads, sending shivers down their spines. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. 8 trigrams, 256 palms. Before Uchiha Taijima could launch another attack, Hyuga Tenmon proactively charged towards Susanoo. The same 8 trigrams technique in his hands exhibited astonishing power. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions resonated throughout the battlefield. It appeared that Hyuga Tenmon's proficiency in the gentle fist had reached a level capable of utilizing the divine airstrike. However, Sinyan, captivated by the clash between Uchiha Taijima and Hyuga Tenmon, couldn't help but lament. Alas, he was already 50 years old, an age considered remarkably extended during the Warring States period, rivaling even the longevity of the Uzumaki clan. At this age, his physical abilities had begun to decline. Otherwise, he could have become even stronger. Although Hyuga Masato faced 4 opponents, his strength did not seem absurd. After all, Uchiha Madara at present was merely at the level of a jonin, not yet having activated his Meijiki Sharingan. Sinyan is now adept at simultaneously confronting both the upper ranks and the interstitial realms, confident in his ability to prevail. With the full force of the thunder-breathing technique unleashed, coupled with the new skills he has diligently honed over the past 2 years, his explosive prowess rivals that of elite jonin. The primary advantage lies in the use of shadow clones, augmented by the assistance of 2 secondary consciousnesses during training, alongside the continual enhancement of his mental fortitude, which in turn amplifies his cognitive speed and comprehension. Hinata Tianyuan, in the annals of future shadow ranks, is also regarded as a formidable force. After all, the ability to contend with Susanoo is fundamentally distinct from a mere face-off. If it is this form of gentle fist, Sinyan perceives its significance in focused mastery. This contrasts sharply with the projection of ancient times. Although the Byakugan of the Emperor of the Flame Empire in the Qin dynasty boasts a higher purity, it is accompanied by a frail physique. In terms of innate talent, it pales in comparison to his current form. Sinyan had not yet mastered the gentle fist to a formidable level. In this world, one could cultivate the gentle fist to a profound degree, then return to a naturally gifted body. After a period of training, a breakthrough would undoubtedly be achievable. In that moment, Sinyan felt that his aspirations had multiplied. At this juncture, two secondary consciousnesses transformed into members of the Hyuga clan during their battle. Subsequently, they employed Earth Release to descend beneath the cliff where Xinyan resided. As Xinyan had instructed his protective kin to assist, he found himself utterly alone. Secondary Consciousness 1. Host. I have collected 26 pairs of Byakugan and 11 pairs of Sharingan. Continuing poses a risk of exposure. I advise cessation. Secondary Consciousness 2. Host. I have gathered 33 pairs of Byakugan and 8 pairs of Sharingan. I recommend halting. After dispatching the storage scrolls to the surface, the two secondary consciousnesses dispelled the shadow clone technique and returned to Xinyan's original form. Well done. Xinyan silently commended himself. If this continued, he might soon manifest a colossal Rinnegan. However, the smaller Rinnegan still posed some challenges. Who? Xinyan barked sharply, spinning around with sudden intensity. His piercing gaze, fueled by the full force of his abilities, encompassed a radius of 1 kilometer, yet he discerned nothing amiss. However, moments ago, he had sensed an inexplicable scrutiny. Number 1. Number 2. Have you observed anything? Secondary Consciousness 1. Negative. Secondary Consciousness 2. Negative. What could this mean? Is it merely an illusion? Impossible. It is not an illusion. Xinyan's expression turned grave. It was astonishing that someone could evade the piercing gaze of the Byakugan. Typical sensory abilities have limited range and are prone to errors. The farthest reaching of all is the Kaguya Shingon of the Uzumaki clan. However, even the Kaguya Shingon cannot perceive when faced with a powerful barrier. In contrast, the Byakugan can directly see through such barriers. Any form of deception is rendered ineffective before the Byakugan, unless the content continues to load. Please be patient. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading modes such as reader mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. It is Kurizetsu. After all, this is a being capable of ambushing the Sage of Six Paths. Although devoid of chakra and combat prowess, it possesses some hidden abilities, which is certainly reasonable. With this thought, Xinyan's heart stirred. He softly spoke to the surroundings. Come out. I have discovered you, Kuro. Xinxiang. Originally, Xinyan intended to call it Kurizetsu, but he recalled that the name was given by the later generation Obito. It has yet to have a name. Since the title Hokage is also known as the Kurizetsu's maternal rescue, calling it Xinxiang seems quite fitting. Secondary Consciousness 1. The entity is located 25 meters to your right. 3 meters underground. A stone stirred as you spoke just now. A flicker of realization crossed Nobuhiko's mind. Although his gaze could encompass an area of 1 kilometer in radius, human attention cannot simultaneously account for every detail. Fortunately, there exists a secondary consciousness. If you wish to save your mother, follow me. After Shinhiko uttered these words, he immediately dashed towards the other side of the cliff. At that moment, the stone that secondary consciousness number 1 had previously reported suddenly transformed into a pool of black, fluid-like substance, swiftly trailing behind Shinhiko. After running a distance of 2 miles without pause, Heiju could no longer contain himself and emerged from the ground, blocking Shinhiko's path. Who are you truly? Heiju questioned, filled with confusion, anxiety, and concern. After centuries of solitude, the sudden realization of having a potential brother who could aid him in rescuing his mother evoked a profoundly intricate array of emotions, difficult to articulate. Yet, he feared it might all be a false hope. I am your long-lost father. Xinyan gazed at the manifestation of Black Zetsu before him and spoke solemnly. She is also your mother, the wife of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Upon hearing the first part of Xinyan's statement, Black Zetsu erupted in fury, feeling both mocked and deceived. However, the latter part of the sentence left him utterly bewildered. How could he possibly know his mother's name? How could he be aware of Otsutsuki? Chapter 41. Reincarnation and Deception of Black Zetsu. The Empire of Flame was established by Kaguya and me in unison. The stone tablet that Kaguya often caresses bears my inscriptions. As he spoke, Xinyan produced a ninja blade from his storage scroll and inscribed the characters for Xinyan onto the ground. Xinyan. He then pronounced it in Mandarin. You. Black Zetsu found himself momentarily incapacitated, struggling to comprehend the situation. It seemed impossible that anyone from this era could possess knowledge of his past. For centuries, any record associated with Kaguya had either been obliterated by him or subtly altered. The tablet left by Yumura of the Hyuga clan had been destroyed, while the one left by Yui of the Uchiha clan had long since undergone significant modifications. His intention was to await the generation of Indra's chakra reincarnate. whose ocular prowess would be sufficiently potent to decipher the inscriptions, thus leading them step by step into his meticulously crafted trap to fulfill his grand scheme of rescuing Kaguya. For hundreds of years, Black Zetsu had concealed his presence through the powerful techniques inherited from Kaguya. Not only did sensory ninjutsu fail to detect him, but as long as he remained still, even the Byakugan's penetrating vision could not discern his abnormalities. Being a pure product of yin-yang release, Black Zetsu lacked even chakra within him. He could seamlessly merge with the earth and possess the ability to possess. Any barrier would merely perceive him as an inanimate object, allowing him to traverse freely without eliciting any response. It is worth noting that at the time of my demise, even Yumura and Yui had yet to be born. Shinxiang was the name I had chosen for my third child, though it seems I never had the chance to share it with Kaguya. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Xinyan's voice exuded an unparalleled softness. Do you truly? Are you my father? The voice of Kurizetsu trembled slightly, laced with disbelief. Though Kurizetsu was the embodiment of Kaguya's will, he possessed an independent consciousness and emotions of his own. He held fragments of Kaguya's memories, yet he could never betray her. His sole purpose for existence was to rescue Kaguya. However, after centuries, he found himself engulfed in profound solitude and loneliness. As Kurizetsu gazed at Xinyan, who stood with open arms, he instinctively took a step towards him. Suddenly, his pace faltered, and his tone shifted dramatically. No. According to Mother's memories, Father passed away before our birth. Even if you had named Yatsumura and Yui in advance, how could you possibly know that they sealed Mother? Moreover, you have never seen me. How could you recognize me? Speak. From where do you glean this knowledge? Kurizetsu demanded vehemently. Despite the turmoil within, Kurizetsu was already inclined to believe him. After all, even Yatsumura and Yui were unaware of his existence. How could a mere descendant of Yatsumura possess such intimate knowledge of ancient events? Nevertheless, Kurizetsu resolved to test Father for the sake of prudence. After all, the endeavor to save Mother could not afford any unforeseen complications. Very well, Xinyan responded, momentarily taken aback before nodding and smiling again. Indeed, how cautious you are. No wonder you have survived for a millennium. What do you mean? Kurizetsu replied, his guard firmly in place. Xinyan's face revealed a look of relief as he remarked, your careful consideration leads me to believe that, even without my assistance, you could rescue Kaguya. If you have placed such trust in me, then I would find it rather dubious if I were to divulge secrets that few could possibly know. Observing Heiju's momentary stupor, Xinyan offered a faint smile. This maneuver, my friend, is what one might call turning the tables. As the content continues to load, please hold on. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading modes, such as Reader View or Novel Mode, and disable any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Heiju stifled his excitement and retorted, Father, are you genuinely intending to join me in rescuing Mother? Where have you been all these years? Despite the lingering doubts in Heiju's heart, he felt an earnest inclination to trust the person before him. He was profoundly lonely. Seeing that Heiju was nearly convinced, Xinyan seized the moment to clarify, I indeed succumbed to a blood-related illness before your birth. However, due to Kaguya's chakra, my soul underwent an inexplicable transformation. After the demise of my physical form, my spirit entered a realm known as the Pure Land. In that world, I witnessed the events unfolding here, yet I was powerless to intervene. What is your current state, then? Heiju inquired further. Xinyan sighed softly, not responding to Kurizetsu's inquiry immediately, but instead gazed upward at the sky. Although the moon was seldom visible during the day, Kurizetsu understood what he was observing and instinctively followed his gaze. After a prolonged silence, Xinyan spoke softly. Yue and Yutsuan sealed Kaguya, yet I remained powerless, confined to the Pure Land. However, as Yue's physical lifespan reached its limit, both his soul and chakra entered the Pure Land. At that moment, I discovered I could finally leave the Pure Land. Yet, with only my soul and a fragment of chakra, I was destined to dissipate swiftly. Thus, I reincarnated into the Hyuga clan. But why did you only come to seek me today? Heijue retorted, a hint of resentment lacing his words. Yet, he quickly realized the truth. According to Mother's memories, Father was exceedingly weak. It was likely that his concealment technique was so potent that Father could not locate him at all. At this moment, Heijue instinctively began to assist Xinyan in justifying his situation. Initially, although I succeeded in reincarnation, I lost my memories, only regaining them when my time drew near. This cycle continued for over 20 times until 3 months ago when my memories returned. In the Pure Land, I observed you lingering between the Uchiha and Shinju clans, and I knew you must possess a method to rescue Kaguya. Therefore, after regaining my memories, I followed you into this battle. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Xinxiang, you have truly endured much over these years. As Shinhiko spoke, he gradually approached Kurojitsu, gently caressing his dark head. Kurojitsu was momentarily taken aback. His emotions a tumultuous blend of excitement, guilt, joy, and heartache. I misunderstood you. Forgive me, father. In truth, Kurojitsu harbored little familial affection for Shinhiko, for he was a life bestowed upon him by Kaguya through the art of yin-yang release. Yet, the fact that his father was willing to devise a plan to rescue his mother, enduring numerous hardships in the process, rendered him a good father in Kurojitsu's eyes. The fragile boy yearned to save his mother alone, an endeavor far too daunting. Gazing at his beloved son, Shinhiko sighed. I never anticipated that we would reunite in this manner. I have conceived a method to rescue Kaguya, yet I have lacked the opportunity to realize it. My soul is already quite feeble. It can at most sustain me through one final reincarnation. Fortunately, before my soul fades away, I regained my memories and encountered you, Xinxiang. Although Xinyan desired to enlist Kurizetsu's assistance, he recognized that it is far more advantageous to be the one sought after than to seek aid. What, father? Is your soul about to dissipate? Kurizetsu exclaimed in astonishment. Just as the father and son had reunited, was it already time for yet another heart-wrenching separation? Chapter 42. The Acquisition of a Filial Son. Kurizetsu felt a shiver run through him. Despite possessing formidable abilities of concealment and memories of many powerful techniques from the Tsutsuki clan, he lacked the human essence that would allow him to cultivate and grow stronger. Nor could he utilize chakra. The root of this predicament lay in the fact that before Kaguya brought him into existence, she had already engaged in an extended battle with Hagoromo and Hamura for several months. Ultimately, Kaguya suffered defeat at their hands. Thus, when she used yin-yang release to bestow life and consciousness upon Kurizetsu, she had no surplus chakra to spare. She could only endow him with certain life-preserving abilities and fragments of her memories. Although Shinhiko does not possess an almost infinite lifespan like him, he is capable of cultivating and growing stronger. Kurizetsu has waited for centuries to encounter the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, both of whom possess extraordinary talent. If he could have a companion to assist him, the endeavor would undoubtedly become much simpler, especially since he possesses numerous secret techniques bestowed by Kaguya. While he himself cannot practice them, humans with exceptional chakra abilities can. However, while individuals with remarkable chakra talents are not difficult to find, those who can be absolutely trusted are nearly non-existent. Lacking power, Kurizetsu must rely solely on cunning strategies. Should the plan to rescue Kaguya be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Thus, despite the countless geniuses he has encountered over the centuries, Kurizetsu has never attempted to recruit any of them. After all, those with formidable strength are not easily controlled. Just like Indra in the past, who, despite being led astray by Kurizetsu, turning against Yuhi and Ashura, and subsequently slaying his closest friend to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, did not heed Kurizetsu's words after gaining immense power. He did not wait until he became even stronger to take action, otherwise, he would not have failed. Kurizetsu could not afford to take such risks. However, now, his father has appeared. Xinyan is the husband of Kaguya, and they share a common goal of rescuing her. Father, how could this happen? Heijua exclaimed anxiously. I possess the secret technique left by mother, which can enhance soul power through chakra. It should be beneficial to you. Upon hearing this, Nobuyoshi's gaze sharpened. Yet he shook his head in response. More content is being loaded. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, and add blocking features in your browser. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. There is no need for haste. My body is merely 16 years old, and I have a long life ahead. Furthermore, I have the opportunity to reincarnate once more. As long as I can execute my plan, even if I am unable to rescue Kaguya in this life, I shall surely succeed in the next. Although Nobuyoshi held a keen interest in the secret arts spoken of by Kurizetsu, he recognized that this was a moment to deepen their mutual trust rather than act with undue haste. Clearly, Kurizetsu was more concerned about Kaguya than Nobuyoshi's fate. Upon hearing Nobuyoshi's explanation, Kurizetsu's attention swiftly returned to the matter of rescuing Kaguya. Father, what exactly is the plan you speak of? Xinyan expanded the scope of his surveillance to the utmost, then remarked, your sensory abilities should be quite formidable. Can you ascertain if there are any others nearby? Upon hearing this, Heijue nodded in agreement. He transformed once more into a pool of black, fluid substance, swiftly melting into the earth below. Rather than perceiving Xinyan's caution as excessive, Heijue regarded it as a testament to his father's prudence, mirroring his own steadiness. Moments later, Heijue re-emerged from the ground. Father. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, it is just the two of us. There is no one to eavesdrop. Very well, Xinyan replied earnestly. Given the involvement of Kaguya, I must exercise utmost caution. He then continued, your objective is to once again amalgamate the powers of Indra and Ashura, thereby allowing the Rinnegan to manifest in this world once more, is it not? Xinyan refrained from elaborating further to avoid any potential errors. Heijue nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. By gathering all 9-tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails, we can then utilize the Rinnegan to unleash the infinite Tsukuyami. This would enable us to break the seal of the 6 paths, heavenly body destruction star, and free my mother. To this end, I have secretly modified the stone tablet left by UI and made preparations. In fact, there exists another method, which is the rebirth eye. Xinyan spoke solemnly. The reason Kaguya was defeated, aside from her underestimation of the situation, was significantly due to the formidable power of the rebirth eye possessed by the Hayamura clan. If I could awaken the rebirth eye, I could theoretically use physical means to destroy the moon and thus unravel the seal. The rebirth eye. Heijue was momentarily taken aback. However, according to my mother's memories, the Otsutsuki clan inherently possesses the Byakugan, which evolves into the Rinnegan upon consuming the fruit of the god tree. Yet the rebirth eye is unique to Hayamura alone. Even my mother is unaware of how to awaken the rebirth eye. Before Hayamura's journey to the moon, no records of such were left behind. With my current abilities, it is utterly impossible for me to reach the moon, Xinyan elucidated. Although you may be unaware, I once clandestinely eavesdropped on a conversation between Yumira and Yue before his departure in the Pure Land. The XIN Keyboard Novel Network updates the latest chapters of Dream Projection from Naruto promptly. To awaken the reincarnation eye. The first method necessitates the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan and a high purity of Byakugan. Once these two elements are fused, there is a significant probability of unlocking the reincarnation eye. The second method involves gathering a substantial number of Byakugan to form a colossal reincarnation eye. Though I am uncertain of the specific fusion technique. At this, Kurizetsu fell into profound silence. Compared to the conditions for awakening the Rinnegan, the requirements for the reincarnation eye are exceedingly stringent. The fusion of Indra and Ashura's powers is essential to constitute the Otsutsuki. Yet, how high must the purity of the Byakugan be? Must it be akin to Yumira's? The second method seems somewhat more feasible. However, acquiring a multitude of Byakugan directly from the Hyuga clan is simply implausible. Resorting to violent means against such a formidable shinobi clan of the Warring States period would not be easily accomplished. For a time, Kurizetsu was lost in contemplation. Nevertheless, an additional approach brings forth another possibility. Suddenly, he cast his gaze upon Xinyan before him. Since his father proposed this method, he evidently possesses a plan. Father, if you say so, does that imply you have devised a concrete strategy? Xinyan remarked, both methods hold the potential for realization. Previously, I intentionally allowed my clone to assume your appearance, not solely to capture your attention. The primary aim was to gather Byakugan, preparing for the creation of a colossal Rinnegan. Of course, I am contemplating whether I can enhance the purity of my Byakugan through experimentation. As for the Otsutsuki chakra, I have already acquired it. My affliction with the blood disease stemmed from my body's inability to withstand Kaguya's chakra. Experiment? Kurizetsu paused briefly, then turned to Xinyan. Father, what do you require of me? I am willing to assist you with anything within my capabilities. Xinyan remarked, this is quite simple. Please assist me in gathering more Byakugan and Sharingan. The war between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans has persisted for many years, and there must be numerous reserves. Find a way to collect more. He had searched within the Hyuga clan's treasury but found little of the Byakugan. Due to the nearly 100% ocular awakening rate among the Hyuga, their kin are typically laid to rest after death. Countless Byakugan must have decayed alongside their corpses. Only a handful of exceptionally talented Byakugan are preserved, safeguarded by the clan leaders of generations past, which Xinyan currently cannot access. However, the Uchiha clan should be different. Yes, father, Black Zetsu readily agreed. For someone endowed with various secret arts, this task posed no challenge. Even the Uzumaki clan, known for their formidable sealing techniques, could be navigated effortlessly by him. Furthermore, the Kaguya clan, descendants of the H-Zuki bloodline, might also possess relevance to the awakening of the Rinnegan. Please assist in collecting some of their cells. Indeed. Additionally, gather the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, as they may prove useful against them in the future. Understood, Father. And, not a problem, Father. Father, is there anything else? For now, that is all. Qinxiang, work diligently. I am confident we shall rescue Kaguya. After Xinyan had earnestly instructed Black Zetsu on numerous matters, he produced 3 storage scrolls for him. Father, farewell. Black Zetsu, reluctantly accepting the scrolls, bid Xinyan goodbye. Farewell, dear son. Xinyan smiled and waved. Once Black Zetsu vanished into the ground, Xinyan turned and returned to the battlefield. They had agreed to rendezvous once a month at the Hyuga clan's territory. Thanks to Black Zetsu's reconnaissance abilities, he need not elaborate further. Black Zetsu would naturally find his way. Observing Black Zetsu's demeanor, Xinyan suspected he might have wished to propose dozens more requests. Truly a devoted son. Notification: only 2 chapters of revisions remain. I will post nightly as per my usual late-night routine. Starting tomorrow. The schedule will shift to 1 chapter at 12:30 p.m. and another at 5:30 p.m. Any additional updates will be released at midnight. This adjustment will help me regulate my schedule, facilitate more drafts, and provide everyone with an enjoyable reading experience. Chapter 43. Siege on the Kaguya clan. Shinichi activated his Byakugan and retraced his steps. Upon entering the battlefield, he observed that the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan was still ongoing. Xinyan contemplated whether to seize the opportunity amidst the escalating battle to once again unleash his secondary consciousness and extract the ocular essence. However, he decided it would be wiser to remain cautious. After all, time was on his side. After a brief moment of hesitation, he relinquished the thought. Opportunities would abound. And while he could act, it was unnecessary. Patience was key. At that moment, the departed Kurizetsu unexpectedly returned. Father, I have discovered that the Senju and Uzumaki clans are besieging the Hyuga clan. They are fighting to the last breath and may face annihilation. Would you accompany me to witness this, and perhaps have your clone assist in gathering the Hyuga clan's cells? The Hyuga clan faces extinction? Xinyan was taken aback. He had indeed heard of the Hyuga clan's tendency to create enemies. Aside from their amicable relations with the Hyuga clan, their ties with other clans were fraught with tension. 2 years prior, the Hyuga clan had seized a gift intended for the Uzumaki clan from the Uchiha clan. Recently, they seemed to have provoked the Uzumaki clan once more, which in turn drew the attention of the Senju clan. What a predicament! They had offended several of the strongest ninja clans of the Warring States era. Merely describing their actions as reckless was insufficient. Kurizetsu explained, indeed, the combined forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans have surpassed 1,000. The Senju clan's leader, Senju Hashirama, along with the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, Senju Tobarama, are present. Additionally, Uzumaki Kagami and several elders have also gathered. Xinyan's heart tightened. 1,000 ninjas. At least 2 clan leaders, along with a multitude of elite shinobi. This was a resolute determination to annihilate the Kaguya clan. Although the Kaguya clan seemed rather foolish in the original narrative, the fact that they had survived for centuries suggested that not all of them were imbeciles. Could it be that their bloodline disease had impaired their judgment? What could possibly compel them to covet the possessions of the Uzumaki clan? While it was understandable to vie for the Uchiha's belongings, given their enmity with the Hyuga clan maintained amicable relations with both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The Senju and Uzumaki were blood relatives. Offending the Uzumaki clan would almost certainly provoke a response from the Senju clan. Indeed, the Kaguya clan had a penchant for battle. But such actions seemed tantamount to self-destruction. Contemplating this, Xinyan felt it necessary to visit the front lines. Xiang, can your ninjutsu transport others? Transport others? Black Zetsu paused momentarily before nodding. Of course. Fear not, father. My sensory abilities underground surpass even those of the Uzumaki's Kagura Shinto. Your safety is guaranteed. Very well. Xinyan nodded, then performed a transformation jutsu, morphing into a striking young man with black hair and dark eyes. Although he was undoubtedly no match for a clan leader's might. His painstakingly honed ninjutsu, combined with the explosive acceleration of the thunder-breathing technique, would allow him to escape, if necessary. His inquiry to Black Zetsu was merely a precaution. Disguise yourself as well. Avoid using this form, Xinyan instructed, gazing at the humanoid Black Zetsu. Yes, father. Black Zetsu couldn't help but admire his father's caution. Through his sensory perception, Black Zetsu realized that the current Xinyan was even more formidable than the reincarnated ninjas of Indra and Ashura. Despite possessing such strength, he remained so composed. The humanoid form of Black Zetsu quickly liquefied, transforming into a puddle of black, amorphous substance. Sinyan gazed at the writhing black entity that was inching towards him, a grimace escaping his lips. Goodness, how repulsive. The black entity swiftly slithered up Sinyan's pant leg and into his sleeve. Father, we can depart now. Just let me know when you wish to leave, and I shall accompany you. The black entity peered out from Sinyan's sleeve, enveloped in an inexplicable sense of security. Is this what it feels like to be home? Sinyan gently nodded and extended his hand to rest upon the entity's head. Do not resist. I shall place a fragment of my consciousness within you. As long as the distance is not excessive, you can communicate with me through its relay. With that, Sinyan sent the secondary consciousness into the black entity's form. Understood. The entity complied obediently, allowing the foreign consciousness to infiltrate its being. Once prepared, Sinyan hastened in the southeastern direction, guided by the black entity's instructions. Along the way, an enlightening thought struck him regarding the secondary consciousness's additional utility. Since the secondary consciousness can not only inhabit but also cultivate independently. If I were to leave a fragment of it in the warring states period to train, by the time I recall it in 50 years, my mental prowess should undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Sinyan increasingly believed in the feasibility of this endeavor. With the assistance of Kurizetsu, his capable ally, he surmised that items such as Byakugan and Sharingan, if preserved properly, would remain unspoiled for 50 years. He could certainly entrust Kurizetsu with their safeguarding until his return. Otherwise, acquiring numerous pairs of Byakugan and Sharingan would be beyond his means. As for cellular tissues and similar materials, with careful planning, he could bring them back through exchange, significantly reducing the expenditure of potential points. Fortuitously, the luck of this projection was remarkably favorable. Although the initial talent of this body was dismal, the nurturing of his soul had transformed it into something akin to genius. Most importantly, this body possessed the innate ability to practice breathing techniques. Within a mere 2 years, Sinyan had advanced the lightning breathing technique to level 7. Given the ample time ahead, he was destined to reach level 10. And it was highly probable that he would achieve total concentration, constant in this world. Crucially, this also saved a considerable amount of time for his original body still residing in Konoha. In his first life, he had managed to elevate the breathing technique to level 7 within the Demon Slayer world. Upon returning to his original form, although he exchanged for cultivation talent and experience, he would still have to start anew due to the change of body. However, during his time in Konoha, his original body had already established a solid foundation in the lightning breathing technique. Thus, he was assured of mastering total concentration, constant before graduation. Given the likelihood of encountering repeated projection worlds, it was inevitable that he would once again find himself within the realm of Demon Slayer. While that world possessed a lower tier of power, it featured a character like Yoriichi Tsujikuni, who was almost a game-breaking figure. Moreover, the immortality of demons sparked Sinyan's intrigue. If Nezuko, as a demon, could withstand sunlight and did not require human flesh to sustain her life, then it was apparent that Sinyan might also have the potential to achieve something similar. Indeed, with the enhancement of my second mental fortitude, my thought process is soaring. As Sinyan journeyed forth, he found himself deep in contemplation. He reflected upon the worlds he had encountered previously: Demon Slayer, the realm of reincarnated spiders, the Totem World, and Sword Art Online. Along the way, he meticulously considered the advantages he could glean from these realms. Given that the world of Naruto was not merely a dream, it was evident that the other worlds also existed in reality. If he could return to the past, perhaps he could strategize for the future, much like his current endeavor. If one attempt failed, he could always make another. After all, both the world of the reincarnated spider and the totem world were realms of higher order. While the projection offered him a seemingly advantageous beginning, it could not grant him the extraordinary powers he sought. To be candid, in this warring period, unless he activated the Rinnegan directly, he could hardly compete with Hashirama and Madara. The Sage of Six Paths was still monitoring the ninja world from the Pure Land. Although he likely wouldn't be scrutinizing it constantly, any matters involving Hashirama and Madara would undoubtedly garner his attention, while the two could engage in fierce battles. Attempting to tamper with their chakra would prove futile. Thus, he sought a way to obtain the Rinnegan. Father, just ahead. The alert from Kurizetsu snapped Sinyan back to the present. He stood atop a gentle slope, and from the plains ahead came the thunderous clamor of battle cries. Senja Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, both leaders of their clans, were collaborating to confront Kaguya at Tsutsuki. It was apparent that Hashirama and Mido had no intention of engaging Kaguya in a life-or-death struggle. They employed guerrilla tactics to stall her. And with the numerical superiority of the Senju and Uzumaki alliance, victory was merely a matter of time, as long as Kaguya did not join the fray. However, despite their forces being twice that of the Tsutsuki clan, the Tsutsuki warriors fought with reckless abandon, willing to perish in battle, which led to a stalemate. The elders of the Tsutsuki clan were adorned with bone spikes, resembling porcupines as they charged through the ranks of the Senju and Uzumaki alliance as if they were in an unchallenged territory. Fall back. Do not engage them in close combat. Once the bone pulse was activated, not only did their bone density significantly increase, but their skin's defensive capabilities also escalated dramatically. Moreover, their self-healing abilities surpassed those of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. This was one of the key reasons the Tsutsuki clan lacked medical ninjas. Faced with conventional ninjutsu and weapon attacks, the elders of the Tsutsuki clan braved the blows with their bodies. Even if attacks penetrated the gaps in their bone armor and inflicted harm, their injuries healed swiftly. The Tsutsuki elders relentlessly wielded the spinal bones extracted from their bodies. Any ninja who was merely grazed by the bone whips, now bristling with spikes, suffered grievous injuries, muscles torn, bones shattered. The alliance held a decisive advantage in numbers. Yet under the leadership of the elders, the Tsutsuki clan continued to carve a path through the encirclement. My leg! Cries of agony echoed through the battlefield. However, after breaking free from the encirclement, the Tsutsuki elders turned back, charging toward the densest clusters of enemies. Bone pulse, early fern dance, wood release, advent of the trees. The eldest elder, Kaguya JY, unleashed a powerful technique amidst the throng. Countless bone spikes erupted from the ground, rapidly puncturing through foes with both speed and density, resulting in significant casualties. Fortunately, Hashirama's swift reflexes allowed him to counteract this assault by simultaneously employing wood release. Thick trunks burst forth from the earth alongside the bone spikes, lifting some of the Senju and Uzumaki ninjas into the air, thereby mitigating the loss of life. However, Kaguya JY's technique also struck his own allies, with many Tsutsuki ninjas impaled by their own bone spikes, hoisted skyward. Yet, those who activated the bone pulse bore expressions of cruel madness, seemingly devoid of pain, as they grasped the tips of the spikes to propel their bloody bodies back into the fray. The bone pulse indeed proved to be a devastating weapon in large-scale battles. Had it not been for Hashirama's wood release, the recent strike would have resulted in an overwhelming number of casualties. Such an exorbitant consumption of chakra, Sinyan observed, awestruck by the sheer power of Kaguya JY's full-force bone pulse. Under his Byakugan, he noted the rapid depletion of chakra within Kaguya JY, her features contorting in strain. Hashirama's wood release at this moment lacked the cataclysmic power that Sinyan remembered. Instead, it resembled more of a verdant restoration initiative. As Hashirama released a series of wood release techniques, he began to show signs of fatigue. It was a rare sight to witness Hashirama running low on chakra. Yet the consumption of his wood release techniques was indeed exorbitantly high. Through his pale eyes, Isin observed the fluctuations of chakra within Hashirama. Although at this moment, Hashirama's Azura chakra had yet to fully awaken, and his sage body was far from reaching its pinnacle, he had not yet mastered the sage mode. Nevertheless, Isin could discern that Hashirama's chakra reserve surpassed his own by more than tenfold. This was in stark contrast to Isin's body, which had undergone a transformation in its innate abilities due to the alteration of his soul. With such chakra, any ninjutsu would become extraordinarily formidable. The magnitude of Hashirama's chakra stirred a sense of envy within Isin. While his original form had acquired Kaguya's chakra, its quality was high but quantity limited. Moreover, a significant portion of it remained sealed, gradually merging with his being as he grew. To possess the vast chakra reserves akin to those of Hashirama was still a distant aspiration. It was no wonder that Madara fell short compared to Hashirama. He had yet to awaken his Azura chakra. Sinyan couldn't help but recall the poignant moment when Hashirama's act of suicide with a kunai moved Madara deeply. Had that kunai pierced through, a mere exchange of words between the two might have led to Hashirama's wounds miraculously healing. This aligned closely with my expectations. It was not merely the aberrant bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, but rather Hashirama himself who was extraordinary. Through the observation afforded by his Byakugan, Sinyan discerned that aside from Hashirama, the other members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, while possessing a considerable amount of chakra, did not exhibit anything excessive. Compared to Hashirama, and even Tobirama, they paled significantly. This was perhaps understandable, as they were all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Although the sage's prowess surpassed that of the Tsutsuki clan, it was unreasonable to assume that his pure-blooded offspring would be so markedly inferior to the descendants of the sage. It now appeared that both Kushina Uzumaki and Nagato Uzumaki were exceptional talents. Under Xinyan's Byakugan, the ninjas of the Senju and Uzumaki clans were laid bare before him. Upon reflection, it was evident that the Uzumaki clan, when compared to ordinary ninja clans, had an innate abundance of chakra. However, it was unfathomable that they would overpower the Hyuga clan, who were also descendants of the Tsutsuki. Even the elite ninjas of the Kaguya clan did not possess an overwhelmingly greater chakra than those of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. For instance, in later generations, the likes of Cheyenne, who awakened the divine Kaguya eyes, undeniably possessed considerable talent, yet her chakra levels were not particularly remarkable among elite ninjas. If the Uzumaki clan boasted an average chakra level akin to that of Kushina and Nagato, it would undoubtedly claim the title of the foremost ninja clan of the Warring States period, despite their smaller numbers. Similarly, the Senju clan need not reach an average level equivalent to Hashirama. Even an average chakra level comparable to Tobarama would suffice to dominate the Warring States era. Possessing the bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki merely raises the lower limits. The upper limits remain contingent upon individual talent. While clan leaders like Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Kagami possessed formidable chakra, the others fell well within normal parameters, leaving Xinyan feeling that nothing was amiss. In stark contrast, the two brothers of Hashirama and Tobarama, Ban and Ka, appeared rather ordinary, with chakra levels even lower than Xinyan's. It seemed that the Uzumaki clan was not endowed with an abundance of chakra on average. Had the choice been between the Uzumaki and Senju clans at the outset, given the limited energy points, one might have been relegated to selecting the least impressive options. At this moment, upon observing the median and average levels of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, Xinyan couldn't help but feel grateful for his own singularity. Facing the onslaught of the crowd, the elder of the Kaguya clan was already at the end of his strength, unable to hold out for much longer. Xinyan instructed the black figure concealed within his sleeve. Shinixiang, infiltrate the underground and seize the cells of the Kaguya clan. Ensure they are meticulously categorized and refrain from mixing them. Additionally, exercise caution to avoid drawing attention. Understood. Father, replied Heijue, who then descended from Xinyan's sleeve and swiftly vanished into the depths below. Chapter 45. The Dance of Blood and Bone. The fall of Kaguya. From this day forth, the structure of the Warring States will undergo a transformation. Xinyan gazed at Kaguya Zonyu, whose head had been severed by Senju Tobarama, and silently lamented the scene before him. To Xinyan, Kaguya Zonyu exhibited strength nearly on par with that of a Kaguya. However, when besieged by multiple Jonin, he ultimately fell short and met his demise. This outcome, though tragic, was not unexpected. Even the mightiest among the Kaguya would struggle against a coordinated assault from several Jonin. It is only those who have reached the level beyond Kaguya who can withstand the onslaught of numerous Kaguya-level opponents. During the Warring States period, aside from the three foremost clans, Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga, the Uzumaki and Kaguya clans were among the strongest. The leaders of the five great clans emerged from these five ninja families. Now that the extinction of the Kaguya clan has been sealed, the Hyuga clan has lost a significant ally. The Senju and Uzumaki clans share a blood bond, and together, they would be an insurmountable force against either the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. As for the possibility of an alliance between the Uchiha and Hyuga, it appears rather slim. To ensure the Hyuga clan remains stable and untroubled, it seems imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Senju clan. In his heart, Nobuhiko quietly pondered. Although the Warring States period prioritized interests above all, there remained distinctions at the individual level. While he was uncertain when the Great Pillar would ascend to the position of clan leader, it was likely only a matter of years. Given Hashirama's character, forming a friendship with him would ensure the safety of the Hyuga clan. Nobuhiko had no aspirations for supremacy. His sole desire was to extend his years, diligently honing his skills and engaging in research. If one were to speak of extraordinary advantages, even his projections paled in comparison to the powers wielded by Hashirama and Madara. The major ninja clans could hardly foresee that the next generation leaders of the Senju and Uchiha clans would possess abilities that transcended their own dimensions. The Hyuga clan maintained a fairly amicable relationship with the Senju, albeit not one of intimacy, as Hashirama had no sisters to facilitate a matrimonial alliance. I will fight you to the end. Die. Upon witnessing the death of Kaguya's long-buried kin, the third and fourth elders of the Kaguya clan were instantly filled with rage. Their sanity, already teetering on the edge, shattered completely. plunging them into a frenzy of suicidal aggression. Under the influence of the elders, the other members of the Kaguya clan also descended into madness. Many Kaguya clan members awakened their Shikatsumiyaku during battle, transforming from mere chunin into formidable opponents on par with jonin. Countless bone spikes erupted from their bodies, dramatically enhancing their offensive, defensive, and regenerative capabilities. However, these individuals lost all rationality, even turning their attacks against their fellow ninjas. Fall back. Under the command of the elders of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, the ninjas who had initially prepared to encircle and annihilate the Kaguya clan swiftly retreated, though not without some delay. Elder Kaguya Yado, witnessing the decapitation of the elder by Senju Tobarama, erupted with chakra, wielding his bone whip in an attempt to drive back Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami. With a powerful strike, the bone whip merely grazed the ground, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying. Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami did not engage Yado directly. Instead, they took turns blocking his advances. Aware of Yado's frenzied state and the significant disadvantage in close combat, they resorted to ninjutsu for mid to long-range assaults. The Uzumaki clan excelled in sealing techniques, yet many required close proximity for effective execution, making it challenging against Yado, who resembled a porcupine. Uzumaki Kagami first summoned an earthen wall to impede Yado's advance. Just as Yado unleashed the Camellia Dance, spinning his bone whip to shatter the earthen barrier, Senju Tobarama called forth a massive water column from above, crashing down upon Yado with the weight of a mountain. Though the Shikatsumiyaku granted a significant boost in defense and regeneration, a severe blow to the head remained detrimental. No matter how resilient the skull, the eyes and ears were still vulnerable. Yet, at that moment, Kaguya Yado had long since ceased to care for his own well-being. His blood was deeply entrenched in his bones. He was already beyond salvation. This battle was his final stand. The more of the Senju and Kaguya he could eliminate, the more he felt he had gained. Thus, as he faced the descending water column, he activated Tanso Dance, allowing bone spikes to rapidly grow and envelop his entire body. With an explosive surge of chakra, he propelled himself forward, defying the immense pressure of the water column and piercing through its center. Scatter. Aware of Yado enduring his full-force assault, having broken through to charge at the crowd, Senju Tobarama followed closely behind. Initially intending to delay Yado while eliminating other Kaguya clan members, Tobarama now found himself disregarding caution as Yado, unrestrained in his chakra consumption, rushed toward him and Hashirama, prepared to perish alongside them. Shikatsumiyaku, early fern dance, as Yado plunged into the throng. Over a dozen jonin from the Senju and Uzumaki clans braced themselves to shield their kin. However, upon unleashing his ultimate technique, an array of bone spikes erupted from the earth. Compared to the elder Kaguya Yado, this same technique, executed by Yado, was swifter and more potent. In a single strike, half of the jonin suffered injuries, while 3 perished instantly. Coughing violently, Yado, having exhausted his technique, began to spew blood, his breath growing faint. Vidra lock. 8 massive golden chains surged towards Yado from all directions. Uzumaki Kagami, witnessing the heavy casualties, finally unleashed his full power. Clang, clang, clang. Yado transformed his arm bone into a blade, relentlessly slashing at the encroaching golden chains. Yet, each time he severed a chain, it swiftly reformed, bolstered by Kagami's chakra. Senju Tobarama, Uzumaki Kagami, even in death, I will not allow you to escape unscathed. Kaguya Yado roared fiercely. As his words echoed, his body rapidly filled with blood, surging from within, as the bone spikes on his exterior turned a vivid crimson, followed swiftly by his skin. Lord Yado, upon witnessing Yado resorting to his final self-destructive technique, the 3rd and 4th elders of the Kaguya clan similarly unleashed the forbidden power of the Shikatsumiyaku. They too transformed into beings of blood. Simultaneously, the Kaguya clan members, now possessing jonin-level strength, charged into the fray. Shikatsumiyaku, Bloodbone Dance. Boom. A few slightly weaker jonin from the Kaguya clan, upon surging halfway, suddenly exploded, scattering countless bone fragments in all directions. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth wall. Wood release, wood barrier. Tobarama, Hashirama. And the various elders advanced to the forefront of the crowd, simultaneously casting wide-ranging defensive ninjutsu to counter the overwhelming assault. As the bone fragments were intercepted, the blood coating them possessed an exceptionally high temperature, steadily eroding the defenses of all present. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 4th elders of the Kaguya clan executed the Bloodbone Dance, completing their self-detonation. The shooting bone fragments cascaded like rain, accompanied by explosive sounds. While Kaguya Yato amassed an immense amount of chakra, launching all his bones outward. Scatter. Quickly form ranks. The expressions of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara shifted dramatically. The dance of blood and bone, a self-destructive attack, indiscriminately harms both friend and foe. This is the final and most potent assault of the Kaguya clan. For Crimson Sun Formation. Chapter 46, Hashirama immediately knelt down. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, alongside two other exceptionally powerful elders, activated the expansive barrier for Crimson Sun Formation. The four stood at the corners, encircling Kaguya Yangdo and the third and fourth elders in the center. For colossal crimson light screens soared into the sky, forming a massive rectangular barrier that enclosed the three within. Except for a gap several dozen meters above, the barrier enveloped even the ground beneath. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated. Enormous shockwaves relentlessly battered the barrier's surface. Kaguya Yangdo's body was covered in needle-like bone spikes, resembling a cactus adorned with countless sharp thorns, as innumerable bone spikes erupted outward. The crimson barrier rippled momentarily but successfully blocked all the bone spikes. Despite the impact, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama maintained their composure, though their chakra reserves had significantly dwindled. The two elders, advanced in age and already fatigued from battle, now appeared pale, gritting their teeth to endure. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from outside the barrier. The awakened Kaguya clan members began to self-destruct using the bloodbone technique amidst the crowd. In close proximity, several ninjas suffered severe injuries. Their primary targets being the sons of Senju Tobarama. Hashirama and Tobarama, being the most powerful, managed to evade and defend against the enemy's self-detonations. However, on the other side, Senju Kawarama was pierced through the right chest by a bone arm, collapsing to the ground with a scream. Kawarama. Tobarama's face turned pale as he rushed to his brother's side, shielding him from subsequent attacks. Meanwhile, over a dozen Kaguya clan ninjas, drenched in blood, charged towards Senju Banjo. Recklessly absorbing ninjutsu and weapon assaults in a desperate bid to perish alongside Kawarama. Banjo, run! Hashirama shouted urgently for his youngest brother to flee, while dashing forward to employ wood-release techniques. Wood-release, wood barrier, wood-release, tree world descent. Hashirama encased Senju Banjo within the protective wood while ensnaring the enemies with tree trunks. However, Hashirama was not in a state of limitless chakra. The relentless fighting had diminished the potency of his wood release. Under the proximity of the explosions, the wood was corroded by blood, shattered amidst the continuous barrage of blasts. The ninjas rushing to protect Senju Banjo were also annihilated. The self-destructing Jainin, expending their final strength, shot out two bone arms and a vertebra. Senju Banjo managed to deflect one bone arm's attack, yet was pierced in the thigh by the other. He stumbled, falling backward, while the vertebra, slicing through the air, aimed directly at his head. In that instant, crackling, a thunderous roar of lightning filled the air. Breath of lightning. First form, thunderclap sixfold. The onlookers barely registered the flash of electricity. A blue lightning bolt, twisting 6 times, surged through the crowd. Swish. The sword light cleaved through the air, splitting the vertebra aimed at Senju Banjo in two, sending fragments flying to either side, with a substantial portion embedding itself into the ground. Expecting imminent death on his battlefield debut, Senju Banjo opened his tightly shut eyes. Clang. A young man in a white kimono, with white hair, stood with his back to him, deftly flipping the damaged ninja blade in his hand twice before sheathing it. Are you all right? Sinyan turned back, glancing at the incapacitated Senju Banjo. Hyuga clan? The pure white eyes and clan emblem on his clothing immediately revealed Sinyan's identity to all. His striking white hair was notable. But more importantly, wasn't he the Hyuga clan renowned for their gentle fist techniques? How could he wield such formidable swordsmanship? Do not move. I will assist you in your treatment. Yoshihiko crouched beside Senju, extending his hand to channel medical ninjutsu towards his severely bleeding thigh. It may hurt a bit. Bear with it. Sinyan offered a comforting smile. Thank you. Senju Tobarama responded, momentarily taken aback as he gazed upon Sinyan's warm smile, feeling a hint of distraction. At this moment, he had yet to recover from the fear of death, observing that Sinyan was attending to Senju Tobarama's injuries. The Senju and Uzumaki clansmen who had gathered around abruptly halted in their tracks. Hashirama rushed to Sinyan's side, glancing at the gaping wound on Tobarama's thigh. A cold sweat trickling down his brow as he anxiously inquired, Tobarama, are you all right? I'm fine, brother, Tobarama replied with a strained smile. Sinyan, who was in the midst of treating him, turned to Hashirama and reassured him, Rest assured, he will be all right. Upon hearing Sinyan's words, Hashirama's expression morphed into one of near tears. Subsequently, in response to Sinyan's bewildered look, he dropped to his knees in gratitude. I am truly, deeply grateful. Thank you for saving my brother. Sinyan was momentarily taken aback. The reason he revealed his identity and strength was to foster goodwill with the Senju clan, specifically with Hashirama Senju. Coincidentally, when Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama found themselves in peril, he could not save Tobarama in time, but he was able to rescue Hashirama, thereby achieving his objective. The outcome was truly remarkable. Hashirama bowed deeply before him, indeed a caring brother. This also provided Sinyan with an opportunity to shed the label of useless that had long been affixed to him. The Hyuga clan harbored numerous secrets, and the Byakugan inherited from generations of formidable warriors, all of which were entrusted solely to the clan leader. Therefore, the position of clan leader was something Sinyan could not afford to forfeit. Furthermore, the prophecy tablet of this world had yet to manifest its potential. The time for its revelation had arrived. Today was merely the first step. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from the Four Crimson Sun formation. Kaguya Otsutsuki, having exhausted the last vestige of her chakra, expelled all her bones, resulting in her body erupting in a mist of blood. As the Four Crimson Sun formation trembled violently, it eventually regained its calm before gradually dissipating. Both Uzumaki Kagami and Senju Hashirama merely experienced slight breathlessness, while the elder who had just utilized the Four Crimson Sun formation collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Ah, Tobarama. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from the other side. In Shinhiko's impression, the aloof second-generation Senju Tobarama was now weeping loudly, holding his younger brother whose gaze was gradually fading. As the content continues to load, please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Wacken. Hashirama's expression changed dramatically as he turned towards the voice, only to see Wacken's face pale, nearly devoid of color. Upon witnessing this, Nabahiko shouted loudly for any medical ninja to assist in bandaging him. As he spoke, he ceased the treatment for Senju Tobarama and rushed towards Senju Hashirama. After all, he had already staunched the bleeding for Tobarama, and the injury on his thigh was not something that could be healed in an instant. If he could manage to save Hashirama, it would be worth allowing Tobarama to bow down to him 100 times. As Sinyan approached Senju Wakana, he noticed that 2 medical ninjas were already attending to him. He adjusted the perspective abilities of his Byakugan to assess the situation. Soon, a somber expression crossed Sinyan's face. A bone had pierced through Senju Wakana's right chest, penetrating the upper lobe of his lung. Given the medical standards of the Warring States period, the prognosis was grim. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary resilience of Hashirama, who could swiftly recover from seemingly fatal injuries. In the original narrative, even the established medical teams of later generations would require the collaboration of other medical ninjas to treat such penetrating wounds effectively. Step aside. Allow me to examine. A gentle-looking female ninja from the Uzumaki clan, appearing to be around 30 years of age, navigated through the crowd to reach Senju Wakana. She knelt beside him, rolled up her sleeves, and extended her fair wrist toward his mouth. Here, bite me. Sinyan's gaze sharpened slightly. It appeared that the ninja from the Whirlpool clan possessed abilities akin to those of Kaguya and her daughter. Even if she could not restore Senju Hashirama directly, as long as she could rejuvenate his chakra and vitality, Sinyan would have a chance to heal him. Senju Hashirama, expending his last reserves of strength, bit down lightly on the wrist of the female ninja, managing to draw a small amount of blood. Soon, he felt a surge of chakra flooding into his body. Simultaneously, his previously scattered consciousness began to clarify. For a fleeting moment, he found the strength to emit a pained cry. Ah, it hurts. However, Sinyan noticed that the wound on Senju Hashirama's chest showed no signs of ceasing its bleeding. Moreover, the 2 medical ninjas were powerless to mend his internal injuries. At this rate, death was inevitable. The female ninja evidently recognized the gravity of the situation and exclaimed, "Bite me again. Harder this time. This time." Senju Hashirama bit down with significantly greater force, eliciting a pained gasp from the female ninja. After enduring the bite, she collapsed onto the grass, her complexion pale. Chapter 47. Marvelous medical ninjutsu. It seems her abilities are far from those of Kaguya and her daughter, yet she is still capable of restoring vitality. Sinyan discovered that her chakra had significantly diminished. Senju Hashirama no longer appeared as pallid as before. Medical ninjas were treating him, applying bandages to his wounds. Yet the bleeding persisted unabated. With her Byakugan, Sinyan perceived that not only had Hashirama's lung lobe been pierced, but many of his meridians had also been severed. It was imperative to first mend the meridians before attempting to repair the lung lobe. "Bite me once more," she implored. Despite the futility of healing Hashirama, the female ninja struggled to rise, yearning for him to bite her again. Hashirama gazed at the unsteady female ninja, shook his head, and offered a bittersweet smile. "It is futile. My injuries are too grave to heal. I am so weary. Please let me rest." Although the infusion of the female ninja's blood and chakra had revitalized Hashirama somewhat, the sheer volume of blood he had lost threatened his life. This was still a testament to the Senju clan's robust vitality compared to ordinary individuals. During the Warring States period, medical ninjas primarily occupied battlefield hospitals and rarely engaged in direct combat. This, of course, referred to those with advanced medical ninjutsu who lacked combat prowess, rather than those like Hyuga Ryota, who masqueraded as medical ninjas to evade the battlefield. Hashirama's condition rendered him immobile, necessitating treatment on the spot. After 2 medical ninjas exhausted their chakra, 3 more arrived. However, Sinyan could discern from their techniques that they were inadequate. "Are there any more medical ninjas? Hurry!" Elder of the Uzumaki clan called out amidst the crowd. At that moment, a medical ninja who had just finished bandaging Hashirama's wounds rushed to his side. Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, having just halted his barrier, entered the fray, and, upon witnessing his younger brother's dire state, cried out, "Where is Elder Chikusa? Elder Chikusa?" A clan member approached with a visage of sorrow, saying, "Clan leader, Elder Chikusa has perished in battle." Tobarama's face fell, despair washing over him as he turned to gaze at his younger brother. Senju Chikusa was the finest medical ninja of their clan, renowned for his exceptional abilities. It was unfathomable that he had fallen in this conflict. Tobarama felt an overwhelming urge to dig up the ancestral graves of the Kaguya clan. Subsequently, Uzumaki Q arrived beside Tobarama, summoning the accompanying medical ninjas, yet all declared themselves powerless to do more than prolong Hashirama's life with chakra. Hashirama. Tobarama could not help but hold his brother in anguish. Pillar of the clan, Hashirama's hands were clenched tightly, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something, holding on to a flicker of hope as he turned to Sinyan with a face full of expectation. However, as he opened his mouth, it appeared that overwhelming tension and sorrow rendered him nearly voiceless. Though he spoke not a word, Sinyan understood his intent. Secondary consciousness 1, my essence. Korezetsu has instructed me to inform you that when he collects Kaguya clan cells, there may be exposure risks. It would be prudent for you to divert the crowd's attention. Otherwise, to ensure discretion, he will collect a portion of the Kaguya clan cells while remaining concealed. In Sinyan's heart, the voice of a secondary consciousness resonated, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the wound at the junction of the thousand-handed tiles. I understand now. In his heart, Sinyan silently murmured a phrase, then stepped forward before the crowd, declaring, "Allow me to give it a try, though I can only assure you of a 40% chance." Upon uttering these words, all the surrounding ninjas turned their gaze towards him. The presence of clan leaders such as Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami, along with a multitude of elite Jonin, enveloped Sinyan, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Do you have a way to save Wacken?" Hashirama reacted swiftly, gripping Sinyan's hand with palpable excitement. "Only a 40% chance." Sinyan nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Senju Tobarama. With the assistance of the female ninja from the Uzumaki clan, Sinyan felt he had at least an 80 to 90% chance of saving Senju Wacken. Of course, curing him would likely mean he could no longer be a ninja. Senju Tobarama gazed at his third son, whose eyes were gradually losing their luster, and approached Sinyan, bowing deeply before him. "Thank you for saving Banjian. As for this child, Wacken, I entrust him to you. I beg of you." In that moment, Senju Tobarama was no longer the leader of a formidable ninja clan, but merely a father on the brink of losing his child. Sinyan sensed his sincerity and stepped forward to support the thousand-handed Buddha. "Your words carry weight, and I can only promise to do my utmost." With that, Sinyan squatted beside the thousand-handed tile, directing the medical ninjas nearby. "You reduce the chakra output frequency, and you do not apply such force when pressing on the lungs. Release it when I instruct you to," he continued. "Prepare to assist me." The medical ninjas regarded Sinyan's exceedingly youthful visage with skepticism, although it was not uncommon for children under 11 or 12 to enter the battlefield. Those who could become exceptional medical ninjas at the age of 15 or 16 were indeed rare. However, given the critical situation, they had no choice but to obey his commands. As Nobuhiko commanded with precision, he unrolled a storage scroll, systematically extracting a variety of medical instruments, test tubes, syringes, acupuncture suturing needles, scalpels, and tweezers. Observing Nabahiko's deft movements, Tobira, cradling his younger brother, felt a sudden contraction in his pupils and an inexplicable surge of trust towards Nabahiko, accompanied by a flicker of hope within his heart. Each of you, quickly, pour your blood into the test tubes. Sinyan utilized 4 test tubes to collect a trace of blood from Senshu Hashirama. Subsequently, he gestured subtly towards Fojian, Zhujian, Feijian, and Banjian. The 4 exchanged glances, their expressions filled with intrigue. Meanwhile, Sinyan grasped 2 slender needles, as fine as a strand of hair, and infused them with chakra. In an instant, the needles stiffened and stood upright. He then instructed the medical ninja, who was applying pressure to Hashirama's wound, to release his hold. You may let go now. Maintain the chakra output, steady it. With that, Sinyan adjusted the perspective of his Byakugan, guiding the 2 needles into the bloodied cavity of Hashirama's chest. His fingers deftly manipulated the needles, the motions becoming increasingly rapid. A cry of agony escaped Hashirama as his body trembled violently. On the other side, the 4 individuals also poured their blood into the test tubes, merging it with Hashirama's essence. Sinyan skillfully operated the meridian suturing needle with one hand, continuously infusing chakra into it. With his other hand, he meticulously placed 4 white slips of paper into test tubes. Observing his dual tasking, those around him felt a wave of anxiety. If he were to falter and accidentally pierce Senju Hashirama, the consequences would be dire. However, with the assistance of his secondary consciousness, Sinyan was entirely capable of executing the task. If another secondary consciousness were present, he could perform surgeries that would typically require multiple medical ninjas. After approximately 30 seconds, Sinyan retrieved the bloodstained test paper, noting the subtle change in color. He then took a large beaker and pointed at Hashirama, saying, "Fill this with your blood, and your brother will be saved." Upon hearing this, Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned an expression of fervent excitement. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his ninja blade and slashed at his wrist. With a splatter, bright red blood gushed forth, splattering Sinyan's face. The relentless motion of stitching the meridians continued in Nabahiko's hands. As he wiped the blood from his face with a single hand, he gazed at Hashirama in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless by the enormous wound on Hashirama's wrist. Good heavens! Did you sever an artery? On the side, Tobirama stared at Hashirama, incredulous that he could engage in such a Navi act during such a perilous moment. The muscles at the corner of his eye twitching involuntarily. Upon witnessing the situation, Sinyan decided against the use of an drip. Once the meridians were sutured, he immediately instructed the medical ninjas to assist in the repair of Senju Hashirama's lung lobes. Simultaneously, he poured the blood collected from Tobirama directly into Hashirama's body through the wound. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Sinyan remarked, "Given the limited conditions, this is the only course of action. In a previous life, such an act would have undoubtedly led to Hashirama's demise. However, in this world, everything is augmented by chakra, transforming the impossible into the possible." Through the prowess of his Byakugan, Yukihiko guided the blood of Hashirama Senju with chakra, allowing it to flow through the intricate meridians of the Senju body and ultimately reach the heart. Fortunately, during his time in Konoha, he had dedicated 6 months to aiding Uchiha Masaki in mastering the art of breathing through chakra, while also immersing himself in the systematic medical ninjutsu theories meticulously compiled by Tsunade. Following that, he spent 2 years under the tutelage of the prodigious Hinata Katono. Simultaneously, he engaged in profound experiments with 3 or 4 shadow clones, relentlessly dissecting corpses. It was through these endeavors that he successfully revived the art of blood transfusion in this warring period. Of course, the crux of this achievement lay in the utilization of chakra. As the color returned to Hashirama's cheeks and his breathing gradually steadied, the expressions of those present eased with relief. The medical ninjas, sensing the robust heartbeat of Hashirama Senju, gasped in astonishment. "It's done! It's done!" Everyone gazed at Yukihiko in sheer disbelief. Such extraordinary medical ninjutsu. It was nothing short of artistry. Chapter 48. The Cunning Hinata Tenmon. "I am truly grateful for your salvation of my brothers," Hashirama exclaimed, enveloping Yukihiko in a heartfelt embrace, tears streaming down his face. The blood from his wrist splattering onto Yukihiko as pristine white attire. Yoshihiko was momentarily taken aback. He broke free from Hashirama's embrace and grasped his wrist, saying, "Allow me to staunch the bleeding." As he spoke, Yoshihiko employed his medical ninjutsu on Hashirama's wrist. Such an astonishing regenerative ability, he remarked, as Sinyan administered treatment to Hashirama. He observed that his recovery rate surpassed that of an ordinary person by at least tenfold. This remarkable speed was still evident despite Hashirama not fully merging with Ashura's chakra. It seems that not only is Ashura's chakra extraordinary, but Hashirama's innate talent is also unparalleled within the Senju clan for centuries. After staunching Hashirama's bleeding, Sinyan paused his actions to proceed with the bandaging. Subconscious thought, Master, Black Zetsu and I have gathered sufficient Kaguya cells, currently located directly beneath your feet. If a transfer is necessary, Black Zetsu can escort you away immediately. No need for that at the moment, Sinyan silently affirmed. At this juncture, Uzumaki Kai-Ka commanded the others to scour the battlefield in search of the wounded. After confirming that Tobarama and Kawarama were out of danger, Senju Butsuma approached Sinyan earnestly, saying, "Thank you for saving Tobarama and Kawarama. This gratitude will be remembered by the Senju clan." However, he added, "I seem to recall." A hint of perplexity flickered in Butsuma's gaze. In his recollection, there was a member of the Hyuga clan with white hair. "It appears you are mistaken, esteemed Butsuma. I merely wished to witness the prowess of the Senju clan and happened to encounter this situation." Sinyan did not conceal his intentions. He came to gather intelligence. The Hyuga clan has historically maintained a close relationship with the Senju clan, which is a duty I must honor. As for my identity, if I recall correctly, I am Hyuga Ryota. My father is Hyuga Tenmujin. In the era of warring states, interests take precedence. Kaguya shares a bloodline connection with the Hyuga clan and exists as an ally. However, the alliance is strictly strategic. As for those allies who have already perished, they hold no value. Furthermore, this is aside from Hashirama's influence. Sinyan discovered numerous records regarding the Hyuga clan within the clan's ancient texts. The relationship between the Hyuga and Kaguya clans was far less intimate than he had anticipated. Hyuga Ryota and Senju Hashirama exchanged a glance of surprise. Realizing the cunning nature of Hyuga Tenryo, it was one thing for the eldest son, Hyuga Masato, to possess remarkable talent, but the astonishing abilities of the younger son, Hyuga Ryota, were truly astounding. His recent display of swordsmanship was nothing short of thunderous, complemented by an exceptionally powerful healing ninjutsu. He was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Rumors had long circulated that Hyuga Ryota was a natural failure, having never set foot on a battlefield even at the age of 14. Relying solely on his status as the clan leader's son and the reputation of a medical ninja to remain safely in the rear. Previously, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Q had even privately mocked Hyuga Tenryu, the longest-serving and most powerful leader among the 5 great clans of the Warring States period, for having produced such a failure. Little did they know, they had all been deceived. Sinyan observed the ever-changing expressions on the faces of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami, and a thought stirred within him. It was evident that these two were engaging in their own conjectures. After a brief silence, Uzumaki Kagami spoke in a solemn tone. "Are you truly not here to aid the Kaguya clan?" Sinyan remarked. If the Hyuga clan truly intended to support the Kaguya clan, wouldn't they have arrived by now? If the Hyuga and Kaguya clans were to unite their forces, even the combined might of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans would likely be unable to vanquish the Kaguya clan today. Moreover, with the unique sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan, it would be nearly impossible to conceal the approach of a large army from the Hyuga clan. Uzumaki Kagami was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Sinyan's unreserved candor. Indeed, the Uzumaki and Senju clans share a blood bond, yet there have been instances of conflict between them in ancient times. This time, the two clans were resolutely united in their intent to eradicate the Kaguya clan. The relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Senju and Uzumaki clans remains relatively amicable. Thus, prior to taking action, they had subtly hinted at and tested the waters with the Hyuga clan. Should the Hyuga clan truly choose to ally with the Kaguya clan, the Uzumaki and Senju clans would need to reconsider their stance. As Ryota Hyuga stated, even with the addition of the Uchiha clan, a 3-against-2 scenario would only yield a Pyrrhic victory. In the event of an all-out conflict among the 5 great shinobi clans, the true beneficiaries would be the other smaller clans. After hinting at the substantial rewards that awaited the Hyuga clan following the annihilation of the Kaguya clan, Hyuga Tenjin responded to Uzumaki Kagami, indicating that the Hyuga clan would only agree to fend off the Uchiha clan for a limited period, with no further obligations. This firmly solidified the resolve of the Senju and Uzumaki clans to eradicate the Kaguya clan, as the Kaguya clan had long since drawn the ire of the masses. With the main forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans advancing to eliminate the Kaguya clan, the risk of an ambush from other smaller shinobi alliances loomed. While the Senju clan might withstand such an attack, the Uzumaki clan could find themselves in peril. However, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to act. As the Kaguya clan had successfully made themselves detested by all clans during the Warring States period, including the Hyuga clan, I was perhaps overthinking it. Uzumaki Kagami smiled faintly. Hyuga Tenjin, that old fellow, truly possesses remarkable patience. With such an outstanding son, it's astonishing he could remain concealed for so long. With that, Uzumaki Kagami gestured for the genin gathered nearby to retreat further away. In Sinyan's heart, there is a firm belief that, on many occasions, speaking the truth is far more beneficial than concealing it. Although the Senju and Uzumaki clans have vanquished the Kaguya clan and their influence has surged, they have also suffered considerable losses. Their reputation may have soared, but their strength has not experienced an immediate and substantial enhancement. Rather, it has been diminished. At this juncture, it would be entirely unwise to act against him, as it would undoubtedly affect the stance of the Hyuga clan, particularly given that he has just rescued the two sons of Shinja Hashirama. Moreover, should a confrontation arise, no one could restrain him. While he may not be a match for a clan leader-level powerhouse, the gap between a genin and an Kaga-level ninja is not as insurmountable as that between a Super Kaguya and a Kaguya. This strategic endeavor, wherein the smaller party seeks to gain an advantage, is not merely to win the favor of the so-called Senju and Hyuga clans, but rather to cultivate the goodwill of Hashirama himself, an endeavor that has likely borne fruit. Meanwhile, the battle in the valley has come to a close. To be precise, it was the Hyuga and Uchiha clans that chose to cease hostilities. Upon exiting the valley, Uchiha Taijima proclaimed loudly, "Hyuga Tenmyo, it is too late for you to offer support to the Kaguya clan. By the time the Kaguya clan is obliterated by the Senju and Uzumaki clans, you will be next." Hyuga Tenmyo retorted, "Once we, the Hyuga, ally with the Senju clan, you will understand who faces annihilation." With that, Hyuga Tenmyo laughed heartily and turned to depart. Uchiha Taijima's expression shifted between shades of green and white. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and he clutched his eyes tightly, drawing deep breaths as if enduring some torment. "Father!" Izuna and Madara rushed forward, their faces etched with concern for Uchiha Taijima. "I am fine." He waved them off, commanding, "Advance at full speed towards the Kaguya clan's territory at Woofing Mountain, maintaining a safe distance from the Hyuga clan to avoid conflict." "Lord Clan Leader, Ryota has fled." Upon hearing the genin's report, Hyuga Tenmyo's gaze shifted slightly. "Impossible. Ryota would not flee after coming this far." Hyuga Katono refuted. "That may not be the case. Given Ryota's strength, he could have remained in the rear. Coming to the battlefield would only spell doom. If he can ensure his survival, he would choose to flee. You all, send someone to search for him immediately." Hyuga Masato said in a calm tone, his eyes scrutinizing Hyuga Katono without restraint. He has never held much fondness for this timid younger brother, especially since he has grown close to Hyuga Katono. Hearing his eldest son's blunt words, Hyuga Tenmyo frowned and said solemnly, "Dispatch more people to search. Furthermore, slow the army's marching speed." "Yes." The attending genin promptly set off to relay the order. Beside him, Hyuga Masato couldn't help but question, "Father, why slow our march? Why not just send more people to find Ryota? If we march quickly, we may arrive sooner and assist the Kaguya clan in resisting the joint forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, thereby preserving them." Hyuga Tenmyo sighed inwardly at his son's words and cast a glance at Hyuga Masato, replying with a blank expression, preserving the severely weakened Kaguya clan, only to forge a deep-seated enmity with the longtime allies, the Senju and Uzumaki clans. While harboring animosity towards the Senju clan may not be advantageous for the Hyuga clan, the Kaguya clan is still our ally. Hyuga Masato insisted passionately. United with the Kaguya clan, our Hyuga clan would be the strongest ninja clan in the Warring States, and we would need their assistance to confront the Uchiha. In recent decades, have you ever witnessed the Hyuga clan truly fighting alongside the Kaguya clan? Hyuga Tenmyo countered. Hyuga Masato fell silent. The Kaguya clan's berserk forces are known to indiscriminately harm friend and foe alike. The clan's records even recount instances of the Kaguya clan mistakenly injuring the previous Hyuga clan leader during chaotic battles. However, observing Hyuga Tenmyo shake his head in dismay, Hyuga Masato remained somewhat unconvinced and continued, "If we are not genuinely attempting to rescue the Kaguya clan, then why hinder the Uchiha clan's ninjas? We could simply let them pass." Unable to listen any longer, Hyuga Katono opened her mouth, appearing as if she wished to speak but hesitated. "Katono, explain to him why." Hyuga Tenmyo's gaze held a deep disappointment. His eldest son may indeed possess exceptional talent, but his single-mindedness is equally apparent. Hyuga Katono elaborated. If we abandon our allies in their time of need, who among the ninja clans would still be willing to ally with us once the Kaguya clan is annihilated? Additionally, the Hyuga clan has historically supported the Kaguya clan due to their formidable strength. Although they have drawn the ire of many, they have only antagonized smaller clans. Now, with the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans all targeting them, we must abandon them. The reason we obstruct the Uchiha is twofold. Firstly, to demonstrate our stance to other clans. And secondly, to hope that the Kaguya clan can withstand longer and exhaust the forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Once Hyuga Katono finished her explanation, Hyuga Tenryu glared at Hyuga Masato. Do you understand now? Yes, father. I see now that my thoughts were overly simplistic. Hyuga Masato lowered his head. Hyuga Tenryu sighed. Turning to the middle-aged man with a bushy beard beside him, expressing, Tennin, you have raised a remarkable daughter. Hearing this, Hyuga Tennin shot a look at Hyuga Katono, seemingly reproaching her for leaving no face for the young clan leader. He then smiled and said, Clan leader, Masato has simply had limited experience. He will surely understand these matters in due time. In truth, even Hyuga Tennin himself doubted the words he spoke. At 27 years old, such innocence is indeed rare. Both of my sons are lacking. I may as well pass the clan leader position to Katono. Hyuga Tenryu remarked with a half-smile. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Tennin's pupils constricted suddenly, and his expression became somewhat flustered as he bowed deeply, respectfully saying, Clan leader, you flatter me. How could Katono possibly assume the role of clan leader? She may assist the clan leader in the future. Hyuga Tenryu's expression hardened as he grasped Hyuga Tennin's arm, helping him up while playfully scolding, You old fellow, do not speak in such a manner to me. We are the same clan. We shall be one family sooner or later. Is Katono not effectively acting as the clan leader already? Indeed, indeed. Hyuga Tennin nodded repeatedly, though his back was already damp with sweat. Upon hearing the phrase one family sooner or later, Hyuga Katono's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling the intense gaze of Hyuga Masato upon her, she was inexplicably averse, her mind unwittingly conjuring the handsome visage of a white-haired youth. Masato, remember this. In the struggle for supremacy during the warring states, interests must come first. For the sake of the interests of the Hyuga clan, it is not impossible that one day we may shake hands and reconcile with the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Tenjin admonished. Indeed, Hyuga Masato replied respectfully, though he felt somewhat discontented within. If only his strength were sufficient, there would be no need for such convoluted approaches. Once he ascends to the position of clan leader, he shall inevitably lead the Hyuga to unity. Observing the expression on his eldest son's face, Hyuga Tenjin realized he had not absorbed the lesson. However, there was little he could do. Although the second son was indeed born with the white hair as prophesied, his talents were woefully inadequate, evidently due to his mother's injuries during pregnancy. The position of clan leader must be inherited by a member of the main family. He had no choice but to select the eldest son. Lord Clan Leader! Lord Clan Leader! At that moment, a Hyuga Jonin rushed him breathlessly. The Kaguya clan has been completely annihilated. Hyuga Tenjin nodded, his expression tinged with sorrow. We must retrieve the bodies of the Kaguya clan's allies, at the very least. We cannot allow their corpses to be devoured by beasts. The Hyuga Jonin hesitated, then continued. I have discovered that Lord Ryota is trapped within the encirclement of the Senju and Kaguya alliance. What? The sorrow on Hyuga Tengin's face vanished, replaced by shock. How could Ryota be within the encirclement of the alliance? Is he in danger? Hyuga Katono urgently inquired. The Hyuga Jonin's expression grew peculiar as he replied. According to our observations, Lord Ryota appears to be conversing with the leaders of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. It does not seem that a conflict has arisen. However, he is covered in blood, yet according to our Byakugan, he bears no wounds. Then let us march forward at full speed. Hyuga Tenjin commanded resolutely. No sooner had he finished speaking than he surged forward, chakra flaring. Hurry! Full speed ahead. Follow the clan leader. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan hastened their pace. Chapter 50. Obito Hyuga Tenjin soon arrived on the plain. In the face of other matters, he could maintain his composure, but when it came to Ryota, he could not. During the Warring States period, every great clan leader had numerous offspring, yet he alone had not remarried after his wife's death. For Hyuga Tenjin, Ryota represented the continuation of his wife's life. Moreover, the words of the scouting ninja sparked a stunning possibility within him. The first sight that met Hyuga Tengin's eyes was the vast expanse of corpses. The coalition of the Senju and Uzumaki clans numbered over 1,000, while the Kaguya clan had nearly 500 members. At this moment, merely by visual estimation, there lay at least 700 to 800 corpses on the ground, with the living half of them injured. However, through the Byakugan scrutiny, he noted that some of the elite forces of the Senju and Uzumaki clans still retained their combat prowess. Hyuga Tenjin could not help but suppress his momentary apprehension. Observing Ryota, who was indeed unharmed amidst the siege, Hyuga Tenjin regained his composure. Upon seeing Hyuga Tenjin, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami approached with fervor. Hyuga Tenjin's gaze sharpened, but he did not retreat. "You, Hyuga Tenjin, how devious you are," Uzumaki Kagami scolded, though his face bore a friendly smile. The Hyuga clan's willingness to remain aloof this time was a gracious gesture towards both the Uzumaki and Senju clans, showcasing ample sincerity. It was evident that the three clans could coexist amicably in the future. If united, they would stand a formidable chance against the strongest Uchiha clan. "I never imagined you could endure so much. I underestimated you," Senju Hashirama remarked, a rare just escaping his lips. If the Hyuga clan could be won over, the end of the Warring States period would not be far off. Hyuga Tenjin was left in a state of bewilderment. Noticing his feigned ignorance, Uzumaki Kagami retorted, "Your son, Hyuga Ryota, saved Hashirama's two sons. Had it not been for him, Tobarama and Kawarama would have perished. His swordsmanship and medical ninjutsu are extraordinarily powerful. In particular, his medical ninjutsu has surpassed the standards of this era. I never expected such a genius to emerge from the Hyuga clan," Senju Hashirama earnestly stated, expressing gratitude for Ryota's life-saving actions while outwardly seeking to ally with the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Tenjin remained perplexed, observing the genuine surprise on Uzumaki Kagami's face. He was taken aback. "You cannot be telling us that you were completely unaware of all this?" Cough, cough. Hyuga Tenjin glanced at Ryota among the crowd, his thoughts racing. And he suddenly realized. It must be due to the prophecy. He turned his gaze to Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami, stating with gravity, "All right. I shall no longer feign ignorance. To conceal Ryota's abilities, I have kept him within the clan, diligently studying medical ninjutsu." The two exchanged a glance, momentarily at a loss for words. So adept at deception. At that moment, the troops of the Hyuga clan finally arrived. Meanwhile, from another direction, the Uchiha clan's coalition also approached. The Uchiha clan's aggression toward the Kaguya clan stemmed primarily from their long-standing enmity and the latter's seizure of their convoy, effectively slapping the Uchiha clan in the face. Additionally, the Uchiha clan sought to court the Uzumaki clan, though the latter maintained a closer relationship with the Senju clan. Yet, in the era of warring states, the interests of the ninja clans took precedence above all else. As Uchiha Taijima surveyed the battlefield strewn with bodies, he realized they had arrived too late. Especially upon seeing Hyuga Tenjin, Uzumaki Kagami, and Senju Hashirama engaged in amiable conversation, he sensed an ominous turn of events. Despite the significant casualties suffered by the coalition of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, most Uchiha clan members remained calm, though a few among them clamored for a decisive battle with the Senju clan. "Obito, inform the clan members, no one is to act without my command," Uchiha Taijima ordered his eldest son, his brow furrowed with concern. However, even after calling twice, Obito remained unresponsive. Uchiha Obito stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixated ahead, entranced by the sight of Senju Hashirama embracing Hyuga Ryota, laughing and crying simultaneously. In the end, Madara chose the Hyuga, choosing to. His hands clenched tightly into fists, so forcefully that his knuckles turned pale. His once pitch-black eyes abruptly transformed into a vivid crimson, the three toma within them constricting slightly, emanating a chilling aura of impending death. Although Madara was aware that the Senju and Uchiha were sworn enemies, the depth of their animosity far surpassed the rivalry with the Hyuga clan, renowned for their first ocular techniques. The enmity between the two clans had endured for centuries. Yet, memories of his youth often resurfaced in Madara's mind. That year, their first encounter by the river, and on the cliff, where they gazed upon the earth together, vowing to end the Warring States period and usher in peace for the shinobi world. Madara even envisioned a future where he and Hashirama became the leaders of their respective clans, working together. Perhaps, the centuries-long hatred between their clans would finally reach a conclusion. However, Hashirama did not hold firm until the end. He betrayed Madara, violating their pact. Had Hashirama been coerced, Madara might have found it within himself to forgive. Yet, seeing Hashirama's expression, it was as if he had discovered a long-lost brother. In the end, I was the one who overthought it. Hashirama was clearly the first to. If that is the case, let the Uchiha clan bring an end to this chaotic era. In that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within Madara. leading him to resolve to sever the last thread of connection with Hashirama completely. "Brother, your eyes." Uchiha Izuna, noticing the grim expression on his father's face, hastily approached to alert him. However, he was astonished to see the transformation in Madara's Sharingan. The three Tomo in Madara's eyes had seamlessly connected, the center now forming a hollow pattern. A kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Uchiha clan members, alerted by the commotion, gathered around. Their expressions a mixture of shock as they looked upon their young clan leader. Envy, admiration, jealousy, and all intermingled in a complex tapestry of emotions. To awaken a kaleidoscope Sharingan at the age of 18 was a rare occurrence in Uchiha history. "Madara, you truly are my son." Uchiha Taijima, witnessing Madara's entranced gaze at the eldest son of the Senju, understood that he still harbored illusions about Hashirama. He was prepared to admonish Madara. Yet, the Uchiha clan now boasted another kaleidoscope Sharingan, gaining an additional formidable force. The heavy burden of their alliance with the Senju clan was somewhat alleviated. There's a murderous intent. Shin-ei was shoving the seemingly eager Hashirama beside him when he suddenly felt a chilling presence. Turning his head, he discovered Uchiha Madara 100 meters away. What the hell? Has Madara activated his eyes? Could it be because of me? As Sinyan gazed at Hashirama beside him, a jolt of alarm surged through his heart. If mere glances could slay, he surmised he would have been vanquished by Madara countless times over. What a colossal misunderstanding. At that moment, Hashirama finally acknowledged his counterpart, Uchiha Madara. His lips moved, nearly uttering Madara's name, yet recalling the bitter enmity between their clans, he restrained himself. Observing his foolish elder brother exchanging glances with Madara, Tobirama gently patted his shoulder and gestured towards the stretcher behind them. "Brother, Wakana has summoned you to accompany him." Hashirama snapped back to reality, nodding in acknowledgement towards Madara before turning away and retreating to the rear of the formation. Noting Hashirama's reluctance to even spare him a glance, Madara's Manjiki Sharingan constricted slightly, blood trickling from his eye sockets and staining his crimson battle armor. There was no joy in Madara's heart upon activating his Sharingan. Only a profound loathing consumed him. As he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he sensed an unexpected surge of chakra within him, immensely powerful. Madara could feel his ocular prowess escalating rapidly. While he understood that the transition from Sharingan to Manjiki would naturally enhance his abilities, the magnitude of this increase was astonishing. However, the emotional turmoil weighed heavily on Madara's mind, leaving little room for contemplation. "Madara, enough. Close your Manjiki Sharingan, relax your mind, and conserve your ocular strength for now." Uchiha Taijima approached his eldest son, a look of relief adorning his face. Just as Madara was on the verge of blindness from excessive use of his Manjiki, the son he had high hopes for unexpectedly awakened his eyes. This was indeed a monumental occasion for the Uchiha clan. "Yes, father," Madara managed to regain some composure. Given the current circumstances, he no longer felt any attachment to Hashirama. Let everything dissolve beneath the gaze of his Manjiki. He would carry forth the promises of your walking alone into the future. Seeing Madara deactivate his Manjiki, Uchiha Taijima nodded slightly before striding towards the trio of whirlpool mirrors, Senjubutsuma and Hige Tenjin, who were engaged in conversation. The Uchiha, Hige, Senju, and Uzumaki clans formed a triangular alliance, and at the center, 4 of the 5 great clan leaders of the warring states were present. To be precise, all 5 were there, although Kaguya's Yado likely had difficulty finding all the pieces. Uchiha Taijima approached the trio. "Hige Tenjin, it seems we have all arrived late," he remarked, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Hige Tenjin did not conceal his emotions. The alliance between the Hige and Kaguya clans was established in ancient times. As the leader of the Hige clan, Tenjin would never be the first to sever that bond. In fact, there were instances in the past when he even supported the Kaguya clan. However, to claim their relationship was particularly amicable would be a falsehood. Aside from mutual interests, the Hige had no genuine affection for the Kaguya, at least for several generations. The previous clan leader of the Hige, Tengin's grandfather, was grievously wounded during an assault on the Uchiha clan when he was betrayed by the deranged leader of the Kaguya clan. Shortly after leaving the battlefield, he succumbed to his injuries. Since that time, the Hige clan began its decline. Tenjin was acutely aware that, although he was the strongest among the 5 clan leaders, this was due to his age, over 50, nearly 10 years older than the others. His grandfather had developed the 8 trigrams to a remarkable level at the age of 35, demonstrating the potential to master the ultimate technique of Gentle Fist, the Divine Void Strike. Based on the descriptions in the texts, Its power was evidently capable of annihilating a clan leader in a single blow. It could be said that the Kaguya clan had effectively extinguished the Hige clan's hopes of ascending to the pinnacle of the warring states. Now, with the Senju and Uzumaki clans extending an olive branch, Tenjin felt no need to maintain pretense. Hige Tenjin, it seems your allies have been annihilated. And you appear rather pleased, Uchiha Taijima taunted. Tenjin frowned, replying, the destruction of the Kaguya clan weighs heavily on my heart. However, the Hige clan has done all it can. He then shifted his gaze to Senju Butsuma and Uzumaki Q, asking, Butsuma, Q, may we be permitted to lay the Kaguya clan to rest, as they are our distant relatives? Senju Butsuma nodded in agreement. Of course. Uzumaki Q had no objections either. Both clans were not adept in human research, let alone had any interest in the remains. With the bloodline of the Kaguya clan being nearly 100% afflicted by the bloodline disease, it was a perilous endeavor. The Hige clan's willingness to assist in recovering the bodies was welcomed. Yet, observing the ostensibly sorrowful expression on Hige Tengen's face, both Butsuma and Q found themselves speechless. Recalling the phrase crocodile tears. Hypocrisy. Uchiha Taijima's countenance darkened. Ha! Hige Tenjin chuckled, knowing that in a war of words, he was no match for Taijima. May the fate of the Kaguya clan today not be the Hige clan's tomorrow. Taijima cast a penetrating glance at Tenjin, his words laden with significance. After leaving that statement hanging, he turned and departed. Hige Tenjin, witnessing Taijima's retreating figure, called out, you ought to return and ponder how to face the coalition of 3 clans. Merely possessing an additional pair of Manjiki Sharingan may not suffice. With that, Tenjin looked towards Senju Butsuma and Uzumaki Q, both of whom displayed amicable smiles, clearly pleased with Tengen's public declaration. All troops, heed my command. Return to the clan territory at once. With a single command from Uchiha Taijima, hundreds of Uchiha clansmen retraced their steps. As Madara departed, he cast a glance into the crowd, yet he ultimately failed to spot Hashirama among them. Resolutely, he turned away, his footsteps betraying a hint of heaviness. When Hashirama returned to the scene after attending to his brother, he discovered that the Uchiha clan had already departed. Meanwhile, Hyuga Tenjin was directing his clansmen in the aftermath of the battle, overseeing the burial of the Kaguya clan's remains. Subsequently, after some reluctance from Hyuga Tenjin, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Kagami ceded the territory occupied by the Kaguya clan to the Hyuga clan. As for the ores on Mount Mistpeak, they would be jointly managed by the 3 clans, with the Hyuga clan receiving the previously agreed-upon 20%. Hyuga Tenjin, however, showed little interest in the land itself. The Kaguya clan had never been adept at managing their territory, preferring to seize resources through plunder. The area was virtually devoid of common folk, having long since fallen into neglect without anyone to cultivate it. With a lack of population, the barren land held little value. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's domain was separated from the Kaguya clans by several smaller ninja clans, making direct connection implausible. As for stationing a large contingent of forces, that was out of the question. The Uchiha clan was significantly closer to the Hyuga clan. What truly piqued Hyuga Tengen's interest were the ores, as they presented excellent opportunities not only for weapon crafting, but also for the forging of armor. Ryota, you must come to the Senju clan to visit me when you have the chance. As Shinkai was about to depart, Hashirama called out, waving his hand fervently. Absolutely. Shinkai responded loudly in turn. After the Hyuga clan took an hour to regroup, they set off to return to their ancestral home. Upon their arrival, Hyuga Tenjin summoned Shinkai into the residence. Within the room, before Shinkai could articulate the words he had meticulously prepared, Hyuga Tenjin abruptly raised his hand to interrupt him. You need not explain. I am already aware. In fact, your knowledge pales in comparison to mine. Shinkai was left bewildered. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Prophecy. Ryota, in truth, I have been. Hyuga Tenjin settled onto the mat, poised to speak, when a sudden fit of coughing seized him, flushing his face with an unusual hue, and his eyes reflected a hint of distress. Father, what ails you? Shinkai rushed forward, activating his Byakugan and meticulously adjusting his perspective. Shinkai discovered that not only were his father's internal organs damaged, but numerous meridians throughout his body were also injured. Some of these wounds appeared to predate the present incident. Are these your injuries? Xinyan's expression subtly shifted. Although he was aware that the latter days of the Warring States period belonged to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In this current epoch, Hyuga Tenyuan stood as the preeminent force of the Warring States. With his presence, Xinyan could continue his research with peace of mind. Observing Uchiha Madara's demeanor as he departed, it was evident he harbored a strong desire to consume him alive. Should anything befall Hyuga Tenyuan, it would spell serious trouble. However, given Tenyuan's injuries, it seemed unlikely he had many years left to live. It appeared that Xinyan's focus would need to shift toward enhancing his own strength. For the moment, he set aside his own wounds. Hyuga Tenyuan waved his hand, exhaling deeply and taking a moment to compose himself. He gazed into Xinyan's pure white eyes. Upon noticing a barely perceptible light blue hue deep within Xinyan's gaze, he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is you. Your Byakugan has developed to the point where even the meridians are clearly visible." Xinyan was about to offer an explanation. "No need to speak. I understand." Hyuga Tenyuan interrupted him, continuing, "Ryota, I heard from Senju Butsuma that you first saved his youngest son with your swordsmanship, and then healed his third son with your medical ninjutsu. From what he said, you even managed to mend internal injuries and restore damaged meridians. Though you have studied medical ninjutsu under Kodo, it is not only she who lacks this level of proficiency. Even in our era, such formidable medical ninjutsu is unheard of. Truly, I need not elaborate. You yourself are at a loss for words on how to explain it." Hyuga Tenyuan coughed a few times and waved his hand dismissively. Xinyan was left utterly bewildered. At that moment, a jonin approached the corridor of the backyard. "What is it?" Hyuga Tenyuan inquired with a frown. "Among the bodies we recovered, a significant portion of our clan's Byakugan has been stolen. During our cleanup of the battlefield, Shinchang and Guowang reappeared, and we were unable to apprehend them." "I understand. Without my command, no one is to enter the backyard. You may leave," Hyuga Tenyuan stated in a calm tone. However, Xinyan sensed the underlying fury in his voice. "Yes." The jonin withdrew. Hyuga Tenyuan rose to his feet. "Wait for me here." With that, he exited the room, while Xinyan kept his Byakugan activated, observing intently. As Hyuga Tenyuan entered the adjacent bedroom, Xinyan's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? He witnessed Hyuga Tenyuan pause at the center of the room, swiftly forming hand seals before pressing his hands to the floor. Instantly, a myriad of black, tadpole-like sigils appeared on the ground, writhing as if alive, before vanishing without a trace. Initially, Xinyan had perceived nothing beneath the floor except the foundation. Now, however, he uncovered the existence of a concealed basement, a space entirely enveloped by a barrier. Could it truly be that a barrier exists capable of obstructing the Byakugan's penetrating vision? A chill ran through Xinyan's heart. Reflecting on the original text, he could not recall any barrier capable of obstructing the gaze of the Byakugan. Just before entering the basement, Hyuga Tenyuan suddenly cast a glance in Xinyan's direction. Though he did not activate his Byakugan, his eyes seemed to penetrate the walls and settle upon Xinyan. Upon entering the basement, Hyuga Tenyuan soon emerged, cradling a pitch-black box. The material of the box appeared neither metallic nor wooden, possessing an air of peculiarity. Furthermore, Xinyan noted that a barrier was also inscribed upon the box. While large-scale barriers are notoriously difficult to establish, demanding immense manpower and resources, the creation of a miniature barrier capable of thwarting the Byakugan's scrutiny is an even greater challenge. Clearly, the ninja who cast this barrier possessed extraordinary mastery in sealing techniques. It seems that many treasures from the Warring States period have been lost to time. Or perhaps the contemporary clans have become so inept that they have failed to learn anything of value, Xinyan mused. After retrieving the box, Hyuga Tenyuan did not reactivate the barrier, but instead departed the room. He approached Xinyan and placed the box upon the table, subsequently unsealing it. "All your questions can be answered by the contents within," he stated. As the box opened, a dull, gray stone slab lay nestled inside. Xinyan's gaze subtly shifted. There lay the stone tablet, identical to the one he had encountered at the Hyuga clan's main house in Konoha. The inscriptions were precisely the same. Observing Xinyan's reaction, Hyuga Tenyuan spoke. "This matter is somewhat lengthy. Please take a seat." "Yes." Xinyan knelt down opposite Hyuga Tenyuan. Hyuga Tenyuan inquired, "Liangta, are you aware of the origins of our Hyuga clan? Our ancestors are said to be the siblings of the legendary sage of six paths. However, this is not merely a fable but a tangible reality." Hyuga Tenyuan elucidated, then continued, "This stone tablet was bequeathed by our lineage's forebears. Do you comprehend the purpose behind their bequest of this tablet?" Xinyan, this time, he has learned to be astute, refraining from engaging in conversation, leaving Hinata Tenmin unable to interrupt him. Indeed, as Xinyan remained unresponsive, Hinata Tenmin continued, "Our ancestor once foretold that after his demise, a descendant of the Hyuga clan would emerge, endowed with naturally white hair and awakened with a pair of azure Byakugan. The ancestor would bestow his chakra upon the prophesied child in a dream, and this child would lead our Hyuga clan to greatness. As he spoke, Hinata Tenmin could not help but exclaim, I once believed that prophesied child to be you. Yet your talents led me to doubt my conviction. However, it seems that the prophecy was indeed infallible. The ancestor stated that the prophesied child would obtain his chakra by the age of 14 at the latest. That individual is undoubtedly you. At the latest, 14? A chill ran through Xinyan's heart. Who left behind this prophecy? Was it mere coincidence? Or did he deliberately adjust the projected age of the character by 2 years with potential points? During this venture into the Warring States period, Xinyan even contemplated the possibility that the prophecy might have originated from himself. After all, how could Kaguya, Yui, or Yumura possibly predict events occurring a millennium hence? In the entire shinobi world, only the Great Toad of Mayaboka Mountain possesses the ability to foresee the future. Ryota. Now place your hand upon it to receive the second gift from our ancestor. Hinata Tenmin gazed intently at Xinyan. Xinyan suppressed the doubts swirling within him and placed his hand upon the stone tablet. The voice of Kaguya resonated once more. However, Xinyan discerned the presence of 2 distinct chakras within the tablet. One belonged to Kaguya, while the other remained an enigma. This time, Kaguya's chakra lingered within the stone. Yet the unknown chakra seeped into his very being. Through his Byakugan, he could not perceive the remaining chakra of Kaguya within the tablet. Yet he could feel its essence when his hand made contact. As Xinyan assimilated the unknown chakra from the tablet, the faint azure hue deep within his eyes suddenly transformed into a captivating brilliance. Gradually, this delicate shade of blue enveloped his pure white irises, rendering them a soft azure. The white eyes of Nobuyuki appeared to undergo an inexplicable transformation. The eye of purity. Suddenly, this phrase emerged unbidden in Nobuyuki's mind as he observed the transition of Tsukasa's irises from white to blue. Hinata Tengin's expression also grew somewhat agitated. This was the greatest secret of every generation of clan leaders, a prophecy steadfastly believed in. Since the ancestors achieved what humanity could not, the prophecy could never be false. And today it manifested through his son. Chapter 53. The culprit is myself, Ryota. How do you feel? Hinata Tenzen inquired as Nobuyuki regained his composure. Nobuhiko nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Hinata Tenjin retrieved 2 scrolls, one red and one white, from his bosom and handed them to Nobuhiko. As the next clan leader, it is only fitting that these items be entrusted to you in advance. Xinyan took the 2 scrolls, first unrolling the white one. Is this the myriad seal? The scroll was densely filled with characters. It contained not only detailed techniques for forming seals, but also various precautions for practice. This particular seal was the very barrier that had just been erected outside Hinata Tenyuan's basement, as well as the one arranged on the box containing the stone tablet. It was a sealing technique capable of obstructing the Byakugan's penetrating vision and possessed formidable camouflage abilities. To think that the Hyuga clan still preserves such a remarkable treasure. Yoshihiko cast a cursory glance over the content, failing to examine it in detail. The intricacies of this sealing technique were exceedingly complex, and the difficulty of its practice was immensely high, far beyond his immediate grasp. After all, he had not specialized in the study of sealing arts. Xinyan carefully tucked the white scroll away into his bosom. He then unfurled another red scroll. What? It is indeed the caged bird. A sense of astonishment washed over Xinyan as he read the crimson inscription at the top of the scroll. The contents inscribed within this scroll detailed the intricate sealing of the caged bird. Xinyan provided a detailed explanation. No wonder no one in later generations could unravel the caged bird sealing technique. The intricacy of this sealing art surpasses even that of the myriad phenomena sealing. But wait, how could this be? Shin'ei observed the final details inscribed within the technique, which elaborated on the function and precautions regarding the caged bird. It bore a striking resemblance to the caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan in later generations. Once marked by the caged bird, the seal becomes bound to the individual's mind. Upon the death of the recipient, the Byakugan would be obliterated by the seal. However, the text did not contain the controlling techniques found in later iterations. It could not directly inflict pain upon the recipient's neural pathways through specialized hand signs, rendering them in excruciating torment or even leading to their demise. Raising his gaze, Shin'ei looked at Hyuga Tenmon before him. Having been designated as the next clan leader and entrusted with the clan's deepest secrets, it was evident that there would be no concealment. Could this truly be the complete caged bird seal? What dismayed Shin'ei was the absence of a method to lift the caged bird's influence. It was clear that the seal could only be undone with the recipient's death. Nevertheless, armed with such a comprehensive understanding of the caged bird seal, He could potentially study the unsealing techniques. Perhaps he could find a way to lift the seal before successfully plotting the Otsutsuki reincarnation. Noticing Shin'ai's perplexed expression, Hyuga Tennon elaborated. This seal was bequeathed by our ancestors who transported the Hyuga clan from the moon to the ninja world. That generation of ancestors developed the caged bird seal in an attempt to impose it upon the branch family ninjas. However, they faced fierce resistance from the branch family and ultimately suffered defeat, being expelled from their ancestral lands. Yet, it was precisely because that generation of ancestors ventured into the ninja world that they brought forth a wealth of secret techniques to our native Hyuga clan. This influx of knowledge significantly augmented the clan's power during the early Warring States period. The notion that our ancestors hailed from the moon? Is it truly within the capabilities of ninjas to achieve such feats? A look of shock crossed Shin'ai's face, his eyes momentarily lost in disbelief. In truth, this projection also included options from the Otsutsuki clan left behind by Habura on the moon, but the exchange points were exorbitantly high, prompting him to forego that possibility. He had not anticipated that the caged bird would have such origins. Hyuga Tennon spoke solemnly. I too find it hard to believe, yet the records state as such. Furthermore, the ancestor who left behind the prophecy triumphed over the ancestral figures from the moon, guiding the Hyuga clan to the zenith of power during the early Warring States period. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan, boasting over a dozen users of the Sharingan, would have already unified the ninja world. However, shortly after the Uchiha clan experienced internal strife, that ancestor vanished, leaving behind the prophecy. It makes sense now. Shin'ai bore an expression of sudden enlightenment, though disbelief still lingered on his face. Hyuga Tennon's countenance grew serious. It appears that now is the time to employ the caged bird seal. Shin'ai was momentarily taken aback. Hyuga Tennon clarified, the individuals known as Qinxiang and Guwang have emerged from unknown origins. Yet, they are specifically targeting us, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. While their motives remain unclear, we can no longer afford to remain passive. If we implant the caged bird seal in all branch family members, once the recipient perishes, the seal will shatter the Byakugan. Sinyan felt a surge of shock. To his dismay, he realized that the reason the branch members of the Hyuga clan had been ensnared like caged birds was due to his excessive use of the ocular technique. The true culprit was none other than himself. Father, such actions may provoke resentment among the branch members, Sinyan cautioned. The scroll had also indicated that this cursed seal could potentially damage the neural pathways, thereby compromising the purity of the Byakugan. Moreover, lacking the bloodline of the Hyuga clan. Even if one were to successfully transplant the Byakugan, its true power could not be harnessed. While it may seem in the original narrative that the Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan could be seamlessly interchanged, the reality was far more complex. Individuals like Madara and Obito possessed pure Uchiha bloodlines, allowing them to swap their Sharingan and Rinnegan without adverse effects, as their powers were derived from the same source. A notable example is Kakashi, who became a Jonin at the tender age of 12, yet after acquiring Obito's Sharingan, his strength saw little advancement over the subsequent years. After all, the legendary White Fang thrived without the Sharingan, wielding the Konoha-style swordsmanship to dominate the ninja world. For Kakashi, his innate talent meant that the Sharingan became more of a limitation than an enhancement. While the Byakugan's requirements regarding bloodlines remain uncertain, Sinyan recalled that his projection of the Emperor of the Yin Empire had perished due to a condition akin to bloodline disease. It was evident that the bloodlines in the world of Hokage were not to be casually intertwined. Above all, Sinyan aspired to alter the past in hopes of transforming the future of the Hyuga clan, perhaps by initiating change here. The caged birds of the Hyuga clan would cease to exist. There is no need for further persuasion. I have made my decision, Hyuga Tennon declared with resolute determination. The two rascals, Qinxiang and Guwang, baffled him with their formidable ninjutsu. He could not even grasp them. Only by implanting the cursed seal in the majority of branch members could he prevent the theft of the Byakugan, thereby redirecting their animosity toward the Uchiha clan instead. Given the purity of your Byakugan, you must understand the severity of my injuries. While I still have a few years to live, it is imperative that we resolve this issue while I am still here. Consequently, any resentment from the branch members will be directed solely at me, their clan leader. Sinyan found himself at a loss for words, as Hyuga Tennon's reasoning was undeniably sound. He could not disclose that Guwang and Qinxiang were merely his aliases. Chapter 54, Researching a New Type of Caged Bird. Once the cursed seal of the caged bird is implanted, Sinyan's plan to collect a vast array of Byakugan for experimentation would be thwarted. After all, in the original narrative, The colossal Rinnegan on the moon was formed from the convergence of hundreds, if not thousands, of Byakugan. Furthermore, Sinyan was unaware of the methods to concentrate such a significant number of Byakugan. Currently, he did not possess even 100 pairs. Although Kurizetsu later scoured the battlefield under his command, it was clear that not much could be gathered. As for enhancing the purity of the Byakugan and combining it with Otsutsuki chakra to awaken the Rinnegan, that path was fraught with difficulties. Over the span of thousands of years in the original story, apart from Otsutsuki Kenshiki, only Hinata and Hanabi possessed sufficiently high purity of the Byakugan. While Sinyan had acquired Kaguya's chakra, the quantity was still insufficient, and he would need to undergo physical growth to integrate it gradually. Kenshiki and Kaguya were the products of consuming the God Tree's fruit, enriched with abundant chakra. Both contained a rich blend of God Tree chakra and Otsutsuki chakra. In later generations, only Otsutsuki Shuren successfully awakened a normal Rinnegan. However, once his Rinnegan was removed from its socket, it immediately regressed to a standard Byakugan. Eye technique. Byakugan Pure Eye, Level 1 Pure Eye. Could it be the Pure Eye of Uzumaki Boruto from the original narrative? If it continues to evolve, perhaps it could reach the purity requirements to awaken the Rinnegan. Sinyan pondered for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. He gazed at Hinata Tianyuan with concern and said, "Father, let me first examine your injuries. With the healing ninjutsu taught to me by our ancestors in dreams, there may be a way to mend your wounds." Upon hearing this, Hinata Tianyuan merely sighed, saying nothing more. It was far too late. Had the child of prophecy awakened his talents a few years earlier, perhaps he could have witnessed the unification of the warring states. "Come here." Hinata Tianyuan gestured for Sinyan to approach and assess his condition. He was acutely aware of his own body. Salvation was undoubtedly beyond reach. Nevertheless, should the opportunity arise, he still wished to extend his life for a few more years, at the very least, to clear obstacles from Yangta's path and pave the way for him. Sinyan settled beside Hinata Tianyuan, placing his hand upon his chest, allowing the yang release chakra to gradually permeate his body. As the chakra coursed through his various injuries, Hinata Tianyuan experienced an unsettling blend of itchiness and pain, his muscles tightening progressively, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. After conducting a comprehensive examination, Sinyan withdrew his hand, his expression growing grave. Hinata Tianyuan's injuries were far more severe than what his Byakugan had revealed. His vitality was perilously close to its corporeal limit. This was beyond the remedy of conventional medical ninjutsu. It seemed that only through a method akin to the infamous Orochimaru's Edo Tensei could he hope to exchange his body. Or perhaps by attaining the power of the six paths to evolve into a perfect sage body. However, the latter was a feat far more challenging than merely exchanging bodies. During the Warring States period, only Hashirama and Madara possessed fragments of the six paths' power. Their combined strength constituted the complete essence of the six paths. Had Hinata Tianyuan initially mastered the sage mode, allowing natural energy to nurture his body, he might have extended his lifespan by several years. Yet, the difficulty of acquiring sage mode presented a formidable obstacle. The locations of the three great sage realms were not easily discernible to the average person. His prospects appeared bleak. Sinyan resignedly reached this conclusion. "What do you think? Do you believe that with my current condition, I can endure for another 3 to 5 years?" Hinata Tianyuan smiled faintly, exhibiting a nonchalant attitude towards death, as if he had long since come to terms with it. Sinyan fell into a moment of silence, contemplating deeply, gradually lowering his head. This was somewhat challenging, yet not insurmountable. Observing the melancholy in Sinyan's demeanor, Hinata Tenjin patted his shoulder and chuckled. "You have never been particularly close to me since childhood. I suppose my passing will not bring you excessive sorrow. However, discovering that my son is the prophesied child before my demise renders my life not in vain." Father Sinyan parted his lips, at a loss for how to respond. Hinata Tenjin waved his hand, signaling that no further words were necessary. After a moment of reflection, Hinata Tenjin's expression suddenly turned serious. "Ryota, listen to me. Although you have received the gifts of our ancestors, you still require time to mature. Had you continued to exhibit mediocre talent, with your character, Zhangren would not have taken any action against you. However, should I bequeath the position of clan leader to you, he may not tolerate your rise. Therefore, it is imperative to ensure he inherits the branch family, thereby extinguishing his ambitions." Hinata Tenjin cautioned Sinyan earnestly. After a series of urgent words, he abruptly broke into a fit of coughs. Father Sinyan gently patted Hinata Tenjin's back, channeling chakra to alleviate his discomfort. Once he regained his breath, Hinata Tenjin continued. "Furthermore, Kanano is the most exceptional talent of the new generation. With her as your wife to support you, I can rest assured. Once you marry Kinano, that old fellow Hinata Tenjin will also lend his support. In light of Kaguya's annihilation of the clan, and the considerable losses sustained by the Senju and Uzumaki alliances, the Uchiha clan will likely refrain from engaging in conflict with the Hyuga clan for the foreseeable future. This period is your opportunity to grow stronger swiftly while simultaneously gaining control over the Hyuga clan. I shall preemptively clear any obstacles from your path. Sinyan responded, I understand. Father. His thoughts raced. Since he could not prevent Hinata Tianyuan from imposing the caged bird seal upon the branch family, he could only focus on the seal itself. With this in mind, Sinyan respectfully stated, Father, although I cannot restore your health, once I fully master the medical ninjutsu passed down by our ancestors, I will surely be able to alleviate your condition. If you could prolong your life for a few more years, would you consider delaying the imposition of the caged bird seal upon our clan members? Grant me 5 years, and perhaps I could develop a new form of the caged bird seal. This way, it would not hinder the talents of the next generation. Hinata Tianyuan gazed into his son's resolute eyes, recalling the abilities described in the ancient texts. Ultimately, he decided to grant him this opportunity. Very well, Liangta. I shall give you a chance, but no more than 3 years. Sinyan solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Father. If it were before, 3 years might not be sufficient. However, upon acquiring the chakra from the stone tablet, his chakra capacity surged threefold. This enhancement allowed him to manifest a greater number of shadow clones, aided additionally by 2 subordinate consciousnesses. Please wait while more content loads. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and turn off any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. With the complete version of the caged bird seal at his disposal, he was confident in his ability to develop a new caged bird seal. As for extending Hyuga Tianyuan's lifespan, that posed no challenge. After departing from the clan leader's residence, Sinyan hurried to his own home. Tomorrow, he would announce his ascension as the next clan leader. Yet, prior to that, he had several matters to attend to. The subordinate consciousness had already informed him that Kurozu was currently awaiting him in the basement. Mastering the universal seal would greatly facilitate future experiments. Name, Hyuga Ryota, Sinyan. Attributes, water, lightning. Earth, Yin, Yang physique. 198 strength, 192 agility, 202 spirit, 245 dojutsu, Byakugan, pure eye, LV1 cultivation method, chakra refinement technique LV9. Thunder breathing technique LV7 skills, basic gentle fist LV10, Bagua palm LV10, subordinate consciousness LV5, first form, lightning flash LV6. Second form, LV3 potential points, 51. All 4 attributes had seen an increase, particularly a notable enhancement in spiritual power. However, Sinyan's focus remained on his dojutsu. After his Byakugan transformed into the pure eye, its level dropped from LV4 to LV1, yet he felt a significant amplification of his ocular prowess. It appeared he must first adapt to the changes within his body to elevate his strength further. Shinichi once again recalled the moment when Uchiha Madara awakened his eyes today. According to the original storyline, Madara's awakening occurred only after he and Uchiha Taijima, as well as Senju Hashirama, perished together. Now, with his eyes opened prematurely, the implications of this enhancement are indeed profound. The next time they meet, Madara's prowess is likely to soar from the level of a Jainin to the pinnacle among the Kage. In terms of extraordinary abilities, it is still preferable to delve into the realm of scientific research. Chapter 55, Caged Bird 4 Symbols Seal Space Ninjutsu Dream Projection beginning from Naruto. As Sinyan stepped into the room in the backyard, a dark, shadowy head emerged from the ground. It was Heiju, eagerly seeking to boast about his accomplishments. Father, this time we have achieved a bountiful harvest. Heiju exclaimed, his round head suddenly deflating like a punctured balloon. He produced a black scroll, presenting it with pride. Sensing Heiju's excitement, Sinyan approached and affectionately patted his head. Well done. You truly are my son. Upon unrolling the scroll, Nobuhiko beheld a multitude of fist-sized glass vials contained within. The majority of these vials housed pairs of Byakugan, while a portion contained pairs of Sharingan. Coupled with his previous stock, he now possessed a remarkable total of 134 pairs of Byakugan and 71 pairs of Sharingan. If it weren't for the limited capacity of the storage scroll, Korezetsu would undoubtedly find a way to gather even more Byakugan and Sharingan. You have done exceptionally well. Upon receiving Shinhiko's praise, Korezetsu's dark visage revealed a bashful smile as he produced yet another scroll, exclaiming, Father, There is more. Sinyan unrolled another scroll, revealing the cellular tissues of the powerful members of the Kaguya clan. Notably, the vials containing the cellular samples of the clan leader and several elders were meticulously labeled. However, aside from the Grand Elder, Kaguya Yindo and several other elders had self-destructed, leaving only scattered fragments of their bodily tissues. It was fortunate that the Grand Elder's entire heart had been recovered by Kurizetsu, presenting significant research potential. Compared to the ocular powers obtained from consuming the fruit of the divine tree, the combination of Byakugan and Shikatsumiyaku aligns more closely with the original bloodline of the Otsutsuki. Nonetheless, Sinyan harbored deep reservations regarding the Kaguya clan's bloodline disease. Almost every awakened user of the Shikatsumiyaku suffers from this affliction, posing a considerable risk. Nevertheless, to unlock the reincarnation eye, it is indeed necessary to trace the bloodline back to its origins. Fortunately, there is ample time, allowing for a measured approach to the study of the Shikatsumiyaku for the time being. In his heart, Sinyan pondered quietly before carefully storing the scroll away. Observing this, Heijue added, "Father, after I collected the cells of the Kaguya clan, I noticed that their second elder was missing. Therefore, after gathering the Byakugan and Sharingan from the battlefield, I returned to the vicinity of the Kaguya clan's territory for a further investigation. Along the eastern coast, I discovered the second elder of the Kaguya clan, who was leading a small group of clan members away towards the open sea. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features on your browser, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Furthermore, I observed that they departed with a considerable amount of supplies, and during their conversation, the second elder of the Kaguya clan repeatedly mentioned a substance known as bone consolidating grass. Bone consolidating grass. Sinyan paused slightly, realizing it was a herb of mediocre quality, not suitable for cultivation. Was it possible that bone consolidating grass is typically used as an ingredient in hemostatic remedies? It resembles a plump ear of rice. Once uprooted from its growing ground, it rapidly withers, eliminating the need for drying. Once dried, it appears akin to sun-dried summer withering grass and is not considered a precious medicinal material. Sinyan recalled that at the beginning of the original narrative, the Kaguya clan resided in the Land of Water. It now appears that they had established a contingency plan prior to their defeat, with a small faction of clan members migrating to the Land of Water. However, when their clan was ultimately exterminated, only Kaguya Kimimaro awakened the Shikatsumiyaku. Furthermore, Kimimaro suffered from the bloodline disease, which significantly impaired his health. In the climactic battle during the retrieval of Sasuke, he tragically succumbed to his illness mid-fight against Gaara. Utilizing the Shikatsumiyaku and the Earth Release Seal, he played a pivotal role in assisting during Orochimaru's ambush on the 4th Kazekage. Remarkably, he was merely 15 years old at the time of his death, possessing strength on par with elite Jonin. Had he survived, his potential would have been formidable. In this instance, the Senju and Uzumaki clans united to besiege the Kaguya clan, and Sinyan had already witnessed the formidable power of the Shikatsumiyaku. Aside from the singular drawback of the bloodline disease, the Shikatsumiyaku can be deemed nearly flawless, epitomizing a harmonious blend of offense and defense while also enhancing recovery. It has come to my attention that the Kaguya clan has a substantial demand for the bone regeneration herb, given the restorative capabilities of the Shikatsumiyaku. Conventional medical ninjutsu pales in comparison. The bone regeneration herb is merely an ordinary medicinal plant. Yet their emphasis on it raises the question, could it be effective in treating the bloodline disease associated with the Shikatsumiyaku? Sinyan murmured to himself. Upon reaching this conclusion, he turned to Kurizetsu and said, "Xinxiang, you have performed admirably. For the time being, you need not concern yourself with this matter. When I require your assistance, I shall summon you. At present, there are more pressing matters for you to aid me with." "Understood, father." Kurizetsu nodded. In that moment, he felt that all his efforts were directed towards the noble goal of aiding his father and rescuing his mother. The praise from Sinyan filled his heart with an unparalleled joy. No longer did he perceive himself as a failure. As long as he followed in his father's footsteps, he was certain they would rescue his mother. First and foremost, it is imperative that you devise a means to infiltrate the Uzumaki clan and replicate all their sealing techniques to present to me. Secondly, keep a watchful eye on the Uchiha clan, particularly the movements of Uchiha Madara. Regarding the Sharingan, discreetly seize a few if circumstances permit. As for the Senju clan, simply observe Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Additionally, for the time being, cease your collection of Byakugan. Sinyan instructed. Yes, Black Absolute replied earnestly. After Sinyan concluded his thoughts, he became immersed in contemplation. The aspiration to enhance the caged bird technique or even develop a novel variant necessitated a profound mastery of sealing arts, a domain in which the Uzumaki clan excelled. Techniques such as the four-symbol seal, the inner four-symbol seal, the corpse demon sealing method, and the adamantine sealing chains are among the renowned sealing arts originating from the Uzumaki clan. Although the original scrolls exist, Sinyan is certain he can master the caged bird technique. However, he requires various other sealing arts for reference. At present, Sinyan harbors a hypothesis. If he could amalgamate the caged bird seal with space-time ninjutsu, might he devise a method to transport the Byakugan directly upon the death of the recipient? This way, whenever a Hyuga clansman marked with the cursed seal perished, Sinyan would directly acquire a pair of Byakugan. Moreover, to outsiders, it would merely appear as though the Byakugan had been destroyed by the caged bird curse. This mirrors the illustrious inner four-symbol seal in the world of Naruto, which was once used by Danzo to seal an entire bridge. As an S-rank sealing technique, the practitioner must inscribe the inner four symbols upon their own body beforehand. The sealing technique activates upon the practitioner's death, causing their blood to erupt and simultaneously sketch the seal, swelling into a sphere that encapsulates surrounding matter. By merging the caged bird technique with the inner four-symbol seal, he could ensure that upon the death of a clan member, their Byakugan would be sealed away. As for the concern regarding the unsealing of the inner four-symbol seal, Sinyan remains unperturbed. Even the corpse demon sealing method, which devours the soul of its user upon activation, possesses a method of, if there truly is no solution, he shall forge one himself. The caged bird, inner four-symbol seal, and space-time ninjutsu could yield countless Byakugan. Regarding his aptitude for space-time ninjutsu, Sinyan remains uncertain. Yet, given that the ninja world possesses space scrolls, a lack of inherent talent in this area does not preclude the possibility of researching complementary techniques. He recalls a technique from the original work known as the heaven-sent technique utilized by the Cloud Village, which can transmit any item to any location at light speed, unaffected by conditions or regions. This technique is primarily designed for the transfer of objects rather than humans, as ordinary bodies would disintegrate and perish due to their inability to match the transmission speed. Sinyan intends to transmit a pair of Byakugan. Although the eyeballs are indeed part of the human body and cannot withstand the velocity of transmission, what he seeks is the essence contained within the Byakugan, rather than the complete eyes themselves. Even if the transmitted Byakugan were to shatter, as long as he can extract the vital essence, it would suffice. Furthermore, he can employ the four-symbol seal as a protective measure. With a preliminary concept established, the next step is to merge theory with practice. Father, is there more? After Sinyan expressed his thoughts, he fell into deep contemplation, while Kurizetsu refrained from interrupting him. However, after a prolonged silence, Kurizetsu could no longer contain his curiosity and softly inquired, "Is that all for now?" "For the time being, yes. Please procure the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and then we shall discuss further matters." "Understood, Father. I shall take my leave now," Kurizetsu replied affirmatively. After confirming that Sinyan had no additional commands, Kurizetsu left behind a purple scroll, reluctantly departing. Sinyan meticulously unrolled the scroll, a sigh escaping his lips. The scroll contained the very secret technique mentioned by Heiju, derived from Kaguya. It had the potential to enhance the power of the soul through chakra. However, it was explicitly noted that a substantial amount of the God Tree's original chakra was required. In simpler terms, one would need either the power of the Sage of Six Paths or a significant quantity of tailed beast chakra. In the present moment, Sinyan was incapable of gathering either. At this time, the tailed beasts were likely reveling in their carefree existence elsewhere. Nonetheless, any technique pertaining to the realm of the soul is exceedingly precious. The high threshold for cultivation only serves to underscore its formidable nature. There is no need for haste, one must proceed step by step. Chapter 56. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Sinyan paused momentarily, beginning to reflect on the recent endeavor. Although he had recklessly plunged into the midst of the Senju and Uzumaki coalition during the conflict, rescuing Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, his actions, seemingly impulsive and perhaps even treacherous to his allies, yielded the outcomes he had anticipated. The Hyuga clan found themselves in a dual allegiance. On one hand, they allied with Kaguya to assist her lineage against the Uchiha, thereby fulfilling their duties as allies. On the other hand, the Hyuga had already established friendly relations with the Senju clan prior to Sinyan's intervention. It was evident that the Hyuga had long been adversaries of the Uchiha, who were, in turn, hereditary foes of the Senju. The actions of the Hyuga not only aided the Kaguya clan, but, from another perspective, also benefited the Senju clan. With the combined elite forces of the Senju and Uzumaki, the eradication of the Kaguya clan was a foregone conclusion, had the Hyuga clan not intervened. The Uchiha's involvement appeared to be an attempt to curry favor with the Uzumaki, while simultaneously seeking to reap some of the benefits from the Kaguya clan. Although the spoils of war were ultimately divided among the three clans, it was a harmonious arrangement among them. This battle irrevocably bound the Uzumaki clan to the Senju, severing all ties with the Uchiha. Sinyan's actions had bestowed a significant favor upon the Senju clan. Most importantly, he had garnered the goodwill of Hashirama. If there were any drawbacks, it might be that he could potentially draw the ire of Uchiha Madara. Aside from the friendship with Hashirama, the position of clan leader he had previously contemplated was now within his grasp. Sinyan contemplated the myriad benefits he had accrued from this battle. The mere acknowledgement of Heiju as his obedient offspring constituted his most significant gain. With Heiju at his side, his intelligence network became unparalleled, allowing his schemes to span decades. Furthermore, the unique chakra obtained from the stone tablet had facilitated the evolution of his Byakugan into the pure eye. He had also acquired over 100 pairs of Byakugan and several pairs of Sharingan. Once the new cage bird curse seal was successfully researched, he would be able to continuously obtain Byakugan. The universal sealing technique would enable him to conduct experiments discreetly, shielded from prying eyes. Additionally, it could serve as a special defensive barrier for concealment, potentially saving his life in critical moments, whether in the present or for the future. Sinyan found himself with an abundance of tasks at hand. Each small goal achieved contributed to a greater ambition. Although according to the original plan, he was destined to showcase his extraordinary talents to attain the position of clan leader, this journey had proven excessively smooth. The course of human endeavors may be dictated by fate. Truly, this world of the chosen, the Naruto universe, seemed to favor him. Could it be that there exists a law of luck conservation? Had his misfortunes in other realms been repaid in the Naruto world? For a moment, Sinyan felt somewhat disoriented, primarily due to the extreme hardships he had previously endured, leaving him with an almost surreal sensation. After calming his emotions, Sinyan stripped down and lay upon his bed. Feeling elated, it was time to reward himself. He rolled out his bedding. Shinhui fell into a deep slumber. Subconscious 1. Awaken, Essence. Someone approaches. Subconscious 2. Essence. It's Kono. Hurry and don your attire. As Shinhui had numerous tasks ahead, he summoned back the subordinate consciousness that had taken residence in Kurojitsu. In the midst of his slumber, Nobuhiko was roused by two subconscious entities. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. The distinctive cadence of those steps allowed Nobuhiko, even without opening his eyes, to discern that the approaching individual was Katono. Faith lifted the covers and gazed at her own bare form, hastily reaching for the garment beside her to dress. Shinya. May I come in? Kono stood at the threshold of Shinya's door. Through the window, Shinya observed that the outside world had already succumbed to darkness. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light cascading into the room, casting a frost-like sheen upon the floor. I shall step out now. Yoshihiko stepped out of the room and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Kanako at the doorway. She was clad in a delicate pink and white bathrobe, her long black hair partially damp, evidently freshly washed. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What captivated him was the expanse of her pristine, alabaster skin revealed before him. At the very first glance, Nobuhiko felt an unfathomable depth in her gaze, as if it could encompass the vastness of the universe. In the stillness of the night, Konoha approached him in such a manner, provoking a myriad of thoughts. However, after merely a fleeting glance at her, Nobuhiko averted his gaze. After all, the initial glance is instinctual, yet prolonged observation would be an affront. Is there something you need at this late hour? He asked, locking his eyes with Konoha's. The typically poised Konoha revealed a rare blush before him, her alabaster skin appearing even more luminous under the moonlight, stirring an irresistible urge to caress. Yet, within her expression, Nobuhiko also discerned traces of humiliation and numbness. It was my father who sent me, Konoha murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing this, Nobuyuki felt as though his heart skipped a beat. However, he swiftly regained his composure, raising an eyebrow. He approached the corridor, casually took a seat, and gestured to the space beside him, saying, "Come, if there is something to discuss, sit down." Kanako paused for a moment, her right foot which had stepped into the room, retreating slightly. As an adult, her previous words had been sufficiently candid. Although Nobuyuki's gaze toward her was more courteous than that of a clansman, it was evident that he held a keen interest in her. Contemplating this, Kanako approached Nobuyuki with a look of confusion and knelt beside him. It seems that my father has already informed Elder Tenon about my succession as the next clan leader. Hasn't he? Sinyan spoke, and Kanai nodded in response. Indeed, the clan leader visited my father in the evening and informed me that I would become your wife. So, Elder Tenon is expressing his loyalty, is he? Sinyan sighed softly. Perhaps so. Kinai lowered her head. Her voice, though faint, could not conceal the resentment within. She clutched her yukata tightly, her body tense. You seem quite reluctant, do you not? Sinyan gazed at Kinai with a smile. Her long hair obscured her face, preventing Sinyan from seeing her expression, yet he noticed her slight shake of the head. Nabahiko remarked, although our relationship is close, I am aware that it does not stem from affection. However, to be candid, I cannot alter my father's decision, nor do I intend to. Yet, you do not even possess the right to choose. Are you mocking me? Suddenly, Kinono lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Nabahiko. For the first time, Nabahiko witnessed her display such a piercing gaze. Of course, it was not the first time. Nabahiko smiled and remarked, as I ascend to the position of the next clan leader, it is certain that many will resist. Indeed, I require the support of the most formidable elder, the heavenly ninja, from our branch family. Having you, the most exceptional prodigy among your peers, as my wife, would undoubtedly confer numerous advantages upon me. Kinai gazed deeply at Nabahiko, as if she were rediscovering him anew. Sinyan inquired, I wish to pose a single question. Are you truly willing to embrace such a fate? Kono momentarily paused, raising her gaze to the moonlit sky. The moonlight tonight exuded a certain chill, causing her, freshly emerged from her bath and clad in delicate garments, to feel a slight shiver. After a prolonged silence, Kono spoke softly, the moon above, lofty and unrestrained, appears whenever it desires. Yet I am but an ordinary human. What difference does refusal make? In truth, her visit this evening had already signified her resignation to fate. After all, she could not oppose the clan leader. Nor could she defy her father. If forced to choose between Hinata Ryota and Hinata Masato, her heart would undoubtedly lean towards Ryota. However, the grim reality was that she possessed no authority in the matter of choice. Whoever was to become the next clan leader, she would inevitably be bound as their spouse. How tragically unfortunate. In reality, she wished to select neither. Though her affection for Ryota was genuine, it did not embody the romantic love one might expect, at least, not at this moment. If you are unwilling, I shall not coerce you. You may remain merely my nominal wife, yet a true collaborator. Collaborator? Kono echoed, momentarily taken aback. Sinyan pointed at Kanano's heart and expressed, what I seek is your sincere assistance, and as long as my interests remain unharmed, you may continue as before. To speak candidly, Shinano possesses an exceptionally admirable exterior. However, if you see this paragraph, it signifies a failure in loading the chapter content. Please close the browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and disable any ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Nonetheless, a forcibly obtained fruit may quench thirst, yet lacks sweetness. Presently, Sinyan is not in a state of desperation. His foremost desire is to grow stronger. Had Shinano displayed a willing countenance, he would have welcomed her into his chamber. As a spouse, Shinano is undoubtedly an excellent choice. She would ensure that neither their child nor he would go hungry. However, since she is unwilling, there is no need for coercion. Moreover, it is of paramount importance to Sinyan that he greatly values Kanano's innate talent. Her proficiency in medical ninjutsu is not constrained by her abilities, but rather by the limitations of this era. The research conducted by Nobuhiko would progress significantly faster if he had an assistant akin to Tsunade or Orochimaru. However, this individual must be trustworthy. As the future matriarch of their clan, Konoha undoubtedly presents herself as a candidate he can cultivate and rally. Why does Konoha gaze at Nobuhiko with confusion? She has faith in her own allure. Despite Nobuhiko's typically restrained and polite demeanor towards her, it is evident that he harbors an interest. She has boldly made her affections known, yet surprisingly, Nobuhiko remains composed. In response to her inquiry, he turns his face away, his profile illuminated by the moonlight, momentarily leaving Konoha entranced. Because I believe in your future, and moreover. Sinyan turned his head, gazing at her with a gentle smile, his tender voice lingering in her ears. The way we interact now brings me great comfort. I have no desire to change it. As for what I said, time will reveal all truths. At this moment, Chinai noticed Sinyan's pause, turned to look at him, and instinctively asked, "What now? Can you pull up your collar?" A smirk played on Sinyan's lips as he unabashedly let his gaze linger. Chinai followed his line of sight, akin to a startled rabbit. She raised her collar with one hand while gently tapping Sinyan's chest with the other. Despite the mental preparation she had made, she did not feel particularly shy. Yet at this moment, her ears burned with embarrassment, wishing to bury her head in his chest. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Chinai lifted her gaze and found Sinyan looking up at the moon. "Who knows if the moon is truly free?" he murmured. At his words, Chinai subtly shifted closer to him, her body naturally transitioning from a kneeling position to a relaxed seated posture like his. The hem of her yukata revealed her long, fair calves, gently swaying in the corridor. The silvery moonlight bathed them, casting a serene blue hue across the courtyard. Chinai felt a warmth enveloping her. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Chapter 57. A good knife is lacking. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the bed in the center. A captivating female form lay upon it, the quilt crumpled and heaped near the doorway. The sound of footsteps approached. Sinyan, having risen early from the adjacent room, prepared for his morning exercises. As he stood at the threshold of his room, he glanced inside, taken aback by the sight of the quilt piled at the door and Chinai's sleeping posture. There lay Chinai, reclining on the bed, a pillow nestled between her legs. Her face bore a slight flush, her brow furrowed, and her eyes tightly shut. It was unclear if she was dreaming, but her lips were slightly pouted, emitting a barely audible, indecipherable murmur. It was somewhat enticing. His gaze drifted downward. Her neck was smooth and elegant, pale and elongated. In the morning light, he could even discern faint blue veins. Further down, the collar of her yukata was even more unfastened than the previous night, revealing a sacred glow within. Her sleeping posture left much to be desired. Sinyan averted his gaze, unable to suppress a chuckle as he shook his head. He gently closed the door behind him and strolled towards the front yard. This residence, though occupied solely by him, was quite spacious. The backyard served as his sanctuary for relaxation and cultivation. Yet, at this moment, it was evidently not the most suitable time to create any disturbances in the rear garden. Sinyan arrived at the front courtyard, commencing an intense physical training session that lasted for an hour and a half. Once his body was drenched in sweat, he retrieved a ninja blade from his storage scroll. With a sharp sound, the blade was unsheathed, and Sinyan observed the notch on its edge, a slight frown creasing his forehead. This particular ninja blade was of commendable quality, unearthed from the treasure vault of the Hyuga clan. For a clan predominantly focused on physical techniques, possessing such a fine blade was indeed a rarity. However, he hadn't anticipated that a mere clash with the spine of a corpse vein, utilizing the thunder-breathing technique, would result in such damage. It was evident that the extraordinary hardness of the bones, bolstered by the corpse vein, was the culprit. Had he possessed the Kusanagi sword, the outcome would have been markedly different. Sinyan murmured to himself. It is said that the Kusanagi sword is the spiritual blade of the Kusanagi clan, of which there are a total of 11. In their encounter with the eight-headed serpent, 8 of these swords were wielded against it. Subsequently, these 8 Kusanagi swords were absorbed into the very body of the eight-headed serpent, leading to the decline of the Kusanagi clan. The remaining 3 Kusanagi swords fell into the hands of humanity, the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi wielded by Orochimaru, the Tenbari kin used by Sasuke, and the Taka kin held by Itachi. Considering the matter of elemental affinity, the Tenbari kin inherently amplifies lightning chakra, making it the most compatible with Sinyan's thunder-breathing technique. Of course, the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi is commendable as well. As for the Taka kin, it lacks a physical form, rendering it exceedingly difficult to acquire by conventional means, and thus remains outside Sinyan's current considerations. Next in line are the replicas of the Kusanagi sword forged from chakra-infused metal, followed by weapons that incorporate a portion of chakra metal. Lastly, there exists the quality ninja blade currently in Sinyan's possession. This time, he is determined to forge a fine sword to bring back. In his heart, Sinyan pondered quietly. His main body was utterly impoverished, lacking the funds to procure a fine blade. Following the annihilation of the Kaguya clan, a mere 20% of the ore from Wufing Mountain was allocated to the Hyuga clan. Within his lineage, there were but a handful of clansmen who wielded ninja swords. As the next clan leader, it would not be an issue for him to forge a ninja blade from the precious ore. According to the available intelligence, the rare minerals from Wufing Mountain significantly enhance the conductivity of chakra, which is evidently what is referred to as chakra metal. The currency of today is not entirely identical to that of 50 or 60 years hence. It appears to have undergone revisions. A mere 6-year-old child, like his main body, Attempting to exchange old coins from decades past for new ones evidently carries some risk. As for bringing back precious metals such as gold and silver, the opportunity to wield them seems unlikely. It may be wiser to allow Kuro to save some funds over time, to later present them to me collectively. In his heart, Sinyan contemplated the matter. The white eye and Sharingan, along with several precious items, if exchanged, would require an immense number of potential points. Furthermore, even with ample potential points, it would be prudent to reserve some for future projections. After all, since Sinyan's first projection into the world, he had not enjoyed a single satisfactory experience. Save for the slight success in his recent projections into the Naruto realm, he yearned for a more auspicious beginning. Constantly calculating every detail was exhausting. Occasionally, he wished to indulge and see what fortune might arise from expending a considerable amount of potential points on a chosen projection identity. With his thoughts settled, Sinyan commenced his day of training. The power of the thunder breathing technique, when intertwined with chakra, surpassed even his own expectations. This heightened his anticipation for the swordsmanship that awaited him upon mastering total concentration, constant. With a crackle, as he infused lightning chakra into the blade, arcs of blue and white electricity danced across its surface. It appeared imperative to enhance the nature and transformation of the lightning attribute chakra. Once achieved, it would save him considerable training time upon returning to his original form. As he pondered, Sinyan slightly crouched, leaning his upper body forward. In that moment, he sheathed his ninja blade. Suddenly, his breathing rhythm altered, and a faint, almost imperceptible rumble of thunder resonated within his heart and lungs. A wispy white vapor was inhaled and exhaled through his nostrils, followed by a deep breath and a moment of suspension. In an instant, Sinyan felt a surge of stamina, his strength multiplying, and his body's responses reaching their zenith. With a flash of electricity accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, Sinyan materialized behind a large tree 5 meters away. The tree, thick enough to be embraced by a person, fell with a thunderous crash, its trunk cleaved into 3 segments. This was the pinnacle of his current speed using Thunder Flash, executing 2 strikes in the blink of an eye. In terms of difficulty, it rivaled the 6 strikes technique. When employing the 6 strikes, there remained minute pauses, and for elite ninjas, such interruptions presented vulnerabilities. For instance, against someone like Minato Namikaze, who possessed extraordinary reflexes and the space-time ninjutsu, such gaps could prove fatal. Sinyan either does not engage at all, or if he does, he strives for excellence. Suddenly, a burst of 5 lightning-shaped sword lights flashed across. Sinyan directed his attack towards the remaining 1-meter-high wooden stump, employing the second form of thunder breathing, Rice Spirit. The corridor echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. Suddenly, Kono appeared in the backyard, her hair disheveled and her attire in disarray. Upon witnessing the shattered tree in the courtyard, she shot Sinyan an annoyed glance and reproached him. The tree has done nothing to offend you. Can you not allow someone to sleep in peace? Sinyan sheathed his sword and turned around, gazing at the sleepily blinking Chin-na, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In approximately an hour, the clan meeting would commence. Do you not wish to? Yoshihiko pointed at her current appearance. Don't look around. It was only then that Katono realized she was merely clad in a yukata. She shot Yoshihiko a glare and darted towards the backyard. However, her cries soon echoed again. Chapter 58, The Clan Meeting, a letter from Hashirama. Yoshihiko returned to the backyard and found Katono sitting on his bed, her tousled hair in disarray as she scratched her head. Upon noticing Yoshihiko's entrance, she grimaced and said, I rushed over last night and forgot to bring anything. If I return home looking like this, it would be quite an embarrassment, wouldn't it? In his heart, Sinyan couldn't help but murmur, You can't possibly be asking me to go to your home to fetch your toiletries, can you? There is no place for me to bathe here. In pursuit of his experiments, Nobuhiko dismissed all his servants. Others perceived him merely as a solitary individual, allowing him his solitude. Residing in an antiquated house, he drew water for his ablutions from a well in the backyard. After each practice session, he would take an open-air bath. Though Nobuhiko did not mind sharing this privilege, it was evident that Konoha would likely be reluctant to do so. Wait for me a moment. With this thought, Nobuhiko strode toward the adjacent room. In a short while, he emerged with a white cloak, tossing it to Konoha. Put this on. It has been ages since I visited a hot spring, and it would be delightful to accompany you. Conceal your face, and no one will recognize you. Konoha, clutching the cloak, paused momentarily in surprise. Shinichi cradled a wooden basin, accompanied by a change of clothes. The residents of Hinata Tenjin stood at the heart of the clan's territory, surrounded by the abodes of various elders. At the very center, there existed a hot spring inn, ingeniously transformed from an open-air onsen. Konoha tidied her disheveled hair, donning a cloak as she followed Shinichi out of the residence. "Aren't you going to conceal your face?" Shinichi inquired upon noticing Konoha lowering her hood. "In any case, I shall present myself as the wife of the junior clan leader. Why hide?" Konoha replied, "That is not what I meant. I was merely pointing out that your hair resembles a bird's nest. Do you truly think I am unconcerned about appearances?" Shinichi shook his head, speaking with utmost seriousness. Konoha's eyes widened, and her mouth slightly agape. Sinyan chuckled, "I am merely jesting. With such beauty, even if you were bald, you would still be the most exquisite woman in our clan." Listening to Sinyan's compliment, Chin-na felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, accompanied by a tinge of happiness. "Please, refrain from speaking," Chin-na retorted, somewhat irked. As they continued their journey from Sinyan's secluded residence to the heart of the clan, an increasing number of clansmen appeared, all casting curious glances at the pair. However, the attention was predominantly focused on Chin-na, cloaked in her mantle. The lower portion of her delicate, pale pink yukata peeking from beneath the cloak, coupled with the direction they had come from, spoke volumes. "Am I mistaken? Surely, I must have overexerted myself last night. And now my weakened state is causing me to hallucinate. Why is this happening?" Many male clansmen wore expressions of disbelief. If Chin-na had chosen Hinata Masato, they might have felt somewhat reassured. After all, as the eldest son of the clan leader, Masato possessed the strength of a clan leader before reaching 30. And it was evident he could ascend to become a formidable leader like Hinata Tianyuan during the Warring States period. Yet Hinata Ryota was utterly inadequate. Although he had shown considerable improvement in recent years, he paled in comparison not only to Masato but even to the average upper ninjas within the clan. Chin-na was recognized as the most exceptional talent among the younger generation. In fact, many ninjas believed that even Hinata Masato was unworthy of her. The fact that she had chosen Hinata Ryota was indeed preposterous. Despite the rumors circulating within the Senju clan that Hinata Ryota had employed medical ninjutsu to save the Senju brothers, Senju Banyan and Senju Waken, earning their friendship, it was evident to all that this was merely a pretext, since the Hinata clan had chosen to relinquish their conflict with the Uchiha clan and turned a blind eye to Kaguya's annihilation of their kin. The clansmen understood that the clan leader had undoubtedly forged certain agreements with the Senju and Uzumaki clans. While it was true that the two sons of the Senju clan leader were indeed injured, one could argue that if Hinata Ryota merely assisted by handing over bandages and providing some basic care, it could be perceived as having rescued them in some capacity. After all, being the son of the clan leader, others would be courteous, but they would not take it too seriously. In the face of the clansmen's discussions, Chin-na maintained a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the passing elders dispersed the onlookers and greeted Sinyan with warm smiles. Sinyan respectfully greeted each of the elders. Upon reaching the center of the street, he parted ways with. He proceeded to take a bath, while returned home to freshen up. Half an hour later, Sinyan emerged from the bath, feeling rejuvenated and donned in a fresh set of clothing. As he entered the reception hall of the clan leader's grand residence, he found a multitude of clan members already gathered. Occupied the main seat, with seated at his right side, the most powerful elder from the branch family, was positioned at his left. The remaining elders were seated in order on either side, followed by the clan's elite shinobi. The assembly of over 100 individuals constituted the upper echelon of the clan. Upon observing the gathering, Nobuhiko realized he was the last to arrive. However, upon scanning the surroundings, he noted that Kanano had yet to make her entrance. "Ryota, you have arrived. Come, take a seat," Hinata Tenjin called out with a smile, gesturing for him to join him. Meanwhile, the Jainin had placed 2 cushions on the ground beside him before Nobuhiko reached Hinata Tengin's side. "Yes, father." Sinyan knelt beside Hinata Tianyuan. How did Liantao end up seated next to the clan leader? It was inconceivable. Did the clan leader intend to? Apart from a few elders from the branch families, everyone else appeared utterly bewildered. Although the clan leader had always favored his second son, Hinata Liantao, this was a high-level clan meeting. In the past, Liantao had never been granted the privilege to attend. Now, not only was he present, but he was also seated at the same level as the clan leader. While the assembly was taken aback, they dared not voice their concerns. The most astonished of all was Hinata Masato. He opened his mouth to inquire, but upon seeing his father laughing and chatting with Liantao, he hesitated to ask further. After all, Hinata Tianyuan wielded absolute authority within the clan, and even he would not dare to oppose him. Meanwhile, the branch family elders maintained an air of calm. seemingly unfazed by the situation. Even Hinata Masato, who was usually slow to catch on, sensed something was amiss. Was his father planning to appoint Liangtao as the next clan leader? How could that be possible? As more content continued to load, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the link to another browser for reading. Although Hinata Tianyuan had not explicitly declared him as the junior clan leader, the clan members had already begun to regard him as the next leader. Tianyuan's silence on the matter clearly suggested his acquiescence. Masato had also considered himself the junior clan leader in everyday life. But what did this mean now? Just as Masato was lost in thought, Hinata Kono arrived fashionably late. Shinya was momentarily taken aback. In stark contrast to her earlier disheveled appearance, Kono now presented herself with meticulous elegance. She adorned a resplendent white kimono and had applied delicate makeup, exuding a captivating maturity. She was utterly transformed. My apologies, esteemed clan leader, for my tardiness, Kono said, bowing respectfully before Hyuga Tenjin in an apologetic gesture. Grooming always requires time. Your arrival is not late, Hyuga Tenjin replied with a warm smile, gesturing towards Shinya's side. Please, take a seat. Yes, Kono responded, naturally settling beside Shinya. This display sparked an astonishing possibility in the minds of the onlookers. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. Hyuga Tenjin spoke softly. As his words resonated, all eyes shifted towards him. A palpable sense of anticipation hung in the air, hinting at the momentous events to unfold during this clan meeting. The first announcement was the Hyuga clan's decision to ally with the Senju clan. Most attendees exhibited little surprise at Hyuga Tengin's declaration, as the previous day's events involving the Kaguya clan's annihilation had left many with an understanding of the gravity of their situation. Ryota. This is a letter from the eldest son of the Senju clan, Hashirama. Please, take a moment to open it, Hyuga Tenjin said, retrieving a scroll from within his robe after announcing the first matter. The scroll was sealed with black wax, bearing the crest of the Senju clan. The seal remained intact, indicating that Hyuga Tenjin had not perused its contents beforehand. This action immediately captured the attention of those with keen senses. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Shinya unrolled the scroll and began to read the letter. Soon, a smile crept upon his lips. It was as if fate had delivered a pillow just as slumber beckoned. In the letter, Hashirama expressed a desire for Shinya to visit the Senju clan whenever possible. Furthermore, they intended to enlist a master swordsmith to craft a custom ninja blade for Shinya, utilizing or extracted from the peaks of the Misty Mountains, specifically from the portion belonging to the Senju clan. They pledged to spare no expense in providing any material Shinya required. For a ninja adept in the art of swordsmanship, the significance of possessing a finely crafted, high-quality ninja blade is beyond measure. The letter is signed by Senju Hashirama. However, upon examining the content and phrasing, it does not seem to originate from Hashirama himself. It is likely that Senju Tobarama has made some refinements. Hashirama even noted that, in his efforts to save Wakana and Ban, he had caused his blade to nick against the vertebrae of a corpse, leaving a mark. Such meticulousness is undoubtedly characteristic of Senju Tobarama. This gift carries significant weight and is imbued with sincerity. The ores from Mount Mist Peak are presumably incredibly precious chakra metals. Given the Senju clan's assertion, Hikaru will naturally not be modest. He is finally able to acquire a ninja blade entirely forged from chakra metal. This weapon, worth several 100,000 to millions, could serve as a treasured heirloom. However, in terms of design, it must not only suit his current physique but also accommodate his essence in the ninja world, requiring careful consideration. Momentarily lost in thought, passed the letter to Hinata Tenjin beside him. The letter invited him to visit the Senju clan and also presented him with a custom-made ninja blade, with no expenses spared. Hinata Tenjin cast a glance at it before putting the letter away. The Jainin present exchanged puzzled glances. Surely, if it were merely to extend a courtesy to the clan leader, the Senju would not go to such lengths. Following the annihilation of the Kaguya clan, the Mist Peak had been claimed by the Hinata, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. The Hinata clan was entitled to a mere 20% of the minerals extracted from the area, and the yield of such precious ores was exceedingly low. The Senju's promise of covering all expenses essentially meant they would be gifting away a significant portion of the mined resources. In terms of materials alone, this was worth millions. Most importantly, this metal, known for enhancing chakra conductivity, was not something one could simply purchase, even with substantial wealth. As for the second matter, Hinata Tengen's voice grew serious. In mid-next month, the clan would celebrate the wedding of Ryota and Katono. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Many clansmen had seen Katono earlier that morning, dressed in a yukata and walking alongside Shinhiko, but most of those present were not Jonin qualified to attend clan meetings. Upon hearing this bad news, many young Jonin who harbored feelings for Katono felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. A wife was gone. Although they knew a relationship with Katono was impossible, as long as she was not truly married, she remained a possibility for all. At least, in their minds, they could find solace. However, now that the clan leader had publicly announced this news, their beloved had become another's wife. Sinyan harbored a deep resentment towards them for the perceived theft of his beloved. Damn it, how could this happen? Among everyone present, none found this situation more intolerable than Hinata Ryota, who had long regarded Katono as his own. However, witnessing Hinata Tengen's unwavering expression rendered further words futile. Tengen surveyed the crowd, and under his penetrating gaze, all fell silent, awaiting his pronouncement. From this day forth, Ryota shall be the next head of the Hinata clan, and Masato shall become the elder of the branch family. The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. What? Ryota as the successor? How could this be? How could Ryota possibly compare to Masato? Surely, I misheard. Allowing Ryota to inherit the clan leadership was one thing, but making Masato a branch elder was tantamount to expelling him from the main family. Conventionally, it is the eldest son who inherits the clan, unless the younger son possesses extraordinary talents. The disparity between Ryota and Masato was glaringly evident. While they might have accepted the earlier announcements, this final decree was far more difficult to swallow. Although the current leader has the authority to determine the next head, the members of the Hinata clan naturally yearn for a leader who is both wise and sagacious. Even if one lacks intelligence, they must at least possess formidable strength to guide the clan towards prosperity. In an age of warring states, where martial prowess reigns supreme, the clan leader must embody the very essence of their ninja lineage. Not only should they be among the strongest, but they should at least rank among the elite. Among the hundreds present, it was unlikely that Ryota could best a single one. In contrast, Hinata Masato had already established himself as the second strongest in the clan at the age of 27. The chasm between them was undeniable. The clan members voiced their dissent regarding such a foolish decision by the leader. This matter concerns the future of the clan. It cannot be taken lightly. Yet, the elders remained silent, seated in quietude. A simple cough from Hinata Tengen, a leader of long-standing authority, silenced the murmurs. Nonetheless, many harbored discontent. This decision is final. Ryota is the prophesied child destined to lead the Hinata clan to the pinnacle of the warring states. Prophecy. The tension reached its zenith as Hinata Masato erupted, rising abruptly to challenge, "Father, you would entrust our clan to a worthless fool based on an insubstantial prophecy? Do you expect our future leader to engage in battle-wielding medical ninjutsu against our foes? Or shall he rely on his half-hearted swordsmanship?" Masato, known for his inability to conceal his emotions, laid bare his resentment and bitterness. As the eldest son, the future of the Hinata clan was rightfully his. In terms of strength, talent, and popularity, he saw no deficiency in himself compared to Ryota. Why should it be so? Indeed, esteemed leader, we share Masato's sentiments. Even if Masato is not chosen as clan head, Ryota's capabilities are far too inadequate. Please, think carefully, esteemed leader. Following Masato's outcry, several supportive Jonin echoed his sentiments. Noticing nearly half of the Jonin aligned with Masato, Ryota cast a cold glare towards Sinyan. At that moment, Katono rose abruptly amidst the mounting skepticism. "If you doubt Ryota, why not challenge him yourselves? In a few years, aside from our esteemed leader, no one shall rival Ryota, not even you, Masato." As she spoke the last words, Katono fixed her gaze on Hinata Masato. The previous night, she had engaged in a heart-to-heart conversation with Sinyan and witnessed his true prowess. His strength, speed, endurance, and explosive power were formidable. While Katono believed her own hard skills to be superior, Sinyan's swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Otherwise, she would not have found herself so fatigued that she could barely rise in the morning. If that is the case, let me personally test Ryota's alleged progress. Hinata Masato narrowed his eyes, caught between fury and derision. Sinyan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the fact that, before he had the chance to showcase his prowess, Chinai had already stirred up a wave of animosity on his behalf. However, this was undoubtedly the most straightforward approach. During the Warring States period, words paled in comparison to the might of fists. Yet, he was not a match for Hinata Masato at present, and thus could only resort to a strategy of evasion. "You are 11 years his senior, Do you truly wish to compare your skills with him? At this moment, Shinai retorted sharply, subsequently pointing at several of the Jainin who had just chimed in. You, and you. If you harbor doubts, why not challenge Ryota to a duel yourselves? Shinai mused to herself that the disparity in strength between these individuals and her was considerable, and they were evidently no match for Xinyan. Hinata Masato was left speechless by her cutting remark, while those Jainin singled out by Shinai felt a sense of belittlement. Nabahiko rose to his feet, gently patting Kanako's shoulder to signal her to take a seat, while his left hand, resting behind him, gave her a thumbs up. It is evident that he is quite the devoted partner, truly commendable. Now, it is his turn to make an entrance. Will you approach one by one? Or shall you come forth together? With a ninja blade firmly in hand, Yoshihiko inquired in an unhurried tone, as if genuinely seeking the opinions of others. The crowd was taken aback by his audacious words. Did he truly regard the elite shinobi as mere clay to be molded? Did he dare to suggest they confront him collectively? This lad is truly something, Hinata Tenjin remarked, observing the spectacle with a bemused expression. Xinyan did not indulge in idle chatter. He took a step forward, inhaling deeply. A faint, almost imperceptible wisp of white smoke lingered at the tip of his nose. Hinata Tenjin and the esteemed elders exchanged glances, sensing the shift in Xinyan's aura. Even Hinata Masato, who had previously dismissed Xinyan, felt an unsettling disturbance. Hinata Tenjin, without hesitation, activated his Byakugan to assess Xinyan's condition. As they sensed the formidable chakra emanating from Xinyan, the three most boisterous jonin were momentarily taken aback. However, they were not yet capable of coordinating a simultaneous assault on Xinyan. The eldest among the three stepped forward and proposed, "Let us proceed to the courtyard." Xinyan shook his head and remarked, "No need. If we resort to swordsmanship, the battle shall not endure for long." The elder jonin's face darkened with anger. He resolved to disregard the patriarch's authority and impart a severe lesson to Liang Tao. Yet, despite his ire, he did not underestimate his opponent. Activating his Byakugan, he meticulously monitored Xinyan's movements. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he chose to wait for Xinyan to make the first move, employing stillness to counteraction. After all, with the absolute defense of Kaiten, he could effortlessly withstand any sword techniques. "Shall we begin?" Xinyan inquired softly, adopting a stance reminiscent of an archer. His upper body slightly inclined forward as he grasped the hilt of his sword. "Certainly," the elder jonin responded, observing Xinyan's stance, akin to the initiation of a sword draw. He felt a surge of caution. Through his Byakugan, he discerned Xinyan's chakra rapidly converging towards his lungs and heart. Instantly, he assumed the initial posture of the 8 trigrams palm, poised to employ Kaiten at any moment, ensuring a steady defense. Suddenly, a flash. The onlookers were taken aback as a brilliant blue lightning bolt surged through the elder jonin's form. Xinyan appeared in the position behind him, with a sharp sound. The ninja blade was sheathed, accompanied by the tearing sound of fabric. The elder Janin's kimono split from the center, revealing a faint red mark on his bare chest. Yet there was no blood. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Aside from a few, including Hinata Tianyuan, the others wore expressions of astonishment. They hadn't even had the chance to activate their Byakugan before the battle concluded. What had just transpired? Chapter 60, Sealing Technique. Is it your turn now? Shall you come one by one, or all together? Xinyan cast his gaze towards the other jonin who had just been boasting, a wisp of delicate white smoke escaping his nostrils. The several jonin who had felt humiliated moments ago were now rendered speechless. What kind of speed is this? Although the Byakugan lacks the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, it possesses the ability to perceive in a complete 360-degree panorama. As long as the disparity in speed does not exceed the threshold of reaction, instantaneous defeat is inconceivable. Yet now, Xinyan's velocity has surpassed their comprehension. Does this imply that any jonin who dares to engage will be effortlessly vanquished? The astonishing thought suddenly surfaced in the minds of the onlookers. Has Hyuga Ryota, at the tender age of 16, already attained strength approaching that of a clan leader? The elder Jainin behind Shinin, though uninjured, felt a humiliation far greater than that of a grievous wound. He was caught off guard, realizing that had the sword penetrated a mere few centimeters deeper, he would have been eviscerated. Nonetheless, he understood that the young clan leader had shown restraint and refrained from further confrontation. Observing the clan leader's tranquil demeanor, the elder Jainin felt a chill in his heart, inwardly scolding himself for acting like a fool and becoming a mere pawn to demonstrate the young leader's authority. He inclined his body slightly towards Shinin, conceding, "I have lost. Ryota is now the clan leader, and I have no objections." Upon witnessing this, Hyuga Tianyuan gestured for the elder Jainin to leave and change his attire. The elder Jainin apologized before departing the hall. The elders from the branch family, noticing a few Jainin still frozen in place, chastised, "Why are you not seated?" Yes, yes. The Jainin promptly retook their seats. Humph. Hyuga Masato snorted disdainfully and swept away in a huff, casting a venomous glare at Shinin, as if wishing to see him utterly destroyed. As he observed Masato's lack of decorum, Hyuga Tianyuan felt an even deeper disappointment, unable to maintain even a facade of restraint. Consequently, he became more resolute in his decision to confine the branch family like caged birds. Although his second son had made astonishing progress after acquiring the ancestral chakra, and the swordsmanship he had just displayed was as swift as lightning, causing even Tianyuan to feel a thrill of fear, he recognized that it would require time to truly command the respect of the clan, especially from Masato, who would likely not relent easily. A clan leader's strength was something that could not be carelessly disregarded. Yet, having already promised his second son 3 years, Tianyuan found himself in a predicament. He could only hope to endure for a while longer. Now, does anyone still oppose? Tianyuan asked in a solemn tone. This time, no one dared voice dissent. After all, even those Jainin who had supported Masato had relinquished their stance. Persisting now would serve no purpose. Initially, their opposition to Ryota's ascension had stemmed from concerns for the clan's future. Now that Ryota's remarkable strength and talent had been established, there was no longer any justification for dissent. To offend both the current and future clan leaders would be a grave error. I agree. Hyuga Tenin was the first to express his support. I concur. Agreed. With one voice leading the charge, consensus was swiftly reached. The matter of Nobuhiko becoming the next clan leader has been irrevocably decided. A year later, after originally being appointed as the junior clan leader, Hyuga Tenjin offered Nobuhiko residence in his grand estate. However, Nobuhiko declined the offer. As the dream of Hokage begins to unfold, he continues to reside in his secluded abode. At this moment, in Shinhiko's bedroom, located in the basement, Kinono stood before the laboratory table while Shinhiko positioned himself behind her, guiding her through the experimental process. Naturally, Shinhiko had yet to disclose the details of his research plan concerning the Byakugan to her. This matter was of great significance, and moreover, Kinono's proficiency had not yet reached a level where she could assist him in refining the essence of the Byakugan. However, one could not deny the unreasonableness of talent. Kinono's learning pace was astonishingly rapid, enough to leave Shinhiko in a state of disbelief. It was evident that in no time, Kinono would attain the capability to conduct experiments independently, thus enabling her to provide him with even greater assistance. After all, having been nurtured under his guidance and now sharing the bond of marriage, trust was inherent between them. Kinono, please continue. I shall step out for a moment. Midway through the experiment, Shinhiko suddenly raised an eyebrow, informed Kinono, and made his way toward the staircase. All right, go ahead, Kinono replied without lifting her gaze. Her attention fixated on the cells beneath the microscope. Nobuhiko opened the door to a new world for her. The more she engaged with Nobuhiko and delved into the study of medical ninjutsu, the more her curiosity about the ninja realm grew. Perhaps this is the joy of exploring the unknown and unraveling mysteries. Sinyan opened the barrier of the universal seal and stepped out of the basement. Over the course of a year, his primary focus had been the study of sealing techniques. To his astonishment, the efficiency of the Black Absolute was remarkably high. In less than 7 days, it had transcribed all the sealing arts from the treasure trove of the Uzumaki clan. The repertoire included the 4 symbol seals, the inner 4 symbol seals, the 5-element seals, binding arrays, Ein seals, fire seals, evil seals, corpse ghost seals, and the diamond lock, among others. Notably, the diamond lock required the Uzumaki bloodline and could only be awakened by those with a higher innate talent. Thus, it was futile for an ordinary individual to attempt. Sinyan wisely chose not to waste time on it. The corpse ghost seal was lethal upon use, and he merely studied it to devise countermeasures. It is worth noting that during projection, he existed in a spiritual state, and should he perish while his spirit was sealed, he would be left uncertain about the possibility of forcibly returning. Hence, a degree of preparation was prudent. His utmost focus, however, lay on the inner 4 symbol seal and the Ein seal. Undoubtedly, Uzumaki Mido was a genius, having developed such a formidable S-rank auxiliary ninjutsu before the age of 20. The Ein seal allowed for the accumulation of excess chakra at the forehead, forming a diamond-shaped mark. When the seal was released, one could instantaneously access a substantial surge of chakra. Traditionally, ninjas stored chakra primarily in their lower abdomen, known in previous lives as the dantian. A smaller portion of chakra resided within the body's meridians. Now, the Yin seal effectively established a second dantian within the body for chakra storage. Even ninjas with a relatively small chakra reserve could wield a multiplied amount. After all, the capacity of the dantian was limited, and if expansion was unfeasible, one could simply create another. This was, without a doubt, a stroke of genius. Thanks to the training with the Yin seal, Xinyan had not fully mastered it. Yet he had managed to store twice his original chakra at his forehead. Reflecting on the original work, Nagato, a mere outer path golem, had drained him of his abundant chakra, reducing him to a mere husk. Both the reincarnation eye and the Rinnegan pertain to the powers of the six paths, with the reincarnation eye leaning more towards offensive capabilities. Should he indeed awaken the reincarnation eye in the future, Xinyan was unwilling to exhaust all his chakra in a single use of the golden wheel rebirth and perish from depletion. With the universal seal, the caged bird, and the inner force symbol seal all firmly under his command, he was now poised to fully develop a new type of caged bird. Xinyan entered his bedroom and once again sealed the barrier of the myriad manifestations. As the master of this barrier, he possessed the ability to manipulate perspectives at will, enabling him to observe the outside world from within, as well as to gaze inward from the outside, while rendering both sides invisible to one another. "Come forth, Qinxian," Xinyan whispered softly. At that moment, a pool of black, viscous fluid unexpectedly emerged from the ground. "Father, this is the spatial secret technique, the heavenly delivery technique, which I pilfered from the Yue clan of the Land of Thunder." As soon as the black void appeared, it effortlessly produced a scroll. It was indeed the heavenly delivery technique that Xinyan required. Chapter 61. Preparations complete. The study of corpse, bone, and blood disease. Nobuhiko unfurled the scroll to examine its contents. Simultaneously, Kurizetsu expelled 2 additional scrolls. Is this the technique bestowed by the heavens? Xinyan gazed at the contents of the scroll, softly murmuring to himself. The difficulty level, in comparison to the vortex sealing technique he had acquired, could only be deemed moderate. Within a few months, he would undoubtedly master it. In truth, every ninja possesses a semblance of spatial affinity, for the majority are capable of learning summoning techniques, which pertain to the realm of space. However, the requirements for spatial talent vary across different techniques, distinctly setting them apart from general elemental affinities or chakra talents. The capabilities involving space rank among the highest echelons of power in the world of Hokage, and acquiring them through sheer effort poses a significant challenge. Once he had fully memorized the technique of Tenso, Xinyan created a shadow clone, directing it to the adjacent room for practice. Thus far, he had only imparted the shadow clone technique to Chinai. Otherwise, she would not have made such remarkable progress in medical ninjutsu while simultaneously maintaining her training. Of course, not everyone possesses the ability to manifest multiple shadow clones like Xinyan. Beyond the factor of chakra quantity, the most critical aspect lies in the overwhelming mental and physical fatigue that accompanies the dissolution of shadow clones, a burden that the average person cannot endure. Initially, Senju Tobarama developed the shadow clone technique solely for reconnaissance purposes, while it was Naruto from the original story who truly utilized it for training. However, Naruto stands alone as the only one capable of employing hundreds, if not thousands, of shadow clones in his early days, thanks to his prodigious talent and lineage. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline endowed Naruto with a robust physique and exceptional recovery abilities, coupled with a substantial chakra reservoir. Additionally, being the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra and possessing the Nine Tails as an inexhaustible source of energy, Naruto emerged as the greatest anomaly in the Hokage realm. As for Xinyan, while he may not reach Naruto's level, he is undeniably significantly stronger than the average individual. Currently, he can simultaneously manifest around 10 shadow clones for his training. When shadow clones dissipate, it is primarily the mental fatigue that proves most challenging for most to endure. Yet, Xinyan belongs to the fortunate few who can withstand it. Owing to his formidable mental strength and the presence of 2 secondary consciousnesses, when the shadow clones are dispelled and their memories return, he can partition the training experiences into 3 segments, effectively mitigating mental fatigue. Once Xinyan has assimilated all the information, he allows the other 2 secondary consciousnesses to share the memories with him gradually. By addressing the issue of mental fatigue, the physical exhaustion becomes substantially easier to manage. As long as it does not exceed the body's limits, it will eventually recuperate automatically. Consider the training regimen of Might Guy and his son, Might Dai, as they practice the 8 gates. They must continually surpass their physical thresholds to break through the gates within their bodies, even with their exceptional talents. They require ample resources to facilitate their training. Every other night, Shinhiko indulges in medicinal baths, and he frequently visits hot springs to alleviate fatigue. Since his ascension to the role of clan leader, his privileges have soared to unprecedented heights. In a bid to enhance his prowess, Hinata Tenjin spares no expense. After his daily training sessions, once he dispels his shadow clones, he luxuriates in a therapeutic bath. Subsequently, handmaidens arrive at his residence to administer massages, assisting in muscle relaxation and fatigue relief. In the tumultuous era of warring states, strength reigns supreme. For those clan members devoid of talent and connections, the battlefield poses a constant threat of demise. Conversely, serving as a handmaiden to the clan leader exempts one from the perils of combat. Should fortune favor them and they catch his eye, they might ascend to the status of a concubine, transforming their fate entirely. Thus, many female ninjas eagerly vie for the opportunity to attend to Shinhiko. He, in turn, selects 4 with the most exquisite massage techniques. After each medicinal bath, these 4 handmaidens provide him with a comprehensive full-body massage, allowing Shinhiko to maintain around 10 shadow clones for his training endeavors. Shinyan then picked up another scroll, which contained the location of the new outpost of the Kaguya clan. "Is this where the bone-condensing herb is stored?" he inquired. He then reached for the final scroll. A storage scroll. Heiju nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, I accompanied an elder of the Kaguya clan for half a month. During one of our conversations, I learned about the properties of the bone-condensing herb. When the members of the Kaguya clan awaken their corpse bone pulse, they are prone to losing their sanity. However, consuming the bone-condensing herb can restore their rationality and simultaneously suppress the onset of the bloodline disease." Just as I suspected, Shin Yin murmured to himself. He had instructed Heiju to steal the heavenly sending technique from the Land of Thunder, specifically asking him to first visit the Land of Water on his return journey to investigate the Kaguya clan's outpost, while also seeking to ascertain the true nature of the bone-condensing herb, if it could indeed suppress the onset of the bloodline disease simply by ingestion. And if the components of the bone-condensing herb could be identified, along with an understanding of the pathogenic origins of the corpse bone pulse's bloodline disease, then surely a solution to the bloodline disease would be within reach. Xinyan pinched a small amount of the powdered bone-consolidating herb between his fingers, deep in thought. Investigating the vascular and hematological conditions of corpses is no simple task. However, with a clear research direction and suitable samples, the difficulty diminishes considerably. Rather than consuming the bone-consolidating herb directly, it might be more effective when combined with other medicinal ingredients, potentially enhancing its efficacy. Xinyan has been haunted by the shadow of the blood-stained disease. Less than a year after establishing the Flame Empire with Kaguya, he has endured nearly a decade of weakness and lethargy, plagued daily by this affliction. Although Xinyan was exceedingly envious of the effects of the corpse bone pulse, the blood disease posed a more dire threat. Nevertheless, he was not prepared to concede defeat. Given ample time, he was confident that he could resolve this dilemma. The current timeline was set 40 years prior to the establishment of Konoha, providing him with over 50 years. He merely needed to ensure that his soul returned before the birth of Konoha, specifically 33 years prior to its inception. Of course, generally speaking, living into one's 60s from this point onward would be somewhat challenging. However, if I were to marry during the Warring States period and leave behind descendants of my bloodline, would it not mean that the current clan leader of the Hyuga family, Hinata, would be of my grandson's generation? Xinyan suddenly pondered this question. However, he did not dwell on it for long, swiftly redirecting his attention back to Kurizetsu. Without a doubt, Kurizetsu had been Xinyan's greatest gain during the Warring States period. In just a year, Kurizetsu had traversed nearly half of the Naruto world. Truly diligent and selfless, he could labor tirelessly for 365 days without rest. Enough to bring a tear to the eye of any capitalist. "Kurizetsu, how is your investigation progressing?" Xinyan inquired. Kurizetsu replied, "There have been no unusual activities concerning the Uchiha clan recently. However, their leader, Uchiha Taijima, seems to be afflicted with a blood disease, and his health is deteriorating. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara has significantly enhanced his strength and has begun to merge with Indra's chakra. Additionally, within the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Masato has been engaged in covert activities over the past year. This Hyuga Masato poses a considerable problem, but as a leader-level combatant, it is not feasible to eliminate him directly." Xinyan recalled Hyuga Masato's attitude towards him, realizing that he would indeed be a significant nuisance in the future. However, His caged bird had yet to be fully researched, preventing him from dealing with Masato preemptively. It seems I must prepare for dual contingencies. At this juncture, the second Kazekage, Seimin, from the original storyline, should have come of age. I presume he has also developed his puppet techniques. In his heart, Sinyan pondered quietly before issuing a command to Kurojitsu, Qingxiang, during this period. You are to journey to the Wind Country in the west and seek out a ninja by the name of Shaman. Devise a means to steal the art of puppet manipulation from him. If that proves unattainable, procure some potent secret techniques from formidable ninja clans instead. Additionally, they are likely well-versed in the study of poisons. Gather some recipes for toxins, as I may find them useful in the future. Understood, Kurojitsu replied respectfully. He was not afraid of fatigue. Rather, he dreaded idleness and the feeling of being useless. Wait, Sinyan suddenly called out to Kurojitsu, who was preparing to meld into the ground. What is it? Kurojitsu asked, momentarily taken aback. Sinyan gently patted the dark, ominous head, expressing gratitude for the hard work. It's no trouble at all. This is what I ought to do. Black Zetsu replied, his emotions slightly heightened. Go now, and take care. Yes. Goodbye, father. Chapter 62. Time changes in the wedding of Hashirama. Seeking votes 4 years slipped by quietly. It has been 5 years since the promise made to Hinata Tenmon to research a new type of caged bird. Hinata clan grounds. The clan leader's residence. At this moment, the estate has changed hands. Despite Sinyan's significant improvement in medical ninjutsu, he was still unable to extend Hinata Tenmon's life into the 6th year. However, the new caged bird technique had merely achieved preliminary success by the end of the 3rd year, which Sinyan referred to as the Type 1 caged bird. With formidable strength and long-standing prestige, Hinata Tenmon employed strong-arm tactics to impose the caged bird curse mark on the branch family members. Naturally, this met with resistance from the branch family. To avoid pushing his clan members to their limits, Hinata Tenmon assured them that the caged bird was merely a protective mark for the Byakugan and posed no harm to the human body, as he had received Sinyan's assurance. The Type 1 caged bird, developed by Sinyan, had eliminated the residual effects of a 1-degree blind spot. However, this also meant that the control technique could not be left within the mind of the recipient, preventing the arbitrary manipulation of the branch family members' lives and deaths as seen in the future main family. Sinyan had never intended to do so in the first place. The Type 1 caged bird essentially fulfilled Sinyan's original vision, combining the caged bird technique with the 4-symbol sealing technique and the heavenly sin technique. The destination for the heavenly sin technique was the body of Black Zetsu. As a product of Kaguya's Yin-Yang release, Black Zetsu's body was nearly immune to all seals below the 6 paths level. However, if he consented, spatial ninjutsu and sealing techniques could be inscribed upon him without any rejection or adverse reactions. The so-called 4-symbol sealing technique, capable of devouring all, proved ineffective before him. Once the Byakugan was transmitted into Black Zetsu's body, Sinyan need not worry about preservation. The interior of Black Zetsu's body resembled the inner space of a storage scroll. The only current limitation was the issue of spatial transmission distance. Shinyan conducted experiments using the ocular abilities of the Byakugan, with the stipulation that the destination must not be too distant from the deceased, approximately within 100 miles, beyond which spatial coordinates become indistinct. Naturally, Shinyan has ample time to refine his methods. In preparation for the collaboration with Hyuga Tenjin, he orchestrated several grave robberies within the clan's territory months in advance, while implanting caged birds into the branch family members. Although some clan members harbored resentment towards being marked with the caged birds, they were compelled to comply, considering their own strengths and the possibility that they might not return from the battlefield. To prevent the Byakugan from falling into the hands of outsiders, compliance was the only option. Moreover, Hyuga Tenjin had granted permission for the branch family's elders and several of the clan's most exceptional ninja to remain unmarked by the caged birds, representing a subtle form of compromise. This decision also affirmed the capabilities of these individuals. Elders such as Hyuga Tenjin and Hyuga Masato, along with others like Kono, were not subjected to the caged birds. From Shinyan's perspective, Hyuga Tenjin was keen to avoid escalating tensions. After all, by the time Shinyan developed the new caged birds, Tengen's health had already considerably deteriorated. At this juncture, fostering division within the branch family was the most effective strategy for advancing the caged birds. Otherwise, any arising issues could spiral beyond control. What Yoshihiko must now undertake is the continued development of the caged bird, addressing the issues of spatial coordinate sensing. Furthermore, He must devise a method to create control techniques akin to those used during the Leaf Village era for the caged bird. Only in this way can he deduce a comprehensive method for the complete liberation of the caged bird. In summary, the task ahead is both formidable and extensive. Xinyan sat cross-legged in his room, which had originally belonged to Hinata Tianyuan. Following the untimely demise of Hinata Tianyuan a fortnight ago, Xinyan had succeeded him as the clan leader and moved into this space. The hidden chamber beneath Hinata Tianyuan's room was several times larger than his former laboratory, aptly resolving the issue of insufficient space. Everything unfolded according to the expected timeline, though the subsequent events remain unclear to me. Half a year prior, a fierce conflict erupted between the Uchiha and Senju clans. The leader of the Uzumaki clan also participated in this battle alongside several of his kin. In a surprising turn of events, the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, managed to engage two formidable opponents, Senju Butsuma and Uzumaki Kyu, in a fierce confrontation, resulting in a mutual demise, a remarkable exchange of 1 for 2. Subsequently, leadership of the Uchiha clan passed to Uchiha Madara. His brother, Uchiha Izuna, awakened his Manjiki Sharingan as a consequence of this battle. While the Uchiha clan mourned the loss of their esteemed leader, they also gained a rising powerhouse with the newly awakened Manjiki Sharingan, thus enhancing their overall strength rather than diminishing it. The Uchiha gradually began to assert dominance over the Senju clan, until last month, at a pivotal moment, the newly appointed clan leader, Senju Hashirama, unexpectedly unleashed his full potential. His wood-release techniques were nothing short of cataclysmic, as he single-handedly subdued both Madara and Izuna's Susanoo. As Xinyan contemplated his forthcoming plans, a series of hurried footsteps echoed outside. The only individual who could intrude upon the courtyard unannounced was undoubtedly Konoha. Xinyan, Konoha paused at the door, a term of endearment exclusive to the two of them. Come in. Konoha entered the room, holding a scroll in her hands, and approached Xinyan. Over the past 5 years, Konoha had matured both in appearance and spirit, becoming increasingly enchanting. She had evolved into Xinyan's most trusted ally during the tumultuous Warring States period, embodying the role of a devoted and supportive partner before outsiders. Xinyan accepted the scroll, raising an eyebrow upon discovering it contained a letter from the Senju clan. In 3 days, Hashirama Senju would travel to the Uzumaki clan to escort the princess, Uzumaki Mido, in a union that signified a deepening bond between their two clans. Hashirama extended an invitation for Xinyan to attend the wedding, while also discussing matters concerning the Uchiha clan. However, Xinyan sensed that the latter part regarding the Uchiha was likely added by Tobarama, as the strokes became noticeably thicker, indicating a slower pace of writing compared to the earlier text. During the previous conflict between the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans, when Hyuga Tenjin fell gravely ill, they had refrained from offering assistance. The Senju had expressed understanding then, but this time, circumstances were different. Although he was uncertain of Madara's current strength, Xinyan was acutely aware that he could not compete with the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Over the past 5 years, he had devoted his primary efforts to sealing techniques, achieving a level of power commensurate with that of a clan leader. Yet, he feared that the Hyuga clan would struggle to withstand a direct confrontation with the Uchiha. Regardless, it was imperative to take a definitive stance this time. Aligning with Hashirama seemed to be a judicious choice. Kina, please respond to Hashirama and assure him that I shall arrive punctually, Xinyan instructed as he handed the scroll to Kina. Understood, Kina nodded in affirmation. Yoshihiko chuckled. You have worked hard these past few years. As you said, we are companions, collaborators, he continued. Konami's beautiful visage illuminated with a radiant smile as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Shinichi watched as Kinono departed. A certain Master Lu, surnamed Zhou, once remarked that gazing upon beautiful women daily is beneficial for both body and mind. 3 days later, in the early morning, at the Uchiha clan's residence, in the backyard of the clan leader's estate, more content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Clang. Clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing resonated. Uchiha Madara was engaged in a swordsmanship practice with his younger brother Izuna, both locked in an intense duel. With a decisive swing, Madara deflected Izuna's blade and remarked, Izuna, while your speed is commendable, your grip on the sword is unsteady. This will not suffice. Yes, brother. Again. Madara raised his blade once more, launching an aggressive assault. The two became embroiled in combat. At that moment, Uchiha Jonin arrived on the scene. Clan leader. He called out. Madara continued his duel, yet his tone grew more serious. What is it? According to reliable intelligence, Senju Hashirama has led a small elite force away from the clan grounds. Where are they headed? Madara inquired, his movements unwavering. It is said they are going to propose marriage to the Uzumaki clan. Suddenly, Madara's body stiffened. A surge of potent chakra erupted from him, forcefully sending Izuna sprawling. He then swung his blade violently toward a towering tree in the courtyard. Boom. This ancient tree, whose origin dated back to an unknown clan leader, split asunder in the middle, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Brother, do we need to? Izuna, observing Madara's darkened expression, hesitated. He presumed Madara was concerned about the implications of a union between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, which would further jeopardize the Uchiha. However, Madara merely glanced at the kunai in his hand, then at the shattered tree, murmuring softly, "My hand slipped." The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Madara suddenly raised his head, immediately assembled the clan's elite. We shall intercept the Senju. Yes. Chapter 63, Madara comes to claim a bride. That morning, after finishing breakfast, with Kinano in tow, Nobuhiko set forth towards the ancestral grounds of the Senju clan. Although the elders had initially intended to dispatch additional companions to accompany them, Nobuhiko firmly declined their offer. After all, this journey was merely a visit. The presence of others was sufficient, rendering an entourage unnecessary. The Uchiha clan's territory lay to the south of the Hyuga clan, while the Senju clan resided further north of the Uchiha. Although a direct route northward to the Senju clan would have been the most expedient, it would necessitate traversing the vicinity of the Uchiha clan's territory. Naturally, Yoshihiko would not engage in such self-destructive actions. A few years ago, the way Madara gazed at him was akin to a predator eyeing its prey. He certainly had no desire to test the current extent of Madara's power. Presently, Yoshihiko possesses strength comparable to that of a clan leader. However, based on the intelligence relayed by Kurizetsu, Madara, due to the influence of Indra's chakra, is elevated beyond the typical clan leader and shadow-level strong individuals. Reflecting on this, it is somewhat embarrassing to consider that Sasuke, also a reincarnate of Indra's chakra and a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, was thoroughly bested by Killer Bee. From the intelligence gathered, Yoshihiko deduces that Hashirama's current strength has not yet reached its peak potential. Even without mastering Sage Mode, Hashirama remains the foremost warrior of the Warring States period. In terms of extraordinary abilities, these two individuals are indeed unparalleled. Sinyan has diligently trained for 5 years using shadow clones, and he now estimates that he could only engage in a handful of rounds with them before calling it a day. Passing through the Uchiha clan's territory on his way to the Senju clan to attend Hashirama's wedding feels like a provocation. The bond between Madara and Hashirama would have led to an end to the Warring States period had either of them been female. Now, Sinyan prefers to take a slight detour to the east before heading north. Having been in the Warring States for 7 years, he has seldom ventured out to appreciate the beauty of the world around him, save for that one battle, with a rare beauty by his side. Taking a stroll seems delightful. Moreover, heading east will lead him through the Misty Peaks, a crucial route for the Vortex clan's wedding procession. Even if he doesn't encounter Hashirama, he can at least foster relations with the Vortex clan. Perhaps they have developed new sealing techniques in recent years that remain undocumented. Uzumaki Mido, a prodigy of the Vortex clan, had created the S-rank ninjutsu in sealing a few years ago, and she may have made further advancements since then. Sinyan questions why. Even when avoiding the Uchiha clan, he must take such a long route. As Kino walks alongside him, she gazes at Sinyan with a sense of curiosity. Privately, she has always referred to him by this name. With a smile, Nobuhiko remarked, "Of course, I am eager to witness the wedding procession of the Uzumaki clan. After all, Hashirama and the others are also attending to the bride, so we could engage in a delightful conversation along the way. It has been several years since we last met. I have heard that the princess of the land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Mido, is exceptionally beautiful, often regarded as the most stunning woman of the Warring States period. Surely, you two wish to catch a glimpse of her?" Kanoa casually posed the question, yet her expression grew serious. Naturally, who would not desire to behold a beautiful woman? Nobuhiko retorted playfully, observing the fleeting glimmer in Kanoa's eyes. Upon hearing Nobuhiko's candid response, she let out a soft huff and turned away, choosing not to inquire further. His ears failed to catch her murmured words, but he could easily surmise their content. With a prolonged tone, Nobuhiko chuckled and inquired, "Could it be? Are you truly upset? I spend every day in your company, and I have grown immune to the allure of beautiful women. Even if this whirlpool maiden resembles a celestial goddess, could she possibly surpass your beauty? Humph, that remains to be seen. Upon hearing Nabahiko's veiled compliment, Kinona let out a soft huff, though her steps quickened slightly. Ah, women. Xinyan quickened his pace to catch up. Over the years, living under the same roof with Qin now, their relationship had developed naturally. Although they had not yet reached that stage, she was exceptionally remarkable, both in appearance and character, perfectly aligning with Xinyan's ideals. However, he had promised her not to pressure her into anything she did not wish to do. And she had made it clear that their relationship was not one of romantic affection. Perhaps at this moment, Qin Nao's feelings had evolved from what they once were. Yet, Xinyan's sentiments had also transformed. His affection for Qin Nao transcended mere attraction to beauty. Thus, he refrained from breaking the barrier between them, uncertain of how to proceed. As for the 4 maidservants who attended to him, he had taken one as a concubine, but there was no genuine emotional connection between them. It was merely a means to expend some of his surplus energy, and she, too, seemed content with the arrangement, seeking elevation in status as the clan leader's concubine. Their relationship was mutually beneficial, and Xinyan felt no guilt. However, with Qin Nao, he harbored true feelings. Yet, he was destined to end this projection and return to his original form, which was separated from Qin Nao by over 60 years. Although her abilities had surpassed his own in the art of sealing, upon his return, even if she were still alive, she would have aged considerably. Despite having taught her the sealing technique to maintain her youthful appearance, the disparity in their statuses would be insurmountable by then. Would he call her great-grandmother? Kaguya, too, was significantly older than him, and Xinyan was a descendant of Yumura's bloodline, while Yumura was Kaguya's son. However, in reality, there was no blood relationship between Yumura and Kaguya. Yumura was merely a product of Kaguya's manipulation of yin-yang release and chakra, and she was his creator. Xinyan's true essence remains that of a human. He does not belong to the same race as Kaguya. Moreover, the issues concerning Kaguya will take a considerable time to resolve. The matter of Kitono, however, is of immediate concern. For a moment, Shinya found himself in a quandary. Even if not as lovers, Kitono is a treasured partner in his endeavors. The success of the experiments over the past few years owes much to her contributions. I wonder if Tobarama Senju has devised a technique for spirit manifestation? If I were to develop a technique akin to Orochimaru's reanimation, how long would it take? Indeed, women only serve to impede the swiftness with which I draw my blade. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shinya decided to refrain from further thoughts. Name, Hyuga Ryota Shinya attributes: water, lightning, earth, yin. Yang physique: 267 strength, 254 agility, 281 spirit, 299 dojutsu. Byakugan, pure ILV3 cultivation method, chakra refinement technique LV10. Thunder breathing technique LV9 skills, basic gentle fist LV10. Bagua Palm LV10, secondary awareness LV5, first form, lightning flash LV10, second form, rice soul LV10 potential points, 51 observing his enhanced attributes. Shinya reflected on his primary objective upon arriving in the Warring States period, to augment his strength. Although the majority of his efforts had been dedicated to researching the caged bird, he had not neglected his training. Even with his return, the gains from this projection exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, due to his amicable relationship with Hashirama, there are ample opportunities ahead. Woofing Mountain. The small town at the base was originally the territory of the Kaguya clan. After the clan's demise, it became a stronghold for the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The Senju relocated some of the local populace to this area, allowing the town to gradually regain vitality. At this moment, to the southeast of the town, a group of ninjas approached, forming the Uzumaki clan's wedding procession. Uzumaki Mido sat in the palanquin at the center of the group. The Uzumaki clan intended to pause at Woofing Town, considering the ever-changing dynamics of the Warring States period. While they showed respect to the Senju clan by not traveling to the land of whirlpools for the wedding, sending the bride directly to the Senju stronghold was out of the question. Second uncle. During the procession, a gentle and melodious female voice emerged from the palanquin. The second elder of the Uzumaki clan raised his hand, signaling the group to halt, and approached the palanquin to inquire, "What is it, Mido?" To the west, approximately 5 kilometers away, 2 formidable chakra signatures are approaching. What? The second elder was taken aback. Could they be enemies? No, Mido replied. Their speed is not particularly swift. Although they are headed this way, they should not be foes. The second elder felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, Before he could completely relax, Mito's subsequent words sent a jolt of alarm through him. To the northwest, about 10 kilometers away, there are 6 powerful chakra signatures. One of them is exceptionally strong, rivaling Hashirama himself. They are approaching us with great speed. This is dire. It must be Uchiha Madara. The second elder's expression shifted dramatically, recalling the Uchiha clan's previous intentions to court Mito. Is he coming to abduct the bride? Chapter 64. Madara's grudge upon hearing the second elder's panicked voice. The accompanying members of the wedding party also fell into disarray. An abduction? Uchiha Madara. Why is he here? What do we do? It was no wonder that they feared the name Madara. Had he merely been a typical clan leader, they might have felt emboldened. Although Uzumaki Kagami had perished, nearly 10 elite shinobi accompanied the wedding party, rendering them unafraid of a standard clan leader. Especially since Mito, despite her youth, possessed combat abilities on par with a clan leader, making her the strongest of the Uzumaki clan. However, the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama last month had shocked the entire Warring States period. The second elder had witnessed Madara's prowess firsthand. Madara had surpassed the conventional understanding of a clan leader's strength. Even if Kagami and Tobarama were alive, the two combined would likely not stand against Madara. Yet, despite this, Madara and his brother Izuna had both been suppressed by Hashirama. This was precisely why the Uzumaki clan had willingly consented to marry their Soul Clan leader-level talent, the young ninja Mito, to Hashirama. But with Hashirama absent, there would be no one to stand against Madara. Moreover, the two brothers were inseparable. If Madara arrived, Izuna would undoubtedly be close behind. What could they possibly do? If Mito were to be abducted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as panic spread among the group due to the looming threat of Madara, the curtain of the palanquin was drawn aside, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Mito pressed her lips together and calmly stated, "Second uncle, there is no need for concern. Hashirama informed me that he has invited his friend, the leader of the Hyuga clan, to the wedding. The two individuals to the west are likely the Hyuga-Ryota couple. We shall proceed westward to join forces with them. The three of us will confront Madara while you handle the others. Furthermore, 30 kilometers to the north, 3 more powerful chakra signatures are approaching. One of them is familiar to me. It belongs to Hashirama's brother, Tobarama. Hashirama has assured me that his brother's sensory capabilities are equal to those of the Uzumaki clan's Kaguya. If I can detect him, he should also be able to sense our position. We merely need to bide our time." Mito's series of statements instilled a sense of calm in the group. The second elder immediately declared, "We shall follow Mito's plan. The procession will advance at full speed to the west." Yes, the crowd immediately altered their pace, hastening towards the west. At that moment, a white-haired youth adorned with a red stripe of paint on each cheek and his chin led the way to meet the Vortex clan's envoy. This individual was none other than Tobarama Senju, flanked by the clan's elders, the Grand Elder and the Third Elder, who were tasked with the welcoming ceremony. Initially, Hashirama was meant to join them, but as the leader of the Senju clan, he could not venture so far for a marriage reception. Despite the union, the Senju clan would remain dominant. Hence, Tobarama instructed Hashirama to await them midway, intending to escort the bridal party to Hashirama afterward. With Tobarama leading the 2 remaining elders, he demonstrated sufficient regard for the occasion. Since Hashirama ascended to the position of clan leader, Tobarama felt an overwhelming burden. His elder brother, though immensely powerful, required Tobarama to manage nearly every other aspect. Suddenly, Tobarama halted mid-journey, sensing something amiss. "What's wrong, Tobarama?" the others queried, their expressions tinged with confusion. Tobarama realized, through his heightened perception, that the Vortex clan's bridal party was moving further away. To sharpen his awareness, he crouched down, placing his right index finger gently on the ground while closing his eyes. The Grand Elder and Third Elder exchanged grave glances but refrained from interrupting him. Tobarama possessed a unique ability to sense, particularly when attuned to the earth, allowing him to extend his awareness over a vast area. This aptitude had granted the Senju clan an advantage in their recent clashes with the Uchiha clan. "This is bad," Tobarama exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he stood upright. "It's the Uchiha scoundrels. They are heading towards the Vortex clan's party to snatch the bride. Damn those Uchiha. How dare they?" The Grand Elder seethed with indignation, yet turned to Tobarama, asking, "What shall we do now?" Furrowing his brow, Tobarama's mind raced as he contemplated their next move. Within his perception, he sensed not only his sister-in-law, the Vortex envoy, but also a familiar chakra, Ryota, who had previously rescued Ban and Ka. Beside Ryota was an even stronger chakra, The Vortex clan's party, rather than approaching them, had veered westward. Tobarama's mind raced as he grasped the situation and quickly instructed. Second Elder, return at once and fetch my brother. Inform him that Madara is here to seize the bride. He continued, Grand Elder. We must hasten to support the Vortex clan. Their leader, along with the Hyuga clan's patriarch, will be there. Together, we should be able to delay until my brother arrives. Understood. The second elder responded without hesitation, promptly retracing his steps. With Tobarama's adept leadership, he had garnered considerable respect within the clan. Let us move swiftly, urged the Grand Elder. Tobarama nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, as Shinya enjoyed a spring outing with Kinna, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. His pale blue eyes narrowed, and veins appeared at his temples, his countenance darkening. What is it? Kinna inquired, activating her Byakugan but finding nothing unusual. It's Madara Uchiha. Shinya sighed bitterly. His Byakugan had evolved into the Pure Eye, enhancing his detection range from 1 kilometer to 3. He discerned that Madara was approaching them with a contingent. Conversely, the Vortex clan's party was also advancing towards their location, effectively sandwiching them between the two forces. Yet, although Shinya felt outmatched, he was not afraid of Madara Uchiha. When it came to survival skills, only Kaguya was superior to him during the Warring States period. We must flee, he urged, leading Kinna eastward. However, Madara soon fell within Kinna's Byakugan range. As she observed the rapidly approaching chakra, she halted, her resolve firm. Shinya, we will be caught if we linger. You should go ahead. I will hold them off. Upon hearing those words, Nabahiko felt a surge of warmth in his heart, abruptly halting his steps. He seized Kinona, who was about to leave, and delivered a resounding slap to her posterior, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? A faint crackle of thunder resonated from Nabahiko's chest, wisps of white smoke escaping from his nostrils. He crouched slightly, one hand reaching beneath Kinona's knee while the other encircled her back, lifting her into a princess carry. With a vigorous surge of his breathing technique, he dashed toward the east, based solely on the overwhelming chakra he sensed. It was evident that they were no match for Madara. If Xinyan had chosen to utilize the art of escape directly, he would undoubtedly have been able to depart safely. However, he could not carry anyone with him. Were it not for the fact that Madara is the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, possessing an extraordinary advantage, Xinyan would have remained to engage in battle against ordinary Sharingan ninjas. Presently, aside from Madara, the pursuing team included Uchiha Izuna and others. Leaving Kitono behind would surely mean her demise. Based on her earlier words, Xinyan was determined not to perish here today, even if he had to end the projection prematurely. He would not allow her to die. The optimal course of action now was to unite with the Uzumaki clan and collectively confront Madara. Through his Byakugan, he observed that Uzumaki Mito's chakra was immensely powerful. The trio, alongside other high-ranking Uzumaki ninjas, stood a formidable chance against Madara. If they could just delay until Hashirama arrived, it would be a combined effort of two couples fighting side by side. Damn Madara, how could he hold such a grudge? Just wait. With the infusion of lightning breathing techniques and the explosive power of lightning release chakra, Xinyan swiftly distanced himself from Madara. Chapter 65. The powerful Madara. Upon witnessing Xinyan accelerate away, Madara momentarily paused before amplifying his chakra output, significantly increasing his speed. A torrent of violent chakra erupted from his being. As Madara surged forward, the ground beneath him bore the scars of his passage, resembling a vast furrow over a meter wide. Surrounding trees were ruthlessly snapped as Madara barreled through, akin to a monstrous beast rampaging through the forest. Since discovering another source of chakra within him, Madara's strength had been on a steady rise, his chakra growing increasingly potent. However, his emotions occasionally fluctuated as a result. Throughout this time, Madara had long since discerned the reason for Ryota Hyuga's alliance with Hashirama. It was not that Hashirama had forgotten their initial agreement. Particularly after both had ascended to the position of clan leader, Hashirama had demonstrated unwavering sincerity, seeking to reconcile the Uchiha and Senju clans and jointly put an end to the chaos of the warring states. One could not deny that Madara felt a profound temptation. Confirming that Hashirama had not changed, Madara had, in truth, already forgiven him for his past betrayal. Yet, as clan leader, Madara bore the responsibility for the entire Uchiha clan. His parents and several brothers had perished in their conflicts with the Senju clan, and the enmity between their clans had persisted for generations. Moreover, his brother Izuna vehemently opposed any reconciliation. Madara found himself in a precarious position, torn between loyalty to his siblings and a shared vision with his friend on the opposing side. He and Hashirama could only restrain their clansmen during each battle, striving to minimize the scale of their conflicts. Their confrontations were prolonged affairs, never truly escalating to a point of desperation. In stark contrast, Izuna and Hashirama's brother Tobirama fought with lethal intent each time. Madara feared for his brother Izuna's safety while also dreading the possibility of Izuna killing Tobirama. Amidst his daily struggle with these conflicts, he suddenly received news of Hashirama's marriage to Uzumaki Mido. Overwhelmed with emotions, he felt compelled to investigate further. Yet, en route, he encountered Ryota Hyuga and his spouse. The favorable relationship between Ryota and Hashirama stirred within Madara an inexplicable animosity towards him. This time, however, he did not intend to kill his dear friend Hashirama. Yet, considering they were on opposing sides, it seemed only reasonable to exchange a greeting with Ryota Hyuga. A sentiment echoed by Izuna and the four clan elite accompanying him. Ryota Hyuga, don't run, Madara bellowed, propelling himself towards Sinyan like an arrow released from a bow. As Madara unleashed his chakra and accelerated, Izuna and the others hastened their pace as well. However, when Madara once more augmented his chakra output, Izuna and the others could no longer catch sight of him. He moved with astonishing speed. His elder brother had concealed his true power all along. Izuna stood in shock, watching his brother vanish from view, murmuring softly, "Does my brother harbor a grudge against the Hyuga clan?" Although the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were traditional adversaries, their conflicts had primarily been skirmishes, with the most significant battle occurring when Hyuga Tenjin thwarted their advance against the Kaguya clan. The remainder had mostly been minor altercations. Currently, the Uchiha clan's primary foe was the Senju clan. While the Hyuga had allied with the Senju, the tumult of the warring states prioritized interests above all else. The Hyuga clan surely did not wish for the Senju to obliterate the Uchiha, thereby dominating the battlefield. In recent years, the Uchiha and Senju clans had clashed, with the Hyuga providing only minimal assistance, refraining from deploying their main forces. Witnessing his brother's demeanor, it seemed as though he was resolute in his intent to eliminate the leader of the Hyuga clan. Such an action would undoubtedly drive the Hyuga further into the embrace of the Senju. At present, while the Uchiha sought allies, simultaneously contending with the Senju, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans would place them in a perilous situation. Furthermore, should a confrontation arise with Hashirama Senju, his brother's reckless expenditure of chakra could jeopardize their position in the impending conflict. The last time they faced Hashirama's release was enough to leave Izuna with lingering trepidation. Could it be that his brother intended to strike preemptively? Perhaps he planned to seize Uzumaki Mido, the princess of the land of whirlpools, before the Senju arrived. Once the situation matured, the Uzumaki clan would have no choice but to acquiesce. The princess of the land of whirlpools marrying the leader of the Uchiha clan would create a rift between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Truly, Izuna's brother was cunning. It was no wonder he had summoned them post-haste upon hearing the news. He had envisioned this far-reaching strategy all along. Suddenly enlightened, Izuna commanded the four elite ninjas at his side, "Accelerate at once. We must quickly catch up to our brother. Seize Uzumaki Mido and depart. Do not linger in battle." Yes. Feeling the terrifying chakra rapidly approaching from behind, Sinyan's expression shifted. Madara's true power was even more exaggerated than Black Zetsu had described. It appeared that during their previous skirmish, neither had fought earnestly. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, possessing an advantage allowed one to act with impunity. In sealing technique, release. Yang's sealing technique, release. Sinyan held Kono tightly in his embrace, resolute in his belief that he would not be outmatched by Madara, nor would he allow himself to flee. As he formed hand seals with one hand, a pale blue crescent-shaped mark materialized upon his forehead, swiftly followed by a deep blue circular symbol. This was his creation. The dual-ine seal, developed from Uzumaki Mido's ine seal. This technique allowed for the storage of double the chakra in addition to the original ine seal. However, he had yet to achieve complete integration of the two seals, and could only release them individually. Once the dual-ine seal was undone, Sinyan unleashed his breathing technique, causing the nearly depleted chakra within him to replenish at an astonishing rate. He felt a sensation of soreness coursing through his entire network of chakra pathways. This was not due to an overabundance of chakra, but rather a limitation of his physical capacity. His innate talent dictated that the upper limit of his chakra growth was constrained. Indeed, this body's potential significantly lagged behind his original form. With a deep breath, Sinyan inhaled, channeling lightning release chakra and utilizing the thunder breathing technique to accelerate his movements. He consumed chakra in vast quantities while simultaneously drawing in a continuous supply from the seal on his forehead. Suddenly, a squad of 10 ninjas appeared directly in front of him. The clan emblem on their garments revealed them to be members of the Uzumaki clan. At the forefront was a strikingly beautiful female ninja in her early 20s, clad in a resplendent white wedding kimono. Clearly, she was Uzumaki Mito, the betrothed of Hashirama. Upon spotting them, Mito rushed towards Xinyan and Kono, shedding the intricate adornments of her kimono as she ran. With deft hands, she formed seals, unleashing a torrent of potent chakra that caused her flowing kimono to billow and crackle with energy. As reinforcements arrived, Xinyan hurled Kono toward Uzumaki Mito and swiftly turned to confront the rapidly approaching Madara. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed the 8 trigrams empty palm. A wave of invisible, highly concentrated chakra surged from Xinyan's palm, exploding forth with a sound akin to thunder, aimed directly at the assaulting Uchiha Madara. As Nabahiko unleashed the 8 trigrams empty palm, his right hand swiftly drew the kunai sheathed at his waist. The pristine white blade transformed into a bluish hue, infused with the chakra of lightning. Breath of Thunder, second form, Rice Spirit. 5 beams of sword light, imbued with the essence of lightning, soared through the air. Even overtaking the 8 trigrams empty palm that Nabahiko had released, they effectively sealed off the 5 directions, left, right, above, and below, against the approaching threat. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Susanoo. The expression on Xinyan's face instantly froze. Is he unable to handle this? Ban unexpectedly activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Amplifying his presence immediately, a blue chakra swiftly materialized upon his body, forming a rib-like chakra armor that rapidly expanded. Following this, he transitioned from the initial form of Susanoo to its first form, with ribs growing rapidly, shaping a skeletal upper body of chakra armor. Then came the second form. As the skeletal upper body swiftly developed chakra meridians and flesh, towering over 10 meters in height. Boom. The blade's light and the highly concentrated chakra attack from the 8 trigrams empty palm were formidable. Even an ordinary clan leader would not dare to confront it head-on. However, against the defensive capabilities of the second form of Susanoo, Xinyan's attack merely stirred a slightly larger commotion. What the hell? What kind of grudge is this? Watching Susanoo wield a 4-meter-long great sword to block his assault, Xinyan's expression shifted dramatically. If he relished taking hits, why not wait for him to activate the Rinnegan and try a Golden Wheel rebirth explosion instead? Though he cursed inwardly, Xinyan's movements remained swift. 8 trigrams empty palm x12. Xinyan swiftly retreated, sheathing his ninja blade. Simultaneously, his hands moved with remarkable speed, releasing concentrated spheres of chakra that soared from his palms towards the oncoming attack from Madara. Boom, boom, boom. The Susanoo swept across, instantly dispersing the chakra spheres. Chapter 66, Hashirama, will you attend my wedding? In this moment, Nabahiko seized the opportunity to employ the breathing technique of thunder, creating a slight distance between himself and his opponent. His proficiency in the soft fist martial arts still fell significantly short compared to Hinata Tenjin. Meanwhile, Madara's strength had already surpassed that of Uchiha Taijima. The 8 trigrams 64 palms technique was originally designed to combat ordinary ninjas. A typical human body, even after enduring merely a dozen strikes, could easily suffer from sealed chakra points and internal injuries, let alone the full 64. The advanced versions, 128 palms, 256 palms, 512 palms, and 1024 palms, merely built upon the original technique, delivering a series of rapid strikes enhanced by specialized techniques for dissipating force. Xinyan had previously believed that it held little significance. After all, when one attained a level of utilizing the Divine Void Strike and Soft Fist, a single move could determine the outcome of a battle. Now, he finally comprehended its true essence. The subsequent advanced palm techniques were not intended for conventional combat. Rather, they were designed to confront extraordinary jutsu, like Susanoo. The technique of force release was pivotal in pitting the human body against Susanoo's might. By continuously channeling chakra from his palms and executing high-speed strikes, he could dissipate the incoming force. Madara, commanding Susanoo, relentlessly swung the weapons in his grasp, stirring up tumultuous gales. 8 trigrams, 256 palms. In the face of imminent peril, suddenly, China, whom he had cast aside, erupted forth. Her palms, suffused with chakra, struck out at high velocity, creating a flurry of afterimages as they collided with Susanoo's weapon. 8 trigrams, 512 palms. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of colossal explosions reverberated. In a moment of desperation, China astonishingly broke through her previous limitations, her striking speed surging to double its prior pace. Yet, Even so, it merely sufficed to barely fend off Madara's onslaught. Although this particular strike from Susanoo failed to achieve its aim, it still sent China reeling backward. Her complexion turned ashen. Shinya stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Kitono. He met Susanoo's punch with the firm stance of Bagwazang. Although he managed to dissipate a significant portion of the force, he still felt a jarring impact to his internal organs, prompting a muffled groan of pain. "Stop," urged Uzumaki Mizuho with a commanding voice. Vajra ceiling. As the scene unfolded, a colossal golden chain surged forth from her being, ensnaring Susanoo with unyielding strength. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the exquisite kunoichi, Madara's gaze turned icy, his formidable chakra erupting forth. Susanoo's form trembled violently. Boom! A powerful gust swept through the surroundings, causing the earth to fracture like a spider's web. Madara, manipulating Susanoo, unleashed a forceful swing of his right arm, sending Uzumaki Mizuho soaring into the sky. Just as he prepared to command Susanoo to strike at Mizuho, he suddenly hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Madara refrained from launching an attack. Water release, water surge wave. Water release, water dragon bullet. Suddenly, a towering water spout, reaching several meters in height, appeared before Shinhiko, cascading down with the force of a waterfall. The tumultuous torrents, reminiscent of crashing ocean waves, struck the Susanoo, causing it to stagger back several steps. Almost immediately, another watery column in the shape of a dragon emerged beside the Susanoo, jolting its form with a powerful impact. It was the water release technique of Tobirama. Did that mean Hashirama was nearby as well? As Madara surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of Hashirama. Tobirama Senju rushed in from Shinhiko's right side. Shinya gazed upon the exaggerated water technique, which could hardly be deemed a mere water release. It was more akin to an oceanic outpouring. In terms of prowess, Tobirama was hardly superior to Shinya at this moment. Yet the magnitude of the water technique unleashed by Shinya likely paled in comparison to even a third of Tobirama's might. To execute such a magnificent water release in an arid environment was nothing short of a maritime phenomenon. Tobirama's assistance afforded Shinya, Mizuho, and Kitono a momentary reprieve. However, Madara, in the face of such an onslaught, remained unfazed, addressing Tobirama with an air of indifference. "Tobirama, you are not my match. Send Hashirama to confront me." "Tobirama, do not be so arrogant. My elder brother will arrive shortly." Tobirama's expression darkened as he unleashed the water-severing wave. A high-pressure jet of water erupted forth from his mouth, astonishingly severing the weapon held by Susanoo. Madara was momentarily taken aback. Yet he commanded Susanoo to block the attack with its arms, successfully absorbing the blow. Lightning release, for pillar binding technique. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground split apart, and four massive stone pillars, each towering over 10 meters, surged from around Susanoo. Crackling sounds filled the air as deep blue lightning erupted from the pillars, converging relentlessly upon the central figure of Susanoo. Under the relentless assault of the lightning, the surface of Susanoo began to tremble.